Rebirth in Hogwarts. Maud's magical affinity is remarkably poor. Thus, he resolved to forego humanity. He aspired to become an ancient elf, destined for the arcane. One day, Maud unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky, igniting the heavens. Chapter 1. The Soul Student Rejected by the Sorting Hat. Maud, it's time to rise, breakfast is ready. Maud Maris rubbed his bleary eyes and extended his finger, tracing a circle in the air. Suddenly, his fingertip radiated a brilliant white light, conjuring a resplendent golden halo before him. Within the circle lay an abyss of darkness, as though leading to another realm. He reached inside and retrieved a set of casual attire. The golden halo vanished. Dressed, Maud donned his glasses and approached the mirror. Reflected, there was a slender boy with golden hair and fair skin, looking quite tidy, adorned with black-framed glasses, resembling a young scholar. This year, 1991, marked his second attempt to gain admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If successful, he would join the illustrious Harry Potter as a contemporary. Indeed, a second application. He was the only student who, after receiving an acceptance letter, had been rebuffed by the Sorting Hat due to a lack of magical talent. But now, circumstances had changed. Maud's room was situated on the second floor, with the living room below, alongside the kitchen and dining table. Descending the staircase, he encountered a gentleman with golden hair seated on the sofa. Engrossed in a newspaper, it was his father, Tomer. "Good morning, father." "Good morning, Maud." His mother, Danny, was at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. "Maud, have you truly decided to attend Hogwarts?" Danny inquired, her voice tinged with concern. She feared his potential rejection once more, and also worried about him living alone in the magical realm if he were to gain admission. Maud grabbed a piece of bread and took a hearty bite. "Yes, mother. But rest assured, I am aware of what I am doing." Tomer lifted his gaze from the newspaper. "Your magical abilities have improved significantly over the past 2 years this time. You should have no issues." He lamented about his child's past experience. "Back in my day, the Sorting Hat should have been more discerning." Tomer, too, had been a student at Hogwarts and was a wizard. Maud chuckled. "Forgive it is merely a hat." He understood well that the Sorting Hat had not erred. He had practiced the magical refinement techniques bestowed by his father, yet had never sensed the birth of magic within him. Now, the awakening of his magical potential was attributed to an ancient wizard's training method known as the Wellspring of Wizards. This method was so sophisticated that it could bypass innate talent to extract magical energy. After chatting for a while, his parents departed for work. Maud gazed out the window, where the sun shone brightly. The weather was splendid. In the coming days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, an owl from Hogwarts would likely swoop in through the window. After a brief respite, Maud returned to his room. He closed his eyes and concentrated, envisioning a towering peak within his mind. Atop the peak lay a blanket of snow, and merely gazing at it evoked a chilling sensation. This was the golden finger from his past life, linking him to the wisdom of ancient wizards and scholars atop Kunlun Mountain. He traced a circle with his finger once more, casting an ancient spatial storage spell that, while wandless, required a touch of alchemy to transform his finger into a product of alchemical art. From the halo, he extracted a tome titled The Pranks of Archimel. Within were whimsical spells crafted by a wizard named Archimel. Though harmless, they promised ample amusement. In his previous life, Maud had cherished reading, especially on such sunny days and during leisurely moments, leaning back against the sun as he indulged in literature. This book had only recently been procured by his father, and he harbored the notion of mastering the spells within, subsequently exchanging knowledge with Kunlun Mountain. Knowledge exchange was the sole method of acquiring wisdom from Kunlun. The Pranks of Archimel was an engaging read, intertwining storytelling with the learning of prank spells. He had just completed the first chapter and had mastered the key elements and details of the prank spell Resurrecting Pumpkinhead. He meticulously recalled every aspect, ensuring he fully grasped this whimsical enchantment. His attention returned to the mental image of Kunlun Mountain, gently touching the peak, that a refreshing breeze suddenly connected from the summit to his mind, as if opening a passage. In an instant, countless characters flowed back and forth within this conduit. Maud glimpsed the phrase Resurrecting Pumpkinhead, utilizing this prank spell to barter for knowledge from Kunlun. The knowledge acquired was somewhat contingent upon his magical type, but the inherent value of the magic obtained was purely a matter of fortune. Countless characters cascading back from the pinnacle of Kunlun coalesced into a lengthy article within his mind. It was a simple spell employed by ancient wizards to celebrate a particular holiday, known as Vampire's Disguise. Maud exhaled softly. Pleased, he carefully studied and absorbed the spell, then retrieved his wand. Edward's Disguise. Edward's Disguise. After several attempts, magic surged within him, and a radiant glow enveloped Maud's form. He felt his physique transforming, experiencing a growth spurt. He donned a sleek black suit and gazed into the mirror. reflected there was not the golden-haired boy, but a handsome young gentleman, with dark hair and eyes, wielding a cane. He was clad in elegant black attire, exuding an aura of nobility. Maud sensed something in his mouth, but he opened his lips. In the mirror, the young gentleman in black attire displayed elongated fangs. He was a vampire. Maud repeated the incantation for vampires disguised. He confirmed that he merely appeared as a noble vampire. The fangs were superficial. This spell functioned similarly to a polyjuice potion, yet uniquely required only magical energy, devoid of any need for hair or other items from individuals. His transformation was not into another's likeness, but rather an entirely fabricated visage. The duration of the disguise depended on the extent of his magical energy. Maud observed his magical fluctuations, concluding that this enchantment could last a day or two. What an intriguing spell. Ceasing his magical exertion, Maud glanced at the time, 11:20 a.m., then turned his gaze to the window. He reverted to his original form, seated back at his chair, and resumed his reading. Before long, a distinct sound emanated from outside. Coo. Cooed out a snowy owl adorned with speckled feathers perched upon the windowsill, emitting a crisp call directed at Maud. It was the owl from Hogwarts. Maud waved at the owl, which flitted from the windowsill to his desk. Tied to its leg was a slightly yellowed piece of parchment. He untied it, unfurling the paper, which read, "Dear Mr. Maud Maris, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. The term commences on September 1st, and we eagerly await your owl's response by July 31 SD. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." The books you are required to bring include a history of magic. The items you need to carry are 3 plain robes black, a wand, a cauldron. Maud felt a mix of relief and joy upon receiving this letter. He was grateful to have broken the curse that had prevented him from learning magic, thanks to the ancient wizard's tome, the source of sorcery. He was also excited to soon enter a genuine and fantastical world of magic. It had been 2 years since he was last denied entry to Hogwarts. Maud carefully stored the letter and retrieved a piece of paper, composing a reply that he secured to the owl's talon. Off you go. The owl soared out of the room through the window. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized within the room. Chapter 2: The First Encounter with Harry Potter. Before them stood an elderly gentleman clad in a flowing gray robe, his silver hair cascading down to his waist, complemented by a long silver beard that reached his chest, and perched upon his nose were half-moon spectacles. He appeared to be a figure wholly out of sync with the modern world. "Long time no see, Mr. Merritt," he greeted with a smile. "Indeed. It has been a while, Professor Dumbledore." Merritt attempted to clear his mind, aware that this venerable man possessed an extraordinary insight into the human heart, capable of discerning the thoughts of others. Albus Dumbledore regarded Merritt and gave a gentle wink. "I sincerely apologize for my abrupt entrance. I knocked, but, not receiving a reply, ventured inside uninvited. You may hold a misconception about me. I am indeed an eccentric old fellow with a modicum of magical prowess, yet I am not gifted in reading minds." Merritt offered an awkward smile, pondering the irony of Dumbledore's claim. It was evident that he had seen through his thoughts. He resolved to seize the opportunity to master the art of mind shielding. Merritt invited Dumbledore to take a seat in the living room on the first floor and poured him a cup of coffee. "Professor Dumbledore, do you have business with me?" The unexpected visit from Dumbledore took Merritt by surprise. He could scarcely conceive of any matter that would warrant such an esteemed wizard's presence. "I recently visited a child, one who is likely of similar age to you. It is not far from here, so I thought I would stop by." "Harry Potter?" Merritt mused. Surely, it could only be that indomitable boy who could coax Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Over the years, Harry had garnered considerable renown in the magical realm, being the sole individual to have survived the clutches of the most perilous dark wizard, Voldemort. Merritt's thoughts were unmasked. After all, the name of Harry Potter was known to many. Indeed, Mr. Potter is quite renowned, yet this notoriety bears its burdens. The name of that dangerous dark wizard should not be uttered lightly. His minions are ever watchful. Of course, I am here, primarily, to extend my apologies for the rather brusque conduct of the Sorting Hat during your last encounter. It was remiss in understanding the sentiments of the children. Dumbledore glanced at the clock. "You haven't had the opportunity for lunch yet, have you?" Merritt nodded. "Then allow me to treat you to a sumptuous meal." With a flourish, Dumbledore produced his wand and tapped the dining table. Without warning, an array of delectable dishes materialized before them. Steak, mashed potatoes, roasted chicken wings, and lamb chops. This is a rare exception. A wizard must not casually employ magic outside. The two shared a delightful lunch, after which Dumbledore prepared to depart, leaving Merritt with a parting remark. "He is indeed a remarkable young boy." The following day happened to be a weekend. To celebrate Merritt's enrollment at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Danny and Tummel decided to take him to an amusement park. Though Merritt held little enthusiasm for the park and contemplated declining the invitation, he ultimately opted for the nearby zoo instead. His father was entirely supportive of his attendance at Hogwarts, while his mother, Danny, felt a twinge of sympathy for him venturing into the magical world. Yet she was also filled with joy for his new journey. The trio drove to the zoo, and as they arrived, Merritt scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. "What is it, Merritt?" Danny inquired, noticing his demeanor. Maud shook his head, saying it's nothing. "I thought I saw someone familiar, but perhaps I was mistaken." As he entered the zoo, he trailed behind his parents, glancing around at the animals with a sense of boredom: lions, bears, and the like. These creatures held little allure for him. He would have preferred to remain in his room, engrossed in books and studying magic. Speaking of magic, the book's standard spells for beginners had been confiscated by his father, Tummel, after Maud was denied admission to Hogwarts due to his lack of talent. The intention was to keep him focused on honing his magical abilities. He resolved to ask his father for it back. "Why isn't the snake moving?" Maud instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged couple accompanied by two young boys, one chubby and seemingly overnourished, the other small and bespectacled, with disheveled black hair. Maud squinted at the boy with glasses, noting a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Beside him stood his Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon Dursley. "I'm going over there to take a look. You don't need to worry about me. I'll wait for you at the entrance later," Maud informed his parents before moving on. Tummel smiled, thinking it must be an old friend or classmate, and encouraged them to catch up. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, Dudley, began his complaints once again. "This is so boring. The snake isn't moving." "Move," Dudley shouted. Maud approached and stood beside Harry, echoing Dudley's words. Sometimes being quiet is far superior to being restless. Dudley, unable to grasp the meaning of this comment, felt it was unkind and became irritated. "Who are you? Why are you butting in? Go away." Indeed, it was evident that Dudley's spoiled nature irked Maud, who rather enjoyed teasing unruly children. "Which family do you belong to? How rude you are." Dudley's parents glanced over, their expressions betraying their displeasure. Maud turned his attention back to the python behind the glass wall, choosing not to engage further with them. He had anticipated their reaction, feeling embarrassed. The Dursleys decided to leave, taking Dudley with them, of course, leaving Harry behind. "Hello, Immelmeis. It's a pleasure to meet you." Harry was momentarily taken aback by Maud's greeting. Harry Potter. "Actually, I know of you, so I'll just call you Harry." Maud noted Harry's unique aura, even at the tender age of 11. "Curious," Harry inquired. "How do you know me? Do you attend the same school as I did before?" "I can't divulge that information just yet," Maud teased, "but in a few days, you'll find out." As Maud contemplated the events of the coming days, he envisioned Ruby as Hagrid, the keeper of keys at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, breaking down the door of the Dursleys' residence during a rainy day. The sight of Hagrid's towering figure sent shivers down the spines of several onlookers, prompting a chuckle from Maud. "What a remarkably large snake," he exclaimed. Harry, somewhat bewildered by Maud's laughter, nodded in agreement. The two remained silent, captivated by the serpent before them. Harry suddenly spoke up, feeling a twinge of regret. "I apologize for Dudley's rudeness earlier. He disturbed your rest." The python lifted its head in response. "Can you understand me?" Harry inquired, to which the snake nodded. Harry's surprise was palpable. It was his first experience conversing with a serpent. He turned to Maud, feeling as though he had exhibited a rather eccentric behavior. He raked his fingers through his hair. "I'm sorry, I tend to talk to myself a lot." Maud regarded him thoughtfully, musing that he might be perceived as a madman for conversing with a snake, perhaps for the rest of his life. "It's nothing to worry about. I too enjoy speaking with animals. Perhaps they truly can understand us, or maybe we possess a unique gift." Harry nodded enthusiastically. "I think so too. This snake may be exceptional. It appears quite intelligent." Once more, Harry engaged the snake in conversation, and the python slithered closer, its head resting against the glass wall, as if intently listening to Harry's words. "The snake is moving. The snake is moving." Dudley, the chubby bully, rushed over, shoving Harry aside and sending him sprawling to the ground. Harry glared at Dudley's rotund face, his anger boiling over as he fixed his gaze upon the glass barrier. Although it seemed as if nothing had transpired, Maud clearly witnessed the glass wall vanish in an instant. Dudley, losing his balance against the glass, tumbled into the python's enclosure, landing in the small pond within. "Help me, Mum," he cried out in terror. The python approached, causing Dudley to scramble backward in fear. However, the serpent circumvented Dudley, gracefully leaping over a small section of the barrier and escaping the display. It moved towards Harry, flicking its tongue as if to communicate and nodding in acknowledgement. Harry, in a daze, addressed the snake. "I am at your service." Maud observed the scene with calm composure, assured that the serpent posed no threat to anyone in the park. It merely sought freedom. Although he could not comprehend the snake's utterances, to him, it merely sounded like the hissing of its tongue. Indeed, the serpent's innate gift was quite extraordinary. Maud pondered the possibilities. If Harry could master this power and cultivate more snakes to reside at Hogwarts, it would provide additional vigilance and enhance their safety. He also recalled Voldemort, who possessed a similar ability to command serpents. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the Dursleys, who began to shout in alarm. Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley, approached him, his face twisted in anger and dissatisfaction. "Please, don't misunderstand," Maud interjected, stepping forward. "This was my doing." Vernon clearly did not believe him, retorting, "Don't try to fool me. This must be that little brat's doing." "Is it? Mole Council? Then tell me, what is this?" Vernon turned his gaze towards Maud, intrigued yet skeptical. Two beams of light pierced through the air. Chapter 3. The History of Ancient Sorcerers. Suddenly, Maud's pupils transformed in a flickering white luminescence. The light emanated, illuminating Vernon's face. Due to the angle, this spectacle was visible only to Vernon. Maud's entire demeanor appeared rather eerie, accentuated by those ghostly white eyes. Startled, Vernon recoiled repeatedly, grasping his wife Petunia tightly. In her anxiety for their child's safety, Petunia impatiently shook off his hand and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Vernon pointed at Maud, declaring, "This person is just like them, one of that ilk." Observing this exchange, Maud patted Harry on the shoulder, assuring him, "I believe we shall meet again soon." With that, Maud departed. This enchantment was an ancient spell, exchanged with Kunlun using a minor incantation learned from his father. Its utility was likely limited to mere intimidation and illumination. As for the notion that wizards cannot perform magic in front of muggles, the Dursleys had long been aware of the existence of magic. With September 1st still some time away, Maud requested elementary charms from his father and began to delve into it. Over several weeks, he mastered a few basic spells, such as the unlocking charm, the Lumos charm, and the marking charm. These everyday spells were relatively easy to learn. However, more powerful spells, like the conflagration charm, posed a greater challenge for novices. Yet, while the basics might be easily grasped, attaining mastery in magic proved to be a formidable endeavor. Today, Maud intended to exchange his well-learned marking charm with Kunlun. A refreshing aura descended from Kunlun, connecting with Maud's mind. Soon, the knowledge exchange was complete. In his mind's eye, Maud observed the spell, known as Special Identification for Sorcerers. This spell was designed to identify specific objects. Maud glanced at his wand. It was crafted from a unicorn hair core, measuring 12 3/4 inches in length, a gift from his father, and it served its purpose adequately. After some study, Maud finally mastered the spell, the realm of the identifier. A faint blue light flickered in Maud's eyes as he gazed at the wand before him, then looked down at himself, where a line of text materialized in his vision. Item wand. Compatibility level, 35. Effect. Provide the magical power enhancement of 0. This wand meets your basic spellcasting needs, but nothing more. Maud paused, realizing that although he had not personally selected this wand, it appeared somewhat lacking. It seemed he would need to venture to Diagon Alley to acquire another wand. Maud surveyed his surroundings. Wooden bed, compatibility level, 70, effect, offers a good sleeping experience. This is a bed with a deep emotional connection to you. Water cup, compatibility level, 40, effect, quenches thirst. This is a new cup, and it is evident that you do not favor it. After taking a glance around, Maud found the experience rather intriguing. Mo.The rushed out of the room and glanced down at his father, Tumail, by the staircase. This time, his chosen match was not for himself but for his mother, Dany. Their compatibility stood at an impressive 95, providing an emotional anchor. They were indeed well suited for one another and deeply in love. Clearly, the ability to discern human connections was evident. Mo.The pondered the matchmaking industry, considering the enchanting magic it possessed. Was it not akin to a game? It seemed that for ancient sorcerers, finding a partner was a remarkably simple affair. Upon returning to his room, Mo.The realized that utilizing the magic had drained a considerable amount of his energy. This spell was undeniably beneficial, whether it pertained to wands or other magical artifacts. The key was that they must be suitable. The magic offered a visual and measurable metric, which, if nothing else, could greatly assist in selecting a wand. He also contemplated the potential of Kunlun to exchange magic and alchemy, essentially a trade of knowledge, and wondered what would transpire if other forms of knowledge were exchanged. Mo.The picked up the book titled History of Magic and dedicated an hour to perusing it, completing a small chapter. This section detailed the evolution and transformation of modern magic, alongside various reforms occurring within the magical realm. He read it multiple times and took notes to organize his thoughts, committing a substantial portion of the significant information to memory. Once again, Mo delved into his mind, reconnecting with Kunlun Mountain, his thoughts revolving around the newly acquired knowledge from the history of magic. The symbols began to flow once more. Remarkably, the quantity of knowledge exchanged this time was considerable. He organized his findings. The sacred path of the god of magic imparted its wisdom to the world, marking the commencement of the Age of Wizards. In the 13th year of this era, the first wizard emerged, Hygus, a magical prodigy among commoners. By the 30th year, countless wizards had surfaced. In the 115th year, the master of the wizard's tower, Hygus, revised the training system for magic, significantly accelerating the advancement of wizards. The talents of wizards were fundamentally supported by their souls and bloodlines. The stronger one's soul and lineage, the greater their mastery and power over magic. Mo found himself momentarily stunned. What exactly was this Age of Wizards? Contemporary magic, as it is known, is said to have begun in 382 BC, with the Ollivander family crafting wands, yet the term Age of Wizards had never been utilized. He speculated that this might be a foreign realm or that the Age of Wizards lay hidden within even more ancient times. Reflecting on the connection between a wizard's talent and their soul and bloodline, he recalled Voldemort, regarded as the most formidable dark wizard, renowned for his exceptional mastery of soul studies in recent history. If the soul serves as the foundation of talent, then Voldemort's case undeniably supports this notion. His soul, fragmented into 7 pieces and embedded within Horcruxes, was a testament to extraordinary power. His aptitude for learning magic was evident during his time at Hogwarts. A potent soul might indeed be a path to greater strength. Mo continued his reading. In the year 130 of the Age of Wizards, Hygus transcended the shackles of his realm, acquiring an extended lifespan. By the year 565, the first miraculous human wizard emerged, none other than Hygus himself, marking humanity's inaugural approach to the divine, endowed with the privilege to converse on equal footing with the gods. To be a miraculous wizard, to engage in dialogue with the divine, such power is not only extraordinary, but also raises questions about the nature of his magical endowment. As he lived only around 600 years, yet stood equal with deities. This longevity did not daunt Mord. He was aware of Nicolaim, the master alchemist, who lived to the impressive age of 665, perhaps even longer. In comparison, while Nicolaim undeniably possessed considerable talent in alchemy, his wizardly prowess appeared lackluster. Subsequent accounts from the annals of ancient wizards become eclectic, delving into various aspects, including the evolution of alchemy, the demography of the wizarding world, and advancements in magical scripts. The ascension of Hygus to miraculous wizardry seemed to have unlocked a new era, heralding rapid growth in countless magic-related professions and the emergence of numerous magical prodigies. A millennium later, 3 more miraculous wizards surfaced. The records state, to be a wizard is to embark on a path that may lead one to attain the might of the gods. Indeed, they remain human. For wizards do not aspire to become deities. They merely seek to become miraculous wizards. It is clear that wizards no longer gaze up at the divine. They form a proud collective. At this juncture, the narrative pauses. Mord, stroking his chin, pondered deeply, as though a new world had been unveiled before him. It seemed that the gods had indeed existed, and beyond the wizards, there lay a realm of miraculous wizards. His heart raced with fervor, yet it was merely passion. The text did not elucidate the means to attain miraculous wizardry. Even if it did, the difficulty implied would likely be insurmountable, even for a genius like Dumbledore. Should he ever tread this path, it would surely be a defiance of fate. Chapter 4. Selecting a wand at Ollivander's tomb brought Mord to the Leaky Cauldron, a quaint and dilapidated tavern, marking Mord's second visit. Upon entering, he observed the rudimentary walls, seemingly untouched by paint. Mord speculated that those who frequented this establishment bore some peculiarities. The dimly lit tavern was illuminated by a few flickering candles, filled with an eclectic crowd dressed in an array of bizarre attire. Amongst this motley collection was the eccentric Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Clad in a heavy scarf, Professor Quirrell spoke with a stutter, his hands clasped as if in prayer. An odd aroma clung to him, and, coupled with his mannerisms, Mord's initial impression was one of discomfort. Despite possessing an appealing visage, he exuded little charm. Professor Chilo, in a bid to diminish his presence, transformed himself from a handsome man into someone utterly unappealing. Maud had little interest in greeting Professor Chilo. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, failing to catch a glimpse of Harry. It was hardly a stroke of luck to encounter him time and again. Tumul led him into an inner room, which appeared even more austere, with walls constructed of red bricks. Tumul wrapped a few bricks with his hand, causing them to rotate and rearrange themselves, ultimately revealing a passageway. He turned to Maud and said, "You must learn how to knock these bricks. In the future, you might find yourself traversing Diagon Alley alone." Maud nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, Father." Beyond the passage lay the renowned Diagon Alley. A glance revealed throngs of people clad in wizarding robes and hats bustling about. The narrow street felt exceedingly cramped due to the sheer number of visitors. Here, one could procure all manner of magical trinkets, including the items listed in the acceptance letter. Should one have a penchant for pets, an owl could be acquired right here. "Is there anything else you require?" Tumul inquired of Maud. Maud shook his head, replying, "No need. I have nearly everything from before, just a wand will suffice." To purchase a wand, one must visit Ollivander's wand shop. This establishment was renowned for its extensive collection of wands. If a wand was not found here, it was unlikely to exist elsewhere. As they passed Gringotts, the bank of the magical world, Maud could not help but ponder the contents of Vault 713. Had Hagrid come with Harry to retrieve them? Soon, they arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. "This is Ollivander's," Tumul introduced. "Should your wand require repair or replacement in the future, you can come here." As they prepared to enter, Maud discreetly took out the wand he intended to discard and, standing quietly behind Tumul, cast a subtle spell, special wizard identification. Stowing the wand, Maud entered and closed the door behind him. "Is anyone here?" Tumul called out loudly. Coming, from behind the shelves laden with wands. A wooden ladder suddenly slid out. An elderly man, lean and wiry, with a head of tousled silver hair and eyes that sparkled, stood upon the ladder. This was the man who had an unwavering obsession with wands, known to all as Ollivander. Ollivander glanced at Tumul, then at Maud beside him. "I remember you, Mr. Maris. How fares your wand?" Tumul replied, "It is quite well, though I seldom use it, as I work in the Muggle world. Today, I am here to purchase a wand for my son, Maud." Ollivander turned his gaze once more to Maud. "Is this young Mr. Maris?" Maud nodded, affirming, "Yes, Mr. Ollivander." He recalled that the old man had an exceptional memory. It seemed that he remembered nearly every customer by name, perhaps even recalling the specific wands they had purchased with remarkable clarity. Ollivander, lost in his own thoughts, ambled away to the shelves, where he gingerly retrieved a small box with trembling hands. Upon opening the box, he presented a wand of a reddish-brown hue to Maud. "Here, give it a try." A series of numbers flickered in Maud's eyes. Wand compatibility rating, 30. This was even worse than needing to replace his previous wand. Maud accepted the wand and waved it at the shelf. Bang! An invisible force erupted, breaking through the cabinet with a resounding impact. Maud was perplexed by this display. Why did an unsuitable wand appear so powerful? Could it be that the magic could not be directed to form spells, existing only as a shockwave? It seemed unlikely. Ollivander returned to the shelves and selected another wand. Compatibility rating, 60. Maud swung the wand again, obliterating a corner of the shelf. Ollivander continued to present wands, none of which were particularly suitable, so he ultimately laid out several that might be fitting on the table for Maud to try. "Mr. Meliris, why don't you give these a go?" Compatibility rating, 2568. Among the wands, Maud noticed one with a relatively high compatibility rating of 93. But he kept this discovery to himself and began testing them one by one. Finally, he arrived at a particular wand. Upon grasping it, a powerful gust swept through the shop, illuminating the space as if it had become brighter. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. "This is the one its core is made of." Maud was equally pleased. The sensation as he waved it was delightful, with a pleasant grip. He examined the wand, intending to claim it as his own. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his attention. It was an unwrapped wand resting on the shelf. Compatibility rating, 100. Maud was taken aback. This was a perfect match. Before Ollivander could continue, Maud interjected, "Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, may I try another? I believe that one above might suit me better." Ollivander paused, glancing back at the wand Maud indicated. Freshly crafted and yet to be packaged. Without further ado, he retrieved it. The moment Maud held this wand, he felt a gentle surge of magic flowing within him, like the rolling waves of the sea, growing stronger with each pulse. Whoosh! A wind much stronger than before swept through the shop, tousling the hair of several patrons and causing numerous items to topple. A brilliant light, akin to that of a Lumos spell, illuminated the room as if it were midday. Both Ollivander and Tumblr stared in astonishment. "Maud, how did you know this wand was a perfect fit for you?" Tumblr inquired, his voice laced with wonder. Ollivander too regarded him with keen interest. Maud touched the slightly dark red wand with a sense of delight, a broad smile illuminating his face. Predictably, he found the wand quite appealing and was eager to test it. Maud chose to withhold the truth, relishing the thrill of secretly amassing wealth. A glimmer of brilliance seemed to flash in Ollivander's eyes. He refrained from further comment and proceeded to introduce the wand. Crafted from willow wood, the wand measured 11 inches and 5/8 in length, with a core made from the heartstring of a Swedish short snout. As Maud listened, he observed his wand with fascination. Compatibility: 100. Effect: bestows a 50-point increase in magical power and a 10-point boost in casting speed. This wand was a flawless match for him, as if it had been created solely for his use. Upon completing the transaction, Maud exited Ollivander's wand shop with his father, reflecting on the earlier chaos. The cabinets had exploded. Items had taken flight, and everything was in disarray. He speculated that Ollivander might be uttering Merlin's beard. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from Gringotts nearby, billowing thick smoke into the air. A stream of red flames shot perilously close to Maud's feet, causing him to leap in alarm. Merlin's beard. Chapter 5. The Attack on Gringotts. Quick, get behind me. Toomler reacted swiftly, pulling Maud behind him as he brandished his wand. Protego. An invisible force manifested before them, imperceptible yet palpable, imparting a peculiar sensation to Maud. Soon, the spell took effect, as flames and debris rained down, all thwarted by this unseen barrier. Maud gazed at the unfolding scene in the distance. At the entrance of Gringotts, a throng of goblins surged forth. They appeared diminutive, akin to children, with wrinkled skin and sparse hair, adorned with pointed ears, resembling peculiar old men. This was a cadre of intelligent beings from the magical realm. They were encircling a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, obscuring their features save for a pair of piercing eyes. There was no dialogue. Instead, both parties engaged in a fierce display of magic. For the first time, Maud witnessed the magical combat of wizards. The cloaked figure waved an ancient wand, and instantly, flames erupted across the ground outside Gringotts, as if grand bonfires had been ignited, prompting many goblins to retreat. The wand pointed skyward once more, and a brilliant flame materialized at its tip, flickering gently in the breeze before soaring towards the goblins like a soaring firebird. The goblins possessed a unique talent that rendered them capable of casting spells without the aid of wands. Several of them extended their short arms, merely waving their hands. With a resounding bang, it seemed as though their palms met the flames, an invisible force extinguishing the fire, leaving the air shimmering as if rippling with transparent water. They staggered back slightly, as if struck by an unseen force. Maud discerned that the magic wielded by the cloaked figure was formidable, while the goblins appeared somewhat less powerful. He surmised that the figure cloaked in black had come to pilfer the treasures housed within Gringotts Vault 713. It seemed that Harry and Hagrid had only recently taken the item, causing him to narrowly miss the event. The identity of this individual was either Professor Quirrell or another minion of Voldemort. The black-robed figure's wand flickered with an inexplicable rhythm, unleashing bursts of fire that zipped through the air like cannonballs. The fierce flames blazed in the atmosphere, dimming the surrounding light. It felt as though fire was raining from the sky. Transparent barriers emerged before the goblins, shielding them from the inferno. Although the flames were extinguished, the shockwaves forced the goblins to retreat repeatedly. An increasing number of goblins emerged, beginning to withstand the pressure and counterattack the figure in black. Flows of flames and silvery light intertwined in the air. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. It was a terrifying presence that even Maud could sense. A dragon. This was the unmistakable roar of a dragon. The cloaked figure momentarily halted, a flash of fire erupting before him, obscuring the view of the onlookers like a circus illusion. He ascended into the air like a bat, his form vanishing into the distance. The goblins, realizing they could not pursue, turned their attention to tidying up the aftermath. They had suffered no losses. Soon, through magic, the shattered buildings and the chaotic streets were restored to their former glory. Maud was overwhelmed with excitement. He had never witnessed such a grand display of magic. At home, he had only occasionally seen his father, Tummel, perform a few minor spells. Were these flames truly blazing? Maud believed they were a form of the fire spell, albeit a more advanced incantation. The spectacle of magical combat was indeed captivating. In the magical realm, however, the true grandeur belonged to the top wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort, whose powers were not only spectacular, but perilous as well. Let us depart, Tummel sighed, surprised to witness a battle in Diagon Alley. Such events were more suited to Knockturn Alley, the haunt of dark wizards. Upon returning home, Maud dashed to his room, eager to discover the effects of this wand with a compatibility rating of 100. He closed the door and windows, drawing the curtains. He prepared to experiment with some commonly used auxiliary spells. Mord shattered an old cup. One he had replaced, its rim cracked. Shattering it completely, the cup splintered into numerous shards. Restoring it to its original state, he waved the wand with a slight motion, and before he could halt, a flash of silver glimmered above the wand. The shards of glass began to coalesce, returning to their former shape. According to the results from the special wizard assessment, this wand granted him a 50-point increase in magical strength and a 10-point boost in casting speed. He could indeed feel the acceleration in his spellcasting, noticeably faster than with his previous wand. What transpired? Mord? Suddenly, Tomer rushed up and knocked on the door, loudly exclaiming that he had heard the sound of a cup shattering. The recent events in Diagon Alley had left a profound impression on him, and he wondered if Maud had encountered any trouble or sustained an injury. No, it's nothing, father. I just accidentally broke a cup, Maud quickly replied. That's good to hear. Be more careful, Tomer said, relieved as he walked away. Maud resolved to avoid breaking any more cups, glancing at the notebook on his desk. He tore out a few pages, scattering some shreds across the floor, restoring the scene to its previous state. Feeling a slight awkwardness, Maud sensed that the angle of his wand movements was amiss, so he practiced the motions repeatedly. After tearing the pages again and restoring them, he finally felt a smoother rhythm. Waving the wand was indeed an art in itself. As for the intensity of the spell, it could not be tested with a restoration charm. The only ordinary spell he could practice was Lumos. A brilliant light erupted from his wand, illuminating the dimly lit room after he closed the curtains, appearing particularly dazzling. Maud estimated that this new wand would shine significantly brighter than his old one. However, he had no precise frame of reference, so he decided to take out the old wand for comparison. After today, this wand would reside in his storage magic as a backup, perhaps never to be used again. Casting Lumos once more, he noted a considerable difference from before. The current glow was insufficient to light the entire room, and in the limited areas it reached, it appeared rather dim, confirming the practical effects of the new wand's amplification. Maud traced a shimmering golden circle with his finger and tossed the old wand inside. This storage magic was indeed quite useful. Maud had a fondness for such spatial magic. Its visual effect was far cooler than apparition. He pondered when he might learn a true spatial magic that would allow one to traverse dimensions. This wand deserved a name. Maud stroked the new wand, deciding to call it the Dragon Heart Wand, since it was connected to a dragon's heart. Chapter 6. How do you still have hot milk? Time swiftly approached September 1st. Maud, hurry up. Maud was still packing his belongings in the room, while his father, Tomer, stood at the door dressed in a neat suit. The train departs at 9. I'm coming, Maud replied, placing the last few items prepared by his mother, Danny, into his suitcase. Don't forget to bring some pastries, Maud, Danny said, handing over some neatly wrapped treats. I just made these last night. I can't, my suitcase is already full, Maud protested, unwilling to stuff anything else inside. Ultimately, he had no choice but to wave his finger. A space opened up. A golden circle suddenly appeared in the air, and Maud carefully placed the pastries inside. This spatial magic had an impressively large capacity. The first time Timale encountered the magic exhibited by Maud, he was struck by its unfamiliarity. What kind of magic is this? Where did you learn it? Maud smiled, contemplating a plausible excuse. Suddenly, the clock chimed. Dear, let's save the questions for later. It's merely a spell. And it appears to be 8 o'clock already. Danny, oblivious to the intricacies of magic, urged them to hurry as the clock struck. Fortunately, the roads were clear, allowing the two to rush without the luxury of conversation. They finally arrived at King's Cross Station in London, hastily making their way to the platform. Before long, Maud spotted several individuals with striking red hair. Could they be members of the Weasley family? He pondered, noting the red hair, blue eyes, and a pair of twins. George, stop fooling around. It's time to board, called a woman with red hair. Ron? Where are you, Ron? Hurry up. Maud turned to the direction of the voice and saw a boy with red hair, blue eyes, and a face dotted with freckles, roughly his size. Hello. Are you also here to catch the train to Hogwarts? Mrs. Weasley inquired upon noticing Maud and Timale. Timale approached her and extended his hand. Greetings. You must be part of the Weasley family. I am Timale Maris, a wizard working in the Muggle world. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Molly Weasley. Are these your children? Oh, they are simply adorable, she remarked, affectionately ruffling Maud's hair. Maud felt a twinge of discomfort at the compliment, awkwardly adjusting his glasses. At his age, being called adorable was expected, yet felt discordant with his mental, or rather actual age. Yes, ma'am, he responded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Maud Maris. Mrs. Weasley bent down to meet Maud's gaze. Young Maris, are you starting school this year? My son Ron is in the same boat as you. Perhaps you two could become good friends. Ron, Ron, come over here. The two adults engaged in conversation, while Maud greeted Ron for the first time, reiterating his name. Ron, with wide eyes, curiously examined Maud. I believe I just heard your name. I'm Ron Weasley. Those two over there are my brothers, George and Fred. Oh, they are twins. Do you play wizard's chess? It's a marvelous game. I must tell you I excel at it. If you share the same interest, we should have a couple of matches. Maud smiled, albeit a bit awkwardly. Indeed, Ron was quite passionate about wizard's chess, bringing it up on their first meeting. However, Ron's amiable and carefree nature was quite likable, often amusing. After chatting for a while, their shared understanding of Ron's character led them to bond swiftly over chess, solidifying their newfound friendship. Before long, Maud noticed a familiar figure approaching, pulling luggage. It was none other than Harry. He raised his hand, signaling Harry to look over. Harry, over here. Are you searching for platform 9 3/4? Harry, appearing perplexed, glanced in his direction. He had just inquired with the station staff, who informed him that such a platform did not exist, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Are you Maud Maris? He suddenly exclaimed with delight. You're a wizard too? It was the first meeting between Ron and Harry, and after some conversation, Maud explained how to locate and enter platform 9 3/4. Soon, they were ready to approach the platform. George and Fred dashed toward a pillar located between platforms 9 and 10. Maud couldn't help but think maliciously that they might collide and come away with bumps on their heads. The moment they made contact with the pillar, they seamlessly merged into the wall, as if a drop of water had dissolved into a pool. The world of magic defies logic. Ron and Harry followed suit, and Maud hurried along with his luggage. As he neared the pillar, darkness enveloped him, and he collided with it, yet felt no resistance whatsoever. After a brief moment, the surroundings suddenly opened up before him. It was still a train station, but the train was not the same as before. A sign hung on the platform, inscribed with 9 3/4. Hurry up, the train is departing. Maud quickly boarded, waving farewell to his father, Tummel. The space within the train was relatively cramped, filled with people, and every compartment was nearly occupied. Having only met Ron and Harry, he naturally followed them into a compartment. Wait a moment. Ron, who had just settled down, suddenly pointed at Harry. Are you Harry Potter? Yes, Harry replied, somewhat bewildered. What's the matter? Huh, Harry Potter. Ron's expression was one of incredulity. What wizard hasn't heard of Harry Potter? Maud observed the unfolding drama until he was unexpectedly called out by Ron. Did you know? He is the boy who lived. Maud simply nodded, replying blandly, I know. Ron, intending to elaborate on Harry's legendary status, was momentarily taken aback by such a nonchalant response. You already knew, didn't you? Would you like to buy some snacks? A small cart rolled by, laden with an array of treats that Maud had never encountered before. Maud's father preferred the Muggle world, thus he had never purchased wizarding food. Harry glanced at Maud and Ron, then retrieved a handful of gold coins from his pocket. I'll take them all. Toady effluence, mon mused. Intrigued by the wizarding snacks, he joined the two in sampling various peculiar delicacies. He held a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and popped one into his mouth. Fortune favored him, as he avoided the bizarre flavors like earwax or booger, enjoying only peach and orange flavors, reminiscent of fruit candies. By the way, Fred taught me a spell. Want to see? Ron looked at Maud and Harry with a hint of pride. Maud nodded, sure. But first, let us enjoy some pastries. The mother of pastries had taken far too many, and she surely could not consume them all herself, so she decided to invite a few people to join her. He had no intention of concealing the spatial storage magic, as it was inevitable that he would need to retrieve and store various items at Hogwarts, which could not be hidden either. This spatial magic originally did not require a wand, but after some contemplation, Maud deliberately took out his wand and waved it toward the air. The space opened. A golden halo appeared out of thin air, and Maud reached in, retrieving some pastries. Oh, I inadvertently brought along a jug of hot milk as well. Maud produced the steaming milk, which was still emanating warmth. Ron and Harry gazed in astonishment. What kind of magic is this? By Merlin's beard, the milk is still steaming. Such remarks were quite gratifying to Maud. Regardless of age, one always relished such praise. The container holding the milk was not insulated, and it had been 2 to 3 hours since breakfast, so it ought to have cooled down by now. Maud was also somewhat surprised, as it was his first realization that his storage magic possessed a warming effect. He waved his hand, saying, come, let us eat. I have brought several cups as well. Suddenly, the chairs were adorned with pastries, and 3 cups of steaming milk were poured. The trio, blowing on the warmth rising from their cups, sipped the milk while relishing the pastries, creating a particularly delightful ambience. Did you see? The red-haired girl who rushed in was taken aback by the scene before her. How do you still have hot milk? Chapter 7. I truly am that person. This girl had large eyes, her hair somewhat tousled, and an air of scholarly intensity about her. She was a girl who loved to learn. Noticing the three individuals in the compartment staring at her, she felt somewhat intrusive. "Apologies, I am Hermione Granger, and I am here in search of a toad. Have you seen one?" Maud and the others shook their heads. "Perhaps it is in another compartment, but not here." Moule replied. "Miss Granger, would you care for a cup of milk?" With Harry and the others gathered, their adventure was about to commence. I seem to have become an extra light bulb. May I join?" Hermione indicated herself. "You can just call me Hermione. However, I would like to ask, where did you get your milk? I recall that there's no place selling such things here." Before Maud could respond, Ron shouted, "Magic! My brother, his magic is quite impressive." Ron wore a proud expression, as if the magic just performed was his own doing. "Brother?" Maud found it amusing that after just one meeting, he was already referred to as Ron's brother. "It is merely a simple spatial magic." Maud demonstrated the storage magic once more, retrieving a clean cup while explaining, "This is a magic that only stores items. It is of little consequence." He poured a cup of milk, intending to hand it to Hermione, but he discovered that she was now intently focused on the golden halo, reaching in and preparing to peek inside to see what lay within. Maud chuckled. Indeed, she was a girl brimming with curiosity. "Hermione?" He gently reminded her. "Ah." Hermione finally came to her senses, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her complexion flushed, akin to being startled, yet also tinged with shyness. "I have never encountered this spell before. It is absent from basic spells for beginners." She accepted the coffee that Mord had handed her. "Where did you learn this? Could you divulge the name of this spell?" Mord chuckled, deliberately withholding the information, suddenly seized by a mischievous impulse. "You." Hermione was indeed exasperated. "How petty of you." She took a fierce gulp of milk, as if intending to swallow Mord whole. Then, she paused suddenly. "I know you." Mord looked puzzled. Ron and Harry glanced over, surprised to discover that Mord was quite renowned. Hermione continued. "You are the one who was denied admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 2 years ago. The only person in Hogwarts history to receive an acceptance letter and yet be refused entry due to a lack of magical talent." Mord nodded. Indeed, she was the all-knowing Miss Granger. "What?" Ron and Harry exclaimed in unison. "You were denied admission, lacking magical talent? The spell you just performed, could it be an illusion? Impossible. Could it be that the professor's vision is poor?" Mord laughed heartily. "Indeed, that is me. However, that is not all. Here lies the only miracle of the magical world." Mord glanced at Harry, and Hermione instantly realized. "You're the boy who lived, Harry Potter. I have read your story." Harry nodded in bewilderment. "Concerning that spell, could you possibly share more about it?" Hermione still did not relent, her eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on Mord. Mord shook his head. "It is a simple spell, learned from another." "Really? But I have not encountered anyone who has created or used such a spell in history of magic. By the way, Hermione, do you know who our professors are?" Mord deftly shifted the topic, successfully diverting Hermione's attention. The four of them settled down to continue sipping their milk, and Ron introduced himself as well. "Your milk is splendid," Hermione remarked, raising her wand to point at Harry's somewhat shattered glasses. Restored to their original state, a wondrous force infused Harry's glasses, and the previously broken lenses instantly became smooth and as good as new. The train arrived at its destination, and Mord disembarked. Approaching him was a towering figure. This was a half-giant, standing over 3 meters tall, clad in a coat made of moleskin, with a face full of beard and cascading, somewhat curly hair, resembling a lion. He was Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. This was not Mord's first encounter with Hagrid. He had met him here 2 years prior. Mord approached Hagrid, feeling an invisible pressure emanating from the giant's height. Hagrid recognized Mord with a hint of familiarity. "Have you been here before?" Mord nodded, "Yes. I visited here 2 years ago." "Hagrid." Harry recognized Hagrid and greeted him. "Freshman, follow me and come sit in the boat." Under Hagrid's guidance, they soon arrived at a magnificent castle. This was none other than Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Maud felt a wave of nostalgia, for the castle was indeed colossal. With countless staircases, the ancient architecture exuded a palpable aura of the magical world. As Maud followed the flow of people upward, he finally reached a grand entrance. Inside was the school's great hall, where a professor stood at the threshold. She wore square spectacles, a deep green robe, and a pointed wizard hat, her age evident. This was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the Transfiguration instructor. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Soon, your sorting ceremony will commence," she announced, her expression serious, a habitual demeanor. She proceeded to explain the upcoming sorting ceremony, along with the school's rules regarding rewards and punishments. and the prestigious House Cup awarded to the highest scoring house at the end of the academic year. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Please wait here for a moment. With that, Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall and closed the door behind her, leaving the group of new students to engage in lively discussion. New environments always spark conversations. It appeared the tales from the train were indeed true. Harry Potter had arrived. "I am Draco Malfoy," declared a golden-haired boy, striding confidently toward Harry. With his slick-back hairstyle and imposing stature, Maud found the sight increasingly incongruous, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. Ron, too, could not help but laugh. The previously smug Malfoy's expression darkened suddenly. "I know you. Red hair, tattered robes. You must be a Weasley." He glared at Ron before shifting his gaze to Maud. "As for you, you were expelled from the school 2 years ago." Maud was taken aback. It seemed this incident had spread widely, even reaching Malfoy. "Harry Potter, soon you will learn that some wizarding families are superior to others. You surely wouldn't want to associate with the wrong crowd," Malfoy warned, his tone dripping with disdain. Ron's face flushed with indignation, but Maud remained unfazed, even offering a nod of amusement that failed to ignite any ire within him. Malfoy, feeling as though he had struck air, huffed in discomfort. "Oomph. Individuals like you, lacking magical talent, are merely here to seek attention. You were expelled 2 years ago, and today's outcome will be no different." The surrounding students exchanged glances, bewildered. They had not heard of Maud's past. But how could someone without magical talent gain admission to Hogwarts? Maud began to clap. "Bravo, Mr. Malfoy. Truly, you are well-mannered." He decided to provoke Malfoy a bit. "Such words I have not encountered in ages. They are indeed thought-provoking. Truly, you live up to your name, Mr. Malfoy." Malfoy listened to Maud's words, addressing him as Sir and expressing admiration, as though he were not speaking ill of him. "So, you know me," he thought, raising his chin, believing that Maud was aware of his family and thus dared not oppose him, choosing to speak favorably to compensate for his previous misstep. "Of course I know you," Maud replied, revealing a smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. A member of a pure-blood family, who could only cower under the shadow of his lineage, was nothing without it. "Oh, but wait, you also have that noble slick-back hairstyle." Chapter 8. How could you possibly possess magic? Malfoy's face turned crimson, as if steam might erupt from a vent if one had existed. Ron burst into laughter. "So true, Maud, so true." The surrounding first years could hardly contain themselves, joining in with snickers. Malfoy clenched his fists. Maud sensed that a confrontation was unlikely, as Professor McGonagall would soon appear. His previous impression of this troublesome boy had not improved, and this encounter only tarnished it further. "Come in." Professor McGonagall suddenly patted Malfoy on the shoulder and addressed all the first years. The newcomers lined up and entered through the door, and Maud finally beheld the scene within. The ceiling of the Great Hall resembled a night sky, resplendent with stars, yet it was not open to the elements, but rather conjured by magic. Beneath this celestial canopy floated rows of burning candles, illuminating the entire hall. Students were seated in neat rows. Many were upperclassmen, including some from 2 years prior. "This person looks somewhat familiar. Yes, I recognize him. He was on the same train as me 2 years ago, but he was later denied admission," murmured the older students, initiating hushed discussions. Harry glanced over, and Ron nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to ignore their chatter. Maud overheard this as well. He shrugged. "Indifferent. When someone pokes at your wounds, it only deepens the hurt, which leads to anger." However, he now possessed magic, and learning it posed no issue. Even his wounds had healed. Silence. Professor McGonagall stood before the first years, gesturing for all students to quiet down. Professor Dumbledore had something to say. The elderly yet spirited Dumbledore, still donning his half-moon spectacles and squinting slightly, addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, before the new term commences, I have a few points to address. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Mr. Filch, the school caretaker, also wishes to remind you that if you wish to avoid being tortured to death, do not enter the corridor to your right on the 4th floor." Maud observed Dumbledore's serious demeanor, suppressing an eye roll. Advising a group of young witches and wizards against venturing to a certain place was surely a way to pique their curiosity. Undoubtedly, it was a baiting tactic. After Dumbledore concluded his address, Professor McGonagall took over. She held up the peculiar black sorting hat and stated, "Those whose names I read, please step forward." Hermione Granger. Maud observed Hermione as she took deep breaths, uttering words of encouragement to herself. "Come on, Hermione." The current Miss Granger still appeared somewhat naive. "Gryffindor." Upon being sorted into Gryffindor House, a smile graced Hermione's face. The new students in the audience also began to applaud. Next, Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. When Harry's name was announced, Maud keenly observed the expressions of Dumbledore and another professor. Professor Dumbledore, seated, suddenly straightened up, sitting with an air of attentiveness. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, with his somewhat indifferent gaze, fixed his eyes intently on Harry. Soon, Maud Mellis, called by name. Maud stepped forward, once again gazing closely at the crooked hat that vaguely revealed faces. As the sorting hat was placed atop Maud's head, it exclaimed loudly, "I remember you. Maud Mellis, the one expelled from Hogwarts 2 years ago. You possess no magical talent." Whispers erupted among the students below. What is happening? How is it possible? He lacks magical talent? Then how did he receive an acceptance letter? I recall, Maud Mellis, I greeted him on the same train 2 years ago. He was indeed expelled by the sorting hat. He has no magical ability. Several professors at the staff table wore peculiar expressions. They had seen Maud during the sorting ceremony 2 years prior, and had indeed discerned his lack of talent. How could he possibly be enrolling now? Some professors glanced at Dumbledore, but he merely squinted and smiled. Maud paid no heed to the sorting hat's words, pondering which house he might enter this time. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or perhaps Gryffindor. He felt Gryffindor might be the most suitable, so he, like Harry, silently repeated Gryffindor in his mind. How is this possible? How could you possess magic? How have you suddenly gained magical ability? The sorting hat seemed flustered, unwilling to believe it had erred 2 years prior, as it had never misjudged anyone before. Sorting hat, proceed. Do not waste everyone's time, Dumbledore interjected from behind. How can this be? Dumbledore took out his wand and suddenly cast a spell that revived the sorting hat. Oh, my apologies, Professor. This individual, Maud Mellis, shall enter Gryffindor. This time, its voice was not particularly loud. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Despite being the subject of many pointed fingers, the outcome was still favorable. He had finally stepped into the magical world. Applause erupted from the audience, but truly enthusiastic clapping came from just 3 individuals: Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the only ones he recognized. The path of the strong is often a solitary one. Maud was immersed in self-satisfaction. Cool, Ron exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your reputation might even surpass Harry's. Maud rolled his eyes. If you desire that kind of fame, I can easily bestow it upon you. The dormitories had been assigned. Maud, along with the other freshmen, followed the upperclassmen to the Gryffindor common room. Soon, he encountered the famously rotating staircase. Looking up, he noticed the entire ancient structure adorned with portraits, while the staircase intermittently turned. If one failed to remember the correct directions, they could easily find themselves lost if the staircase led them astray. He gazed upward, all the way to the 4th floor, the area deemed off-limits by Dumbledore. He had no intention of venturing there, merely a curiosity to observe. Hey, Hermione approached him. You wouldn't dare to venture into the forbidden area, would you? It's far too dangerous. It could be more tragic than death. You might even be expelled. Maud found her expression amusing. To her, the worst fate imaginable was expulsion. Rest assured, I'm not one to seek trouble. In fact, it's you who seems to attract mischief. Those 3 will likely sneak in there for an adventure soon. Then, the group arrived before a painting depicting a fat lady, aptly named the Fat Lady. The portrait suddenly animated. Password, the Fat Lady declared. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, responded, Dragon Dung. A passage opened behind the portrait, leading into the Gryffindor common room. The fireplace crackled with flames, surrounded by a few chairs and a long sofa. 2 staircases branched off to the sides, leading to the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory. Maud stepped into the dormitory and surveyed the surroundings. The room was quite spacious, equipped with individual beds instead of bunk beds. He ran his hand over the quilt. It was quite comfortable, and the living conditions were indeed commendable. He approached the window and peered outside, where a vast expanse of water lay before him. It appeared to be the sea. Hey, Maud, you're here too. Ron and Harry approached, their faces lighting up with surprise upon seeing Maud. He found it quite a coincidence that they had been assigned together. After unpacking his belongings, Maud climbed onto his bed. Maud, how did you manage it? I mean, how did you learn magic? Ron inquired. Harry also turned to look at him. Magic? Isn't it simply learned with a wand? Chapter 9. Transfiguration. Not mastered, but pride must be maintained. The following day, shortly after dawn, Maud rose from his slumber. After freshening up, he retrieved a book titled Standard Spells for Beginners. If he remembered correctly, their first class of the day was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. The more complex the transformation, the greater the magical energy required. Conversely, simpler transformations demanded less. Thus, the difficulty of transfiguring an intricate object increased with its complexity. To truly master a skill, one must not only be imbued with a wealth of imagination, but also engage in relentless practice. This transformation spell was something Maud had encountered previously. He had grasped the general principles of the incantation and the techniques of wand usage, yet he was not a prodigy in this field. Only through continuous practice could he genuinely command this magic. Maud pondered whether he could exchange the knowledge he had yet to fully assimilate for some new insights from Kunlun. Surely, related magics would share commonalities. Perhaps this could serve as an entry point for learning the transformation spell. With this thought, Maud delved into the depths of his mind. The snow-capped Kunlun mountains loomed in the void of his imagination. He organized his understanding of the transformation spell and transmitted it through a mental conduit to Kunlun. The reception was peculiar, disjointed, and intermittent. Had he succeeded? Maud observed intently, and, at last, the exchange of knowledge concluded smoothly. However, the information received was indeed incomplete. He envisioned the phrase fragments of the illusion spell materializing in his mind. Maud meticulously examined these words. The illusion spell, conceived by Fox, allowed one to transform their fantasies into phantoms through magic. As long as one's imagination and magical prowess were sufficient, the line between reality and illusion would blur. This spell featured instant casting and was relatively easy to learn. Should one's strength be sufficient one day, they could even create an entire world of illusions. Suddenly, the alarm clock on Maud's bedside rang, indicating that only 20 minutes remained before class. He glanced over at Harry and Ron, who were still deeply asleep. Maud got out of bed and playfully delivered a couple of light slaps to their arms. Harry stirred awake, inquiring what was amiss. Maud was at a loss for words. It was no wonder they had been late on the first day. Soon enough, Harry was fully awake and rushed off to wash up, while Ron remained in slumber, merely grunting in response to Maud's playful assault. Maud, determined, delivered a couple more gentle taps to Ron's head, producing a buzzing sensation that finally roused him from his stupor. What a dreadful morning, Ron groaned, rubbing his head. The trio hurried to the classroom. Maud pushed the door open and stepped inside first. Glancing at the clock, he had arrived just on time. The other two, however, were fashionably late, which brought a smirk to Maud's face. There was no saving them now. Inside the classroom, students were diligently writing with quills. On the podium, Maud noticed Professor McGonagall, currently in her feline form. He waved at Hermione, who turned to greet him. "Oh, Harry, Maud, you made it just in time. Can you imagine if old McGonagall found out?" With a swift motion, Maud playfully smacked Ron on the back of his head. Ron was momentarily bewildered, questioning why he had been struck. Maud indicated towards the podium, where the cat had now transformed back into Professor McGonagall, who approached them. Ron sheepishly chuckled. "You three." "Professor McGonagall, I entered at precisely 6:59, just in time to avoid being late." The stern expression on Professor McGonagall's face suddenly froze. "Even if I was not tardy, one should allow me to finish speaking. Interrupting others is a grave fault." She was about to teach Maud the importance of courtesy. Maud raised a hand and politely interjected, "Professor McGonagall, I acknowledge my mistake and vow to never arrive at the classroom at the last moment again." Sighing, Professor McGonagall nodded, and Maud returned to his seat. "And what about the two of you? Do you possess no sense of time? Should I transform you into a clock to help you grasp the concept of punctuality?" The formal lesson commenced. Standing at the podium, Professor McGonagall articulated her views on transfiguration and shared various techniques. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous form of magic you shall learn at Hogwarts. I expect you to approach it with utmost seriousness. Anyone who disrupts my class will be expelled and forbidden from returning." She emphasized the necessity of concentration when performing transfiguration. Although most of Professor McGonagall's discussion revolved around textbook material, she interspersed her insights, which proved beneficial to Maud. He listened intently, diligently taking notes. "Now, we shall proceed to the practical segment." Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student. "Now, attempt to transform this matchstick into a needle." Maud turned to observe Hermione, the academic prodigy. Upon noticing his gaze, Hermione's expression grew serious. She needed to demonstrate to this fellow that she, Hermione, was also a little genius. After several attempts, she successfully transformed the matchstick into a needle and cast a triumphant glance at Maud. He then turned to see Harry. He too was close to success. Was this the prowess of a scholar versus a genius? Maud began his first attempt in class. He waved his wand repeatedly, chanting the incantation, yet the matchstick remained unchanged. After numerous attempts, he concentrated diligently. Following his recent notes step by step, he cast the spell multiple times, yet still saw no results. Ron patted his shoulder. "We truly are a pair of unfortunate souls." Professor McGonagall approached, sighing. Although this child possessed talent, it appeared rather unrefined. At that moment, Draco Malfoy happened to witness the scene. He raised a silver needle and, with a sneer, mocked Maud with your level of incompetence. You ought to remain in the broom cupboard for the rest of your life. Maud's opinion of him further deteriorated, contemplating when he might grant this young rascal a complete childhood. As the class neared its conclusion, Maud was becoming the center of attention. He recalled the contents of fragments of enchantment and silently recited the incantation. With a gentle flick of his wand, he ignited the matchstick. Under the influence of this magical force, the matchstick gradually transformed into a silver needle. This is but an illusion, yet a mere silver needle requires little imagination to appear convincingly real. Malfoy gasped, suddenly stiffening. He turned his head, sensing that this fellow, Mord, had merely been toying with him, clearly capable, yet still feigning ignorance. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall nodded at Mord. Harry gave a thumbs up, while Ron exclaimed, "Hey, Mord, you tricked even me." Ron believed Mord was deliberately stringing Malfoy along for amusement, pretending not to grasp the transformation spell. Mastery of the transformation charm was either a feat for prodigies, achieving success in mere attempts, or a humble journey from a mere matchstick to something resembling a silver needle. Hermione cast a disapproving glance at Mord. He smiled, relishing the moment. Although he had yet to master transfiguration, he felt the need to salvage his pride. As for the transformation spell, he could take his time learning. If all else failed, he had the illusion charm, a magic that could make the unreal seem real. Chapter 10. My reading pace is akin to that of Tortoise. Once class concluded, Mord contemplated heading to the library. On one hand, he relished reading. On the other, his golden finger, Kunlun, necessitated it as well. However, he was uncertain of the way. Spotting a wild mane of red hair amidst the crowd, he hastily pursued it. If anyone among the students was certain to know the library's location, it would undoubtedly be Hermione. "Why are you following me?" Hermione inquired, regarding him with curiosity. "I'm off to read," he replied. "Then why are you following me?" Mord returned her gaze, puzzled. "I don't know the way. But aren't you headed to the library? I can just follow you." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "I'm currently on my way to the girls' restroom." Mord scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled awkwardly. "I assumed you were either in the library or en route to it." Mord inquired about the library's direction from Hermione and eventually found his way there alone. The Hogwarts library was indeed extraordinary. The entire library spanned an area comparable to a Quidditch pitch, with shelves densely packed with tomes, many of which bore an antique appearance. Just one shelf contained an overwhelming number of books. It housed a wealth of knowledge, ranging from the astronomical history of the magical realm to cultural geography, with an extensive collection of texts. Most notably, it provided access to nearly every spell in the magical world: standard spell series, magical theory, beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 marvelous herbs, and introduction to potions and brewing. Mord picked up standard spells level 2 and briefly perused it, finding it filled with intricate magical descriptions. Yet, every spell differed from those he had encountered in standard spells level 1. Here, there were also standard spells level 3, 4, and 5. Mord sighed, pondering whether he would ever master these spells, considering his own magical aptitude. He picked up a book titled The Theory of Magic, eager to discover any techniques that might enhance his learning abilities. Suddenly, Hermione appeared, her lively spirit evident as she hopped over, startling Maud. He shot her a glance. What else would I be doing in the library if not reading? Hermione selected a book and sat across from Maud, immersing herself in its contents. Maud, too, delved back into his reading. A soft rustling sound caught Maud's attention. It was quick and persistent. He lifted his gaze to witness Hermione flipping through the pages with remarkable speed, each page barely lingering under 2 or 3 seconds. She had already consumed nearly half the book. In stark contrast, Maud glanced at his own progress, a mere 5 pages. No wonder Hermione was dubbed the know-it-all. She possessed a photographic memory. Compared to her, his reading pace felt like that of a tortoise. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy, he thought. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Miss Granger, this method of reading is rather flawed. When we read, we must scrutinize every sentence, engaging deeply with the text, rather than merely skimming through it. Such an approach yields little learning." "But I remember everything," Hermione replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Remembering is one thing, but do you truly comprehend? Magic is not merely to be memorized. It demands study. If memorization sufficed, one could learn an entire repertoire of spells in a day." Maud's playful jab was meant in jest, yet Hermione remained undeterred, her habitual reading style unaltered. It was a deeply ingrained habit, not easily abandoned. Nevertheless, Maud meant no harm. He was simply teasing. As afternoon waned, the two continued their study in the library, having settled for a light lunch earlier, their focus unwavering. Maud was accustomed to solitary study, which which was understandable given his age, but Hermione, being younger, defied all expectations. Moo! Hermione! Harry and Ron approached. We've been looking for you too. So you've been here reading all this time? They surveyed the multitude of books. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern at the thought of spending an afternoon poring over such dry material. Isn't playing wizards chess more enjoyable? Why put yourselves through this? Are you too trying to make life difficult for yourselves? Goodness. Ron scratched his head. Do you think they've lost their minds, Harry? Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. You too. Why not join us in our studies? A good book can aid us in becoming great wizards, Hermione declared, her earnestness momentarily leaving Maud speechless. Was this girl also a chatterbox? Enough already with the grand aspirations of becoming a great wizard. Ron mimicked Hermione's tone, his voice laced with playful sarcasm. Am I to become a magnificent slug? Hermione's cheeks flushed with indignation. Harry swiftly covered Ron's mouth, preventing him from further commentary. You two may continue. Pay no heed to Ron and me. Ha. With that, Harry dragged Ron away. Maud found the scene amusing. Calm down, my dear scholar. Ron is merely jesting. His temperament is somewhat mischievous. Do not take offense. Hermione was about to voice her dissent, but his words were too. Next time, just give him a good punch. This statement silenced the retort Hermione was about to utter. Ron? That evening, Maud reflected on the knowledge he had absorbed throughout the day, jotting it down in his notebook. Why not learn a spell to assist you with your note-taking? Harry suddenly suggested. Over the past few days, having witnessed many forms of magic and noticing Maud's penchant for note-taking, he offered this piece of advice. Mul pondoth. Thank you, Harry. Maud felt somewhat rigid. In a magical realm, who needed to take notes or write articles? Was that not the purpose of magic? Magic was indeed the foremost productivity of the magical world. Harry truly was extraordinary. Maud noted this need, contemplating visiting the library the next day to learn the spell. Of course, he would assess its difficulty. If it proved too challenging, he would first memorize the incantation and some of the casting details, learning gradually. With a focused mind, Maud continued to complete his notes, organizing the content. As he was reviewing theoretical knowledge, he had observed some wand techniques, yet it was now time for sleep. Not suitable for practice. Maud immersed this knowledge into the Kunlun, from which he exchanged for some more practical magical techniques, as well as a spell called construction of magical books. Upon understanding it, he felt an overwhelming joy. The very spell for note-taking he had just contemplated had materialized. Harry truly possessed luck. This spell allowed for the creation of a magical energy book. Any text he had seen or content he had heard during lectures, or thoughts he wished to remember would automatically arrange themselves on the pages of this book, as long as he held the intention to retain the information. This was a spell perfectly suited for the diligent student. Naturally, recording something in a magical book did not equate to having learned or memorized it. The primary function of this spell was still to assist in note-taking, yet Maud was exceedingly pleased. Chapter 11. Snape praised my keen curiosity. This spell did not demand a high level of magical talent. At least for Maud, its difficulty was considerably less than that of the Transfiguration spell. Initially, he had intended not to disturb others' slumber late at night. However, after glancing at the description of this spell in his mind, he thought, no, it's too enticing. Even if it meant sacrificing sleep, he must learn it. Maud tucked himself under the covers, wand in hand, contemplating the spell while occasionally waving his wand. Though the white blanket was quite thick, bursts of light still emanated from beneath it. Ron and Harry, who had just settled into sleep, neatly draped their blankets over their heads. This particular spell had occupied Mord for a full 2 days, during which he dedicated himself to studying by day and practicing with his wand while walking, occasionally executing the spell. The others remained indifferent. Such behavior is commonplace in the magical realm. There are indeed many diligent students of magic, akin to the boy in Mord's year who enjoys transforming the water in his cup into wine. At last, Mord successfully cast the spell. A book with slightly yellowed pages materialized in his hand, its cover devoid of any writing. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to name this book The Magical Diary. The title naturally emerged upon the cover. The spell expended minimal magical energy. Mord felt he could easily hold it for an entire day. When it was no longer needed, he could dispel the magic, and it would revert to nothingness. However, the contents recorded within would remain intact, which is the enchantment's remarkable aspect. Mord tucked his wand away and nestled the magical book under his arm as he entered the library. Within, Hermione's presence was quite striking. Hermione inquired, observing him. Where's your wand? Why aren't you studying magic? Over the past few days, she and her companions had seen him walking and casting spells, so it was indeed peculiar not to see his wand. Having completed his task, Mord gestured triumphantly and took a seat with a book titled Fundamentals of Potions. He delved into the efficacy of daffodil bulbs, the brewing methods for age potions, and the special properties of bubble roots. Although Mord's reading speed had not significantly improved, his ability to identify key points and questions had accelerated remarkably. Beneath the seemingly dormant cover of the book resting on his desk, words began to appear, documenting all the essential points he had noted. When writing, an author often extends the text for clarity, but by distilling it down, Mord could easily revisit these key sections in the future, enhancing both his learning and retrieval speed. Beneath each highlighted section, questions he did not understand began to emerge as well, such as how to better integrate the various effects of age potions. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure entering the library. Looking up, he saw Professor Snape. Mord opened his magical book and noted that he had filled an entire page with accumulated questions, and the answers were right before him, in the form of Professor Snape. Mord waved enthusiastically and greeted Snape. "Ah, Mr. Maris," Snape replied, his gaze maintaining its characteristic coldness, accentuated by his hooked nose, giving him a somewhat sinister appearance. To put it plainly, he did not come across as a benevolent figure. "Is there something you need, Maris?" "Of course, Professor Snape. May I ask you some questions?" Snape regarded him with a hint of curiosity before nodding. Aside from the students of Slytherin, few sought to engage him in conversation. Even among Slytherin's ranks, only a handful dared to pose questions to him. Maud, having turned to a page in his spellbook filled with queries, began to inquire. "Professor Snape, the tome Fundamentals of Potion Making mentions the properties of gillweed, yet does not clarify whether this herb can be brewed into a potion. Additionally, while it discusses the essence of bubble juice, it fails to elaborate on its preparation. Might you enlighten me on the method of its creation?" His earnestness was evident, and he diligently took notes. Snape nodded, maintaining his usual demeanor, yet feeling a sense of satisfaction within. This was the essence of a true student, unlike the infamous Harry Potter, who seemed to be lost elsewhere. Indeed, gillweed could be transformed into a potion, enhancing its efficacy and extending the duration one could breathe underwater from 1 hour to 2. Snape provided a lengthy and detailed explanation for both inquiries. Maud feigned note-taking while, in truth, the spellbook was inscribing the answers itself. "Are there any further questions?" Snape inquired. "Certainly." Maud continued with his inquiries. Snape once again launched into an extensive discourse. "Any more?" "Indeed." Snape wondered at the sheer volume of questions from the student. He shortened his answers this time, yet conveyed them with clarity. Maud even began consulting fundamentals of potion making, glancing back and forth as he let the spellbook record his questions and Snape's replies. "What about this query, Professor Snape?" Maud posed yet another question. Snape, now visibly restless, asked, "Mr. Maris, how many questions remain?" 5. "Oh, now 6 came the response." Snape glanced at the page filled with queries, having just answered several, and deemed 6 questions a manageable number. Thus, he answered them patiently. At last, having addressed all 6 inquiries, Snape rose. "Until next time, Mr. Maris." Maud grasped his robe. "Wait, Professor Snape, I have 3 more questions." Why does the student have an ever-growing list of questions? Snape managed a strained smile. "Mr. Maris, you are certainly a person of considerable curiosity." Sensing Snape's growing impatience, Maud hesitated to press further. Regretfully, he closed the spellbook and returned to his seat opposite Hermione. His efforts were fruitful. In just one morning, he had completed an entire chapter of Fundamentals of Potion Making, while the entire book contained merely 5 chapters. This chapter encompassed nearly all the foundational knowledge of potions they were expected to learn in their first year. The remainder would be practical application. "What were you doing just now?" Hermione asked upon his return. "Asking questions." "Who?" "Professor Snape." "Oh," Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. "You mean that rather fearsome-looking Professor Snape?" Maud nodded in affirmation. "He may appear fierce, yet he is quite an admirable professor. He even praised my strong curiosity." Of course, Hermione might not fully grasp this sentiment. Professor Snape will likely continue to bear the brunt of blame. "What book is that?" Hermione observed him holding an ancient-looking tome. "This young girl possesses remarkable powers of observation." "It's my notebook," Maud replied. "May I take a look at your notebook?" Without hesitation, Maud handed her the spellbook. "Wow," Hermione exclaimed. "Did you just ask so many questions?" She pointed to the myriad of inquiries and their densely packed answers, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "How did you manage to take so many notes just now?" Chapter 12. Ancient Elves? I have decided to cease being human. Witnessing Miss Granger's insatiable curiosity, Maud explained the spellbook to her. "This is a spell for taking notes. Just like this." Suddenly, a line of large letters appeared on the open page of the spellbook held by Hermione. "Greetings, Hermione Granger." Instantly, the words vanished. Good heavens! Hermione gasped, attracting the attention of several onlookers, and quickly covered her mouth. Is this the magic you've been studying? Indeed, Maud replied, taking a sip of water. This is the magic I have been rather eccentrically practicing on my journey. What kind of magic is this? Maud observed her expression, reminiscent of someone who had stumbled upon a treasure. Hermione's obsession with learning such things was truly unrelenting. This magic is my closely guarded secret. Perhaps I am the only one in this world currently studying it. Maud paused, as if preparing to deliver a lengthy discourse. Hermione, too, focused her attention. This is a marvelous spell, also a rather convenient one. Of course, the specifics remain classified. Hermione listened intently, but upon hearing the word classified, she rolled her eyes and scoffed. You really are quite stingy. Maud chose not to continue reading, but instead turned his attention to his notes. These notes were merely recorded in the spell book and required his own study. He spent a considerable amount of time solidifying this knowledge. He named this knowledge Fundamentals of Potion Making, Chapter 1. Maud pondered, what could be exchanged with Kunlun for the knowledge of potion making? Ancient potion knowledge? Or the techniques of brewing potions? Closing his eyes, Maud transmitted the organized knowledge to Kunlun all at once. The snow-covered summit of Kunlun seemed to emit a glimmer of golden light. Maud was intrigued. What could this golden light be? In the past 2 years, he had never witnessed such an occurrence. After inputting knowledge, Kunlun had always directly exchanged knowledge with him. He had never seen colors other than white atop the Kunlun peak. Maud concentrated, gradually amplifying the golden glow on Kunlun Mountain. Finally, he beheld it, a golden orb of light buried beneath the snow of Kunlun. It appeared transparent, yet the golden radiance imbued it with color. From the Kunlun Mountains came the message of this luminous orb, a legacy from the first elven king and master of potions, Gudges. This incident stemmed from an unexpected potion experiment during the Age of Wizards, inadvertently crafting an alternative potion known as the Elven Bloodline. Those who possess this bloodline shall transform into elves, beings born of magic. Elves? Maud made a connection to the house elves of the contemporary magical world, pondering if they referred to such creatures. The Kunlun Mountains provided him with clarity. These magical beings possess dual appearances. Their original visage is one form, yet they can also assume the guise of their former human selves. Maud beheld the countenance of the elves, a group with pointed ears, bearing human-like faces and bodies. Some had eyes that shimmered, while others were cloaked in flames, showcasing a remarkable variety. It seemed that there were multiple kinds of elves. Regardless of the perspective, they bore no resemblance to house elves. The elven bloodline consists of 4 tiers, ranging from the sage elf to the ultimate elf king. All elves possess an extraordinary capacity for the study and mastery of magic, surpassing the imagination of any wizard. The first tier, the sage elf, is a natural scholar with an innate talent for learning magic, particularly excelling in memory and divination spells. Maud scrutinized the introduction of the sage elf, and he could not help but reflect on himself, on Hermione and Harry. In comparison, his own performance seemed quite disheartening. Reading at a turtle's pace, struggling with magic? Currently, even transfiguration magic was still in the process of development. The golden orb represented the legacy of the elven bloodline left by Gudges, requiring certain potions as aids for the inheritance of the bloodline. It could be directly inherited? Maud reread the passage and confirmed that direct inheritance was indeed possible. The elven bloodline was a product of potion making, yet the crafting method was complex. Just the materials Maud had glimpsed constituted several densely packed pages. However, the Elf King Gudges had already arranged matters for future heirs. Maud glanced at the supplementary potion ingredients, unicorn horns. These were some of the potions he had encountered during his studies the previous day, readily available in the magical world. Did this not imply that he could become an elf? Becoming an elf held significant meaning for him, as his magical aptitude was rather modest. The memory and magical learning capabilities of the sage elf struck directly at his vulnerabilities. Contemplating this, Maud gripped the spellbook tightly, distorting its shape in the process. "What are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed, unable to tolerate his treatment of the book. Books are the ladder of human advancement. How could one treat them so carelessly? With a swift motion, Hermione smacked his hand away. Maud snapped back to reality. "Oh, I apologize, I was rather engrossed." Hermione scoffed. "Engrossed? I hardly believe anyone could become so captivated by their own notes to treat them in such a manner." Maud returned to his mind, continuing to absorb the information. The sage elf, in another sense, was no longer human. Not human? Maud glanced at the description of the sage elf. Remarkable memory, high aptitude for magic. What could be considered human about that? Did humans possess the essence of elves? Maud resolved to abandon his humanity. The second tier of elven lineage, fire, abruptly halted. Maud felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet the potion knowledge he had acquired amounted to little more than this. The rest required continued diligence and study. Maud recorded the necessary auxiliary potions and all their materials for inheriting the sage elf's bloodline in his spellbook. Subsequently, the spellbook concealed the text on that page, rendering it blank once more. This was yet another function of the spellbook, the ability to hide words. Next, he needed to prioritize gathering these materials, for there were several avenues to explore: Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, Professor Snape's office. Snape? However, there was one elusive ingredient, the unicorn horn, which proved difficult to obtain. How to acquire it? Maud was aware that in due time, Harry and his friends would surely encounter a deceased unicorn. This was a means of procurement, albeit fraught with danger. Yet, for the sake of his future, he had to sacrifice his current safety. Maud set aside the spellbook and resumed studying the second chapter of Fundamentals of Potion Making. This chapter delved deeper into various herbs, other materials, and a plethora of potions. The reading presented numerous challenges, with arcane terminology and unfamiliar potions. Unbeknownst to him, Maud filled yet another page with questions. Professor Snape. Maud lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, wondering if Snape was still present. It had only been a few hours since he last saw him, yet he found himself missing him. Alas, Professor Snape was perhaps back in his office. In any case, he was not here now. Chapter 13, Hagrid. I have a few questions to ask you. After finishing his reading, Maud accompanied Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the dining hall for a grand feast. The spread was lavish, featuring steak, lamb chops, bread, and corn. The four of them chatted as they ate. Maud, why do you bring a book to dinner? Ron exclaimed dramatically. Oh, you must have been led astray by Hermione. She loves to carry tomes taller than herself wherever she goes. Humph. Hermione looked slightly displeased. Don't be ridiculous, Ron. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder. Hermione, don't listen to him. He can be quite the chatterbox at times. Maud nodded in agreement. There was truth in Harry's words. He grabbed a chicken wing and took a bite. Ron was merely a talkative fellow, but he was truly a good person. Ron, sensing Molly's impending competence, nodded appreciatively. Aside from his poor studies and penchant for provoking others, he had no other faults. Wait, is that a compliment? Ron exclaimed. Harry and Hermione burst into laughter. I know where Hagrid lives. Do you want to go together later? Harry suddenly suggested. Hagrid? Wasn't that the tall fellow who welcomed the new students at the train station? Ron mused upon Hagrid's appearance, gesturing emphatically. Indeed, he was a towering figure, reminiscent of a majestic lion. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, was rumored to possess a kind heart. Hermione, well versed in the affairs of the school, nodded in agreement. The trio then turned their gazes towards Maud, who gave a slight nod. Very well, let us go together. After a moment's contemplation, Maud dashed out briefly, returning swiftly. Following their meal, the group exited the school, jogging towards Hagrid's quaint little hut. The structure was a modest stone cottage, crowned with a chimney from which smoke wafted gently. Maud knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In no time, the imposing Hagrid swung the door open, brandishing a crossbow aimed at the visitors. What is this? Harry approached from behind, observing Hagrid's stance. Oh, it's you lot. Harry, Hagrid relaxed, lowering the crossbow. I was merely on guard against unsavory characters. Come. Upon entering, Maud was greeted by a large black dog, its head nearly twice the size of the young wizard's. Though its size was formidable, the dog's countenance appeared rather endearing and clumsy. Ah, this is my pet, Fong. Don't worry, he won't bite. The group gathered around Fong, occasionally reaching out to stroke him. Fong emitted a rather goofy bark in response. Maud, feeling the texture of Fong's fur, soon found a chair to sit upon. He retrieved his spellbook and flipped to the latter pages, where common magical creatures caught his eye. He had ventured out during their meal to procure this very book, although he had not brought it with him. Instead, he had transcribed dozens of pages into his spellbook. This was one of the book's features, the ability to transfer scene text into its pages, akin to a camera's function. Hagrid, possessing profound knowledge of magical creatures, would later become the professor for the care of magical creatures class at Hogwarts. It was an opportunity not to be squandered. You, my friend, Hermione, observing Maud's enthusiasm, felt her own motivation surge as she retrieved a book of her own, immersing herself in its contents. Harry and Ron, having finished petting Fong, turned to witness this scene, momentarily taken aback. Do you think, Ron, that we might be neglecting our studies? Harry pondered, questioning whether they were the true outliers in a school full of diligent students. No, we are quite normal. They may be the ones who are mad. Yes, truly mad, Ron replied, his mouth agape, still unable to close it. He casually retrieved a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Ugh. Dreadful, tastes like earwax. Hagrid, too, seemed momentarily taken aback. Mr. Marys and Miss Granger, indeed, are truly dedicated to their studies. Harry, you two should learn from them. Hagrid hopes that this little boy, who has had a special bond with him since childhood, can thrive. Education is indeed a means to assist Harry in his journey. Of course, Hagrid, I will, Harry stammered. Like Ron, he was not fond of reading. For them, the experience was more unpleasant than consuming Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that tasted like earwax. Mr. Mord, what are you reading? Hagrid exclaimed upon noticing the large letters on the book about magical creatures, his eyes widening with surprise. Ah, so you enjoy magical creatures as well? Oh, that makes us kindred spirits. Just call me Mord, he said, looking up from his book. Hagrid moved beside Mord to examine the contents of his book. Oh, this hippogriff. I have one too. Delightful little creature. Mord nodded silently. Hagrid's keen interest in magical creatures suggested that he would appreciate inquiries about them. It seemed that the forthcoming exchange of questions would be quite heartwarming. Standing next to Mord, Hagrid followed along as they both perused the pages of common magical creatures, engaging in conversation about its content. The trio, consisting of Mord, Hagrid, and Hermione, spent a considerable amount of time engrossed in reading. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had been frolicking with the dogs for quite a while, wandering about in search of new curiosities. Now, feeling fatigued, they rested their heads on the table, counting the patterns of the wood grain. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, Mord had already jotted down numerous questions regarding magical creatures in his spellbook. With Hagrid present to elucidate, the inquiries were fewer in number. Mord flipped through his magical tome until he reached the page where he had noted his questions. Hagrid, I am aware of your extensive knowledge about magical creatures. Hagrid blushed slightly, waving his hand dismissively. No, I merely have a keen interest in the subject. May I pose a few questions to you? Mord inquired, gazing into Hagrid's eyes. Hagrid paused momentarily before nodding, his heart swelling with joy at being acknowledged for his expertise in magical creatures. Of course, go ahead. Mord commenced with his first question. Hagrid, this book merely describes the appearance of unicorns but omits details about their behavior. Are owls, commonly used messengers in the magical world, also considered magical creatures? What extraordinary characteristics do they possess? Hagrid chuckled as he answered Mord's questions, finding them well within his realm of knowledge. While he had not excelled academically in other subjects, his expertise in magical creatures would undoubtedly rank among the top. This was not mere talent, but a profound passion. Hagrid, drawn to Mord's curiosity, found him to be quite an admirable boy. Are there any more questions? After addressing several of Mord's inquiries, Hagrid felt a lingering desire for more interaction. He relished the opportunity to embody a professor and engage with young minds. Certainly. Maud turned the page and continued to inquire about the content on the next page. He then resumed reading common magical creatures, amassing further questions. Hagrid assured him that the magical book would assist in organizing the information, keeping it noted within its pages. Clearing his throat, which felt somewhat parched, he took a sip of water before continuing. Maud nodded in acknowledgement. After Hagrid finished his drink, he resumed addressing Maud's inquiries. Time seemed to fly for Maud. Outside, the sky had grown dim. Hagrid's voice became hoarse, and his smile appeared somewhat stiff. He finally sensed that something was amiss. The questions seemed to be multiplying. Maud, cough, do you have more questions? He asked, coughing slightly. Observing Hagrid's condition, it was evident that he needed to rest his throat, and glancing at the time revealed it was already late. Perhaps next time, Maud suggested. Hagrid nodded, suddenly feeling a surge of joy, breaking into a smile. If I have time tomorrow, I will come by. Maud, listen to me. The area outside the school is not very safe. Chapter 14. Snape must play wizard's chess exceedingly well. The group returned to the Gryffindor common room, fully enveloped in darkness. Hey, Maud, Hermione called out, clutching a book and flipping through its pages. She pinched several pages together, reminiscent of a victor in a Quidditch match. I've read so many books. When it comes to reading, I will not concede defeat. Maud admired Hermione's competitive spirit, even finding it amusing. This young girl possessed an extraordinary zeal for learning. He gave her a thumbs up. Pleased, Hermione lifted her chin, prepared to retire to her dormitory. Oh, when it comes to reading, I simply cannot. Ron began to mimic Hermione's tone, but before he could finish, Harry covered his mouth. Luckily, Hermione moved quickly and did not hear them. Maud and Harry returned to their dormitory. What classes do we have tomorrow? Maud suddenly recalled that it was Professor Snape's potions class. He found the subject rather appealing, eager to learn more about potion making. However, he glanced at Harry, who was joking and laughing with Ron. Should we do something? Mo pondo de l'autre. Harry, he called. What is it, Maud? Harry turned to him. Are you planning to learn some potion knowledge? Tomorrow is Professor Snape's potions class. I think not. Harry replied with an awkward smile, declining the suggestion. I plan to go to sleep. Maud was left speechless. Mentioning studying seemed to induce sleepiness. This appeared to be a characteristic of a certain group in the Muggle world. Maud picked up a pen and wrote some notes. The essence of life and death. The stomach of a goat and wolfsbane. After finishing, he tore off the paper and tossed it to Harry. Harry, remember the answers to these 3 questions. They will be useful tomorrow. What? Harry looked bewildered, unsure of what he was being asked to remember. Despite not understanding why Maud wanted him to memorize this information, he took the paper and began to commit it to memory. In truth, the text on this paper does not exceed 20 words, making it quite easy to remember. The following day, Maud roused Harry and Ron early. The trio arrived at the classroom, this time not tardy. Hey, Maud, you actually made it on time today, Hermione remarked from the side. I thought you. You shouldn't say that, Maud interrupted her. Indeed, Miss Know-It-All, Ron concurred with Maud. You are too. I have never been late, Miss Granger. Only 2 individuals were late. Maud pointed at Harry and Ron, who looked puzzled. Shortly after they had seated themselves, the classroom door swung open once more. Professor Snape entered, clad in his voluminous black robes, striding purposefully. His sinister visage, hooked nose, and cold gaze, combined with the black attire, imparted an oppressive aura, reminiscent of a malevolent dark wizard. In my class, you need not wield your wands nor murmur incantations. In fact, I do not expect you to grasp the intricate science and rigorous craftsmanship of potion making. Of course, for the exceptionally gifted elite, I shall teach you how to evoke enchantment and beguile the mind. Professor Snape suddenly paused, fixing his gaze on someone in the classroom. Some individuals, overly confident in their abilities, disdainfully neglected to pay attention. Maud glanced at Harry to his left, who was scribbling something on paper. Mr. Potter, he called, prompting Harry to look up in confusion and rise. Tell me, what do you obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Harry quickly turned to Maud. Recalling the answer Maud had provided the previous day, the draft of living death. Snape narrowed his cold eyes. Very well, Mr. Potter. Can you tell me where I might procure a piece of bezoar? What distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? The subsequent questions startled Harry. The 3 answers Maud had given him were in the same order as Snape's inquiries. Could Maud be a seer? From the belly of a goat, he replied without hesitation. Both are varieties of the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Maud nodded in satisfaction beside him. It appeared that Harry had narrowly escaped this time. Excellent. Maud could even anticipate Snape's next words. 5 points to Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, can you tell me what potion aconite is commonly used to brew? Maud's head shot up suddenly. Was there a further inquiry? Harry cast a furtive glance at him, revealing his perplexity. Why hadn't Maud provided an answer for this question? His expression shifted to one of embarrassment. He truly did not know. I don't know, sir. Then, Mr. Potter, tell me. What are the side effects of the draft of living death? Harry lowered his head and cast a glance at Mord. Mord, with a resigned shrug, discerned that Snape had made up his mind for the day. He was undoubtedly determined to assert his authority over Harry. For the final question, what is the use of bezoar? Harry shook his head once more, a pity indeed. It appeared that reputation did not equate to everything. Snape displayed a semblance of regret. Yet his rigid and cold visage failed to convey his true feelings completely. Mord could not help but roll his eyes discreetly. He speculated that Snape must be quite adept at wizard chess, for he certainly did not play by conventional rules. No, rather he played chess. Snape, fulfilling his intentions, deducted 5 points from Gryffindor on account of someone's disrespect towards the teacher. This provoked a mocking glance from Malfoy of Slytherin, who silently smirked at Mord. As the practical segment commenced, Mord meticulously brewed the draft of living death. This lesson focused on the creation of this potent sleeping potion. He added powdered daffodil root to the mugwort infusion, and as the temperature rose, the powder began to dissolve into the liquid. Soon, the cauldron began to bubble vigorously. Had he succeeded? Mord watched intently. Indeed, it was a smooth success. Of course, this triumph was not merely due to luck, but rather the result of key techniques he had previously learned in brewing the potion. Oh, Ron exclaimed. Harry, look at Mord. He succeeded in one go. Harry observed the charred remnants before him and nodded with a hint of resignation. This potion class was decidedly unkind to him. Hermione soon finished as well, achieving success. She raised her cauldron, signaling to Mord. Silly girl, put down your potion. Snape approached her and remarked. Professor Snape, I have a few questions I would like to. Mord raised his hand eagerly. With the potion brewed, he was ready to continue his inquiries. However, before he could complete his thought, Snape had hastened past him, his voice booming over the whispers of all the students. Oh, Mr. Potter, your prowess in potion brewing is indeed contrary to your reputation. Chapter 15. Professor Quirrell awaits students seeking guidance. Bang! Just as Harry was about to pour in fresh mugwort infusion, he accidentally knocked it over, the liquid cascading down the table. He was startled by Snape's shout. "Good heavens!" Ron exclaimed, his face a picture of despair. "This is the worst of the worst." Ron's trousers were already soaked by the spilled mugwort infusion. Harry, too, was dampened, his expression one of embarrassment. He had not intended for this to happen. Who could have predicted Snape's sudden outburst? When one is focused, who would not be startled by an unexpected shout? Mort observed the scene, stifling a laugh. He truly had not anticipated Snape's vehement refusal to allow him to ask questions. "Potter, I did not anticipate that your hands would harbor thoughts of their own." Professor Snape did not linger and proceeded directly to the podium. Another 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. "Harry." Hermione immediately cast a look of reproach towards Harry. At last, the class had concluded, and Ron and Harry hurried out of the classroom, eager to change their attire. Hermione was busy gathering her books when she turned her gaze towards Maud. "Why are you still here?" Maud pointed at Professor Snape. Hermione comprehended instantly. Just as Snape was about to descend from the podium, he was intercepted by Maud. "Professor Snape, may I pose a few trivial questions to you? I have been unable to find any answers in the book." The indifferent expression on Professor Snape's face shifted slightly before finally settling. "Very well, how many questions?" This time he was seasoned enough to handle it. Surely, this Maud would not consume too much of his time. Maud flipped through the pages of his spell book, counting the number of questions he had. "Oh, there are 45 questions. Professor, there are a total of 45 questions. You." Professor Snape's voice became somewhat hurried, then cooled down to a slow, icy tone. "That is far too many. Mr. Maud, I shall answer no more than 15 questions." Maud nodded with satisfaction. He had no intention of resolving all those questions at once. He was quite adept at distinguishing between a long-term provision of sustenance and a single grand feast. "Professor, concerning the polyjuice potion, does its efficacy diminish after prolonged consumption of a certain dosage? Does the engorgement potion affect humans, magical creatures, or both? Are there any techniques for brewing the shrinking solution? How can one discern whether the potion has succeeded or—" Snape answered several questions, but abruptly halted at the topic of the shrinking solution. "This is part of the third-year curriculum. You need not master the shrinking solution at this stage." "However," Maud explained, "Professor, you know I aspire to become a potions master like yourself." He envisioned such a future, brewing glory, preserving longevity. This was a phrase borrowed from Professor Snape's own words in class. Maud did not wish to be hindered here. He yearned to acquire more knowledge of potions to see if he could fully unlock the heritage of the elven bloodline. Professor Snape exhaled a heavy sigh, then continued. Upon completing the 15 questions, Maud had filled several pages with notes. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Maud prepared to depart when Snape obstructed his path with a hand. "Do you have any inquiries regarding defense against the dark arts? I just saw Professor Quirrell in his office." He paused. "He is likely awaiting a student eager to learn, such as yourself." Maud immediately grasped the implication. Professor Snape intended to divert attention away from himself. "Oh, that is not entirely accurate. It would be more precise to say he wished to introduce himself to Professor Quirrell." Maud pondered Quirrell's credentials with some trepidation. How credible is Professor Quirrell's knowledge? Snape discerned Maud's apprehension regarding Quirrell's expertise, fearing that Quirrell might lead him astray. After all, Quirrell appeared to be nothing more than a stuttering fool. He snickered, for his knowledge was not inferior to mine, except, of course, in the realm of potion-making. Professor Snape remarked, "Do not worry. He is not likely to deceive you young wizards with falsehoods. If you're truly concerned, you may always consult me." Mollified, Mort took note as Professor Snape gestured to indicate the way. Subsequently, Snape departed. Given that Professor Snape had suggested visiting Professor Quirrell more frequently, Mort resolved to seize the opportunity, for Quirrell could not remain in his office eternally. Perhaps in a few days, he would be occupied with other matters. Mort hurried to the library and located a tome titled Fundamentals of Dark Arts Defense, meticulously studying its contents. A boggart is a perilous creature capable of transforming into any object one fears. When confronted by it, the only recourse is to envision it in a ludicrous form, confronting it with laughter. Of course, we ought to learn to face our fears directly. Mort recalled the boggart vividly, as it could morph into any creature, even a Dementor. It is a being that can peer into the depths of one's soul. Thus, what form would a boggart take if it were to encounter Voldemort? Professor Dumbledore, perhaps? The thought nearly elicited a chuckle from Mort. Yet, such a scenario was implausible. Even without his eyes, Voldemort would likely remain impervious to the boggart's approach. Mort continued his reading. Werewolves, once human, transform under the full moon, losing all rationality in the process. They can be likened to animagi, who only change during the full moon. When faced with various dark arts and dangerous creatures, one must master fundamental defensive spells, such as disarming charm, barriers, and the binding spell. The book also elucidated the incantations for these spells and their practical applications in real combat. This knowledge proved invaluable to Mord. Soon, he had added a new category to his spell book, Dark Arts Defense. Notes accumulated swiftly on this page, and questions proliferated. His proficiency with the spellbook grew, and his reading pace quickened. Hey, isn't that Mord Malice? Malfoy approached, still sporting his golden slick-back hairstyle. His words laced with a habitual smirk. Studying so diligently, are we? His tone was particularly flippant. But is it truly useful? No matter how hard a muggle tries. They remain as tasteless as a birdie bought every flavor bean that tastes of earwax. At this, Mord raised his head, nearly laughing aloud. That hairstyle atop a young wizard's head was indeed peculiar. Indeed, Mord concurred with a nod. Though the earwax-flavored bean might originate from a pureblood family, its flavor remained utterly repugnant. It seemed Mord was further elucidating Malfoy's remark. You. Malfoy was once again at a loss for words. Very well. Coming from a pureblood family, the taste of earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans is rather bothersome. Please make way. Maud waved his hand dismissively. How could he possibly hinder another studies? Observing Malfoy's irate departure, Maud pondered that perhaps the completion of Malfoy's childhood arc should be prioritized. Chapter 16, Maris, where dining and education ought not to conflict. Maud was uncertain how long he had been engrossed in his studies. He flipped through his spellbook. The fundamentals of dark arts defense had not been thoroughly perused, and a plethora of questions had accumulated. Given that this was his initial encounter with dark arts defense, coupled with some rather unfamiliar spells, the rate of his inquiries had indeed accelerated. He resolved to pose these questions today. Exiting the library, Maud made his way directly to Professor Quirrell's office. He rapped on the door. Professor Quirrell? Are you there? Who is it? Quirrell stammered, seemingly exerting all his energy with each utterance. Professor, I am Maud Maris, a first-year student. I seek your guidance on several queries regarding dark arts defense. The door creaked open, revealing Professor Quirrell, clad in a simple brown robe and still wearing his headscarf, with his hands clasped tightly against his chest. Oh, Mr. Maris. What questions do you have? Maud gestured towards the interior of the office. Professor, may we enter? Quirrell's eyes darted around as if contemplating something before he replied. Of course. The two proceeded into the office, which was sparsely furnished with a bookshelf, a desk, a few chairs, and a wardrobe. Maud glanced at the wardrobe, noting the absence of robes in colors other than brown. He speculated that Quirrell must possess a black robe as well. Seated in his office chair, Quirrell regarded Maud, suddenly breaking into an awkward smile, his face resembling that of someone whose features had been frozen. Mr. Maris, what inquiries do you wish to make? Speak freely. Maud felt a twinge of discomfort. He found himself unexpectedly admiring Professor Quirrell. How had he endured this past year? Maud retrieved his spellbook. Professor, I came across the introduction of Boggots in Fundamentals of Dark Arts Defense. Yet, the text does not describe its appearance. Is it true that no one has ever seen the Boggot's true form? Furthermore, aside from engaging in combat, is there no method to evoke a werewolf's reason? Professor Quirrell continued to respond in his characteristic stammer. He was not particularly fond of the young wizard before him. After finally managing to set aside his external persona, he sought a moment of respite. Yet this young wizard had intruded upon his solitude. Boggot. The spellbook recorded Quirrell's responses. Maud attentively observed Quirrell, appearing earnest in his listening. He noticed a slight movement of Quirrell's headscarf, yet he refrained from making any comment or showing any reaction. Because he was aware of what lay beneath the scarf, Quirrell forced an unsightly smile as he addressed him. Is there anything else to inquire? He suddenly paused. This action of flipping through the pages became more pronounced, and Quirrell leaned over, catching a glimpse of Emma's notes. Beneath the prominent words defense against the dark arts, he noticed two slightly smaller ones. Questions. Further down, the page was densely filled with writing. Quirrell smacked his lips. Oh, I say, Mr. Maris, you have yet to partake in lunch, I presume? Emma nodded, replying, Indeed, Professor Quirrell, but it is of no concern. I am not hungry at the moment. Quirrell appeared to smile at Emma, albeit revealing that peculiar grin once more. Maris, there should be no conflict between dining and learning. Questions can be asked at any time. I happen to be quite hungry myself, and Emma produced a few pastries. Here, Professor Quirrell, please don't be shy. He placed the pastries on the table. Although they were muggle delicacies, they were quite delightful. Emma popped one into his mouth and then forcefully offered another to Professor Quirrell. Professor, regarding the werewolf segment you just mentioned, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Emma flipped through his magic book, recalling his previous notes, and inquired further. It was precisely noon, and a long day lay ahead. After posing several theoretical questions, he proceeded to ask about the techniques and intricacies of defensive magic. Mastery of magic relies on practice. However, the acquisition of techniques remains indispensable. Emote's inquiries regarding theoretical knowledge were always aimed at enhancing his understanding of magic. Having finally resolved the issues pertaining to defense against the dark arts, Emote emerged from Professor Quirrell's office, stretching languidly, feeling invigorated. He returned to his dormitory, which was devoid of occupants. Emote sat on his bed, retrieving his notes from the magic book, scrutinizing them closely. This knowledge, having been processed through his understanding and the professor's interpretation, became readily absorbable. Before long, Emote had organized a portion of the defense against the dark arts concepts. He concentrated, and the image of Kunlun Mountain reappeared in his mind. He transmitted the recently organized knowledge of defense against the dark arts to Kunlun. Evidently, this knowledge seemed somewhat lacking, as Kunlun did not respond. Emote pondered again, incorporating knowledge of magical creatures into the transmission. A new ancient magic flooded into Emote's consciousness. The lightning magic, created by the wizard Jean Baymaw, marked the first instance of harnessing thunder and lightning since the Age of Wizards. Its methods of cultivation are not overly complex. However, to truly master, it requires enduring some physical trials. Jean Baymaw once stood atop a mountain, enduring the blue baptism bestowed by nature. Emote reflected on this. While the initiation into lightning magic is straightforward, to genuinely wield its destructive power, one must personally experience the might of thunder and lightning. It is said that this magic will enable one to absorb lightning, granting true mastery over its force. Maud turned back, pondering the notion of a blue baptism. Wasn't that akin to the mighty lightning on a stormy day? This golden wand of Maud's seemed to possess a ferocity surpassing even that of dragons. The knowledge imparted also elucidated the techniques for wielding this magical staff, presented in a manner both accessible and comprehensible. Maud followed suit, mimicking the wand movements as instructed by the teachings from Kunlun, attuning himself to the wand's rhythm. Once, twice, thrice, he grew increasingly adept. What was the incantation? Maud scanned the text, initially failing to discern the spell until he arrived at the conclusion. Lightning incarnate? With a crackle, a flash of lightning erupted from Maud's wand, only to vanish in an instant. Although the introduction indicated that the basics were simple, achieving success on the first try was unexpected. Maud surveyed his surroundings, finding no signs of destruction. This introductory lightning spell indeed lacked lethality. His stomach growled. Maud stowed his wand. Lunch had been hastily resolved, and hunger now gnawed at him. He exited the dormitory. In the Gryffindor common room, two young wizards were present. Ron and Harry lounged on a sofa, indulging in chocolate frogs. A delightful treat from the magical realm. Moo? Harry waved him over. What was that answer you gave me? His face was etched with confusion. Do you really possess the gift of divination? Chapter 17. Maris, could you truly be an authentic muggle? Maud chuckled, amused that Harry recalled the incident. He feigned mystery, responding, I cannot predict the future, but it's not entirely beyond me. Harry appeared even more perplexed. What could that possibly mean? Oh, Harry, are you and Maud playing riddles with me? Ron, oblivious to the unfolding exchange, urged, do enlighten me, Harry. Harry explained the earlier guessing game, and Ron's expression shifted to one of realization. Maud, you must indeed have the power of divination, right? Ron exclaimed. Oh, diviners are such a mystical group, albeit often somewhat eccentric. Maud shook his head, yet nodded in acknowledgement. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Do not dangle a licorice wand before us, Ron remarked with his habitual frown. Do tell us. Maud chuckled again, but then his demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. This is my secret. You must not divulge it. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. Of course, Harry affirmed. I am one who delights in dreaming. One day, I discovered something extraordinary about my dreams. Events within them transpired in reality a few days later. Maud borrowed the premise of Harry's dreams to weave a fanciful tale. Upon concluding, he paused. I indeed lack the ability of divination, yet I sometimes experience peculiar dreams. Harry reflected on his own experiences. He too often encountered strange dreams. Pray tell, Maud, what other prophetic dreams have you had? Ron exclaimed with excitement, deeply intrigued by the topic. Have you dreamed of me? Maud nodded. Really? Ron was utterly astonished. Did I dream that I became the head of Gryffindor? I have long aspired to hold that esteemed position. Harry watched Maud with curiosity, awaiting his response. Indeed, he dreamed it. Maud spoke slowly. Ron, you have become the head of Gryffindor. Oh, really? How wonderful. Just a regular Gryffindor student under your management. Ron? During the flying lesson, Madame Hooch stood before the first-year students, dressed in her customary loose-fitting black robe, reminiscent of a bachelor's gown, with short silver hair. What was most striking were her yellow eyes, resembling those of some creature. Next, you will embark on your inaugural flying lesson. In this session, I will instruct you on the proper use of your broomsticks for flight. Maud was not particularly interested in this flying lesson. He had attempted it yesterday, and it seemed that his magical aptitude did not lend itself to the art of flying. Maud recalled that even students with minimal talent could manage to make a broom stir. Yet this basic knowledge did not apply to him. Now all of you, stand to the left of your respective brooms, Madame Hooch said. Place your hands above the broom and then shout at it. All the students followed Madame Hooch's instructions. Up. Harry was the first to make an attempt. For him, it was exceedingly simple. The broom lying on the ground soared into the air, and he caught it effortlessly. Hermione cast a look of astonishment. The talent of the Savior is indeed remarkable. Hermione's flying abilities, however, did not seem particularly impressive. After several attempts, her broom merely spun in place on the ground. But that was acceptable. Up. Maud made another attempt, but the broom remained stubbornly still on the ground. Up, up, up. Everyone was trying, and Maud felt compelled to join in rather than slack off. The difference was that the other young wizards gradually managed to make their brooms begin to move. Maud speculated that this flying charm might indeed be linked to magical talent, as he had previously struggled to harness his magical energy. Draco Malfoy from Slytherin observed his efforts and let out a derisive laugh. It seems Mr. Maris possesses quite poor magical aptitude. Malfoy raised his chin haughtily. Up, up. Within just 2 attempts, the broom obediently flew into his hand. He turned to Maud and proclaimed, "This is the gift of a noble wizard, one of pure blood. And you, merely a fortunate muggle." Maud rolled his eyes. "You, noble wizard, seem to inquire about everything like a house elf." Malfoy fell momentarily silent. "Enough, Malfoy the house elf. You need not inquire further." Maud resumed his attempts. Soon, the young wizards in the class gradually managed to grasp their brooms. Even Ron and Neville, who were usually quite clumsy, managed to succeed. The Quidditch pitch resonated with sparse sounds. One was Maud, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar young wizards, whose lack of talent was evident. "Oh," Malfoy exclaimed once more, his voice loud and unmistakable. "Isn't that Mr. Maris, who successfully brewed the elixir of life in potions class last time?" It appeared as if he had just discovered Maud's performance. Could it be that flying is not a talent possessed by every wizard? Even those of lesser aptitude should be able to manage it. Maris, you surely. He deliberately paused. A magical failure, a true muggle, perhaps? His words swiftly garnered the attention of other students, inciting discussion. No way. Wasn't Maris successful in casting a transfiguration spell last time? That could be debated. Perhaps he merely got lucky. Malfoy seemed to catch wind of this and reiterated, "Maris, you didn't actually resort to some muggle trick last time, did you? You deceived Professor McGonagall, didn't you?" He fixed his gaze on Maud, scrutinizing him as if he were a criminal from Azkaban. Sophie, thinking that this insufferable child Malfoy must be driven mad by his recent frustrations. "Maud, don't pay any mind to what he says." Hermione stepped beside Maud, while Harry positioned himself protectively in front of him. "Malfoy, you've gone too far." His voice rising in indignation. Ron glared at Malfoy, visibly outraged. He turned to Malfoy and remarked, "Mr. Malfoy, you bear quite the resemblance to a certain toad I once observed, one that relished in gaping its mouth and croaking loudly." Maud was not one to suffer in silence. The quarrel did not persist for long. Silence. Madame Hooch approached, casting a stern glare at Malfoy. "Every student who arrives at Hogwarts is a wizard." She then turned to Maud, having witnessed his performance as well. Smiling, she said, "Mr. Maris, do not fret. You may simply lack the talent for flying." Her words were somewhat hesitant, and Maud could discern her lack of conviction. It was a mixture of consolation and doubt regarding his magical aptitude. Maud nodded and replied with a smile, "Madame Hooch, I am quite well, no need for concern." Upon observing his composure, Madame Hooch finally relaxed. The class resumed, and Maud stood aside, merely listening without participating in the flying training. The chubby Neville Longbottom was still sent soaring into the air by the broomstick, sustaining injuries, and was subsequently taken away by Madame Hooch for treatment. "Oh, did you see his foolish expression?" Malfoy picked up Neville's memory ball, a marvelous object from the magical world. He provocatively glanced at Harry and the others, tilting his head slightly in Maud's direction. "I intend to conceal this memory orb, allowing Longbottom to seek it out himself. What do you think about placing it on the rooftop?" He mounted his broomstick, preparing to soar to a certain rooftop, glancing back at Harry and the others. He beamed brightly. However, in an unexpected turn of events, a sudden tug on his broomstick caused him to lose his balance, resulting in a face-first tumble onto the grassy ground. As he raised his head, Draco Malfoy was met with an unsettling smile. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, you have been rather careless." However, You ought to heed Madame Hooch's words. Flying alone can be perilous. Chapter 18. A perfect match in magic. The brain-locking spell. The flying lesson had concluded. Mord was preparing to head to the library, while Harry and Ron had already departed. Hermione accompanied Mord, as the library was an essential stop for her daily routine. Are you all right? Hermione pondered the earlier events in class, her concern for Mord evident. Mord smiled reassuringly. Fear not. My heart encompasses the entire magical realm. Indeed, he was unfazed by the earlier incident. Not being able to fly was hardly a matter of great significance, especially considering that the magical world might hold other means of flight. Upon arriving at the library, Mord drew forth his wand, intending to summon a spellbook. As he gazed at the wand, he suddenly paused. This wand had been procured using the special identification for wizard spell. If the wand could discern compatibility, could magic itself do the same? He raised his wand, delving into the realm of the identifier. Mord cast the special identification for wizard spell, directing his gaze toward the bookshelves where he discovered elementary spells. Observing the entire volume, he noticed the line, compatibility with your abilities? A string of question marks appeared, failing to reveal specific compatibility. After some contemplation, Mord surmised that the extensive content of the book was likely the reason for this ambiguity. Indeed, with various spells contained within a single tome, it was improbable to ascertain a precise compatibility score. He opened the book and found the spell Flame Incantation. Continuing his exploration, he soon encountered another line of text. Flame spell, compatibility with your abilities, 37. Upon seeing those 3 words, Mord's intuition kicked in. The identification magic was indeed effective on spells as well. He proceeded to examine further. Effect. No discernible effect. This spell does not align with your abilities. You may need to invest additional time mastering it. Mord continued to flip through the pages, scrutinizing other spells. Light spell, compatibility with your abilities, 86. Repairing spell, compatibility with your abilities, 83. After reviewing numerous spells, he discerned the reasons behind his struggles with Transfiguration and the Flame spell. One had a compatibility score of 30, while the other was 35, both far too low. Conversely, the high compatibility spells, like the Light spell, with scores exceeding 80, were typically mastered within a day or two. In summary, Mord gleaned a crucial insight. He must learn to specialize. Although there seems to be no significant enhancement in effectiveness, perhaps due to insufficient compatibility, practicing magic that suits him enables rapid progress. This is more than enough. Mord flipped through the pages, skimming briefly before seeking out additional tomes. He discovered 4 spells with the highest compatibility ratings: Disarm 97, Mind Shield 100, Levitation Charm 98, and Shrinkage Charm 99. The spells rated at 90 did not exhibit any discernible effects, yet the one rated 100 did. The Mind Shield, with a compatibility level of 100, boasts an enhancement of 20 in the degree of closure, allowing for casting without a wand, and at its peak, it can be performed incantation-free. He is practically a natural Mind Shield practitioner. Mastering this spell comes effortlessly to him. The enhancement of 20 in closure degree left Mord uncertain of its actual implications. However, the ability to cast without a wand and incantation is certainly worthy of cultivation. Mord was aware that within Hogwarts, only 2 individuals could perform the Mind Shield without a wand or incantation: Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. He meticulously documented all relevant text pertaining to these 3 spells in his spellbook. The Disarm, Levitation Charm, and Shrinkage Charm were certainly not feasible for practice here. Damaging the book could incur unknown penalties. However, the Mind Shield did not exhibit such overt effects. He settled across from Hermione, scrutinizing the spellbook intently. The Mind Shield is a magical art capable of resisting external magical mental infiltration. Its most pronounced function is to counter the legilimency. It can thoroughly cleanse the mind of thoughts and emotions, and with further mastery, one can entirely restrain one's thoughts and emotions without the need for cleansing. It is a rather straightforward spell, primarily aimed at resisting legilimency. With this, Professor Dumbledore's legilimency should be countered, although he was unaware of the extent to which Dumbledore had developed this skill. After a thorough reading, Mord gained a certain understanding of the spell. He closed his eyes and began to attempt to clear his mind, following the steps outlined in the book, one by one. He murmured the incantation and raised his wand. A flash of white light surged forth, entering Mord's own mind. Hermione glanced over. What are you doing? She surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of magical traces. Learning magic, Mord continued to keep his eyes closed. The inquisitive Hermione frequently cast glances in his direction. What magic are you practicing? Mord sensed that the thoughts and emotions within his mind felt as though they had just been cleansed. In that moment, he resembled a monk devoid of desires, which rendered even the feeling of excitement absent. He successfully cast it on the first attempt. Maud continued to wave his wand, familiarizing himself with the spell. The white light flickered once more, drawing Miss Granger's attention. Time seemed to pass unnoticed. Maud sensed it was time to stop and lowered his wand. Even without the slightest movement of his palm, he merely chanted the incantation. A radiant white light illuminated the surroundings once more. This marked Maud's inaugural attempt at casting magic without a wand in this world. One would expect a surge of excitement, yet his emotions were once again subdued. "Hey!" Maud opened his eyes, only to find Hermione staring at him with wide eyes. "You just—" Maud gestured for silence, as many gazes turned in their direction. He had no desire to be the center of attention. Hermione glanced around, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She lowered her voice. "You just performed wandless magic, didn't you?" Maud nodded slightly. She exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Your magical prowess is astonishing." "Not really," Maud shook his head. "I merely learned quickly." This was the truth, yet Hermione seemed unconvinced, rolling her eyes in skepticism. Maud redirected his focus to the magic he was practicing. Perhaps due to a matching proficiency of 100, his casting speed was remarkably swift. White light flickered continuously until it eventually converged. His proficiency improved, and the traces of his mind-shielding spell became nearly imperceptible. There was an unfortunate aspect to learning this magic, as it required constant purging of his recent emotions. Maud oscillated between rationality and sentimentality. At last, he was able to cast the spell while containing his thoughts and feelings, no longer needing to clear them. The traces of his casting became virtually invisible. He merely whispered the incantation, his lips moving silently. Instantly, all his thoughts and emotions were enveloped by a protective force. He speculated that if proficiency in magic were to be displayed, it would likely be in the range of 70 to 80. The speed at which he was acquiring magical skills was astonishingly rapid. Thought extraction, Maud mused, with his mind shielding displaying such high compatibility. Could it be that the similarly natured thought extraction would reflect a comparable proficiency? Chapter 19. The Frost Witch's Magic. Thought extraction is the ability to read the emotions and memories of others. In essence, it is a form of mind reading. As long as someone harbors ill intentions towards you, it can generally be sensed. While it may seem insignificant, it is a spell that every top-tier wizard in this magical realm learns. The likes of Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald have all mastered this magic. This spell is forbidden for young wizards at Hogwarts, categorized as a dark curse, and is currently housed within the restricted section of the library. It would be unattainable for the time being. Maud set aside that line of thought and reopened the Tome of Magic. He intended to organize the ancient spells he had studied, contemplating as he turned the pages. Lines of text emerged from a particular page. Lightning magic, the art of wielding thunder and lightning. Construction of magical tomes, the creation of a book of magical energy. Fragments of fantasy incantations, transforming fantasy into fantasy. Maud meticulously documented all the incantations, methods, and intricacies of magical cultivation. He sought to uncover the spells that truly suited his practice. The discernment of magic was reactivated. Lightning magic, compatibility level, 83. Magical tome, compatibility level, 95. Fantasy incantation, compatibility level, 75. Light on magic, compatibility level, 60. Upon reviewing, the highest compatibility was with the magical tome. Maud felt somewhat dissatisfied, as he yearned for spells with genuine lethality. In the ensuing days, Maud devoted himself to two pursuits. The first was reading. He was eager to acquire more ancient knowledge and discover higher compatibility spells. The second was to train with the highly compatible spells he possessed, such as Disarm Your Weapon and Levitation Charm. While these spells, boasting compatibility over 95, did not progress with the same superhuman speed as Mental Closure, they were certainly not slow. Within a couple of hours, he grasped the fundamentals, and over these days, his proficiency soared, making the execution of magic increasingly effortless. The spells he had previously learned suddenly seemed incomparable, although those spells had compatibility levels around 80. The true essence of genius became apparent only when engaging with those above 95. "Hey, Moo, have you heard?" Ron exclaimed, draping an arm around Maud's shoulders in excitement. Heard what?" Maud, living in a routine, was indeed unaware of the happenings outside. However, he had an inkling of what was to come. "Harry has become the Seeker for Gryffindor." Ron explained to Maud, then turned to Harry, saying, "Harry, you must be the youngest Seeker in Quidditch history." Moo nodded. Although Neville's memory ball incident had disrupted matters, Harry's flying talent was still recognized. "I don't think I can do it," Harry admitted. Lacking the thrill of being the youngest Seeker, instead expressing concern. I've never played a Quidditch match. What if I make a fool of myself? Maud glanced to Hermione, noticing she was deep in thought and chose not to interject. He then asked Ron, what is your dream? Ron, seizing the opportunity to discuss his aspirations, eagerly responded, Oh, Moo, I've told you before. My dream is to become the head of Gryffindor. He painted a vivid picture of his envisioned future, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Maud chuckled and turned to Harry, saying, You see, even students like Ron, who know no spells, are perpetually tardy and never study, can imagine themselves as heads. Ron? Harry paused, momentarily taken aback. Maud continued, So why can't you? A marvel of the magical world with exceptional flying talent. Envision yourself holding the Quidditch trophy? Harry, you are a genius. Harry felt a touch of embarrassment, yet gradually found some solace. If one does not have faith in their own talents, there exists another form of evidence. Moore turned his gaze towards Hermione. Miss Granger, it is your moment to shine. Huh? Hermione cast a curious glance at Mord. I am indeed aware of your flying prowess. Harry, it is substantiated by your lineage. The group arrived at the trophy room of Hogwarts, where Hermione pointed at one of the trophies. Mord followed her gaze. Upon a gleaming golden trophy was inscribed, Seeker, James Potter. Oh, Harry, you never mentioned that your father was also a seeker, Ron exclaimed. Harry, scratching his head, chuckled. I wasn't aware of it either. Mord nodded. Not only have you inherited your father's flying talent, but your magical aptitude is also a legacy from him. Harry immersed himself in delightful imaginings, nodding in agreement. Mord glanced out the window. The sky had grown quite dark. He would have to return alone. Mord was acutely aware of what was to transpire next. How about using disarm against a three-headed dog? Shall we remove its claws? Too perilous. It was time to depart. The trio prepared to leave. Oh, you go on ahead, Mord remarked, casting an inquisitive glance at the other trophies. I find this place rather intriguing. I shall linger a while longer. Mord refrained from issuing any warnings. Whether this was part of Dumbledore's plan was uncertain, and he dared not meddle. Moreover, Harry and his friends were merely startled. No harm would come to them. After the trio had walked for a distance, Mord readied himself to return to the dormitory. The staircase at the trophy room's entrance had shifted, no longer ascending towards the forbidden fourth floor. Mord glanced at the door to the forbidden area, where a light flickered outside. Enjoy your adventures, young wizards, he mused. In the distance, he spotted the caretaker, Filch, approaching with a fierce glare, a habitual expression for him. Mord slipped away quietly and returned to his dormitory. Once settled on his bed, Mord organized his thoughts and imparted the knowledge he had acquired to Kunlun. The snow-capped Kunlun exchanged knowledge with him once more. Silencing Charm, a spell capable of sealing another's mouth, emerged in his mind. A plethora of new knowledge filled his consciousness. This marked the sixth exchange of magic within a few days. This time, he acquired 3 spells. Mord meticulously recorded them in his spellbook and began the process of evaluation. Silencing Charm, compatibility level, 45. Phoenix Flame, compatibility level, 67. Frost Witch's Magic, compatibility level, 100. Chapter 20, My Frost Arrow, which froze the entire dormitory. A compatibility level of 100? Mord exclaimed with surprise, scrutinizing the evaluation of this spell. Frost Witch's Magic, compatibility level, 100, effect, amplifies Frost Aura by 20, coupled with a locking effect within a certain range. Can be cast without a wand. When mastered to its highest degree, can be performed without incantation. This is a powerful and remarkably suitable magic that will elevate you to the Frost Throne. Mord gazed at the introduction of this magic in his mind. The magic of the frost, which was conceived by Lady Gunnera, the Frost Witch. This magic is capable of conjuring sharp frost arrows, which are accompanied by a frigid domain. Once within a certain range, the frost domain releases an icy aura, initiating the freezing of the surroundings. Mord observed and discerned that the frost arrows produced by this magic possess 2 primary characteristics, freezing and locking. Freezing is an inherent effect of the magic itself, while locking is a consequence of achieving full compatibility. In the dormitory, no one had yet returned. Harry and his companions were likely still immersed in their thrilling adventures. Mord stroked his chin thoughtfully. This magic must be in its initial stages of cultivation, and its destructive power would not be significant. Conjuring frost arrows might not necessarily require release. Therefore, practicing it shouldn't pose any problem. Thus, Mord began to diligently cultivate this second magic, boasting a compatibility of 100. Having only briefly memorized the spell, Mord drew his wand and intoned the incantation, casting the magic for the first time. Frosty Brilliance. At the tip of his wand, a blue light flickered and a small frost arrow materialized out of thin air. Maud examined the frost arrow, which measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, radiating a blue hue entwined with wisps of white mist, exuding an icy aura. The arrowhead gleamed with a metallic sheen, appearing exceptionally sharp. Curiously, Maud touched the shaft of the frost arrow. A chilling sensation coursed through him, as if the cold had seeped into his very bones. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, white shards of ice began to form on the arrow's shaft, swiftly enveloping his entire palm, creeping up towards his arm and shoulder. Caught off guard, Maud had no time to react, and his hand was ensnared. Startled, he managed to retract the spell, causing the frost arrow to vanish, and the ice binding his palm began to melt and evaporate. Thus was the essence of freezing. Regaining his composure, Maud felt a surge of excitement. This magic was indeed formidable. He continued to practice, repeatedly conjuring, releasing, and retracting the spell. Inside the Gryffindor dormitory, blue luminescence flickered incessantly. As his proficiency increased, Maud discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The frost arrows he conjured were steadily enlarging. From 30 centimeters, they grew to 40 centimeters, and the increment persisted. Gradually, Maud began to set aside his wand. With the loss of the wand's 20% power enhancement, the frost arrows diminished slightly in size. However, casting without a wand proved more effective for enhancing his magic. With a mere flick of his finger, a faintly glowing frost arrow appeared before him. Throughout the process, Maud relished every moment. This was the second time he experienced the exhilarating speed of magical cultivation, which could no longer be described merely as progress, but rather as a soaring ascent. Subsequently, he lowered his palm and merely intoned the incantation. The frost blade manifested, and with it, the frost arrow emerged. Following the direction of his gaze, Mord felt another effect brought about by the perfect alignment, lock-on. He sensed that as long as he fixed his gaze upon someone, regardless of the arrow's trajectory or whether it veered off course, it would ultimately strike its intended target. Driven by curiosity, Mord tossed his pillow into the air. A frost arrow streaked past, trailing a bluish luminescence, and directly struck the pillow. Mord deliberately slowed its speed, and the arrow did not penetrate the pillow. Instead, at the moment of impact, the pillow was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. Before the pillow hit the ground, Mord retracted his magic, and it reverted to its original form, albeit slightly damp. Mord pondered whether a person, if frozen and subsequently shattered, would cease to exist as well. He glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening, and he conjectured that after a bit more practice, Harry and the others would return. He resumed his training, and the blue light flickered once more within the room. "Oh, Harry," Ron whispered to Harry. That three-headed dog was truly terrifying. "Do you think it really guards something, just as Hermione suggested?" As they conversed, Ron and Harry entered the dormitory. Inside, Mord remained seated on his bed, practicing his magic. Before him, a bluish frost arrow was coalescing. "Oh, Mord," Ron exclaimed upon seeing this. "What on earth are you doing?" The frost arrow had materialized out of thin air, now measuring approximately half a meter in length. Mord, deeply focused, had not noticed their entrance. At Ron's call, he momentarily faltered. This lapse allowed the frost arrow to exceed its magical constraints, swelling to around 1.5 meters before wobbling slightly and plummeting to the ground. Bang! The frost arrow struck the floor, unleashing a burst of blue light. Layers of ice began to crystallize on the ground, swiftly spreading throughout the dormitory. The icy tendrils climbed the walls, encasing the ceiling, and raced toward the doorway. Ron shouted, and Harry leapt up abruptly. But it was futile. The two were soon ensnared, frozen at the threshold, transformed into two statues of ice. Mord, seated on his bed, stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding around him, feeling as though he were trapped in an icy cavern, overwhelmed by the cold. Regaining his senses, he hastily retracted his magic. The frost arrow vanished, and all the ice melted away, as if everything had merely been a dream. The only remnant left was a damp patch on Ron's trousers. Suddenly, Mord felt a wave of weakness wash over him, a sensation of having his magical energy drained. The recent frost arrow had nearly exhausted all his power. What had transpired? Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor, rushed over. He regarded the panicked faces of Harry and Ron, then turned his attention to Mord on the bed. He had heard Ron's anguished cry, "No!" Before Harry and the others could respond, Mord began to explain. Ron might have seen something strange. Maud's words remained unfinished as Percy noticed a wet stain on Ron's trousers. "Oh, I thought something had happened. It turns out Ron had wet his pants." Chapter 21. I can make Malfoy fly too. Percy Weasley chose not to say anything further and turned to leave. Maud also glanced at the trousers of Ron and Harry. Well, only Ron's trousers were damp. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ron soon realized He shouted in the direction Percy had departed. Hey, Percy, that's not what happened. Harry patted him on the shoulder, also finding it amusing. No need to shout, Ron. Percy has already gone far away. Maud shrugged, expressing his regret. You startled me, Ron. I apologize if you need it. Ron wore a forlorn expression. Moo? What was the magic from yesterday? Harry inquired with curiosity. Just a little spell. Maud had grown accustomed to describing all his magic in such modest terms. What a delightful term. A little spell. Ron exclaimed, dissatisfied. You turned both of us into ice cubes. Maud, Harry, what are you talking about? Hermione perked up upon hearing the word magic. Frozen into ice cubes? I've never seen such magic. She turned to Maud. Is a new spell? Maud shocked. Not denying it. I am more curious about what you encountered last night. At the mention of this, a proud expression surfaced on Ron's face. Let me tell you, we encountered the legendary. His voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. Three-headed dog. It was enormous, its mouth much larger than our entire bodies. As Ron recounted their experience from the previous night, he looked at Maud with pride. You missed an extraordinary sight. Maud chuckled. You missed the splendid moment of the three-headed dog kissing you. Ron? All right, it's time for the charms class. Let's hurry. Upon entering the classroom, Maud immediately spotted Professor Flitwick's diminutive figure, clad in a green robe with silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Maud thought he might even be older than Professor Dumbledore. Despite his small stature, he had once been the champion of the Hogwarts dueling club in his youth. Good morning, students. Today, we shall learn the levitation charm. This spell is one of the foundational spells for wizards, allowing objects to float. You see the feather in front of you? In this lesson, we will attempt to make it levitate. Professor Flitwick elaborated on the levitation charm and taught various wand movements. Maud took some notes, feeling that he had made progress in his practice of the levitation charm. He had been diligently practicing this spell in recent days. Now, everyone, let's begin to make it float. It seems that there are relatively few students who truly enjoy learning. Maud surveyed the room and noticed no one had succeeded in making the feather levitate. However, Harry, in his first attempt, managed to make the feather move slightly. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron's voice echoed beside Maud. Maud discerned the issue at once. It was evident that Ron was not paying attention in class, and his pronunciation was far from accurate, perhaps tinged with a hint of his regional accent. Hermione could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Your wand movements are incorrect, and your incantation is wrong. Yet, Ron shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, If you're so clever, why don't you do it? Maud turned away, choosing not to engage further, and prepared to practice his own levitation spell. Wingardium Leviosa. A mocking laugh interrupted him before he could finish. Looking up, he recognized the familiar figure of Draco Malfoy. Mr. Maris, are you about to perform some tricks again? Maud merely smiled. Indeed, I do plan to. Malfoy promptly clapped his hands on the table, drawing the attention of the surrounding Slytherins. Mr. Maris is about to entertain us with his magic. Everyone, pay close attention. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin side, ridiculing Maud for his perceived lack of talent. Maud nodded in satisfaction, since the Slytherins were so eager to witness his performance. He would oblige. Turning back to the feather on his desk, he glanced at Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, I might not control this trick well. Perhaps you should step back? Malfoy laughed derisively. What? Do you expect me to float as well? Maud shook his head. I would never presume such a thing. It is merely a precaution. If you can do it, then go ahead. Malfoy sneered. Maud found such a demand quite unprecedented. He raised his wand, feeling the surge of power, and began to chant the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. An inexplicable force lifted the feather into the air, though it floated rather low. Malfoy, sitting some distance away, could hardly see any change in the feather's position. Laughter erupted from the Slytherins. Maud, fixing his gaze on Malfoy, gave his wand a decisive flick as though summoning something. The feather soared high, reaching the ceiling of the classroom. Suddenly, Malfoy found himself levitating as well, flailing his arms in panic as if he were drowning. Maud lowered his wand slightly, allowing the feather to descend, and Malfoy plopped back down onto his desk. Professor Flitwick, who had just stepped away, gasped in astonishment. My goodness, what remarkable talent! The surrounding students turned their attention to Maud. How did he learn the levitation spell so quickly? They wondered. Wasn't Malfoy the one who claimed he had no talent? He couldn't even manage to fly during the last flying lesson. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. While she had only managed to make a feather float, Maud had successfully levitated a person. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick proclaimed loudly. The students of Gryffindor erupted in cheers. However, Mr. Maris's actions were somewhat perilous. One ought not to unleash magic upon a fellow classmate, Flitwick continued. Maud smiled and nodded. Professor Flitwick, It was my first attempt, and I was a bit unpracticed. I failed to control my wand properly, which led to this incident. I shall be more cautious. Maud indeed felt his lack of proficiency. Causing Malfoy to levitate had been quite a struggle. Turning to Malfoy, he continued, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy, for putting you in such a dangerous predicament while you were merely observing the trick. Maud's smile grew even brighter. Malfoy, having regained his composure from the earlier fright, glared at Maud with gritted teeth, vowing silently to make this presumptuous Maris pay dearly for his audacity. Chapter 22. What? Hagrid actually possesses a unicorn's horn. After class, Maud followed Harry as they exited the classroom. Hermione, burdened with an excessive number of books, was taking a bit longer to gather her things and had yet to emerge. Harry and Ron were animatedly discussing Maud's recent feat. Maud, that levitation spell of yours is quite impressive, Harry remarked. Ron nodded in agreement, visibly pleased. Just look at Malfoy's haughty face. It turned a deep shade of red. Maud chuckled, watching the two engage in lively conversation without interjecting. Ron then began recounting his own experiences from class. It should be Leviosa, not Leviosar. Oh my, you have no idea. Hermione is just... Smack. Maud playfully tapped Ron on the head, interrupting him. Ouch. What was that for? Maud pointed behind him. Do you not know that speaking ill of others behind their back could attract dark wizards? Ron glanced over his shoulder, bewildered. Where are the dark wizards? He was referring to me. As Hermione stepped forward, her expression decidedly displeased. Maud shook his head in resignation. Hermione, go ahead. Ron, huh? Ultimately, Hermione stormed off in a huff. Maud began to gather the materials needed for his evolutionary sprite. With no way to exit Hogwarts at present, he relied on his father, Tummel, to assist in locating some herbs. He decided to forego visiting Snape's office. After all, it would be difficult to explain should he be summoned later. Maud had already penned a letter and sent it off with one of the school's messenger owls. The letter contained no specific requests, merely mentioning the items he required from the school. Most of these materials were common herbs, easily obtainable, likely even in Diagon Alley. The only truly elusive item was the unicorn's horn. Unicorn, Maud murmured while munching on a chicken leg. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hagrid frequently interacted with these magical creatures. Could he perhaps possess a unicorn's horn? The possibility seemed quite plausible. Unable to remain seated, he grabbed another couple of chicken legs and resolved to leave the dining hall, heading towards Hagrid's hut. Oh, Maud, where are you going? Harry observed as Maud stood up to leave, suspecting that something significant had transpired. I need to find Hagrid about something, Maud declared before hastily making his way to the entrance of the Great Hall. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Before long, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. Maud knocked on the door. Hagrid, are you in? Moments later, Hagrid opened the door, his towering figure appearing in the doorway. Oh, it's you, Maud. What brings you here? Maud got straight to the point. Hagrid, have you ever seen a unicorn? He pondered that, regardless of a unicorn's longevity, there must come a time when it ages. Hagrid paused, then eventually nodded. Of course, there are such marvelous creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, my apologies. I shouldn't have mentioned the Forbidden Forest. It's too perilous for you to enter. Maud nodded in acknowledgement. Hagrid's loose tongue was no surprise, given his propensity for revealing important information inadvertently. Hagrid, do you have a unicorn's horn? It's of utmost importance to me. Hagrid appeared puzzled. Oh, what do you need that for? I cannot recall any potion that requires a unicorn's horn, though my grades in potions are not stellar. Observing the eager glint in Maud's eyes, he continued, I do have one, but it's not from the Forbidden Forest. I found it in Nocturne Alley. I suspect some dark wizards went hunting for unicorns again. They are truly despicable. Unicorns are such pure beings. Really? Maud blinked in surprise, a wave of excitement surging within him. Hagrid, can I buy it from you? Or, if you need something in exchange, I would be willing to trade. Hagrid shook his head, and Maud assumed he was declining. Hagrid then added, this horn is of no use to me. Since you need it, I shall give it to you. Hagrid entered the hut and rummaged through his belongings. Finally, from a small cabinet, he retrieved a long, elegant horn. Here, take it, Maud. Maud accepted it, feeling its smooth surface. He examined the unicorn's horn, noting its spiraled patterns and the faint white glow it emitted, as if reflecting light. He scrutinized it repeatedly, confirming that this was indeed a unicorn's horn. Success. He had acquired one of the rarest ingredients for the potion to evolve ancient elves. Gratefully, he looked at Hagrid. Hagrid, this means the world to me. Thank you so much. I will treat you to some delightful Muggle cuisine sometime. Hagrid chuckled, nodding appreciatively, appearing somewhat endearing. In the afternoon, Tumblr personally visited, bringing some materials he had procured from Diagon Alley. Maud checked the herbs, confirming that all the components were in order. However, he had not anticipated Tumblr making the trip himself. Had it been sent by owl, it likely would have required several trips, and the fastest delivery would have been by the next day. He looked up at Toomler. "Father, what brings you here today?" Toomler smiled. "I'm on leave today, and since I had some free time, I decided to make a trip to Diagon Alley. I thought I would bring these for you." Two individuals engaged in casual conversation before Toomler took his leave. Meanwhile, Maud, filled with enthusiasm, prepared to concoct an elixir to aid in the evolution of a particular spirit. He meticulously documented the pertinent knowledge and intricate techniques related to potion brewing in his spellbook. Subsequently, he enumerated the key points and studied them with great care. Having procured an abundance of materials, including unicorn horn, he ground it into powder just before adding it to the potion. Thus, Maud commenced his experiment. The materials were sufficient for 2 or 3 attempts. He diligently introduced absinthe and bezoar, ignited the crucible, and began to heat the mixture. Upon reaching a predetermined temperature, he proceeded to add the remaining herbs. Regrettably, the magical realm lacked thermometers. Otherwise, he could have measured the temperature directly for greater precision. Maud gazed at the potion within the crucible, now liquefied and bubbling ominously. A pungent aroma began to emanate, both acrid and slightly nauseating. He pondered whether this would indeed be a success or if it would cause him to regurgitate his stomach contents. The color was unappealing, a dark purple hue that hardly stimulated the appetite. Bang! It was evident that the potion had failed. The liquid began to take on a charred black appearance, resembling something burnt. Maud acknowledged that he was not a prodigy of potion-making capable of achieving success on the first attempt. He discarded the mixture and resolved to try again. With 2 opportunities remaining, Maud immersed himself further, meticulously reviewing the highlights in the spellbook, progressing step by step. Time passed unmeasured until a fully purple solution emerged within the crucible. Chapter 23. The Evolution of the Sage Spirit, the Overflowing Magical Talent. This time, the potion appeared to be successfully concocted. A delightful fragrance wafted from the solution in the crucible, reminiscent of floral notes. Regardless, it was far superior to the previous acrid scent. Once the purple solution ceased bubbling, Maud added the previously ground unicorn horn. The mixture began to boil anew, and the color transitioned slowly. Maud observed as the solution shifted from purple to white, then to red, resembling a gradual display of the 7 colors of the rainbow before stabilizing. Ultimately, the solution within the crucible glimmered a resplendent gold, closely mirroring the hue of the currency known as galleons in the magical world. Maud again consulted the spellbook regarding the indicators of a successful potion, carefully cross-referencing. At last, he confirmed its success. He lifted the crucible and poured the solution into a cup. Raising the cup, he inhaled the aroma once more. It retained the pleasant floral scent, quite agreeable. He set the cup down and turned his focus inward, concentrating his thoughts. On the snow-capped peaks of Kunlun Mountain, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Maud envisioned drawing closer, and the golden radiance began to amplify until it felt as though he could reach out and touch the luminous sphere of golden light. He imbibed the auxiliary potion from the cup, savoring its sweet flavor, with an initial hint of delicate floral notes, followed by a sweetness reminiscent of fruit candies. As the potion coursed through him, the golden orb appeared to be drawn by some unseen energy, beginning to tilt. At that moment, Maud noticed an unexpected fissure had appeared on the orb. The crack inclined downward, releasing a golden liquid akin to the potion itself. Thus, a stream of golden nectar cascaded down from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, pouring into an unknown void. Maud felt a sudden warmth envelop his body, his heart racing with exhilarating fervor. He sensed an extraordinary power transforming his very being, an inexplicable comfort washing over him. A radiant white light emanated from Maud, illuminating him like a beacon. Gradually, the light coalesced into a dense beam, ultimately forming a luminous sphere. To an outside observer, Maud resembled an egg, the offspring of some wondrous creature. Within, he lost all perception of reality, enveloped in a haze of confusion. Time became irrelevant. The white shell eventually cracked, and Maud's figure re-emerged. His elongated ears unfurled like wings, and he opened his eyes, emitting a dazzling light. His pupils glimmered with a brilliant golden hue. His physique appeared to have grown taller. Seeking a mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. Quite pleasing. The mirror revealed a handsome young elf, characterized by long ears, a pronounced nose, and softer golden tresses, his golden eyes still radiating a faint glow. His hands and feet had transformed into slender yet powerful appendages. Extending his arms, a gentle white light emanated from him. Maud sensed that the magical energy within him had surged, granting him a deeper mastery over it. He lifted his hand toward the cup on the table, grasping it in an ethereal manner. With a whoosh, the cup levitated and flew toward him, landing firmly in his palm. This demonstrated an extraordinary control over magic, necessitating a considerable amount of magical energy. De recalled that such a spectacle typically occurred in accomplished adult wizards. Thus, his command over magic and its reservoir had reached at least the level of an adult sorcerer, if not beyond. A thrill of excitement surged within him as he settled onto his bed, contemplating the knowledge he possessed regarding the sage elves. The sage elves, born scholars, possessed an exceptional magical aptitude, particularly adept in memory and divination spells. Their capacity for assimilating knowledge far surpassed that of humans, and their magical prowess exceeded that of their contemporaneous human peers, allowing for a more potent and precise control of magic. The evolution from human to sage elf represented a monumental opportunity. De touched his elongated ears, contemplating his newfound aptitude for magical studies. He opened a tome of magic, snapped his fingers, and recited the incantation, activating the identification spell. Your weapon's compatibility level, 110. Floating spell, compatibility level, 120. Spellbook, compatibility level, 130. Frost Witch's magic. Compatibility level, 130. Maud blinked, convinced he was not mistaken. The compatibility was overflowing. Frost Witch's magic, compatibility level, 130. Effect, casting without wand or incantation. A 50 enhancement of frost energy, capable of precisely locking onto all visible objects or foes. A sharpness enhancement of 30, your frost arrows can nearly pierce any flesh. This is an unparalleled magic for you. This time, an additional feature has emerged. Sharpness. Maud glanced at other spells, those he had previously failed to master. Fireblaze. Compatibility level, 100. Effect, casting without wand or incantation. Burn time enhancement of 20. This is a spell you could easily learn, particularly suited for you. Transformation. Compatibility level, 100. Effect, casting without wand or incantation. Transformation time enhancement of 20. Almost all the spells he recorded were approaching a compatibility level of 100, with only a few lingering around 90. Spells at a compatibility level of 100 possessed 1 or 2 special effects, while those at 130. He had only observed 2, the spellbook and the Frost Witch's magic. The effect of the spellbook is as follows. You can instantaneously replicate the entire content of the book. You can recreate all images on the spellbook. Your spellbook can archive 1 spell and amplify its power by 20, releasing it once a day. 3 features: replication, image recreation, spell archiving. This is the magical talent of the Sage Elf. Above the Sage Elf, there are 3 tiers of elves. What magical talents and abilities await at the highest tier, the Elf King? Maud stifled the surging joy within, glancing at the introduction of the divination magical talent. The Sage Elf excels particularly in divination, yet he had not yet learned any divination spells. Lost in thought, Maud felt something in his eyes, as if it were about to escape. He covered his pulsating eyes. Suddenly, a familiar scene flickered in Maud's golden pupils. A green-skinned giant was lifting its massive club, smashing a restroom. Inside, a small witch was frantically evading. Chapter 24. I shoot an arrow 100 meters, directly freezing the giant. Maud suddenly felt an ominous sensation. This time, Hermione should be rescued by Harry and Ron. All 3 would be safe. Where did this feeling originate? The magic within his body was boiling, and his eyes continued to twitch. Maud began to feel uneasy. An inexplicable premonition washed over him. It seemed that this time, Hermione would perish? Or would Harry or Ron meet with misfortune? Maud hurriedly rose and dashed towards the girls' restroom. As he ran, his ears suddenly diminished, transforming into a pair of ordinary ones. The elongated ears were too conspicuous and would be difficult to explain if noticed. As for his other features, the golden irises and slightly taller stature, those seemed irretrievable. Help! The young witch Hermione cried out in panic, being pursued by a green-skinned giant. How could such a creature have appeared at Hogwarts? With a resounding crash, the giant laughed grotesquely, exposing its hideous teeth, and swung a club down, obliterating a toilet stall with ease. Its strength was immense. The walls seemed as fragile as paper to it. Hermione was knocked to the ground by falling debris and splintered wood from the stall's door. Upset by Ron's earlier words, she had taken refuge here in tears, without her wand, utterly defenseless. Desperately, Hermione lay there, shouting, "Help, help!" Yet, no one came to her aid. Harry and Ron, who should have arrived by now, were momentarily delayed by Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, but they were hastening toward her. Hermione crouched beneath the sink, hoping it would shield her from the giant's downward gaze, though it proved futile. The giant swung down again, smashing the sink to pieces, and the wooden club crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous roar in Hermione's ears. She managed to crawl away from the blow, but another attack was imminent. The club descending once more. Ugh! The giant emitted a revolting sound. Hermione, run! At last, Harry and Ron arrived, lifting stones from the ground to strike at the giant. They finally garnered the creature's attention. The giant turned, grinning foolishly, and swung its club down again. Ah! Harry and Ron jumped aside in fright. The giant's swing missed them and struck the floor instead, causing both to lose their balance and fall. The giant then shifted its gaze back to Hermione. Outside, it seemed to be raining, with flashes of lightning occasionally illuminating the room through the window. The thunder was deafening. In that moment, the giant raised its club, thicker than a human head, preparing to bring it down. Having just regained their footing, Ron and Harry felt powerless. They exchanged a glance, resolving to embrace the giant in an attempt to halt its movements. Finally, Mo, having sprinted down the corridor, arrived at the restroom's entrance. If only he had learned a disapparition spell by now, but alas, he had not. As he approached the restroom, he could hear the cries within, Hermione's voice mingling with Harry and Ron's. Peering down the corridor, Mo caught sight of the scene 100 meters away. Hermione was huddled beside a shattered sink, bracing herself against the wall, eyes closed, shouting something loudly. Towering before her, the giant nearly touched the ceiling, raising its massive club, casting a shadow over Hermione's head. Beside him, Harry and Ron were not, as he had envisioned, one riding atop the troll's head while the other cast a levitation charm against the wooden club. Instead, both were advancing towards the troll, and consequently towards the club. With a single swing, it was possible that all three of them would meet their demise. What to do? Maud realized he could not reach them in time, and had no choice but to resort to magic. But which spell? The distance was daunting. In his frantic sprint, Maud's mind momentarily latched onto the Frost Witch's spell and the levitation charm. Uncertain if it would suffice, he recalled that the previous version of himself would have been incapable. Yet after evolving, he felt a surge of confidence. With no time for further contemplation, Maud snapped his fingers. A blue, ethereal light erupted in the corridor, akin to a response to a flash of lightning. Within this radiance, a frost arrow, over 2 meters long, shimmered with a cold and razor-sharp aura. The instant the frost arrow materialized, it locked onto the troll's green form, 100 meters away. It surged forth, as if propelled by a gust of wind. In Maud's estimation, this colossal arrow surpassed the speed of the golden snitch, perhaps even exceeding it. In the blink of an eye, the blue frost arrow traversed dozens of meters, drawing near the troll. As for the wooden club, Hermione was perilously close to the troll, likely to be struck first by the club or caught in the wake of Maud's frost arrow. Maud extended his finger, casting the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. This was a non-verbal incantation. Maud habitually recited it silently in his mind. A white light suddenly radiated from his fingertip, aimed directly at Hermione. An inexplicable force surged through Maud's hand, and he felt a palpable pressure. He yanked sharply towards himself. Hermione, trapped in the shadow of the troll, suddenly felt herself gripped by an unseen force. In the next moment, she was yanked skyward, the rush of wind roaring past her ears, as if she were soaring. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she had zipped between Harry and Ron, racing down the corridor outside the restroom, akin to riding a broomstick. No, perhaps even faster. At the far end, Hermione spotted a figure with golden hair, sprinting towards her, one hand raised as if grasping something. Moo. Though Maud's visage had changed somewhat, Hermione instantly recognized him. Moo. She finally cried out, her voice tinged with shock. Maud nodded and lowered his hand, allowing Hermione to land safely. Meanwhile, the frost arrow, gleaming with blue light, had pierced the troll's towering body. The moment blood spurted forth, the frost enveloped both the troll and its blood, encasing them in a massive block of ice that cascaded to the ground. Fuel was over. Mo exhaled deeply. Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence, witnessing the sudden transformation before them, as the girls' restroom around them had succumbed to frost. They felt as if they had once more entered an icy cavern. Everything was cold, yet familiar. Maud observed the colossal beast, now encased in ice, and confirmed its demise. He retracted his magic, and the enormous frost arrow that had pierced the creature's form suddenly dissipated into a shimmering blue light. The ice on the ground melted away, restoring everything to its original state. The thawed remains of the giant crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Contemplating his next move, Maud unleashed a fierce blaze, attempting to conceal the gaping wounds left by the frost arrow on the giant's body. as the flames engulfed the entire form of the beast. It startled Harry and his companions once more. Professor McGonagall and the other professors were nearing their location. Maud was reluctant to reveal the frost magic he had employed. Soon, Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald wizarding robe, appeared. "Oh, my goodness. Please explain this to me. Chapter 25. What is happening? Who is spying on me?" Professor McGonagall rushed in, followed closely by Professors Snape and Quirrell. She surveyed the fallen giant, and then turned her gaze to the group of young wizards before her. Clearly shaken, the giant was certainly beyond the capacity of first-year students to handle. In her eyes, the actions of these young wizards were reckless, displaying a complete disregard for their own safety. She fixed a stern gaze upon Maud and his companions, awaiting an explanation. "Well," Harry, appearing somewhat disheveled, spoke up. "This is my fault, Professor McGonagall." Hermione finally regained her composure. "I'll take the blame." She attempted to shoulder the responsibility for the entire situation. "Professor McGonagall, there is something amiss. Mol inta schiktel, interrupting Hermione." He regarded Professor McGonagall with a serious expression. The entire ordeal began when Hermione stepped out to wash her hands, unaware of the giant's presence. On her way back, she heard a tremendous noise from the restroom, thinking it was someone in the corridor. However, she encountered a massive green-skinned creature, injured. Harry, Ron, and I rushed out to find Hermione, which led to the current scene. Maud paused before continuing. "I suspect this was a deliberate act. Someone intentionally harmed the giant and lured it to the school. This is a conspiracy." His words were largely factual, albeit laced with Maud's own subtle intentions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at Maud wide-eyed. "Isn't that wound you're doing?" The charred wound was indeed caused by us. "Professor McGonagall, I happen to have learned the fire spell and managed to use it," Maud asserted, retrieving his wand and gesturing towards the giant's body. "Well," Professor McGonagall sighed. "Given that Miss Granger's actions were unintentional, I shall refrain from deducting points this time. However, you three must understand that very few first-year students survive an encounter with a giant. Each of you will receive 5 points." Harry and his friends exchanged smiles, and Maud stood by, chuckling as well, though his eyes remained observant of Snape. To be precise, it was the wound on his foot. He merely cast a glance before turning away. Harry also took note, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he exchanged a glance with Snape. Professor McGonagall took the lead, followed closely by Snape. This left Professor Quirrell, who occasionally twitched his mouth as if something were stirring within. His expression was quite peculiar. Before departing, Emma turned once more to glance at the restroom and beheld a familiar silhouette. Deep blue eyes gazed back at him. It was Professor Dumbledore. The bizarre events had reached a temporary halt. Emma inquired about Harry and Ron's circumstances prior to their rush to rescue Hermione. He found it odd that Harry and Ron had not arrived in time this time. The two explained that they had been waylaid by Malfoy. Emoda could only attribute the answer to the butterfly effect. Perhaps his own presence had altered something. "Emoda, what is going on?" Harry questioned, observing his face. Emoda's visage appeared somewhat different from before. While remnants of his previous appearance lingered, it had now become softer and more ethereal. Furthermore, the color of his pupils had shifted from black to a striking gold, endowing him with an entirely distinct aura. "A minor spell," Emo elucidated. "This phrase has proven remarkably useful." Hermione, the little witch, rolled her eyes. "Must you still resort to that phrase? Your magic cannot merely be explained away as minor." She seemed invigorated, casting spells without a wand. Such immense power, even a troll cannot withstand. Emoda could discern her passion for magic. He continued, "Perhaps I misspoke. Allow me to clarify." The trio's attention was now riveted upon him. Emoda paused. "My transformation is simply a consequence of adolescence. Such changes are perfectly normal." Harry and the others exchanged glances. "I suspect the troll is linked to Professor Snape," Harry murmured. "When I was in the restroom, I noticed a wound on his foot." He glanced at Emoda. "You saw it too, didn't you?" Emoda nodded. Snape's fate seemed inescapable. If he were indeed involved, the first suspicion would likely fall upon Professor Quirrell. The latter's behavior was exceedingly strange, hardly befitting a professor. Furthermore, Quirrell had graduated from Ravenclaw, an institution renowned for its sagacious scholars. It was peculiar that only someone like Quirrell, who appeared quite foolish, had emerged from such an esteemed academy. Hermione and Ron looked somewhat bewildered. Snape bypassed the three-headed dog. He saw what the creature was guarding. Harry continued, "The highly confidential object we retrieved from Gringotts, which belongs to Hogwarts." Emoda listened quietly to his reasoning, refraining from comment. After a moment, an owl swooped down, clutching a sizable letter in its talons. It landed before Harry and dropped the missive. "Delivery seems rather early," Hermione remarked quizzically. She had never delivered mail this early. Harry caught the mail and placed it on the table. "I've never received mail before," Harry exclaimed, a mix of excitement and confusion evident on his face. Maud knew exactly who the sender was. He chuckled and said to Harry, "Perhaps you have some relatives, though I certainly do not mean the Dursleys." Harry adjusted his glasses, pondering whether he truly had any other relatives. Regrettably, he knew little about his lineage. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his joy. After Harry and Ron eagerly unwrapped the package, Maud too glimpsed its contents, a broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. The broom was exquisitely crafted, even the handle gleaming slightly. This broom was reputed to fly faster, though it came with a hefty price. Maud observed for a while, but could not discern any differences between the Nimbus 2000 and other brooms, aside from its appearance. He speculated that this flying broom was likely a product of alchemy. Suddenly, Maud felt a peculiar sensation in his eyes. He covered one eye with his hand, light and shadow seeping through the gaps of his fingers. For the second time, his eyes experienced something unusual. What was happening? A premonition? What was this? A stream of information flickered through Maud's mind, vague yet unsettling, as if his privacy was being intrusively examined. Who could it be? Gradually, the images within his golden irises began to crystallize. Two familiar figures emerged before his eyes. Chapter 26. Transmuted. This fantastical magic. The scene unfolded in what appeared to be a study, filled with shelves laden with dusty, ancient tomes. Professor Dumbledore's fate was suddenly shrouded in a veil of mist. What a remarkable boy! Professor Trelawney's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sporting black round glasses and a tousled mane of hay-like golden hair, she was unlike the other professors. Clad in a tattered green, spotted robe, exuding an indescribable eccentricity. Dumbledore nodded, his long silver hair still strikingly prominent. "The last time I saw him, I sensed something," he began. "Professor Trelawney, what did you just glimpse in his fate?" "I saw a peculiar figure," Professor Trelawney described. "It was tall, perhaps even more so than a giant. It was engulfed in flames and lightning, resembling some never-before-seen magical creature." Dumbledore lowered his spectacles, revealing his piercing blue eyes. "Ah, I see. His magical transformation is significant. But regardless, as long as we ascertain he is not connected to that entity, we shall be fine." The vision dissipated. Maud was somewhat taken aback that Professor Dumbledore had indeed divined his fate. He speculated that Dumbledore must have perceived the wounds left by his magic from the giant, which explained the previous scene. However, it made sense. Voldemort's elusive presence, being the most formidable dark wizard, could indeed bestow an individual with powers that were not inherently theirs in a brief span. Upon returning to the dormitory, Maud resolved to hone his magical abilities. He held a keen interest in mastering new spells or delving into more profound and powerful forms of magic. For him, this was a source of delight. With a snap of his fingers, he cast a spell of identification. The results revealed: excluding your weapon, compatibility, 110. Effect: each time you cast a spell, there's a 30 chance of stunning the enemy. However, it was noted that the spell could be cast without a wand or incantation. The spell excluding your weapon had gained a stunning attribute. Next, the illumination charm showed a compatibility of 115. Effect: your illumination charm can release an intense, irritating flash that may cause discomfort, tears, and even render someone unable to open their eyes. This too could be cast wandlessly and without incantation, and the charm had acquired a flashing characteristic. The armor protection spell displayed a compatibility of 120. Effect: the invisible armor you create can dissipate 20 of the energy from any attacking spell, while also enhancing the armor's strength by 20. Like the others, it could be cast without a wand or incantation, and it had gained 2 attributes, one for dissipation and another for strength. These are the 3 spells Maud had chosen to study today. He had already practiced excluding your weapon and illumination charm, and now aimed to master them more proficiently, while armor protection was entirely new to him, previously documented but unpracticed. However, its utility was immense, capable of providing defense against nearly all spells, save for the Avada Kedavra curse, a peculiar spell that could not be defended against, only evaded. Maud pondered whether the dissipation attribute would be effective against the Avada Kedavra curse. Of course, he had no answers at present. He commenced his magical practice. As his compatibility with the spells increased, the practice became increasingly effortless. The once arduous feeling of learning transfiguration spells was now absent. He snapped his fingers, and white light continuously struck the void above his palm. With no one available to test the excluding your weapon spell, this was his only option. He contemplated whether it might be worthwhile to find a room of requirement. If he could access it, he would be able to better observe the effects of his magic without the current hesitance. He recalled that it was located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Setting that thought aside, he immersed himself once more in his magical endeavors. He could feel his proficiency with excluding your weapon soaring, his casting speed increasing, and the power of his magic intensifying. Upon reaching a profound level of mastery, he transitioned to the illumination charm, which produced a notably impressive display. Bright flashes intermittently illuminated the room, and even though the day remained bright outside, a stark contrast between the interior and exterior of the dormitory was palpable. Mode also experimented with the Lumos spell, producing a dazzling orb of light that was blindingly white. As he glanced at it, it felt as though he were staring directly at the sun, compelling him to squint, and soon tears streamed down his face. He quickly dispelled the magic. Mode was pleasantly surprised by the effect. It transcended mere auxiliary magic. The armor of protection spell, on the other hand, revealed no visible signs. This spell conjured an invisible, ethereal armor, or rather, a transparent barrier. Mode contemplated casting a fiery spell to test the efficacy of this magic, but thought better of it. Should the dormitory catch fire, he might find himself without shelter that night. He was uncertain how long his training would last. As the daylight began to dim, Mode paused. He retrieved his spellbook once more and idly flipped through its pages. There were still numerous spells yet to be inscribed. What is this? He halted upon seeing the fragment of the illusion spell he had previously studied, for his identification magic revealed some peculiar information. The illusion spell, when combined with 1's elven bloodline, could metamorphose into a spell for conjuring fantastical creatures. Match percentage, 150. Effect, related to the summoned fantastical creature, currently unknown. This was a most intriguing spell. What is this? Mode found himself perplexed. Could the illusion spell truly integrate with the elven lineage to forge an entirely new type of magic? What, then, were these fantastical creatures? Suddenly, knowledge from ancient lore surfaced in his mind, remnants of the bygone legacy of the ancient elves. The essence of elves could bestow life upon these fantastical beings and endow them with a measure of magical power and unique talents. Fantastical creatures born of elven blood had the potential to evolve into formidable beings, enjoying lifespans far exceeding those of ordinary life. Furthermore, elves could share their longevity with these creatures. Chapter 27. The Dragon of Reality and Illusion. Arise. Longevity? This thought reminded Mode of Nicolome, the alchemist who had lived for over 600 years. Nicolome relied on a philosopher's stone, although Mode had never seen him. It was said his visage had become quite aged. Mode speculated that while the philosopher's stone might sustain longevity or even immortality, it could not preserve youthful appearance. Could this method of sharing longevity with fantastical beings defy such limitations and maintain 1's youthful visage? Mode continued to read. Fantastical creatures were born of a specific type of magic intertwined with elven blood. They might not have existed in the world prior to the conjurer's imagination. Each vivid imagination would endow these creatures with incredible energy and talents. This echoed the results of the illusion spell's identification. Mode suddenly found himself captivated by the notion of these fantastical beings. The essence of longevity is intrinsically woven with the fabric of imagination. However, the notion of talent does not imply that one can manifest whatever one envisions. Merely creating a new life form can evoke an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Mode pondered over the remnants of the illusion spell, contemplating how to intertwine it with elven blood. How could such a fusion occur? Was it merely a matter of conjuring an illusion and then bestowing it with a drop of blood? The introduction was somewhat ambiguous, and Mode mused whether the lack of information was due to the fragmentary nature of this magic. He considered exchanging knowledge of the transformation spell with Kunlun, realizing that, although he had previously struggled to grasp it, the heightened compatibility now made learning it quite feasible. Kunlun transmitted the knowledge, the complete illusion spell. Suddenly, insights in Mode's mind ignited like a chemical reaction, transforming the original text. The illusion creature magic, crafted by the second-generation elven king, Jerriger, could summon companions akin to elves, enabling the sharing of talents and lifespans. Jerriger's illusionary creature, the Hellfire Dragon, was renowned throughout the wizarding era for its formidable power. The cultivation method was straightforward. Mode transferred the information to his spellbook and employed identification magic once more. The compatibility of the illusionary creature magic with his abilities was rated at 180. Its effects indicated that the creature he conjured would possess at least 50 of his own magical talent, while he could share a minimum of 80 of its unique abilities. Other effects remained related to the generated creature and were currently unknown. This was an unparalleled creation spell. with added talent enhancement and shared abilities. A compatibility of 180 represented the highest degree Maud had encountered thus far. Revisiting the cultivation method, he found it quite simple. After mastering the spell, one needed to create an imagined creature and thoughtfully consider the reasonable range of its talents. The core of creating an illusionary creature hinged upon 3 drops of elven blood. Was it not remarkably straightforward? With a compatibility of 180, Maud placed his palm forward, and in an instant, an indistinct creature materialized in the void, its form obscured and nebulous. Undeterred, he continued his practice. Soon, the creature he conjured became clearer, a venerable figure with silver hair cascading to his chest, adorned with half-moon spectacles, and piercing blue eyes that sparkled with wisdom. Maud examined it closely, pleased with the intricate details. He couldn't help but chuckle. With a swift motion, he dispelled the illusion. This was merely an experiment with the magic. His envisioned creature would not resemble this. The magic had matured, and now it was time for the 3 drops of blood. In his dormitory, Maud searched for a needle, but being in a room shared with several boys, there was none to be found. Regrettably, he resorted to unzipping Ron's pants, managing to prick his finger instead. He procured a small container and squeezed 3 drops of blood into it, having transformed into an elf. His blood gleamed a vibrant crimson with a hint of golden radiance. Maud examined the scene with a sense of wonder, coming to the realization that he had indeed transcended humanity. Once again, he conjured his magic. A resplendent white light illuminated the space. Within this radiance, a fantastical creature began to take shape. In Maud's imagination, this mythical being was envisioned as a majestic dragon, unlike the Swedish short-nosed dragon with its wings, but rather akin to the grand eastern dragon, its colossal form coiling through the sky, casting shadows over the earth. Existing in a realm between the ephemeral and the tangible, it possessed the ability to alter its state, becoming a void imperceptible to any observer. Maud aptly named this creation the Dragon of Reality and Illusion. This also constituted its first innate ability, akin to invisibility, yet distinct in that the void could permeate through any substance. Maud conceived this talent primarily for self-preservation, as the lifespan of the fantastical creature would be shared with his own. Before long, the creature had fully formed, adorned with the head of a horse, the tail of a snake, antlers reminiscent of a deer, and claws like those of an eagle. The amalgamation appeared imposing, coiling within the confines of the dormitory, its size nearly overwhelming the space. However, Maud felt no tangible presence emanating from it, as it was imperceptible to touch. He speculated that the magic had yet to conclude. Gradually, the light began to retract, and the fantastical being diminished in size, shrinking down until the illumination coalesced into the shape of an eggshell, with the dragon resembling a small serpent curling into it, transforming into an unhatched egg. This was Maud's inaugural attempt at such magic. Was he to incubate an egg himself? He meticulously searched the depths of his mind for knowledge and finally uncovered the solution. At the moment of the creature's birth, it would manifest as an extraordinary unhatched egg. The method of hatching involved infusing it with a sufficient amount of magical energy. With newfound clarity, Maud approached the egg and felt its smooth surface. The shell was adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, shimmering in gold against the alabaster shell, creating a striking spectacle. As Maud channeled his magical energy into the egg, he was immediately met with a powerful suction. He could sense his magic being devoured by an unseen force. The absorption was swift, and soon, 1/10 of his immense magical power had been consumed, followed by 2/10, 3/10, and 4/10. Sweat began to bead on Maud's brow as he felt his magical reserves deplete rapidly, leaving him with a sense of weakness. Finally, at 8/10, the absorption ceased. He exhaled a sigh of relief, patting the egg, which had nearly overwhelmed him before it had even hatched. An anticipation began to blossom within him regarding the creature that would emerge. The magic within the shell shimmered with a blue luminescence before gradually fading. Subsequently, the shell began to crack. With a series of sharp sounds, the fantastical creature extended a claw, breaking through the eggshell and emerging. Chapter 28. The Unyielding Innate Ability. A sudden thunderclap. What emerged was an unassuming little serpent, albeit with 4 diminutive claws. A snake? Maud pondered, realizing that while this fantastical being had indeed hatched small, it appeared astonishingly ordinary. The sleek black scales were so tightly bound that they bore little resemblance to traditional scales, instead resembling a layer of serpent skin. The creature's 4 claws were particularly diminutive, akin in size to the nail of Maud's little finger. From a distance, it appeared to be a black snake, did it not? In Maud's imagination, It should have possessed a majestic azure body. How had its color transformed so drastically? This dragon, a blend of reality and illusion, seemed to have noticed him and slowly slithered closer. It brushed against Maud's hand, and he could sense its excitement. How could he possibly comprehend the emotions of such a fantastical being? Could it be connected to his own creation? Maud employed his identification magic. Fantasy creature, dragon of reality and illusion. Compatibility with you. 200. It possessed magical talents akin to yours, with an immense reservoir of magical energy. Its existence had been acknowledged by the world. Transitioning from a magical entity to a living creature, it no longer consumed your magical energy. The same magical affinity and formidable power as oneself, Maud continued to observe. It possessed an extensive lifespan to share with you. It could bestow upon you 3 formidable talents. 1. Body of reality and illusion. The ability to switch and alter your state of existence at will. When you are in an illusory form, you become imperceptible, your body intangible, with no object able to obstruct your passage. 2. Domain of thunder. The wielder excels in commanding thunder and lightning, capable of harnessing the magnificent power of storms. Lightning magic would become second nature to you. 3. Heart of lava. The ability to breathe flames akin to molten lava, enhancing the power of your fire magic by 150 when transformed into a semi-molten state. Maud envisioned more than just these 3 talents. He gazed at the little dragon, and further information emerged. Misty essence, granting the ability to soar and traverse effortlessly, rendering the void as solid ground. Reverse scales, enveloping the entire body in extraordinarily resilient scales. Even a dragon would require time to breach them. In total, there were 5 talents, yet only the first 3 could be conferred upon him. Maud's imagination extended beyond this, but alas, those visions may have been too extravagant, losing their logic and reason, or perhaps he had reached the limits of the fantastical creature's abilities. The effects continued. It could link seamlessly to your mind, comprehending all your words, allowing for telepathic communication. Its gaze reflected your own, granting you the ability to see the world through its eyes. It would become your unmatched companion in the future. In summary, Maud concluded that the effects were the bestowal of talents, shared lifespan, mental connection, and vision acquisition. Quite satisfactory indeed, he nodded in approval. This dragon, or rather, it should now be named the Black Serpent, a name befitting its current appearance. Maud pondered whether he could find time to encounter Voldemort's snake. He shook his head, dismissing that thought as somewhat perilous. Perhaps he would instead meet Ron's little rat, Scabbers. Maud extended his hand, and suddenly, a black serpent coiled around it, subsequently dissolving into nothingness. This was the effect of the illusory body. Intrigued, Maud decided to manifest this talent himself. Gradually, his body faded into oblivion, rendering him unable to see his own form. Yet, the sensation of his body remained intact. He attempted to touch the table, but grasped only emptiness. Moving to the center of the table, he unexpectedly traversed into its solid core, experiencing an extraordinary sensation. Then, a peculiar wave of pressure enveloped him. Maud felt as if his body was under a formidable force, compressing him. Hastily, he withdrew and dispelled the illusory body. What was happening? Maud inspected his body for any abnormalities, but found none. After several attempts, he finally discerned the truth. The illusory body, while capable of maintaining invisibility for an extended duration, required certain conditions to enable the ability to interact with objects. Otherwise, it could only be sustained for a few minutes. These conditions might involve possessing a robust physique or other factors. As for the domain of thunder and the heart of lava, Maud raised his hands, feeling a powerful current enveloping them. This was not precisely magic, yet would draw upon magical energy. The true utility of the domain of thunder was to enhance his aptitude for lightning magic. Once he dispelled this magic, Maud carefully conjured a small, roaring flame. The fire danced in the void, and with a snap of his fingers, the crimson flames transformed into a deep scarlet, unleashing a wave of heat. Although the transformation was minimal, the temperature surged significantly. Drip! A few drops of molten lava threatened to fall to the ground. Maud snapped his fingers again, retracting the magic. Black Serpent? Maud called out mentally to the Black Serpent. It reappeared on his arm. Curiosity piqued. Maud wondered what abilities the serpent possessed in its juvenile form. He conveyed his thoughts directly to the serpent, contemplating the view outside. Beyond the window lay an expansive ocean, a perfect setting for casting magic without concern. He pointed towards the sky above the ocean. The serpent glanced back at him. Gurgle. The sound emitted by the Black Serpent startled Maud. Was this the sound it made as a hatchling? The serpent conveyed its response. Although small, it was quite intelligent. Maud discerned from its tone that the noise might be somewhat loud. It was truly remarkable that he could understand the vocalizations of such a wondrous creature. Fear not. There is no one at sea. Simply cast your magic. Maud peered out the window and reassured the serpent. Suddenly, the serpent's body radiated a brilliant blue light. Maud could sense the magical energy, akin to his own, boiling within. Outside, the darkening sky grew oppressive. Today is a sunny day, yet ominous clouds have begun to gather. The black serpent emits a growling sound, albeit one that remains somewhat juvenile. Suddenly, clusters of purple lightning materialize, cascading across the sky, pulsating with an entrancing brilliance. From time to time, bolts of lightning crash down from above, akin to a sword of thunder piercing the sea. Shortly thereafter, the lightning appears to boil with energy, coalescing into a mass as if brewing something extraordinary. In the next moment, a purple glow illuminates a vast expanse of the sky, and a tree of lightning unfurls, revealing countless branches. Instantly, the purple bolts of lightning spread across the surroundings, shattering the veil of night. Hiss! Maud cannot contain a gasp. This reaction stemmed from both the might of the black serpent and the sight of a bat-like figure emerging beneath the lightning, seemingly struck down, as if its wings had been severed, causing it to plummet. If I am not mistaken, it is. Chapter 29. Entering a State of Emergency. The pace of reading is terrifying. Snape? Maud's first instinct is to think of him, but upon reflection, it seems that Quirrell also possesses a similar robe. Moo. Too distant to discern the figure's face, and with little time to react, is left in uncertainty. Just as Maud considers whether this person has sunk into the sea, a shadow stumbles upward once more. This time, clarity dawns. It is not Snape. The individual does not reveal their face, their form differing from Snape's, more akin to the dark-robed figure encountered on the day of the Gringotts heist. In an instant, Maud deduces the identity of this person, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's attire retains a hint of dark wizardry. One wonders what mischief he has ventured forth to engage in. Observing Quirrell's singed headscarf and black robe, Maud speculates whether his head too has been struck. A chuckle escapes him. Were it Professor Snape, he might feel a twinge of anxiety, for human lives are at stake. However, since it is Professor Quirrell, he decides to let it be. Quirrell. Before long, Hogwarts urgently announces a state of alert throughout the school. This situation differs from that of the troll. Professor McGonagall remarks to several professors. The current intrusion into Hogwarts may be the work of some magical creature, or perhaps even dark wizards. The true terror lies in the unknown. If it is a magical creature, that is one thing. If it is a dark wizard capable of defeating Professor Quirrell, the atmosphere among the professors grows heavy with foreboding. This exchange indicates that even they are uncertain about Hogwarts' safety at present. What Professor Dumbledore? The diminutive Professor Flitwick inquires. He has gone out and may return by tomorrow, Professor McGonagall replies. For tonight's safety, we shall take responsibility. In the dining hall, all students are instructed not to leave their dormitories after nightfall. Professor McGonagall, maintaining her customary stern demeanor, delivers this message to all students present in the hall. Maud observes the surrounding students engaged in hushed discussions, alongside several professors with grave expressions. Professor Snape continues to wear his characteristic aloof countenance. Maud perceives that he may be the only one truly embodying seriousness amidst the gathering. He surmised that in the coming days, the professors would be inspecting every corner of the school until they uncovered the truth. What had transpired? Harry felt a twinge of surprise. I heard that Professor Quirrell has been injured, Hermione continued. He is currently lying in Madame Pomfrey's care, reportedly with singed skin on his back, as if scorched by fire, and he remains unconscious. I suspect there is a dark wizard lurking within the school, Hermione asserted, her expression grave. Maud barely contained a laugh. The most formidable dark wizard in this institution was none other than Professor Quirrell himself. The other so-called dark wizard was merely a newly hatched serpent. Oh no, a hatchling dragon. Ron listened intently to Hermione's analysis. So, Hogwarts is no longer safe? He inquired. Maud waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? The one in danger is that dark wizard. After all, he is currently incapacitated, lying in bed, still in a state of unconsciousness. I suspect that he was struck down, rendering him unconscious, and it is likely that the one who took flight was possessed by that person, thereby concealing Quirrell's true identity. As for why the secret of the back of his head has gone undiscovered during treatment, there must be some method at play. Maud continued. As long as Professor Dumbledore is here, Hogwarts remains the safest place. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. Nightfall enveloped Hogwarts once again in silence. Maud glanced out the window. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the water's surface where two crescent moons mirrored each other. Occasionally, gentle waves rippled across the sea, and the ocean breeze wafted into the dormitory. Outside, faint footsteps could be heard, likely the professors patrolling for that dark wizard. Soon, he drifted off to sleep, after being drained of so much magic by the dark serpent. Returning to the dormitory that night and replenishing it left him feeling utterly fatigued. The following day, Maud arrived early at the library. Inside, Hermione, the little witch, was already seated at her familiar spot, a towering stack of books before her. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as Miss Know-It-All. "Hey, Mole," she called. Maud nodded and greeted her in return. He selected several books and placed them on the table, including Standard Spells Level 2, Standard Spells Level 3, and Ancient Potionology. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, and so too is magic. He would not rest on his laurels due to any progress made. Across from him, Hermione continued to flip through the pages at an astonishing pace, turning a page in mere seconds. Noticing Maud's gaze upon her, she inquired curiously, "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Maud nodded. Indeed, there was something. "What is it?" she asked. "You're a bit slow," Maud replied. "You should be more proactive in your studies. Your reading speed leaves much to be desired." Hermione retorted, "Wait a minute. Didn't you tell me last time that reading should be done slowly and with careful consideration?" At that moment, Ron and Harry entered. Maud turned his head, looking at them with curiosity. "What brings you two here?" Harry offered an awkward smile and replied, "I'm searching for books related to the Quidditch match. I am about to participate in the Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Slytherin." Maud nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that preparations for the Quidditch match were indeed underway. At this moment, Harry should be learning a few things from Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The two reluctantly picked up a book and began to read, albeit at a pace slower than Maud's earlier efforts. He speculated that they were reading a line, forgetting it, and then returning to reread. He too immersed himself in his book, finding the knowledge presented by the sage elf far superior to that of humans to be quite fascinating. Surely, he should not be slower than Hermione, he mused. Maud opened Standard Spells Level 2 and was instantly captivated. As he glanced at the densely packed text, it transformed into a vivid illustration, instantly imprinting itself in his mind. Upon reflection, every word on that page was clear as day to him. He even found himself able to organize and comprehend the knowledge contained within, all accomplished in a mere instant. Maud felt a surge of delight and began to accelerate his page-turning, eager to experience the limits of the sage elf's abilities. Initially, the group sat together with only the sparse yet steady sound of Hermione turning pages. However, with Maud's presence, the speed intensified and his movements became somewhat more pronounced. Hermione and the others looked up. Page after page was being turned with a certain roughness, as if he were searching for something hidden within the book, even creating a slight breeze in the process. Hermione felt that while she could read one page, Maud could flip through 10 or more. Just as they were taken aback, a familiar and aged voice resonated. "Mr. Maris, one cannot be so reckless with a book." Maud raised his head to meet a pair of azure eyes. "Come to my office, Mr. Maris," Professor Dumbledore said, lowering his glasses and smiling at him. Chapter 30. The title of the Howling Moon Elf. The Master of Soul Manipulation. Professor Dumbledore? Maud felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at the professor. The act of reading could be overlooked, but the current dismal situation at Hogwarts was largely of his own making. Maud silently cast the mind-shielding charm, retracting and safeguarding his emotions and thoughts. "Follow me, Mr. Maris," Dumbledore instructed. Under the curious gazes of Harry and the others, Maud followed Professor Dumbledore. Before the door to Dumbledore's office stood a colossal stone beast, blocking their path. It opened its stone mouth and declared password. "Cockroach cluster," Professor Dumbledore responded, smiling a little. Cockroach clusters are quite a delightful snack. Maud thought to himself, however, such a thing is hardly appealing. Dumbledore may indeed be the only individual at Hogwarts capable of consuming anything. The stone beast rotated upwards, revealing a staircase leading higher. The two entered, arriving at Dumbledore's office. The room was structured in a cylindrical shape. Along the sides, shelves brimming with books lined the walls. Some of their covers yellowed with age, hinting at their antiquity. Portraits of Hogwarts' past headmasters adorned the walls, and occasionally, the figures within them would blink. Beside the shelves perched a vibrant, crimson-feathered bird, its long tail shimmering with golden light. This was Fawkes, a true phoenix. While Maud scrutinized Fawkes with great interest, Professor Dumbledore had already settled into his office chair. Mr. Maris seemed particularly fascinated by the phoenix. Dumbledore gestured to a nearby chair, inviting, "Please have a seat, Maris." Maud complied, preferring the company of the phoenix over conversing with Dumbledore who could read minds. Of course, Dumbledore likely could not perceive his thoughts at that moment. Very well. Dumbledore nodded. Is that a brain-blocking charm? Mr. Maris, your talent is quite remarkable. How did Professor Dumbledore discern his proficiency in the brain-blocking charm? You must be mistaken. Professor Dumbledore, Maud replied, touching his head. Is that so? Dumbledore blinked. I'm quite familiar with that magic. Perhaps I truly erred. He picked up a pile of cockroach-shaped candies from the table and popped one into his mouth. Mr. Maris, would you care for some? Maud shook his head. No. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I can hardly bring myself to eat something that appears so unappetizing, even knowing it is merely candy. Dumbledore placed his hands upon the table, his fingers interlaced. Mr. Maris, I have heard about the situation at school. What is your perspective on the matter? Maud looked momentarily astonished. Did Dumbledore know something about Professor Quirrell? Maud then adopted a serious expression reminiscent of Ron's from the previous night. I believe that under Hogwarts protection, we shall all remain safe. Dumbledore smiled. Maris, I have encountered wizards as gifted and perceptive as you. I invited you here today to convey a message. The choices one makes, rather than their abilities or talents, ultimately determine their fate. I hope this wisdom serves you well in Gryffindor. Dumbledore paused, adding, Oh, and I must say, you appear more mature now. Maud blinks, touching his own face. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Maud had gleaned two significant insights. First, Professor Dumbledore possessed a considerable understanding of him, his talents and magic, and even the matter concerning Professor Quirrell. The second matter is that Professor Dumbledore aspires to embody the spirit of Gryffindor, steering clear of the misguided path trodden by that certain individual. Truly, Professor Dumbledore is wise beyond measure. Mord sighed softly, genuinely impressed. Upon returning to the library, Mord continued his reading, his pace slightly slowed, yet still remarkably swift. Did Professor Dumbledore summon you for a particular reason? Hermione inquired with curiosity. Harry and Ron had already departed the library. They could hardly contain themselves. Ah, Professor Dumbledore, Mord replied, there's nothing of great significance. Hermione rolled her eyes. You certainly have a knack for evasion, much like the last time. Mord glanced at her in mild surprise. Have I not consistently answered your questions with utmost seriousness? He shook his head, conceding, well, since you wish to know. Hermione nodded. I am indeed curious. Please continue. Professor Dumbledore merely invited me over for some sweets. Mord elaborated. You know how he has a penchant for such delights. After several days of heightened vigilance, Hogwarts finally announced the lifting of its alert status, following the awakening of Professor Quirrell. However, he merely claimed to have been struck by lightning, conveniently omitting the fact that he had ventured outside clad in a dark robe to engage in activities befitting a dark wizard. During these days, Mord refrained from casting any spells, for the professors were conducting tight patrols. Instead, he took advantage of the time to delve deeply into his studies, amassing a wealth of knowledge and organizing his newfound insights. Seated upon his bed, Mord once again immersed himself in contemplation. On the peaks of Kunlun Mountain, flecks of golden light mingled with the white snow. Mord meticulously categorized and assimilated knowledge, acquiring a series of straightforward spells. The cleaning charm of Gubor, prank of the flame, and Gaze far spell. These represented relatively ordinary, everyday magic. Next, he focused on the study of potions, gaining access to Master Vander's potion experiences, fundamentals of ancient wizard potions, and comprehensive guide to potion tools. These texts promised to enhance his theoretical and practical understanding of potion making. What Mord truly yearned for was the unlocking of the second tier of knowledge pertaining to his elven bloodline and the accompanying potion assistance. He dedicated considerable time to potion studies with this goal in mind, allowing more potion knowledge to seep into his consciousness. As Mord awaited with anticipation, a flicker of golden light finally appeared, transmitting a fragment of information to his mind. Elven bloodline second tier, Howling Moon Elf, a magical being that dances under the moonlight and drinks moondew. The message was abrupt and incomplete, leaving only a few words. Mord sighed in resignation. The journey of learning was indeed arduous. Yet, the glimmer of novel knowledge piqued his interest. Fundamental soul magic, devised by the master of soul manipulation, was among the intriguing discoveries. It enables you to truly touch the essence of the soul. Chapter 31, Soul Magic, the possibility of resurrection. Soul magic? Maud scrutinized the text closely. The fundamental soul magic can assist you in traversing the dreams of others, extracting their thoughts, and crafting cursed effigies. Its power can delve into the netherworld, granting you the ability to summon the souls of the departed. However, it does not possess the capability to resurrect the dead. Maud was somewhat astonished. the ability to summon the souls of the deceased. That alone was remarkable, and at the conclusion, it was noted, Master Wire once stated that supreme soul magic could govern the cycle of life and death, offering a chance to bring the deceased back to life. Of course, this refers to those who have died unexpectedly, not to those whose time is nearly up. All power resides in the depths of the netherworld. This is the allure of soul magic. The mastery of life and death in one's hands is one of the reasons why many wizards are drawn to it. Even the most powerful sorcerers often harbor a lingering regret for someone they could not save. Maud momentarily thought of Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, the most formidable white wizard of the present day, could not save his mother, who perished due to the magical outburst of his sister. He could not save his sister either, that timid girl, who ultimately succumbed to her uncontrolled powers. This was a burden he could never lift. And this master of soul manipulation, Wire, had already intervened in the realm of life and death through magic. Truly an impressive individual. He noticed another title of Wire, the Miracle Wizard. Suddenly, everything seemed quite normal. It was not surprising that Wire, who stood alongside the divine, could invent a spell capable of resurrecting the dead. Maud was greatly intrigued by this soul magic. He snapped his fingers and cast a discernment spell. Compatibility of fundamental soul magic with you, 120. Effect: dream traversal time increased by 20. To a certain extent, you can manipulate the actions of the cursed target, provided your magical power exceeds theirs. Summoning the souls of the deceased also increased by 20. This was a magic that transcended the boundaries of life and death. It possessed an additional characteristic: control. He diligently began to practice this magic. In the afternoon, there was a class, Professor Snape's potions lesson. Another session with Snape. Ron sighed. I do not like Snape at all, nor that wretched potion aroma. Harry nodded. Over these past days, he had come to discern one thing. Professor Snape seemed particularly inclined to target him, whether in questioning or unleashing a troll. Though not directly aimed at him, it nearly cost his friend dearly. Hermione had also developed a distaste for Professor Snape due to this incident. Maud shook his head. Ron, what you see may not necessarily be the truth. Harry and the others looked at him curiously. Is Maud actually believing in Professor Snape? Mo, do you think Snape is not like that? Harry inquired. Mo nodded. Certainly. How could someone like Professor Snape possibly torment you and Harry during potions class? Yet, have you not noticed how, in the previous lessons, Harry was often posed with peculiar and perplexing questions, resulting in the loss of numerous points for Gryffindor? Ron retorted. Maud nodded in acknowledgement. I certainly observed that. However, the Professor Snape you speak of. Maud paused for a moment before continuing. He would presumably prefer to confine you within the dark, oppressive library, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. After all, dark wizards seldom employ mere words in their dealings with others. Ron. Upon entering the classroom, the young witches and wizards were engrossed in conversation. Indeed, there had been quite a few strange occurrences lately. First, Professor Quirrell fainted in the Great Hall, proclaiming that a troll had invaded. Then, the troll mysteriously vanished. Recently, Professor Quirrell was struck by lightning and fell unconscious for several days. Although these events were terrifying at the time, they soon transformed into vivid tales. I heard that Professor Quirrell has awoken. Yes, I visited him and the sight. What happened? His back was burned to such an extent that he appeared considerably thinner than before, and I heard he occasionally exhibits signs of delirium. Last time the troll appeared, Professor Quirrell also fainted due to his injuries. By the way, do you think the troll was captured or killed? Maud rubbed his nose and followed behind Harry and the others as they entered. These events were indeed linked to him, but he was reluctant to discuss them. Speaking of which, Professor Quirrell truly is pitiable. Silence. My classroom is not a place for such discussions. Professor Snape entered, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor, clad in a long black robe that billowed as he walked. Open your books to page 57 of Basics of Potions. Today, we shall learn how to utilize the tools for potion making, which is crucial to our ability to brew a successful potion. Maud found Professor Snape's explanations to be quite accessible. He compared them to the comprehensive guide to potion tools he had acquired from Kunlun. Indeed, Professor Snape is worthy of being called a master of potion making. This book has been passed down through the ages in the wizarding world, collaboratively authored by numerous ancient wizards proficient in potion making. Its enduring legacy attests to its practicality and accuracy. Moreover, some of the content Professor Snape shared, which diverged from the textbook, aligned perfectly with the comprehensive guide to potion tools. As he spoke, Snape suddenly halted, casting a glance at Harry. Although Harry appeared to be diligently taking notes, it was evident that his thoughts were elsewhere. Mr. Potter, are you once again entranced by your fame for bravely battling the troll? Harry looked utterly bewildered. The other students turned their gazes towards him. Harry Potter and the troll? Could it be that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had once again performed a miracle by defeating the troll? Maud let out a sigh. Harry had evidently succumbed to Ron's influence, displaying a lack of attentiveness during class. Once again, a familiar scene unfolded as Professor Snape posed several questions, to which Harry merely shook his head. Consequently, Gryffindor was penalized by the deduction of 5 points. Fortunately, Miss Granger occasionally raised her hand to answer questions, ultimately restoring some of the lost points. During the subsequent practical session, they were tasked with brewing the potion of death, a process that Maud executed with ease. He assisted Hermione by elucidating several crucial aspects, enabling her to complete the potion successfully. As for Ron and Harry, they were once again preoccupied with tidying their workspace, revealing Harry's lack of aptitude in potion making. Maud observed Snape at the front of the room, also engaged in potion brewing. It was evident that the ingredients he was using did not pertain to the potion of death. Maud watched as Professor Snape added a particular ingredient to the cauldron, instinctively comparing it with the knowledge he had stored in his mind. Professor Snape, your method of preparation appears to be flawed. Maud could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. Chapter 32. Dreamscape Interludes. The Disparaged Knowledge. Professor Snape turned his gaze towards Maud, his eyes icy and indifferent. Is there something you wish to convey, Mr. Maris? Maud suddenly realized he had been rather audacious and hesitated in his response. After a moment's reflection, he replied, Professor Snape, that wormwood should serve as an auxiliary herb for this potion, right? It ought to be added during the final 2 minutes of brewing to enhance the potion's efficacy. Snape did not respond immediately, instead continuing to regard him with a frosty stare. After a brief pause, he remarked, Mr. Maris, one should focus on studying from textbooks. Those inconsequential tomes procured from Diagon Alley or elsewhere are mere detritus from certain wizards. Maud was left speechless, sensing that Snape believed he was spouting nonsense. Return to your seat, Maris. Do not compel me to repeat myself, Snape commanded. Maud nodded and was about to sit down when a gust of wind swept into the classroom. He noticed that the herbs resting beside Snape were blown perilously close to the professor's palm, intertwining with another herb. However, Snape remained oblivious to this distraction as he had just engaged Maud in conversation, momentarily losing focus. Raising his hand, Snape deftly grasped the herb next to the cauldron, preparing to add it to the mixture. Professor, that needs bang. The cauldron before Snape erupted in a billowing cloud of smoke, the added herbs reduced to charred remnants. Explosion. Maud murmured, witnessing Snape's face turn a shade darker, obscured by the thick smoke. Some students below could no longer suppress their laughter. Maud had already anticipated the ensuing consequences. Gryffindor would lose 5 points due to the disruption caused by a few students during potion brewing. Snape's stern expression conveyed his displeasure. Ron found the situation amusing, relishing the fact that Maud now shared in his plight as he pulled Harry over after class. See, I told you, he whispered, lowering his voice. Professor Snape not only directed his ire at Harry, but also at all of Harry's companions. Mord spread his hands. Perhaps that was the case. But he did not dwell on the matter. Snape's failure in potion brewing was indeed a consequence of his disturbances. An error is an error, and there is no need for obfuscation. However, when it came to conveying this to Ron and Harry, they remained uncomprehending. Nevertheless, the advice he offered to Professor Snape was rooted in authentic ancient knowledge, distilled from the chapter on enhancing the success rate and efficacy of potion brewing. As posited by the foremost potion masters of the wizarding era, knowledge cannot falter. Instead of visiting the library, Mord returned to his dormitory to continue his practice of soul fundamental magic. This form of magic possesses a high degree of compatibility, yet its cultivation is somewhat slower than previous spells, as it requires more practical application. Mord yearned to embark on a journey through dreams. It was still early, and he wondered if anyone was asleep. He recalled the essential knowledge of soul fundamental magic, and then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, his visual perception vanished. The version of him lying on the bed had closed his eyes, as if entering slumber. A wisp of grayish light surged forth from his body, darting about with incredible speed and a pale hue, rendering it nearly invisible to the eyes of an ordinary wizard. It was in search of a sleeping individual. Once this wisp of gray light entered a person's body, Mord would be able to traverse their dreams. After scanning the Gryffindor dormitory and finding no one asleep, the light then flitted over to the Slytherin dormitory. It penetrated the mind of a blond boy, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, Mord felt a brilliance before his eyes. He opened them to see his own body, nearly transparent. He surveyed his surroundings, a grand estate. A pale-faced, gaunt boy with golden hair, slicked back, stood before a similarly blond middle-aged man. "Ah, Malfoy, He had entered Draco Malfoy's dream. Upon glancing at the middle-aged man, he recognized Lucius. Mord scrutinized Lucius Malfoy, a true Death Eater and one of Voldemort's henchmen. With his light blonde hair, pallid sharp features, and impeccably tailored attire, he exuded an air of a gentleman. Yet his cold gray-blue eyes were filled with arrogance and cunning. Draco, Lucius addressed his son, Draco Malfoy. Draco nodded, listening intently, far more seriously than he did in class. We pureblood wizards are far nobler than other wizards. The conversation was disjointed, leaving Mord in the dark about what transpired. Observing the scene, he sensed that Lucius was once again indoctrinating his child. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, having exited the classroom due to his potion brewing failure, felt a touch of displeasure. He had never anticipated that the once inquisitive and diligent student would so swiftly go astray. Was it a prank? Certainly, it must have been learned from Potter. He washed his face in his office before entering Professor Dumbledore's chamber. Professor Snape appeared rather displeased. Professor Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses and inquired, "Has anything unpleasant occurred with the students, Mr. Potter?" Snape offered no reply, instead turning to discuss Quirrell's situation. He had been entrusted by Dumbledore to monitor Quirrell. It seemed, had been too preoccupied to engage in any activities. Dumbledore listened as Snape detailed his observations regarding Quirrell. Clearly, Quirrell, having recently been struck by lightning, had just awakened, still quite weak. This period would likely remain tranquil. Dumbledore then smiled at Snape, asking, "Is it not Mr. Potter? Or perhaps Mr. Malfoy?" Snape finally responded with a curt nod, his demeanor consistently aloof, an instinctive manifestation of his character. "I was interrupted by Mr. Malfoy while brewing the truth serum," Snape remarked. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. "I perceive that Mr. Malfoy is not one to indulge in mischief." "I had thought so as well," Snape continued, "until he informed me that wormwood should be added in the final 2 minutes. Dumbledore contemplated this, acknowledging that he possessed considerable knowledge in potion making. He had never heard of such a practice of adding ingredients in the final moments. All potions must adhere to a strict sequence of ingredient incorporation. He shifted the conversation. "Nevertheless, I believe that at times, alterations may prove beneficial." Dumbledore winked. "No wizard has ever created or modified a potion without first experimenting." Snape neither opposed nor agreed. Changing the subject, he retained confidence in his expertise, particularly in potion making, as he truly was a master of the craft. Chapter 33. Crafting Cursed Dolls. The source of the fragrant aroma. Maud followed Lucius and Decora through a dreamscape. The two engaged in lengthy discussions. In the mind of 11-year-old Draco, their words bore no hint of secrecy, merely casual banter, along with the concepts and sense of pride regarding pure-blood wizards imparted by his father, Lucius. Maud shook his head, no longer inclined to listen to their discourse. Instead, he surveyed the entirety of the dream world, which appeared remarkably vivid. Every brick, every blade of grass, and even the minutest details were distinctly visible. Within Malfoy Manor, Maud observed no signs of dark wizardry, likely concealed by Lucius. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky, adorned with but a few drifting white clouds. Suddenly, he spotted a dark speck in the heavens. As he gazed, the speck magnified before him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself directly before it. Oh no, it was the spots that appeared before him, while he remained rooted in place. The spots that fell to the ground were astonishingly large, seemingly several times bigger than a Quidditch pitch. They were dark, resembling a new world concealed within shadows, evoking a sense of wonder in Maud. Curiosity piqued, he extended his hand to touch them, only to find the front half of his hand suddenly vanish into the blackness. What does a person's dream connect to? A hypothesis began to form in Maud's mind. He stepped forward, and the world before him plunged into darkness, akin to entering a shadowy compartment of a flying broomstick. Suddenly, a beam of light cascaded down from above, illuminating the space ahead. Under this illumination, silhouettes began to materialize. Upon closer inspection, Maud realized that these figures all bore a striking resemblance to Draco Malfoy. Information began to surface in his mind. The fundamentals of soul magic will assist you in entering the dreams of others. Subsequently, you must locate the subconscious realm connected to the dream. Upon discovering this world, you will encounter the desires and thoughts of individuals, which serve as the materials for crafting cursed dolls. Thus, these figures were merely thoughts. I wish to defeat Harry Potter. I yearn for the adulation of all. The seemingly soulless Dracos mumbled unconsciously. Maud observed with great interest. Soon, he noticed an unusual figure among the crowd, as one Draco did not sport the signature slick-back hairstyle. Indeed, Maud nodded approvingly. Why adhere to such an unappealing hairstyle? He halted his steps and playfully patted this Draco on the head. Smack! To his surprise, the sensation was quite pleasing. He decided to seize one thought, and this would be the one. Maud snapped his fingers. A hazy gray light burst forth from his body, enveloping the Draco before him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, one figure vanished from his subconscious realm. In reality, within the dormitory, Maud opened his eyes and sat up from his bed. He raised his hand, where a swirling mass of gray light hovered, seemingly containing a shadowy figure within. Upon closer examination, although somewhat indistinct, he could still discern Draco Malfoy's likeness. Combine the thought with the doll you have prepared. Finally, perform the soul magic, and you shall acquire a cursed doll. Maud glanced around. A doll? There was none of that in the dormitory. With no other options, Maud tore several sheets of paper into pieces, crumpled them into balls, and bound them together with thin strings. With limbs and a head, it could be considered a complete humanoid doll. Oh no, a paper doll perhaps. Maud tossed the gray light orb, which immediately floated above this paper doll. He snapped his fingers once more. The orb promptly dove into the paper doll, illuminating it from within with radiant beams. He picked up the glowing paper doll and examined it closely. It felt as though the material of the doll had transformed. It no longer bore a rough texture, but felt smooth to the touch. As if enveloped in a delicate film, it became less susceptible to being torn apart. Was that sufficient? Maud extended his hand toward the table opposite the bed. The quill pen atop the table floated gracefully into his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he inscribed a nearly imperceptible phrase on the doll's forehead. My father is Lucius. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on Draco Malfoy's forehead, far away in the Slytherin dormitory, a faint glow began to emanate. The radiance gradually receded, and eventually, several tiny characters slowly materialized. In Professor Snape's office, he was in the process of rebrewing the Veritaserum. Whenever he found himself with a moment of leisure, he would delve into potion making. Even familiar brews warranted repeated practice. This was one of the reasons he had attained mastery in the art of potions. Skillfully, he added ingredients such as bezoar and asphodel into the cauldron, followed by a measure of water. Professor Snape's movements were deft, lacking the frantic energy of a novice wizard, instead exhibiting an ineffable fluidity and comfort. As the temperature began to rise, he added in the dried nettle and bubblewort. Grasping the wormwood, he recalled a piece of wisdom from Professor Dumbledore. No wizard creates or improves a potion without first experimenting. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately set the wormwood aside, intending to add it in the final 2 minutes, as Maud Maris had suggested, curious about the outcome. If it were unsatisfactory, he could easily brew it anew. Crafting such concoctions posed no challenge for him. At last, the potion approached its final form. Professor Snape introduced the wormwood into the cauldron, harboring a flicker of hope. He felt an inexplicable anticipation. Professor Dumbledore's words were seldom without merit. Would it succeed? Under Snape's indifferent gaze, the potion in the cauldron began to darken, taking on a charred hue, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. His expression grew even more aloof. How could he have been so foolish as to heed the jest of a fledgling wizard? Casting aside the potion that had turned blackened, he commenced the brewing anew, this time relying solely on his extensive experience. Progressing smoothly, it wasn't long before the potion within the cauldron shimmered a deep, translucent purple. Nodding in approval, he poured it into a small vial and raised it to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, which remained consistent yet bore a notably fresher scent. Professor Snape sensed something amiss. How could the Veritaserum possess such a fragrant aroma? He lifted it again, inhaling deeply. The pleasant scent seemed not to emanate from this vial. Surveying his surroundings, he finally identified the source of the aroma, the discarded, charred remnants of the potion, which had cooled to a glue-like consistency. Its blackened surface had cracked, revealing a glimmer of golden light within. Chapter 34. Reviving Lily? An excited Snape. What is this? Professor Snape picked up the plate containing the remnants of his potion-making waste. The dark, charred potion had begun to ooze a shimmering golden liquid from its crevices, releasing a distinctly fresh aroma that wafted through the air. Severus Snape leaned in to inhale its scent. Moments later, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind clouded. Was this akin to the experience of consuming a truth serum? A flicker of interest ignited in Snape's typically indifferent gaze. Few things intrigued him, yet potions were one of them. He sensed that this potion had undergone a remarkable transformation. Otherwise, how could a truth serum induce such disorientation merely from its fragrance? Professor Snape conducted a series of tests, occasionally extracting a droplet of the golden solution and adding a particular reagent, seemingly a testing agent. He inhaled once more, attuning himself to the changes in the potion's efficacy while observing the shifts in its hue. Ultimately, he arrived at an astonishing conclusion. This golden liquid possessed potency that surpassed his own concocted truth serum by at least 3 to 4 times. Furthermore, it exhibited a certain volatility, emitting a fragrance capable of inducing a truth-telling effect. A mere drop, or even half a drop, could propel a person into a state of revelation, whereas the original truth serum required a minimum of 3 drops and weeks of maturation. As Snape summarized his findings, he realized that the ability of this potion to enter the body through respiration shattered the previous notion that truth serums could easily fail due to human interference. This was indeed a monumental discovery. Since the inception of potion making in the magical realm, every potion had adhered to established brewing methods and sequences of ingredients. No one was foolish enough to alter these methods, as each potion was believed to derive its essence from these seemingly simple yet intricate procedures. Deviating from them would either result in a bizarre concoction or a total failure. Yet now, this nearly sacred tenet of potion making had been dismantled by the young wizard, Melis. Fourfold efficacy, fourfold efficacy. Professor Snape paced his office before finally stepping outside. He intended to seek out Melis to inquire how he had come by this knowledge. "Maud, what are you doing?" Harry and Ron had returned to their dormitory, where Maud, having just finished tinkering with a Draco figurine, was adeptly delving into the knowledge of fundamental soul magic, specifically the summoning of the dead. Summoning ghosts? Ron queried, recalling the beheaded knight they had encountered at the start of term. Maud shook his head, similar, yet different. The similarity lies in their ghostly nature. The difference is that the summoned spirits can only exist in the present world for a limited time. TCH. Ron expressed his discontent. Maud continued to exhibit his eccentric demeanor. "Harry, let us go." "Ignore him. Can one summon the deceased?" Harry pondered, his thoughts drifting to something significant. His eyes shimmered with an indescribable emotion. He recalled his parents, James and Lily Potter, and in that dimly lit little storage room, they were ever present in his thoughts. Maud could sense Harry's emotional fluctuations merely by gazing into his eyes. Nodding earnestly, Maud remarked, "One day, I shall be able to achieve this." In truth, Maud could accomplish it even now. However, Harry easily became immersed in his emotions, particularly regarding his parents, and such immersion could erode his will, leaving him adrift in life. The mirror of Ariste would eventually bear witness to this. Thus, until Maud mastered the highest echelons of soul magic, he had no intention of disclosing the truth, as it would only harm Harry. "Mr. Maris." A cold, emotionless voice suddenly resonated. Maud turned to see Professor Snape standing at the entrance of their dormitory, his indifferent visage appearing somewhat intimidating in the shadows. Harry and Ron also noticed and fell silent, caught between disdain and trepidation. "Professor Snape, is there something you require of me?" Moi inquired, perplexed. Was it customary for Snape to visit the student dormitories? Harry certainly had never enjoyed such an honor. Might there be an urgent matter at hand? "Follow me." Without offering an explanation, Snape turned and strode away. Maud, bewildered, followed him into the office. The gravity in Snape's gaze suggested seriousness. "What do you mean by quadruple potency?" Maud stroked his golden hair in confusion. "What does that entail?" "You mentioned in class the timing for adding wormwood to potions." Snape replied, "It enhances the potion's efficacy to 4 times its original strength." Despite the astonishing nature of this revelation, Snape maintained his characteristic aloofness. Maud was taken aback. This was knowledge newly acquired, and he had yet to experiment with it. Ancient potionology proved to be remarkably potent. "Where did you acquire such information?" Snape's eyes bore into him. "I might be merely speculating." Maud began, but it was evident that such a statement would not suffice to deceive Snape. Thus, he continued, "I had previously attempted to concoct a potion, and, in forgetting to include wormwood, I recalled it only at the last moment, and fortuitously discovered this." A hint of skepticism lingered in Snape's gaze. "Do you realize what this implies?" Maud shook his head. "This alters the existing theories of potion making. You could very well earn a level 3 Order of Merlin." Maud shook his head again, this time in refusal. "I have no desire for such notoriety." This accolade held no value for him. Moreover, excessive fame could prove detrimental for a young wizard. "I will discuss this with Professor Dumbledore and others." Snape observed him without commenting on his words. "We shall determine what reward is appropriate for you." "Very well." Maud contemplated for a moment before deciding to dissuade Snape from this notion. Rather than seeking fame, Maud preferred to toil in silence, amassing wealth discreetly. Oh no, it should be to quietly ascend as a great wizard. "Professor Snape," Moi inquired, "is there someone you wish to meet?" He thought of the spell he had prepared to practice. "I possess a magic that can allow you to converse with the deceased." He paused, adding, "In exchange, you must keep this a secret, whether it pertains to the potion knowledge just shared or this spell." Professor Snape furrowed his brow. Mr. Maris, do not speak of such peculiar things. Maud hesitated for a moment before continuing. I am quite serious, Professor Snape. If you wish to see Lily Potter. Bang! Snape suddenly grasped Maud's shoulders, inadvertently knocking over a vial of golden liquid on the table. You are certain you can resurrect Lily? Chapter 35. Summoning the Soul. Lily returns from the netherworld. Professor Snape entirely lost his usual mask of indifference. His mouth agape. His eyes sparkled with a certain light. Calm down, Professor Snape, Maud said, curiously observing the rare expression on Snape's face. After a considerable pause, Snape regained his composure, settling back into his chair. Resurrection is beyond my current capabilities, Maud elucidated. I can merely summon Lily Potter's spirit to return as a ghost. She may communicate with others, yet cannot physically interact until she is truly resurrected. He paused again, and the duration is limited to approximately 1 hour. Snape fixed his gaze upon him. Tell me, how did you acquire such magic? His voice gradually regained its usual calmness and aloofness. Did you inherit it from a dark wizard? Moreover, how do you know about Lily Potter? Maud shook his head. You might interpret it as having inherited from a white wizard, or perhaps it is magic of my own creation, much like how you, Professor Snape, invented the stunning spell. Maud refined his statement before continuing. As for knowledge of Lily Potter, there are many who are aware. I merely sought their counsel. He evaded directly revealing the source of this knowledge, as it required validation from his past life. Snape frowned, filled with numerous questions. If Maris is a dark wizard, he should turn back soon. That is not a good thing. Maud chuckled in response. Rest assured, Professor Snape, I am not one to dwell in shadowy corners. Professor Snape then inquired again about the return of Lily's soul. Speak, Mr. Maris. How shall we bring back Lily's spirit? First, we must return to the place where she drew her last breath. Very well. The two hurriedly made their way outside Hogwarts. Professor Snape seized Maud's hand with one hand while raising his wand with the other. Apparate. Two individuals seemed to be ensnared by a spatial vortex, vanishing instantaneously from their original location. For the first time, Maud experienced the sensation of this magic, akin to being tumbled within a washing machine. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely different setting. Overcome by nausea, he gagged a few times before regaining his composure. Raising his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings. It was a warmly decorated abode, yet had long been uninhabited, with a thick layer of dust blanketing the floor and furniture. A musty odor permeated the air. Follow me, Professor Snape instructed, entering a room. As the door swung open, warm yellow curtains greeted them, and framed photographs adorned the walls, depicting a family in laughter. Near the wall stood a wooden crib, which Maud touched, finding it similarly coated in dust. This was the birthplace of the boy who lived, the very place where Lily Potter met her tragic end. It was a sanctuary of Lily's life. Professor Snape's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. A decade prior, it was here that he last beheld Lily, albeit not in life. He had only witnessed her lifeless form. Maris, he abruptly turned, casting a cold gaze upon Maud. I hope you will not deceive me. Oh, certainly, Professor Snape, Maud replied earnestly. Are you prepared? I am about to begin. Professor Snape affirmed with a nod. Maud retrieved his wand, uttering the incantation. He would not reveal that he could perform magic without a wand or spell at this moment. Too much had already been disclosed. A blinding light erupted within the house, visible even in the daylight outside. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape gripped his wand tightly, anticipation coursing through him. Return, spirits. The dazzling radiance flared once more, as if a miracle was about to unfold. Suddenly, the light vanished, leaving nothing before them. Maud was momentarily taken aback. Had he failed? This soul magic was indeed more intricate than other forms of sorcery. A piercing glare fixed upon him. Maris. Oh, my apologies, Professor Snape, Maud said sheepishly, recognizing his lack of proficiency. After all, this was a complex spell. I shall attempt it again. He reviewed the essential elements of the incantation. When summoning the deceased, one must always remember the person's name or visage. A fervent desire must accompany the belief that one can transcend life and death, while banishing all other distractions. Once more, he raised his wand. Return, spirits. This time, a vivid green light erupted, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. History replayed itself, as blurred silhouettes materialized within the room, reenacting the moment of Lily Potter's demise. Gradually, Lily Potter's ethereal form became more tangible, until she emerged from the shadows of light. In this moment, the gaze of Lily Potter, with her crimson hair and emerald eyes, returned to clarity, no longer steeped in the shadows of death. Severus? She uttered, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. Lily? Snape responded, disbelief evident as his voice trembled. I recall that I had perished. Lily Potter recollected something, lifting her hand to touch herself, only to find emptiness. A smile graced her lips. It appears fortune favors me. I am able to return and visit old friends. She paused. By the way, Severus, how have you changed so much? Her eyes scrutinized Professor Snape's visage, noting the increased wrinkles and the coldness that had settled upon him. Lily smiled at Professor Snape. Do not be so agitated, Severus. This is uncharacteristic of you. She patiently awaited his calm. Lily, it has been 10 years. Professor Snape still grappled with the weight of this revelation. A decade had indeed passed. Even Harry, your son, has entered Hogwarts. Is that so? Lily Potter exclaimed with delight. It seemed Harry was faring well. She pondered, how is he now? Has he grown? Just then, she noticed a golden-haired youth before her. Ahim, mulkoflightly. Greetings, Mrs. Lily Potter. I am Maud Maris, a classmate of Harry's, and I am also the wizard who summoned you back from the Nether. Chapter 36. This is the sole realm of the Elven King. Harry's friend? Lily Potter blinked her uniquely vibrant green eyes. Her curiosity piqued. So, you know Harry well? Of course. We share the same Gryffindor dormitory, Maud replied, glancing at Lily. He possesses eyes just like yours. Lily nodded. Is he well? Quite well. Though at times he misses you both. Lily Potter then turned her attention to Professor Snape. Severus, how have you fared these years? Professor Snape's tone softened. I am managing. He suddenly realized that he was in the presence of Lily's spirit and found himself at a loss for words. And you? Me? Lily chuckled. I am well. Her eyes crinkled in laughter, as if she had merely awakened from slumber. I sense that I must soon return to my rest. Mul nodded. You have but an hour. After that, your soul will return to where it belongs. Lily Potter displayed no reaction. For her, the opportunity to return, even once, was a profound satisfaction. Of course, it would be even better to see Harry. Is there no way? Professor Snape's cold eyes widened. I mean, is there no method of resurrection? I recall you mentioned at Hogwarts that it was not feasible at the time, implying that perhaps it might be possible in the future. Indeed, Professor Snape, Maud nodded. Just because it is not achievable now does not mean it will remain so indefinitely. Although he has yet to master the highest forms of soul magic, it is conceivable that he will eventually exchange his vast knowledge for it. Perhaps even in the near future. Professor Snape's expression shifted, finally returning to his customary composure. Do you require any assistance, Mr. Maud? Mr. Maud shook his head. I merely seek the knowledge within Hogwarts. All knowledge serves as nourishment for my magic. Of course, should I need help in the future, I shall seek you out. What a diligent child you are, interjected Lily Potter, crouching down to gently touch the top of Maud's head. My child should be as delightful as you. Mul smiled, somewhat awkwardly, at yet another endearing remark. Severus, he resembles you quite a bit. That magic, typically, should be beyond the grasp of ordinary young wizards. Yet he, like you, is a prodigy. Maud noticed a fleeting change in Professor Snape's demeanor, though he realized he had misspoken. Even if Professor Snape is the half-blood prince, Maud, the sage elf Nicholas Maud Maris should possess greater talent than Snape. Is Harry here? May I meet him? Lily Potter inquired, glancing at Maud and then at Snape. Just as Professor Snape was about to speak, Maud interjected, I apologize, Mrs. Potter, but Harry is not here. Even if he were, it would be unwise for you to meet him. I cherish a saying, granting someone a fleeting moment of freedom is far worse than never giving it at all. Lily paused, taken aback. Indeed, I had not considered that. Maud continued, there will be future opportunities, for I am a genius, much like Professor Snape. Lily pondered this, seemingly envisioning a future encounter, her eyes curving into a smile. Thank you, Maud. May I call you that? Mul noted. Then I shall rely on you in the days to come. For the remainder of the time, Maud refrained from interrupting the two. He stepped outside the room, seated himself in a chair, and observed everything within. After a while, feeling idle, he closed his eyes to organize the knowledge in his mind. He vividly recalled the two instances of summoning the deceased, transforming those experiences into wisdom stored within his brain. The foundational magic of the soul had already borne fruit. Lily had summoned, and the Draco doll was also created. He chuckled at the inscription he had written on Draco's forehead. Inside the room, the conversation between the two drew to a close. Take care of yourself, Severus, Lily said to her friend before adding, you might consider starting a family. Snape shook his head. Lily, we shall meet again. His tone conveyed a sense of reluctance. Lily nodded with a smile before her translucent form shattered, dispersing into luminous motes throughout the room. The final smile lingered in Snape's eyes as he watched, remaining still until the last trace of Lily's presence completely vanished from the room. He lingered for a long while, reflecting on how Lily Potter had been a beacon of light in the dark chapters of his life. He consequently developed feelings for her, even though they could never be together. However, witnessing her existence was sufficient for him. Professor Snape? Maud estimated the time and entered the room. It was time to leave. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would become anxious. How often can this magic be cast? Professor Snape inquired. He surmised that such extraordinary magic must come with numerous limitations, much like the enchanting blood of a unicorn, which can extend life yet curse the wielder. Once a month, Professor Snape, Maud replied. Perhaps soon. His magic would reach its zenith, or the frequency would increase. When Professor Snape grasped his hand, apparate. In an instant, the two vanished from the room, leaving it empty once more. Returning to the dormitory, Harry and Ron had gone out again. Maud sat alone on the bed, contemplating that the encounter between Snape and Lily Potter might alter his fate. In Maud's recollection, Professor Snape was a figure deserving of respect. He had infiltrated the Death Eaters, maintaining his integrity even in the darkest corners of the magical realm. As Harry would later say, he was the bravest person I had ever known. Equally, he was a pitiable soul, ultimately falling to Voldemort, gazing into Harry's emerald eyes, reminiscing about Lily as he perished. Maud slapped his face lightly. He felt a twinge of hunger. He snapped his fingers, invoking a spatial storage charm. A golden halo materialized in the dormitory. Maud reached inside, hoping to retrieve some pastries. His hand met emptiness. Had they all been consumed? He recalled not having eaten much previously. Surely there should be plenty left. Leaning forward, a blinding light made him squint. Upon raising his gaze, he was astonished, his mouth agape. No longer was there the dark void. Instead, a vibrant landscape unfolded before him. Verdant trees, lush grass, and sunlight. Amidst the greenery stood a magnificent palace, its plaque emblazoned with resplendent letters. The sole sanctuary of the Elven King. Chapter 37. The Elven King is Nicholas. The first encounter with the miracle wizard. How could this place have transformed so dramatically? Maud marveled at the scene before him. He tiptoed, adeptly climbing through the golden halo, as if sneaking into school. He brushed off the earthy residue that clung to his hands, imbued with the scent of grass. As he stepped into this realm, he realized surprisingly how small this world was. In the azure sky floated a few white clouds, and a sun radiated brilliant light, appearing just as it did in reality. Below, Maud could even see the horizon with his naked eyes. It seemed like a vast expanse of land had been partitioned. This realization dampened Maud's spirits. He had anticipated a traverser's boon, a spatial ring connecting to another world. Surveying his surroundings, he found that aside from the flora, there appeared to be no other creatures present. He crouched down to observe the flora around him, failing to recognize the various plants. There were many species predominantly green, yet also adorned with other hues. These bore no resemblance to the herbs he had encountered in the magical realm. He reached out to touch the towering trees, each exhibiting unique forms. The most striking feature of this place was the palace, inscribed with the words "the sole sanctuary of the Elven King." Maud walked towards it, standing before the edifice that seemed to occupy nearly 1/5 of the entire space. It was here that he truly grasped the essence of grandeur. The door, crafted from a certain metal, exuded a classical elegance complemented by a brilliant sheen. Maud pushed the door, which creaked open, allowing him to survey the interior. Inside the palace, opulence reigned. The floor was adorned with glazed tiles, and in the center of the grand hall stood an ancient incense burner, enveloped in fragrant smoke. As he glanced around, he noticed numerous oil paintings gracing the walls, depicting noble ladies, venerable elders with silvery hair, and well-dressed gentlemen. An indescribable visual impact permeated the entire palace. Was this truly the sole sanctuary of the Elven King? If it bore the Elven King's name, it must be connected to him. Yet, wasn't he the inheritance of elven bloodline contained within the vast expanse of his own mind? In Kunlun, when had a soul sanctuary emerged that he was unaware of? As Maud pondered, a line of crimson text materialized before him. Greetings, young descendant. I am Nicholas Gaff, the third Elven King. Nicholas? The words began to fade, only to be replaced by new ones. This is a trinket I created through a certain form of magic, entrusted to a unique being for safekeeping. It shall drift through the void until its master appears. Do you wish to acquire my knowledge and wealth? Go forth. I have placed everything there. Maud found the phrasing somewhat familiar. The text continued to inscribe itself in the air. Do you see the golden eggs upon the stone pedestal in the center of the hall? Break them, and you shall be richly rewarded. Turning his gaze, Maud noticed a stone pedestal had appeared at the center of the hall, upon which lay 7 golden eggs. Beside it rested a wooden hammer. Maud began to formulate a hypothesis. He blinked, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he approached the pedestal. He lifted the wooden hammer, scrutinizing it closely. The hammer was a deep crimson, adorned with feather engravings, and held within his grasp, it released a refreshing scent of wood and grass. Before him lay several nearly identical golden eggs. After a moment's contemplation, he struck down decisively. Thud! It seemed that a transparent protective layer enveloped the golden egg. The hammer's impact created ripples in the air, yet the egg remained unscathed. Could not be broken? Maud switched to another golden egg and attempted again. Still no success. He tried another. Crack! The golden egg shattered effortlessly. Maud eagerly examined the fragments, uncovering the treasures hidden within. It was a dainty feather quill, dipped in crimson pigment. A line of sanguine text once again materialized before my eyes. Each feather quill possessed its unique hue of ink, corresponding to the diverse backgrounds of the portraits adorning the walls. To unveil the matching portrait, one must touch the center of the depicted figure's brow with the quill. The text vanished. Maud observed several paintings within the hall. The sole artwork with a red background featured an elderly man with silver hair, adorned in a wizard's hat. Approaching the portrait, Maud raised the quill and touched the crimson ink to the man's brow. Instantly, the painting emitted a radiant scarlet glow. Maud felt an overwhelming force, as if being drawn into a vortex, unable to resist. In the next moment, he found himself engulfed within the painting, succumbing to a haze of confusion. Child! A venerable voice resonated before him. Maud snapped back to reality. He looked up to see a towering elder clad in a long, flowing black robe, his head crowned with a sharply pointed wizard's hat. In his hands, he held a thick tome bound in a metallic cover. Maud stood enveloped in shadow, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? He inquired. Ah, the elder smiled. I am Hygus, a wizard. Hygus. Maud instantly recalled the name. Noted in the annals of the Age of Wizards. He was the master of the Wizard's Tower, the first miraculous wizard of that epoch. This was a figure of divine stature. Ha! Hygus bent slightly, regarding Maud with a kind gaze, resembling an ordinary elder. Indeed, I'm a miraculous wizard, but not a deity. Furthermore, I can perceive your thoughts. In a flash, Maud understood. Like Dumbledore, Hygus possessed the ability to read minds. He employed a mental barrier, casting another glance at Hygus. Yet, he felt utterly unprepared. After all, this was a miraculous wizard. That is an impressive spell, capable of concealing one's emotions and thoughts. Hygus remarked, casting a discerning look upon him, then shaking his head. However, it is ineffective against miraculous wizards. Do you have a purpose for being here? Maud asked, a hint of concern in his voice, aware of the vast disparity in their powers. I have come to assist an old friend, he replied. His name is Nicholas Gaff. Oh, the third reigning elven king, Maud recalled. Hygus scrutinized Maud, as if assessing a work of art. The essence of two worlds resonates within you, akin to Nicholas. Your magical capacity is commendable, yet its quality is lacking. He paused before continuing. You lack a foundational method for your magic. It merely accumulates without a base. Extending his finger, he gently touched the dazed Maud. A surge of blue light erupted from his fingertip, enveloping Maud entirely. A torrent of potent magic, laden with immense knowledge, surged into Maud's mind and body in an instant. Carefully consider the enchanting power of the knowledge within your mind. It shall aid you in establishing a true foundation of magic. Chapter 38. Forging a New Magical Foundation. The Evaporating Solution. Maud felt a sudden pressure in his mind. The realms of wizardry are divided into candlelight, daylight, nebula, legend, and miracle. The candlelight realm signifies the commencement of crafting the foundation of magic, where we endeavor to sculpt a multi-layered magical edifice, the magical tower. Each layer embodies a distinct realm. Following the candlelight, one must learn to harness the vast knowledge to create a magical array on each level of the tower. The magical array symbolizes a gifted spell and serves to stabilize and refine the magical energy within you. The specific methods are as follows. Maud observed the applications of magical energy and the construction techniques of magical edifices, immersing himself in his own essence. The magical energy coalesced within him, and under Maud's meticulous control, it began to take shape, resembling the image of a tower in his mind. As he sensed the tower of magical energy becoming somewhat loose, a wave of profound magical energy surged forth. This was a magic of Hygus. This energy enveloped the entire magical tower, compacting it as if molding clay, ultimately merging into the tower. Maud scrutinized the magical tower within him. It was an octagonal structure, comprising 5 layers, radiating a transparent blue with a dazzling brilliance. At each of the 8 corners of every layer, a flame seemed to flicker, imbuing the tower with a fantastical hue. The tower's surface was intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, seemingly representing significant meanings. Within the tower, an abundance of new magical energy began to emerge from the first layer. This energy, once formless, now found its source. In Maud's perception, the magical energy became purer and heavier. He opened his eyes, sensing a transformation within his body. Most notably, he felt an increase in strength. Clenching his fist, he experienced the sensation that he could defeat Ron with a single blow. Ron? Hygus gazed at him with a smile. How does it feel? Maud nodded, feeling unprecedentedly well. Yes, your visage has also changed significantly, Hygus remarked. Indeed, you look even more handsome than I did in my youth. Maud touched his face, realizing there were no mirrors around, making it difficult to discern the changes. Hygus gestured into the void. A radiant light burst forth, and a full-length mirror gradually materialized before Maud. Within it, he beheld his youthful visage, which had already been transformed by his elven bloodline, now undergoing even greater alteration. His golden eyes elongated, their radiant pupils bright and spirited. His nose stood tall like a peak, and his skin resembled pure white jade. If he could previously disguise himself as an ordinary person, now he would undoubtedly be labeled as a pretty boy. This was not particularly favorable for Maud, who preferred to remain inconspicuous. By the way, Senior Hygus. Yes, what is it? The drawing of that magical array is said to require an understanding of the essence of things to create. Ah, so this is what you meant. Blue magical energy surged from Hygus, resembling a straw that connected to Maud's head. A wealth of new knowledge flooded into Maud's mind. Truly remarkable. Suddenly, Maud found himself particularly curious about the formidable powers of the miracle wizard. Could it be that a single flame unleashed would obliterate the entire magical realm? Such a notion is hardly prudent. Hygus chuckled softly. When you reach this level in the future, you may observe for yourself. However, destruction is not a path befitting us wizards. Do you have any further inquiries? He asked. After a moment of contemplation, Maud shook his head. Then, it ends here. Hygus waved goodbye to Maud, and suddenly, Maud felt the surroundings retreating as if drawn by an unseen force, the space shifting in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again before the portrait in the grand hall. The elderly figure within the painting remained as he had seen it before, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Remarkable. Mulmalvid. He summoned his spellbook and inscribed the newly acquired magical method within its pages. He then cast an identification spell, eager to uncover the effects of this method. The results materialized before his eyes. Wizard Advancement Method. Compatibility with you, 150. Effects. Bestows you with a finesse of magical control at 150. And a purity of magic at 150. Increases your magical power by 150. It will refine your elven bloodline, allowing for a more harmonious and rapid integration. It enhances your physical attributes by 150. It grants you a casting speed of 120, applicable to both wandless and wand-based spells. While casting, it will provide a 50 increase to your movement speed. This is the supreme tome of Wizardly Legacy, a fortuitous opportunity for you. Maud gazed in astonishment. He had never encountered a spell with such extensive enhancements, even among those with a compatibility of 150. Truly, a treasure bestowed by the miracle wizard. Curiosity piqued. Maud pondered the wealth of benefits this advancement method from Hygus provided. What might the remaining knowledge entail? What arcane artifacts might be gifted to him? And which miracle wizard would next grace him with their presence? Returning to the stone platform, Maud attempted to break open the remaining golden eggs with a wooden hammer, but to no avail. He suspected he might be lacking something essential. Or perhaps he was simply too weak. Once more, he struck the golden egg. Today's limit has been reached. Thank you for your patronage. A line of crimson text appeared abruptly. Following that, something resembling petals rained down from above, and a red banner materialized, inscribed with, "Congratulations. You have won the legacy of the miracle wizard Hygus." Maud felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This third-generation elven king possesses a rather twisted sense of humor. With that, Maud exited the palace. Bang! The door slammed shut, startling him once more. At that moment, within Professor Snape's office, a golden potion spilled onto the floor, evaporating into the air. An invisible gas lingered momentarily in the room before seeping through the cracks of the door and the windows. In the corridor, several young wizards seemed to have caught a whiff of something. What was that aroma? Uncertain, they noted that it was rather pleasant. One young wizard inhaled deeply. It must be a potion brewed by Professor Snape, right? The scent was intriguing. The ensuing words were left unspoken. Soon, a group of dazed young wizards filled the hallway. Some lay on the ground, murmuring, while others slumped against the walls. Chapter 39. Snape's Mishap. The Unconscious Young Wizards. Quite delightful. Most the sensation of magic coursing through him and the state of his body felt unprecedentedly invigorating. Alas, he had yet to grasp the rules of the soul's secret realm, leaving him clueless about how to secure his next reward. Snape was in trouble. What? Is it true? Voices emerged from outside the dormitory. Maud ran his fingers through his golden hair, bemused. Snape was in trouble? He stepped out of the dormitory. In the Gryffindor common room, several upperclassmen were engaged in conversation. I heard that there was an incident with Professor Snape's potion. Yes, at his office door. Those students who passed by were unable to stand. I witnessed it myself. I didn't pay much attention. I dislike how Snape favors Slytherin. Potions? The mention of potions reminded Maud of what Snape had relayed to him. Could it be that potion he brewed following his advice? Maud decided to investigate further. Hey! A tall upperclassman lifted his head and spotted Maud. Care to join us? Maud hesitated before replying, no, thank you. Come on. The upperclassman winked at Maud with a gentlemanly flair. Maud felt a shiver run down his spine. He waved his hand dismissively and hastily exited the common room. Something was amiss. He hadn't anticipated the Gryffindor common room to be so rife with intrigue. Along the way, many young wizards were discussing Professor Snape's predicament. It seemed the situation had escalated significantly. Maud began to worry. If that potion truly was the source of the trouble, could he keep it under wraps? Perhaps it would be best to let Snape take the blame. As Maud walked, he suddenly felt numerous gazes fixated upon him. Curiously, he glanced around, recalling the earlier scene in Gryffindor, and realized the truth. He touched his face. The transformation of his appearance had indeed been rather drastic. A sense of melancholy washed over him. In the days to come, even a simple stroll might draw too much attention. Hey, Moo! Hermione spotted him from a distance, calling out loudly. Harry and Ron stood beside her. The three must have just arrived. Maud waved his hand in greeting. As he approached, the three of them were taken aback. Your face. Maud shook his head and remarked, this is a transformation brought about by adolescence. Hermione interrupted him with a roll of her eyes. That excuse is utterly pathetic. Maud chuckled heartily and gave a thumbs up. What is going on? He inquired, surveying the surroundings. A considerable number of young wizards had already gathered around. Near the entrance of Snape's office, it appeared someone had collapsed inside. It's the scent of a potion, Hermione explained. I caught a whiff and felt somewhat disoriented. This is likely the effect of a truth serum. She suddenly scratched her head. But in the book, I read that only 3 drops of the truth serum are effective. Its aroma isn't quite like this. Maud recalled the previous class. Had Professor Snape actually brewed a truth serum? He stood on tiptoe, finally catching a glimpse inside. There were 7 or 8 young wizards sprawled on the floor, not unconscious, but in a dazed state, murmuring incoherently. The surrounding chatter was quite loud, making it difficult for him to hear clearly. Oh, that's Malfoy. Ron pointed to a figure in the corner. The individual had their back turned, revealing no face. However, the hairstyle was unmistakably eye-catching. The group curiously made their way around. Malfoy squinted, caught in a liminal state between wakefulness and slumber. Ron laughed aloud. How can this noble wizard be sleeping at someone's doorstep? Shoo. Hermione gestured for silence. Let us listen to what he is saying. Miss Granger's curiosity was piqued as she sought to discern whether this was indeed the effect of a truth serum. Maud listened intently as Malfoy's voice became increasingly distinct. Mama, that Firebolt 2000 broomstick looks splendid. Can Daddy buy it for me? Maud felt a chill run down his spine. How could such a haughty young lord act so petulantly? It seemed Malfoy's carefully crafted persona was faltering. The group burst into uncontrollable laughter. Maud began to ponder the situation. A truth serum should compel one to answer truthfully, yet these young wizards were merely talking to themselves. Could this truly be a truth serum? I suspect it's possible that Professor Snape has modified some potion, he mused. Or perhaps it's an entirely new concoction. Hermione paused, her eyes seemingly sparkling with a certain brilliance. Only a master of potions with extensive knowledge could achieve this. Although he was insufferable, his expertise was undeniable. Hermione began to elaborate on the challenges of inventing or improving a potion, her eyes growing ever brighter. Maud suspected that Hermione was beginning to idolize Professor Snape. Everyone quiet down. A stern voice suddenly boomed. All the young wizards ceased their discussions. Professor McGonagall navigated through the throng and approached the center. She crouched down to assess the condition of the young wizards. Shortly thereafter, Professor Snape arrived. He surveyed the appearance of the small sorcerers and inhaled the lingering scent in the air. A thought struck him, prompting him to hastily open the door to his office. Before long, he stood beside his desk, where he discovered the shattered vial labeled Truth Serum. Within it remained but a trace of golden liquid. Had Professor Snape unearthed the cause? Professor McGonagall followed him inside and noticed the fragments of the potion bottle in his hand. Snape paused momentarily. It seemed he had indeed found the answer. He recalled the moment the vial had shattered, and subtle expressions flickered across his typically impassive face. This may well be my doing. McGonagall nodded gravely, stating, Professor Snape, as educators, we must assume responsibility for the safety of our students. She glanced outside, listening to the murmurs of the young wizards. What potion could have caused this? Is this a new concoction, Professor Snape? She had never encountered such a potion before. Truth Serum, Snape replied as he exited the office. Maud looked over. Their gazes converged instantly. Maud understood at once. Chapter 40. The Unbelievable Hermione. The fire butterfly at her fingertips. Indeed, this was connected to him. Although he had not brewed this potion, the suggestion for its alteration had originated from him. Coupled with his previous conversation with Professor Snape, a sense of dread washed over him. Alas, the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, was likely unavoidable. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore arrived, his azure eyes blinking as he regarded Professor Snape. Professor Snape. Was it the potion that caused this? Snape nodded affirmatively. Indeed, an altered potion? Professor Dumbledore smiled, casting a glance at Maud. Quite astute. Maud surmised that Dumbledore was aware of his involvement. Truly, Professor Dumbledore possessed an uncanny insight. Truth Serum? Dumbledore examined the small wizard's condition. This effect differs from that of a standard Truth Serum. He listened intently as the young wizard spoke. I have never witnessed such potency in a Truth Serum. Dumbledore detected the aroma in the air and continued. The mere scent alone is capable of producing an effect. Quite impressive. Dumbledore issued a few directives before departing. While the incapacitated young wizards were taken to Madame Pomfrey, Maud lingered behind, entering Professor Snape's office. Mr. Maris, this matter cannot remain concealed. Snape spoke in his customary emotionless tone. No, Professor Snape, Maud shook his head. This situation does not pertain to me. Snape responded with a puzzled expression. Maud continued. This potion is your creation, thus it is your invention. I shall not usurp another's reputation. Professor Snape declined. Mr. Maris, your understanding of reputation surpasses that of Potter. You are more than capable of shouldering this distinction. Maud shook his head again. When one is blinded by fame, the path ahead becomes obscured. Listen to me, Professor Snape. You're more suited than I. Ultimately, Maud departed with satisfaction. Temptation proves to be a powerful tool, and Lady Lily Potter is indeed formidable. Within the office, a conflicted Snape wore a stern expression, lost in thought. Harry and Ron were diligently completing their assignments, while Hermione sat nearby, engrossed in her reading. Maud was deep in contemplation. The Camelot realm of wizards necessitates the construction of a magical array on the first level of the magic tower. The final form of this magical array possesses two capabilities: the purification of magical energy and the bestowal of a unique personal spell. A personal spell? The creation of magic? Maud continued to delve into the knowledge gleaned from Hages. Each spell can indeed be expressed through a magical array. The methods of constructing each level of the magical array vary, yet all require the acquisition of foundational knowledge through the study of natural phenomena. Each individual's magical array is distinct, a one-of-a-kind creation that necessitates personal observation to forge one's own magical array. Maud comprehended the method for constructing the first-level magical array, a requisite foundation of magical knowledge complemented by potion making. It seems that wizards are ever reliant on knowledge and potions. The study of natural phenomena employs a magic known as the eye of observation, which aids in perceiving wondrous structures invisible to the naked eye. This structure is rich in the knowledge necessary for constructing magical arrays. The more powerful the race, the more suitable its inherent wondrous structures become as references. By distilling the essence of each wondrous structure and utilizing one's own knowledge, one can craft a personalized magical array and develop a unique innate spell. When considering power, Maud thought of Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore is but a man, not a race. The truly powerful races in the magical realm must be those extraordinary creatures. The Forbidden Forest. Maud mused that in search of such creatures, one would likely venture into the Forbidden Forest, where the population of magical beings is most abundant. The Forbidden Forest? Hermione interjected softly. You wish to go there? Are you mad? It is perilous, and the school forbids it. Harry and Ron, having overheard, set down their quills and leaned in. Those professors truly do not understand, assigning so much homework. Do they really believe everyone can finish it? We've long since lost interest in writing. Maud, that place is not safe, Harry remarked. Indeed, the three-headed dog we encountered last time. I've heard there are similar creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Ron recounted, a hint of pride in his voice regarding their previous encounter. Maud nodded in agreement. It was indeed far too dangerous for ordinary young wizards. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Those who are receptive to advice are truly the best. Alas, I am far from ordinary. If you must go, we shall accompany you, Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. That won't do. Mord shook his head. How could you possibly compare to me? The stakes were considerably higher for Harry. Mord had no desire to be perpetually scrutinized by Quirrell and Voldemort. Come, allow me to showcase the magic of a top scholar. Seeing that there were few bystanders, he glanced towards the entrance to ensure no professors were patrolling. Once satisfied, he extended his hand, and a flicker of red light appeared. A fire butterfly, no larger than a thumb, materialized. Its wings, adorned with intricate patterns of flames, danced around his fingertips. Though diminutive, the creature radiated an intense heat, with flames swirling across its surface. The essence of this butterfly was pure fire, yet its creation demanded a significant mastery over magical control and purity. Such a feat could only be accomplished after Mord had learned the advanced wizardry techniques. Ouch! Ron foolishly reached out to touch it, but before he could make contact, he yelped in surprise due to the scorching aura surrounding the butterfly. Harry quickly covered his mouth. Keep it down, Ron. How is this possible? Hermione was taken aback. This requires exceptional magical control. Surely only a professor could achieve this? She regarded Mord skeptically. Could it be yet another new spell? Mord shook his head. No, this is simply the fire charm. What? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. You can cast it without a wand or incantation. Mord shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. Thus, diligence in study is the path to mastery. He gazed regretfully at Harry and Ron. You too, with your aversion to learning, take so long on your assignments, which is why your magic is so lacking. Chapter 41. The Method of Thunderstruck Cultivation. Lightning Magic. PSH. Ron scoffed in retort, recalling Mord's previous demeanor in the library. The speed at which he turned pages was akin to the fluttering of the golden snitch's wings. Even Professor Dumbledore had taken notice. Ron continued, with your reading speed, who could possibly rival you? Even Miss Know-It-All would concede defeat. Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Mord shook his head. Not at all. I am merely a fraction faster. Hurry up and write, or you'll be stuck writing under the covers by lantern light tonight. Mord continued to ponder the Forbidden Forest. He believed he should prepare further, perhaps by honing some offensive spells. Offensive magique. He recalled the lightning magic, a spell that was easily learned yet lacked real potency. He had refrained from pursuing it earlier due to the necessity of undergoing the blue baptism, a risk he had been hesitant to take. However, now he possessed the resources. He touched the concealed black serpent coiled around his hand. The serpent could unleash lightning. Wasn't it akin to a controllable power bank? No, rather a device for discharging energy. He lifted his gaze to Hermione, Harry, and Ron, and a small idea began to take shape in his mind. Would you care to experience being struck by lightning? Cough, cough. Or perhaps, would you like to attempt mastering a wondrous spell? Maud mused, believing that the phenomenon of the blue baptism should be a shared experience. A wondrous spell? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening with curiosity. Harry and Ron leaned in, intrigued. Is it like the spell you used to defeat the troll last time? Harry inquired, recalling the spectacular moment when Maud had saved them with the frost arrow. That scene had been truly breathtaking. Indeed, that spell was remarkable. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was as thrilling as a Quidditch match. The three of them looked at him with eager anticipation. No. Maud shook his head, and their expressions fell slightly. However, it may be even more powerful than that spell. Maud smiled and extended his hand, revealing small arcs of lightning flickering with blue and violet hues, crackling and sizzling. The lightning seemed to manifest from thin air, dancing back and forth above his palm, creating a mesmerizing display akin to a storm brewing in the heavens. This was the result of the lightning magic and the realm of thunder bestowed upon him by the Black Serpent. The onlookers gasped in awe. Shoo! Maud urged them to lower their voices to avoid drawing attention. What kind of magic is this? Hermione looked at him, her eyes gleaming with insatiable curiosity. This spell is known as lightning magic. There is no need to inquire about its origins. Maud interrupted, not wishing to concoct a tale. Mastering this magic requires enduring pain. How painful, I cannot fully describe. Maud regarded them with a serious expression. Are you still intent on learning? The trio nodded in unison. Of course. What is the harm? I've experienced my fair share of anguish. Ron recounted stories from his childhood, recalling how his twin brothers, Fred and George, wickedly transformed his teddy bear into a spider, instilling in him a deep-seated fear of the creatures. I mean, Whatever pain this entails, it can't possibly compare to spiders. Maud chuckled, narrowing his eyes at him. The group found a secluded spot free from disturbances. Harry and the others gathered around his spellbook, studying the method for mastering lightning magic. Maud conjured the black serpent, which emerged from his hand, affectionately nuzzling against him. What is this? Harry noticed the serpent and felt no fear. Rather, it seemed oddly familiar. Moreover, this serpent was far smaller than the pythons he had seen at the zoo. Hermione and Ron, however, were more hesitant to approach, as snakes were not typically regarded as gentle pets in their minds. No need to worry. This snake is quite obedient, Maud assured them. Are you all ready? The text on lightning magic is brief, and the fundamentals are straightforward. The trio nodded in agreement. Then let us begin. Ron, you shall go first. Huh? Me? Ron pointed to himself. Yes. Ron appeared to be quite resilient, seemingly unaffected by a mere jolt of electricity. Very well. Maud silently called out to the black snake, urging caution as it began to release electricity at its minimal capacity. He meticulously detailed the process of discharging the current and instructed it to direct its efforts into the air. With a soft coo, the black snake raised its head, channeling its magical energy. Suddenly, a small arc of lightning manifested in the air, striking the ground and dispersing into delicate tendrils of electric light. Indeed, the force was modest, perfectly adequate. Can this serpent wield magic? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is it also a magical creature? Maud nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed with Ron. The black snake turned its gaze towards Ron, and in an instant, a purple lightning bolt materialized above his head, descending directly upon him. Hiss! Ron's body trembled violently, his hair standing on end. Maud was quite pleased. Ron did not scream, indicating that the intensity of the lightning was entirely bearable. Do not forget to practice your magic. Minded on. He then turned his attention to the still and silent Harry and Hermione. Prepare yourselves as well. The two swallowed hard, sensing Ron's unease. Maud initiated the process himself. Thus, the four of them quaked amidst the flickering purple electric light. The black snake maintained excellent control over its magic, merely inducing a tingling sensation. Occasionally, Harry and the others would grasp their wands and recite incantations. Maud sensed a peculiar energy within him intensifying, not magic per se, but an indescribable essence. This energy could augment the potency of the lightning magic. When a wizard absorbs lightning through the lightning magic, the essence of the lightning will be stored within. It does not dissipate. Rather, it transforms into an intangible substance akin to a talent. The more abundant this substance, the stronger one's lightning magic becomes, though the consumption of magical energy will likewise increase. This was the essence of the lightning magic. Contemplating this, Maud instructed the black snake to amplify the potency of the lightning directed solely at him. It did not inflict pain. Indeed, owing to his innate affinity for the domain of thunder, his resistance to electricity was formidable. Gradually, he allowed the black snake to intensify the force until he felt a slight sting, the fine purple lightning enveloping his form. Before long, Harry's magical prowess enabled him to be the first among the trio to master lightning magic, not merely at a novice level, but with a certain lethal efficacy. He unleashed the spell, Lightning Arise. A slender arc of lightning flickered in the air. Chapter 42, The Awakening of the Thunderbird, the Revived Magic. With a crackle, lightning descended from above, striking the flying broomstick within the room. Instantly, the handle of the broom was charred black, even igniting a small flame. Fortunately, as Harry had only just learned the spell, its potency was not overwhelming, and he swiftly extinguished the fire. This is indeed the broom closet, and he certainly did not wish to endanger the brooms within due to a fire. Hermione glanced over in astonishment. She had been lingering at the threshold of introductory magic. Harry, Ron exclaimed, trembling slightly due to the lightning. You're learning far too quickly, aren't you? The initial stages of lightning magic are vastly different from the subsequent training. The text on lightning magic stated, this magic is easy to begin with, yet the difficulty of further practice increases significantly. The absorption of the essence of lightning varies according to individual talent. Harry rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. Hermione, not one to back down, continued her studies in this art. Lightning be with me. Harry wished to share his inner joy with Maud. I have succeeded. However, he could not see Maud. Where could he be? Harry felt a glow shimmering behind him and turned his head to look. There stood Maud, enveloped in a cascade of purple lightning, as if wrapped in a violet shroud. Harry could only vaguely discern Maud's face, aglow with a purplish hue, while he himself was merely surrounded by wisps of purple electricity. Maud looks as fierce as the legendary dragons. No wonder he exhibited such prowess during the troll incident. a person who strives diligently even in learning. It's no surprise he is a top student. Harry shook his head and resumed his training. Before long, Hermione's voice rang out with excitement. Lightning, be with me. The intangible energy she had accumulated was now sufficient for her to cast this spell. She glanced at Harry. Her pride as Granger would not allow her to fall behind. Turning her attention to Ron, she encouraged, Lightning, be with me. Ron, however, had not yet fully adapted to the intensity of the lightning, hindering his ability to practice the magic effectively. Moreover, his magical aptitude was rather limited, and his disinterest in studying did not help either. Hermione let out a disappointed sigh. Ron looked puzzled. The lightning above Maud intensified gradually. His innate talent allowed him to adapt to the lightning remarkably quickly. What had once been a slight discomfort had now transformed into a tingling sensation. Bolts of lightning continued to strike down upon Maud's head, and the magical energy emanating from the black serpent surged considerably. Maud could distinctly feel the accumulation of that essence within him speeding up. He recalled the founder of lightning magic, Wizard Jean Baymaw, and the blue baptism he experienced from nature. If one were to endure such power directly, how swiftly might the training of lightning magic progress? Of course, Maud merely entertained this thought. He dared not emulate such feats. Who could say if Wizard Jean Baymaw had already become a miraculous sorcerer by then? After some time, Maud ceased his practice of lightning magic. The lightning above his head had become sufficiently dense and powerful. Yet, such lightning was not adequate to sustain his further training. As for greater power, Maud surveyed the small room, or rather, the closet. It was too small. He feared that the dark serpent's lightning could obliterate everything here in an instant. He had no idea how many galleons those flying broomsticks were worth. Unlike Harry, who possessed a modest fortune, he felt rather less affluent. Maud turned his gaze toward Harry and his companions. Indeed, Harry and Hermione were making commendable progress in their training. Mr. Weasley, however, seemed to lag behind, progressing at a slower pace. Next, Maud recalled his fiery butterflies. If he could manipulate flames in such a manner, then surely he could wield lightning as well. He extended his hands, initiating the incantation for lightning magic. The rampant purple lightning danced incessantly between his palms, occasionally releasing tendrils of electric energy that crackled audibly. Maud could feel the power contained within. It was far more potent than the lightning he had previously conjured using the domain of thunder. He also began to grasp that controlling lightning appeared to be more challenging than commanding fire. As time passed, the erratic flickers of lightning gradually slowed. The purple bolts flowed between his palms like a gentle stream. Maud nodded in satisfaction. He then envisioned the lightning transforming into various shapes, first a sphere, then a cube, and finally a rectangular prism. Initially, it felt somewhat clumsy, but slowly, he became increasingly adept at it. At that moment, Harry and his friends ceased their practice of the lightning magic. Lacking Maud's elfin physique and innate affinity for lightning, they felt their bodies growing weary and recognized that it was not prudent to continue. This magic is truly remarkable, Ron exclaimed, eager to share his experiences. However, he was cut short by a sudden interruption. What is this? Hermione gasped, noticing tiny spherical bolts of lightning swirling around each of Maud's fingertips. The lightning crackled ominously, exuding a palpable sense of danger. Ron, feeling displeased, remarked, "What is the fuss, Miss Know-it-all? He can conjure fire butterflies, after all." Hermione shot him a disapproving glare. "This lightning magic is entirely different from the fire spell. Can't you sense it? The energy of lightning is tumultuous and volatile. Most wizards cannot hope to control it." "Cough, cough, Hermione. You might be the only one who has mastered the fire spell," Harry commented. Meanwhile, Maud, engrossed in his magical manipulation, watched as the lightning morphed once again. With his palm facing upward, a sphere of lightning the size of his hand coalesced. Countless arcs of electricity radiated outward, shimmering with a dazzling purple glow. The crackling sound of the lightning resembled a chorus of 1,000 birds in unison. Maud suddenly felt a twinge of childishness. With a flick of his wrist, the lightning sphere transformed into a lightning sparrow. Its violet feathers were strikingly vivid. Even the intricate patterns within them were discernible, and its wings were broad, displaying a spiral motif as it emitted a continuous stream of lightning. The sight was nothing short of extraordinary. Very well, indeed, Maud mused, thoroughly pleased with his lightning manifestation. As he continued to scrutinize the Thunderbird, the avian creature, forged from lightning, suddenly unveiled its golden eyes, shimmering with a vibrant luminescence. Chapter 43. The Undying Magical Spirit. The world within the eye of observation. Maud blinked in disbelief, suspecting he had misperceived the scene. However, It soon became apparent that this magical creation, the Thunderbird, was indeed extraordinary. The Thunderbird emitted a chirp. Maud pondered, whose magic could produce such a sound? The creature leaned closer, nuzzling Maud's arm, and a spark of electricity arced across his skin. Though he felt a slight jolt, he was accustomed to the strikes of lightning, rendering it neither painful nor bothersome. Gazing once more into the bird's lively eyes, he listened to its melodious calls. It was undeniable. This Thunderbird had come to life. Hermione approached, intrigued. Is this a new form of magic? She inquired, marveling at the peculiarity of Maud's enchantment. She could hardly fathom that it was birthed from a recent practice of the lightning spell. How wondrous! Harry observed the Thunderbird, likening it to a living messenger owl. Ron dashed to the creature's front, locking eyes with it in a curious stare. Indeed, one could call it a new form of magic, Maud nodded, though he himself was still unraveling the mystery of what had transpired. An idea struck him. He snapped his fingers and cast a discerning spell. Lightning magic, compatibility level, 150. Effect, grants a chain reaction. When your magical energy is sufficient and your mastery of the spell is adequate, there exists a chance to trigger a cascading lightning effect. Your lightning magic has activated the ability of the magical spirit, a being born from magic itself, embodying your spell and imbuing it with life. With them, your magic shall attain unprecedented flexibility. The magical spirits are undying. When the magic dissipates, they return to you, reappearing with the casting of your next spell. Currently, magical spirits, X2, 2 characteristics, chain and magical spirit. Maud gazed into the Thunderbird's golden eyes. The magical spirit. This was the reason the Thunderbird had come to life. A being of undying essence, born from magic. He possessed another such spirit. Extending his other hand, lightning coalesced, swiftly transforming into a thunder phoenix. With its regal head, resplendent purple feathers, and a long tail shimmering with electric arcs, the thunder phoenix awakened, its eyes sparkling with vitality, followed by a melodious and triumphant cry. What is this? Harry mused, having never encountered Fawkes, the phoenix. Maud replied, this is the appearance of a phoenix. Centering himself, Maud sensed 2 life forces intricately connected to his own being. He kept this realization to himself, contemplating the ascent of the 2 magical spirits. With a flurry of wings, the Thunderbird and Thunder Phoenix took flight, gracefully soaring within the confines of the small chamber. Wow! The 3 young ones gazed at the Thunderbird and Thunder Phoenix soaring in the sky, captivated by their agile forms and the vibrant purple arcs of electricity that enveloped them. They appeared remarkably majestic. Maud also observed these magical beings, yet found their display somewhat monotonous. How delightful it would be to cast magic himself. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt the magical energy within him stir. He promptly restrained the surge of power and looked up. The Thunderbird opened its beak wide, unleashing a bolt of lightning that dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, the Thunder Phoenix manifested a sphere of electric light upon its claws, shimmering brilliantly. The Phoenix version of Sass. How exquisite! Since they were both magical entities, why shouldn't he be able to cast a spell as well? Was it unreasonable? Quite the contrary. With a flick of his wrist, the Thunderbird and Thunder Phoenix transformed into arcs of electricity, vanishing into the ether. It felt as though he had gained something within him. Time to depart. He had absorbed all that he needed to learn. The black serpent swiftly became invisible, coiling around his hand. He exited the broom closet ahead of the trio, leaving Harry and his friends in stunned silence. Did you see that? He could even cast magic? In the days that followed, Maud set aside the Forbidden Forest, dedicating himself to the study of various spells. Thus, he and the trio led a clandestine life at Hogwarts, circumventing students and professors as they diligently honed their magical skills. What have you all been up to lately? Why are you avoiding me? Professor McGonagall scrutinized Maud and the trio with suspicion. These young wizards had been evading her gaze, seemingly shunning other professors as well. Professor McGonagall, we're engaged in something rather clandestine. Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth. Recently, the term clandestine had slipped from their lips more often than not. Ron, unable to contain himself, blurted out. Maud cleared his throat. It's true, Professor McGonagall. We have recently formed a study group. We prefer to find a quiet place where we can study without interruptions, as it enhances our efficiency. Maud maintained a serious demeanor as he spoke to Professor McGonagall. As for avoiding you, that is not the case. We merely seek quieter locales. Professor McGonagall regarded them with a mixture of belief and skepticism before nodding. Very well. I shall choose to trust you. Once she departed, Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glare. You really are quite dim, aren't you? Telling the professor we're up to something clandestine and then facing detention together? Ron sheepishly scratched his head. Let us explore a new location today. One more suited for practicing magic, Maud suggested after a moment's contemplation. Where's this new place? Hermione inquired. The room of requirement. Maud replied as he led them to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. They stood before a portrait of a giant troll, which, to their surprise, contained a figure within. Is this a troll? Hermione expressed her distaste upon seeing the troll's portrait, recalling nearly perishing beneath its wooden club. Ah, this painting actually tells a story, Maud explained. The individual, quite foolishly, attempted to teach a giant to perform ballet, only to find himself being pursued and struck by the creature. What a truly absurd fellow, Ron chuckled. Suddenly, the giant in the painting lifted its head to gaze at them, startling Ron. Are you suggesting that the room of requirement you speak of is within there? Harry inquired. Mord shook his head, indicating the wall opposite the painting. He began to envision scenes of learning magic and walked thrice past the wall. A luminous portal appeared upon it. This is the entrance. The group marveled as they stepped inside. Within the room of requirement, it transformed into an expansive open space to accommodate Mord's needs. He nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "This is indeed a splendid place for practicing magic." After a brief period of curiosity, Harry and the others resumed their training in lightning magic. Meanwhile, Mord recalled another spell that pertained to enhancing his wizarding prowess, known as the Eye of Observation. This spell was conceived by distinguished ancient wizards and could perceive a wondrous structure inherent in all things. This extraordinary structure served as the source material for magical arrays. The specific methods of cultivation were as follows. Mord observed intently, finding it not overly challenging. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of magical energy seemed to flow through his eyes. He then turned his gaze toward Harry and his companions, where intricate patterns radiating blue light emerged behind each of them, composed of exceedingly fine lines, seemingly brimming with information. This was the wondrous structure. Mord noticed something peculiar about the structure behind Harry. The colors appeared off. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that 2 patterns were nearly overlapping. One was a pure, luminous blue, while the other was gray, emanating a sense of death through its lines. Chapter 44. The Eerie Wondrous Structure. The Manifestation of Desire Within the Castle. Mord scrutinized the wondrous structures of Ron and Hermione, noting that they each bore a single, remarkably similar pattern. What could this mean? Voldemort's influence? Mord pondered as he examined the gray structure behind Harry, which emitted wisps of gray smoke, unmistakably ominous. After a moment's reflection, he cast a discernment spell. The degree of match with the residual soul hidden within your being, 100. Effect: you become a reserve vessel for the residual soul. Evaluation: your union with it is seamless. Upon reading the initial words, Mord was certain. This wondrous structure was the remnant of Voldemort attached to Harry. However, the eerie structure vastly differed from those of Hermione and Ron, and was entirely dissimilar to Harry's own blue structure. It became evident that Voldemort was no longer human. He had transcended into another race, establishing his own domain. Mord then contemplated his own situation and lifted his gaze. Behind him flickered a wondrous structure, red as blazing flames. The lines within it seemed far from human. Awakened from his near-death state, Harry raised his head amidst the electric glow and met Maud's gaze. Maud simply shook his head. "I am observing the air," he replied. Harry, momentarily vexed, chose to disregard Maud and continued honing his lightning magic. It must be noted that Harry was making remarkable progress in this art. His considerable magical talent appeared to resonate well with the lightning spells. Once more, he found himself ahead of Hermione and Ron. Maud remained fixated on the extraordinary structure. Most magical structures of the same kind bore similarities, with only slight variations. He planned to begin his studies with human magical structures, accumulating experience before seeking out more formidable magical creatures. How to learn about these magical structures? The knowledge imparted by the miraculous wizard Hygus suggested. Reach out to touch the magical structure, envisioning that you have made contact. Infuse your palm with your magical energy, and you shall behold a new world. Maud extended his hand towards Ron's magical structure, envisioning it as a tangible object, believing he had indeed made contact. As he channeled his magical energy into his palm, it emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Maud experienced a profund affable. The images of reality began to dance and swirl. When he regained his composure, he found himself in an entirely different scene. A blue ethereal light suffused the world around him, and before him lay a myriad of lines, resembling spider silk. These lines intertwined, taking root in the void before returning to it. It resembled a spider's lair, an intricate web. Maud reached out once more, gently tapping one of the lines before him. An overwhelming flood of information flashed before his eyes, some of it dizzying. This knowledge pertained to magical structures and arrays. Remarkable. Maud could only offer such an assessment of the magical structures. Though the information was abundant, much of it was redundant. For others, processing this information would prove challenging. However, he was different. The innate gift of the sage elf for mastering knowledge manifested itself. A vast array of information instantly entered his mind, allowing him to perform some preliminary processing in that fleeting moment. He discarded all redundant knowledge, retaining only what was essential. Yet Maud found this method of information processing too slow. Grasping a handful of lines simultaneously, he significantly increased the volume of information. After considerable time, he finally organized the knowledge pertaining to Ron's magical structure. Though somewhat fatigued, the rewards were substantial. Had a system panel appeared at that moment, it would have displayed basic knowledge of magical structures mastery. 3. Exiting the realm of Ron's magical structure, Maud discovered himself standing still, having not moved an inch. "What are you doing?" Hermione and Ron gazed at him in perplexity, while Harry turned around as well. This was a novel approach to learning magic, one to be embraced despite their bewildered expressions. Mord stepped once more into the azure magical structure inhabited by Hermione and Harry. With the prior foundation of Ron's knowledge regarding magical structures, coupled with the similarity among structures of the same kind, his pace had significantly accelerated after these two forays. Swiftly, the knowledge pertaining to these two magical constructs was duly recorded. Next, Mord turned his gaze towards the gray magical structure emanating from the remnants of Voldemort's soul that lingered atop Harry's head. He exhaled a sigh of frustration. The atmosphere was decidedly unwelcoming. Upon entering this magical structure, Mord found himself immersed in a dim and oppressive realm. Is that a house? His eyes wandered into the distance, where he discerned a similarly gray edifice. No, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a small castle. Yet, what could such a thing be doing within a magical structure? He sifted through the knowledge of Hages, discovering that occasionally, the manifestations of desires born from souls might infiltrate such realms, resulting in alterations to the world within. There were tales of wizards venturing into vast, boundless magical worlds. More understood now. This anomaly was likely a consequence of Voldemort's lingering essence, giving rise to elements that should not exist within the structure. But what precisely were these manifestations of desire? Could they be harmful, or might they divulge his presence? These desires were indeed products of the soul, their emergence necessitating a complex interplay of factors. They bore a semblance to human form, as if embodying a soul itself. After a meticulous review of the pertinent knowledge, Mord's apprehensions began to abate. He approached the small castle in the gray world, intent on a closer examination. Dumbledore and Harry Potter. The magical realm ought to belong to dark wizards. It should belong to me. As he drew near, Mord heard sounds emanating from within. It was a hoarse voice. Just then, a window presented itself before him. Leaning forward, he glimpsed the scene inside. A figure clad in a black robe tilted his head back, revealing a face pale as wax and eyes marred by blood. Madness was inscribed upon his visage, as he hoarsely repeated his words in a frenzied manner. Although there were discrepancies from the Voldemort he knew post-resurrection, Mord recognized him nonetheless. This was the manifestation of Voldemort's desires. Mord scrutinized the figure before him. As animated as a living being, it appeared that Voldemort had sensed Mord's presence. He suddenly turned his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto him, catching a glimpse of the upper half of Mord's face. "Who are you, little wizard?" he rasped. Mord was taken aback. The frontal view of that face was even more horrifying. Distorted features and blurred countenance, as though scorched by flame. An unexpected visitor. Mord had no inclination to reveal his identity to Voldemort, even if he was merely a manifestation of soul's desire, incapable of truly being called a remnant. Voldemort twisted his grotesque mouth into a semblance of a smile. "Is that so? I find such guests rather displeasing." He raised his wand, and a brilliant green light abruptly filled Maud's vision, exploding forth with a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 45. The Ineffectual Killing Curse. The Birth of the Great Thunder Phoenix. The green luminescence, imbued with the essence of death, inadvertently pierced through Maud's form. Yet, Maud remained motionless, standing there as if lost in contemplation, even blinking as if savoring some sensation. The light coursed through him, traversing the gray void, ultimately dissipating into scattered motes of verdant luminescence. "What is this?" Voldemort furrowed his brow, examining Maud's physique, then glancing at the trajectory of the Avada Kedavra curse. Maud smiled slightly. "Mr. Riddle, this is hardly the way to treat a guest." However, Maud was not so at ease within. To be candid, The aura of this magic left him feeling quite uneasy. Truly, Voldemort was lacking in decorum, if not entirely uncouth. His lack of movement stemmed from the knowledge imparted by High Gus, which spoke of desire bodies and magical constructs. Within these constructs, all forms of magic related to death or murderous intent proved ineffective. Even if a wizard were to dissipate within such a structure, it would only inflict spiritual harm, allowing for recovery after a few days' rest. The desire body, meanwhile, could not exchange information with the external world. Its magical prowess was akin to that of its original form, yet its strength would be significantly diminished. Therefore, Voldemort's current condition as a desire body was rather dire. Before Maud could finish his thoughts, he snapped his fingers. An orange flame surged forth, its tongues dancing wildly, filling the chamber with intense heat. The flames instantaneously transformed into a fiery lion, baring its fangs and lunging towards Voldemort. This was the first combat tactic he had recently acquired, to speak only halfway, leaving the opponent in doubt. Just as the fire lion was about to pounce upon Voldemort, a faint sound emerged, and Voldemort vanished without a trace. Subsequently, a figure appeared behind Maud, outside the window. Voldemort waved his wand, unleashing a searing tongue of flame aimed directly at Maud. A blue ethereal glow rose before Maud, as a frost arrow, imbued with biting cold, shot forth. The clash of ice and fire erupted as the frosty arrow released a chilling aura. The ground blossomed with blue light, ice forming and spreading around, climbing the walls of the small castle like a gecko. Once again, Voldemort disappeared from sight. Quite impressive indeed. Voldemort returned to the castle, pacing while observing Maud from the window. You are remarkably akin to my younger self, full of talent. Your magic is quite intriguing, capable of entertaining me. He glanced at the scorched earth where the fire lion had struck and chuckled. The Avada Kedavra curse may be ineffective here, yet other spells, such as the fire curse, seem capable of causing harm, including ending your life. Voldemort's blood-red eyes gleamed with excitement. He pointed his wand repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of flames that instantaneously illuminated the entire castle. With a snap of his fingers, awakens summoned a transparent force that enveloped him. Subsequently, a flurry of frost arrows floated in the air, spreading a chilling aura. Blue and red lights occupied the sky in equal measure. The sounds of collisions, shattering walls, and the freezing of surfaces resounded incessantly. The castle had been largely dismantled, and the wall between the two combatants had vanished. Awakens' frost arrows ultimately proved superior to the fiery desires of Voldemort's embodiment. Occasionally, frost arrows pierced through the flames, attempting to penetrate Voldemort. He sensed that Voldemort's magic had likely diminished to a level akin to his own. However, Voldemort's proficiency in combat was significantly greater. Bang! A frost arrow pierced the floor, blue light erupting as it coalesced into a sheet of ice. Yet, Voldemort's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had evaded using apparition. At this moment, awakens recognized his own shortcoming. He lacked a mobility spell. No wonder he was being outmaneuvered by Voldemort. Fortunately, Voldemort seemed intent on targeting a wizard with a resurrection coin. No, an immortal one. With another snap, two thunderous phoenixes appeared, their eyes sparkling with vitality. Their long tails shimmered, crackling with purple arcs of electricity, emitting a triumphant cry. A phoenix? Voldemort glanced up at them. His wand was in constant motion, unleashing flames like cannonballs. Indeed, Mr. Riddle. They seem to have taken quite a liking to you, awakens chuckled. The two magical spirits were summoned to disrupt Voldemort's use of apparition. Another frost arrow soared through the air. With a whoosh, Voldemort vanished from his position. As he reappeared, poised to strike with his wand, the Thunder Phoenix unleashed a burst of miniature lightning. Zazzap! The lightning flickered with a purple glow, arriving in an instant. Yet, it was halted mid-air by an invisible force. Armored protection. awakens observed Voldemort. He had no intention of resolving their conflict so easily. Those who ascend to become leaders are seldom simple. This magic is impressive. Voldemort mused, gazing at the two phoenixes. Frankly, you should be serving me, little wizard. Let us share power and brew immortality. awakens shook his head. I have no such ambitions. Being an ordinary little wizard is quite sufficient. One should study diligently and strive for progress daily. Is that so? Voldemort replied with a peculiar smile. He raised his wand high, and as it descended, a torrent of flames surged like a relentless wave. A colossal fire serpent emerged, spewing flames. awakens gazed up at its exaggerated form, truly a sight to behold. Releasing such magic appeared to be taxing for Voldemort at this moment. His wand continuously released flames, seemingly replenishing the serpent's energy. Seizing the opportunity, Mo.The unleashed a volley of ethereal frost arrows toward Voldemort. Boom! The massive, undulating body of the fire serpent intercepted all the frost arrows with ease. Even the emerging ice surface was transformed into billowing vapor. Such power! This was Maud's first encounter with dueling magic against another, particularly against the pinnacle of dark sorcerers. Although it felt perilous, it was undeniably exhilarating. Next came the comparison of countless frost arrows and the colossal fire serpent. The gigantic serpent thrashed through the void, flames shimmering in blinding brilliance. The blue light darted forth, only to vanish within the crimson glow. The fire serpent shielded the lurking Voldemort behind it, unable to shift its position. Maud gazed at the two thunderous phoenixes in the sky, seemingly at an impasse. Under his watchful eye, the two phoenixes merged into one. Amidst the purple radiance, a magnificent phoenix gradually took shape. A substantial portion of his magical energy was drawn forth. The giant thunder phoenix opened its piercing eyes, sweeping its long tail. As thunder echoed sharply through the void, the two magical spirits jointly guided the colossal phoenix towards the massive serpent, unleashing a blinding light that obscured the heavens. Chapter 46. The thunderous sword from the sky. The light of annihilation. The thunder claws of the gigantic phoenix collided with the fiery form of the serpent. Thunder and flame met. Purple lightning shattered the void. Dazzling arcs of electricity danced, while flames surged like tidal waves, crashing against the emptiness. Clang! The thunder phoenix emitted a triumphant cry, unfurling its wings made of lightning, soaring upward. The giant serpent unleashed a torrent of fire towards the phoenix. But with a sweep of its wings, the thunder phoenix diverted the flames. Crackle! It seemed that Voldemort momentarily hesitated, freeing his hands to applaud, while the fire serpent continued its struggle with the thunder phoenix. Hogwarts students, perhaps? That attire is indeed a nostalgic sight, Voldemort remarked, raising his wand once more. To him, the magic of this young sorcerer was brimming with creativity. He had great potential, yet, regrettably, his power might turn into a hindrance rather than an asset. His wand pointed towards the fire serpent. The immense serpent coiled upward, its form overshadowing the descending thunder phoenix. The fire serpent began to constrict, intent on incinerating the thunder phoenix completely. Maud witnessed this scene. He turned to look back at Voldemort, only to find that his figure had vanished once again. Another use of apparition. Are you ready? Ready to meet your demise? A rasping voice echoed from behind. Of course. Maud turned around with a smile, observing what appeared to be someone behind Voldemort, locked in a gaze with him. Professor Dumbledore, I have awaited you for quite some time. Voldemort did not glance back. His extensive combat experience was formidable. However, he hesitated for a moment. Snap! Maud snapped his fingers towards the direction of the thunder phoenix. By the time Voldemort reacted, a shimmering orb of light had already materialized at Maud's fingertips. The illumination spell, with its perfect compatibility, acquired an even stronger stimulating effect since he entered the realm of candlelight. Voldemort found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yet, Voldemort remained unfazed. He raised his wand, and flames swirled around him, consuming everything in their vicinity. Meanwhile, with his eyes closed, Maud was mentally connecting with two magical spirits. Transparent walls emerged around him, encasing him in protection. This was armor for the soul. The flames danced around Maud, but could not penetrate the transparent barrier. As the fiery serpent coiled around it, the thunder phoenix transformed into a sharp, violet longsword. The sword crackled with electrical energy, its blade gleaming like a purple gemstone, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Under the spirit's command, the colossal thunder sword sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, swiftly cleaving the fiery serpent in two. The essence of thunder surged down, continuously dissolving the uncontrolled serpent's form. The longsword ascended once more, seemingly possessing a will of its own, and aimed its blade at Voldemort, who was ensnared by flames on the ground. In that moment, the thunder sword descended from the heavens. Thunder roared through the gray void, instantly rushing forth as if it pierced through the fabric of reality and the flames alike, striking Voldemort directly. Boom! The embodiment of desire that was Voldemort did not even have time to scream. His form dissipated like light dust, vanishing amidst the electric brilliance. Victory! Cough, cough! Maud, now with eyes wide open, observed Voldemort's fading visage, feeling a small thrill akin to defeating a boss. Yet, he also pondered the tragedy of Voldemort's fate. While others perish once, he seemed to die 5 or 6 times, and now, he had added another to that tally. Maud dusted himself off, noticing the grime that marred his appearance. What is this? In the space where Voldemort had perished, a faint gray light floated, wriggling in the air like a worm. Maud cast a discerning spell. The Light of Annihilation, compatibility with you, 120. Effect, enhances magical abilities. Upon striking an enemy, it has a chance to inflict a soul wound. Such wounds are difficult to heal unless the soul itself is mended. Otherwise, one must endure a lengthy wait for the soul to heal naturally. This is an exceedingly rare and special energy. Impressive. It directly harms the soul. Although it is merely a chance, it is formidable enough. This signifies that each magical attack could potentially leave behind a wound that defies healing. Isn't this akin to a critical strike? Maud approached the wisp of gray light. Yet before he could reach out, the light glided toward him and entered his being. He could feel an energy within him that was distinct from his magical essence. With a mere thought, the Light of Annihilation began to flow alongside him, gradually merging with his magical power. It was as if honey dissolved in water, the two fusing seamlessly. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Magic dual experience. 1. Equipment. 1. He glanced at the threads of light in the distant void. Now that he had vanquished the boss, it was time to learn. However, before that, he intended to examine the magic of the fused gray light. He extended his palm, and flames erupted forth. In the real world, Hermione and Harry were still engaged in their studies of lightning magic. Ron had already succumbed to idleness. What was Maud truly engaged in? Maud maintained a peculiar posture, extending one hand as if to caress the air. Ron waved his hand in front of him, yet Maud, with his eyes wide open, appeared utterly oblivious. Suddenly, a burst of flame materialized in Maud's palm, startling Ron. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Maud. Ron observed that Maud remained unchanged, seemingly unaware of his words. He turned his gaze towards the flame in Maud's hand. It unmistakably resembled a flame, radiating a palpable heat. Yet its hue was peculiar, intertwined with shades of black amidst the fiery red. What was this? Maud, enshrouded in a wondrous structure, scrutinized the flame with intrigue. His magical essence had just fused with a grayish light, causing a slight imbalance in his magical control during the spellcasting. It felt as if the magic of reality had stirred as well. He chose not to ponder further, instead continuing to observe the flame in his hand. The black fire, encased in the center, resembled a wick, while the surrounding flames glowed a vibrant orange red. Black flames? Was that a reference to something? Maud felt he was veering further down a path of cosplay. Boom! What was that sound? Maud turned towards the source of the noise. The dilapidated little castle had collapsed with a thunderous roar, dissipating into dust. In its place emerged a long, golden rope, seemingly woven from the very fabric of the void. The golden light illuminated the surroundings. What was this? Within Maud's eyes, a magical identification revealed, a product of a special magical structure, compatibility with you, 130. Effect, consume it, and you shall acquire extraordinary abilities. Consume it? Maud gazed at the elongated golden rope, lost in contemplation. Chapter 47. The Enchanted Blue Eyeball. The Pursuing Malfoy. Was this truly edible? The golden rope shimmered with radiant light, adorned with mysterious patterns, resembling an extraordinary binding rope. However, coiling was no small feat, leading Maud to question whether his stomach could accommodate it. He couldn't help but reminisce about digestive aids. But now, courageous Maud, fear not. He approached the golden rope, placing his hand upon it. The uneven patterns lent the rope a textured feel. Leaning in closer, he noticed what appeared to be minuscule inscriptions etched upon it, though regrettably, Maud could not decipher them. With a firm tug, the rope descended effortlessly from the void, and he coiled it into a bundle, holding it in his grasp. Grasping one end of the rope, he tentatively took a bite. To his surprise, it was rather palatable. The segment of rope melted in his mouth like jelly, its taste reminiscent of savory beef broth, infused with a delightful sweetness. Yet, the rope seemed interminable. After an extended period of consumption, Maud finally managed to swallow the last remnants, fully digesting it. He gently caressed his abdomen, feeling a certain fullness. What wondrous abilities would he acquire? Maud held a great anticipation for this extraordinary creation, a non-human entity akin to Voldemort. After all, a harbinger of fate. The golden thread that entered his stomach transformed into a radiant glow, dispersing throughout Maud's body. Within him, it felt as though a new form of tissue was being birthed. A warm sensation and an unusual feeling of bodily transformation persisted, alternating between comfort and discomfort for a considerable time before finally subsiding. This sensation? Maud truly sensed the presence of something new within him. He extended his hand, and blue mist swirled around it. Ultimately, it coalesced into an eye. The entire orb was a deep blue, no larger than the tip of his finger, translucent and glimmering like a sapphire. It occasionally rotated its pupil, exhibiting an extraordinary liveliness. This modest perception began to fracture. He appeared to possess two perspectives. One revealed the scene before him, while the other allowed him to behold himself. This disorienting sensation of spatial confusion was unpleasant. Maud closed his eyes, allowing only one perspective to remain. He surveyed his body curiously. Soon, he made a connection to the blue eye before him. It seemed directly linked to his brain, and with a mere thought, he commanded it to close. The blue orb emitted a radiant light, completely obscuring its pupil. Darkness enveloped him. Upon reopening his eyes, Maud snapped his fingers, invoking a discerning spell. The magical blue orb assessed his compatibility, 150. Effect: it would grant you a broader perspective, enabling you to witness sights previously unseen. The blue eye possessed exceptional vision, capturing everything within hundreds of meters. It would endow you with a 360-degree vantage point, free from blind spots. When vanquished by a certain force, it would re-incubate within your body. This constituted the fundamental ability, and the subsequent characteristics were a bonus from the 150 compatibility. It possessed the power of invisibility, allowing you to surveil your enemies without their knowledge, except for formidable wizards. It could implant itself, stabilizing in a particular location, impervious to disturbance. Implantation mod suddenly recalled something. Welcome to the realm of summoners, ahem. The specific instructions for implantation were as follows. The method was simple, implantation in its literal sense. Mul blinked, pondering if it truly meant to implant an eye. He extended his index finger, thrusting it towards the blue orb. The orb transformed into azure mist, swirling around his finger. He glanced into the distance, lifting his finger to point at the ground ahead. The blue mist morphed into sharp, slender spikes that swiftly shot forth, embedding themselves into the ground before reverting to the blue eye, extending delicate blue tendrils resembling plant roots. Subsequently, the blue eye vanished from Maud's view. Once more, he gained an additional perspective. An idea sparked in Maud's mind as he raised the blue eye once more. The distant azure orb returned to his hand. He positioned the blue eye at the nape of his neck, rendering Voldemort's ambush from behind futile. In light of Mr. Maris's exemplary response, Gryffindor earned additional points. A rare smile graced Professor McGonagall's typically stern visage. Maud Maris had excelled in transfiguration and displayed exceptional diligence in class. In her eyes, Maris embodied the three commendable qualities of a model student. At long last, Professor McGonagall concluded her transfiguration lesson. Maud had garnered a wealth of diverse perspectives and knowledge regarding the art of transformation. He cheerfully departed the classroom, clutching his meticulously noted spellbook. Mul, shall we head to the Great Hall together? Harry approached him. No, I intend to visit Hagrid's hut and treat him to some Muggle delicacies, Maud replied. What delicacies? Ron leaned in closer to Maud. Impassively, Maud pushed Ron's head away. While certain pastries may not rival the Great Hall's culinary delights, wizards would surely find their flavors uniquely enchanting. Are those the same pastries from the train? Can we join you? Ron inquired, recalling the pleasant taste of the previous treats. Maud shook his head. Hermione shot him a knowing glance, seemingly aware of his intentions, yet she remained silent. Maud parted ways with the trio and set off towards Hagrid's hut alone. Halfway there, an unsettling sensation crept upon him. It felt as though someone was tailing him. Consequently, he spread his hand and summoned the blue eye, securing at the back of his head. This was not mere observation, but a tactic of counter-surveillance, an application of learned skills. Maud assumed that Harry and the others were following him. However, much to his dismay, the azure orb revealed a pale-faced boy with light golden hair, a rascal named Malfoy, accompanied by two stout little wizards. What could Malfoy want? Maud's first thought was that he intended to report his whereabouts, leading to a deduction of Gryffindor points. More nefarious still, perhaps he conspired to ambush him outside of school. Maud chuckled softly to himself. He retrieved a doll from his pocket, its forehead inscribed with the words, "My dad is Lucius." The lettering had become somewhat smudged, likely due to Malfoy's own attempts to erase the words from his face. But it mattered not. Once outside the confines of Hogwarts Castle, Maud smacked the doll's posterior with vigor. Ouch! Malfoy rubbed his rear and glared at Crabbe and Goyle, his expression revealing a mix of displeasure and bewilderment. What are you two imbeciles doing? Chapter 48. Lightning Butterfly Hairstyles. Long-range sniping of a light ball. Crabbe and Goyle stared blankly at Malfoy, their already narrow eyes squinting further. We're not doing anything. Oomph. Malfoy shot them a sidelong glance and chose not to elaborate further. He turned his attention back to the detestable Maud Maris. This time, I shall not let you off easily. However, moments later, once again, he felt a sharp slap against him. Crap, Goyle. He glared furiously at the two behind him. Enough already, you fools. I am engaged in something of utmost importance. Maud, with a certain enthusiasm, continued to tap on his puppet while observing the dramatic exchange between the three behind him through the blue-eyed orb at the back of his head. He mused inwardly that the education of dark wizards was severely lacking, with their perpetually stern expressions and a plethora of negative emotions. Such a disposition was evidently detrimental to their mental and physical well-being. Thus, Maud twisted the puppet's arm and vigorously tickled its armpit. The effect was immediately evident. Draco's laughter resonated behind him. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he laughed so heartily. Delightful. Maud nodded in satisfaction. However, the effect fell short of perfection. He lacked puppets of Crabbe and Goyle. Consequently, under Malfoy's command, Crabbe and Goyle continued to follow Maud. Maud had no desire to be trailed by the trio any longer. A fire spell? Invisibility? After a moment's contemplation, he snapped his fingers. Lightning danced around his hand. In an instant, several tiny purple butterflies appeared in his palm. Adorned with purple-blue patterns, their delicate wings shimmered with a faint violet light. Arcs of electricity occasionally coursing through their forms. Maud released the electric butterflies, which fluttered gracefully. Through the vision of the blue-eyed orb, he directed them to circle around and fly behind Malfoy and his companions. A few of the butterflies alighted on the fabric of the three, perfectly concealed within their blind spots. Maud snapped his fingers again, anticipating a satisfactory outcome. He quickened his pace slightly. As the trio behind him walked, a peculiar tingling sensation surged through their bodies, causing them to collapse helplessly onto the ground. After a moment, the tingling subsided, and the three attempted to rise once more to pursue Maud. A faint purple glow flickered behind them, and they found themselves sprawled on the ground again. What on earth is happening? Malfoy presumed it was a prank orchestrated by Crabbe and Goyle. You two, in Malfoy's gaze. The hair of Crabbe and Goyle was now standing upright. Your hair, sir. They pointed at his head. The slick-back style had become voluminous and curly, adding to his apparent height. My hair? Malfoy pondered, turning back to look. The previously visible Maud had vanished in a thin air. He squinted his eyes. Meanwhile, Maud had arrived at Hagrid's hut, where he retrieved the remaining pastries and other food items he had. He invited Hagrid to enjoy a delightful and unique Muggle meal. The two conversed for a while, during which Maud inquired about Hagrid's experiences in the Forbidden Forest, specifically regarding any dangerous magical creatures and whether there had been any outsiders visiting. He was not inclined to confront such unknown dangers directly. Hagrid responded selectively to his questions. He harbored no desire to pique Maris's curiosity or lead him to a perilous location. Remarkably, Hagrid's words proved to be reliable. Maud, having satiated his hunger and thirst, prepared to depart. I'm leaving now, Hagrid. Until next time. Maud stepped out of Hagrid's hut, waving farewell. Indeed, Maris, oh no, Maud. I thoroughly enjoyed today as pastries. Hagrid reciprocated the gesture, slowly closing the door with a creak. The enchanting creatures of the Forbidden Forest awaited. Maud felt a sense of anticipation. He surveyed his surroundings, fingers brushing against the black serpent in his possession, and activated his ethereal form. His figure vanished in an instant. The flora of the Forbidden Forest thrived exuberantly, with roots of towering trees sprawling across the ground, often posing a tripping hazard. The atmosphere here was somewhat unsettling. Maud could perceive an energy lingering in the air, reminiscent of Voldemort's dark magic. Was it merely coincidence that he encountered such forces on his very first visit? Was it a dark wizard? Or perhaps Quirrell? Maud pondered for a moment. He regarded his own form, an embodiment of nothingness. The serpent's ethereal talent adeptly concealed him, even in the face of unexpected danger. He could activate the intangible effect of his ethereal form, ensuring a timely escape. With this thought, Maud concluded that exercising caution would be prudent. He ventured further into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Before long, a striking shade of green caught his attention. He lifted his gaze to behold a towering, corpulent figure, its green skin holding a massive wooden club. It turned out to be a troll, a green-skinned giant. Cautiously, Maud approached, positioning himself behind the troll. A surge of purple lightning manifested in his hand, crackling ominously. The act of casting magic revealed his presence, a flaw in his invisibility. Nevertheless, he had ample time. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the lightning orb, sending it hurtling toward the giant's head. In an instant, the purple radiance struck. Crack! Maud snapped his fingers, and the brilliant lightning orb dispersed into a network of dazzling arcs, enveloping the troll's head. The troll emitted a guttural cry, yet before it could swing its club, Its entire form became ensnared in the electric web. A surge of powerful current erupted from the lightning net, a brilliant purple glow illuminating its entirety. Zzz. The electric arcs flickered incessantly, flowing like a river of energy, while the troll stood frozen in place. Maud snapped his fingers again and invoked the Eye of Observation. He glimpsed the troll's head, revealing a vast and intricate pattern glowing with a nauseating green sheen. Just as he reached out to touch it, he heard the distant sound of branches cracking underfoot. In an instant, he vanished, becoming invisible once more. Maud turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Were those several eight-eyed spiders? The creature, cloaked in a dense coat of black fur, possessed colossal limbs that emitted an unsettling clicking sound. Maud felt a chill run down his spine. Were these ferocious, carnivorous spiders drawn to the site of the fallen giant? Maud was unwilling to let the giant be snatched away so easily. After pondering for a moment, he moved behind a nearby giant tree and summoned the blue orb. He cast it outward. Within the orb's vision, the silhouettes of several massive eight-legged spiders materialized in the distance. Maud snapped his fingers. Instantly, a series of lightning orbs manifested before him. The area behind the tree erupted in a flash of purple light, the sound of thunder reverberating through the air. Suddenly, a phrase crossed his mind. Do you know where I am? I am watching you, yet you remain oblivious to my presence. A bolt of thunder echoed. Each lightning orb shimmered with a purple glow, crackling with energy and emitting a piercing sound. Subsequently, the orbs shot forth like bullets. Chapter 49. Chain Lightning Triggered. The Unicorn's Guidance. The blinding lightning orbs darted through the air, leaving behind long trails of purple luminescence. When the eight-eyed spiders caught sight of the purple glow, the lightning orbs were already upon them. Maud sensed a distinct difference in this instance of lightning magic. As he contemplated, the realization dawned upon him. The orbs gently landed upon several of the eight-eyed spiders. In an instant, a dazzling purple radiance erupted across their black bodies, enveloping them entirely. Sizzling. This was not the end. The purple light intensified, as if it were nurturing a potent force. When it became nearly blinding, a robust bolt of lightning materialized from thin air. It surged forth like a devouring purple-gold dragon, sweeping past the bodies of the eight-eyed spiders. The lightning branched out, resembling an intricate web of countless leaves, seemingly penetrating the spiders. Boom! Before Maud could blink, the blue orb revealed the figures of several spiders collapsed on the ground. Their bodies were charred and grotesque, even oozing smoke. Maud could almost detect the peculiar scent of something burnt. The characteristics of chain lightning had been triggered. Impressive indeed. Maud himself marveled at the spectacle, yet felt something was still lacking. If only there were a legion before him, and if he could mount a grand steed, wielding a tome of magic, and proclaim, chain lightning. It would have been perfect. Maud directed his observing eye towards the eight-eyed spiders. Above, several magnificent arcane structures floated, their hue mirroring that of the spiders' bodies, dark and foreboding. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers. A petite purple lightning sparrow materialized out of thin air. Chirp, chirp. The sparrow's golden eyes sparkled with vitality as it gazed at Maud. He retrieved the blue orb and placed it upon the sparrow. He then released the sparrow into flight. It flitted above him, and through Maud's perspective, he beheld the surroundings from above. This he termed TPP, or the God's eye view. Thus, he felt significantly safer. Even if he temporarily overlooked the blue orb's vision, the magical lightning sparrow would serve as his alert. Maud touched the green, magical structure of the giant creature. In an instant, he was transported into a verdant world. Gazing up at the lush, green void above, he felt a lingering discomfort. However, it was far more pleasant than the oppressive world of magical structures created by Voldemort. He quickly entered a state of learning, as a wealth of knowledge regarding magical structures flowed through the threads in his hands. As he organized this information in his mind, he realized it closely resembled Ron's understanding of magical structures. It was evident that the giant creature was not a formidable magical being. Next, he encountered the magical structures of several eight-eyed giant spiders. The darkness enveloped him, rendering the light almost imperceptible. Yet, the knowledge contained within was considerably more profound. If the giant creature represented a basic level of magical structure, then this could be classified as approaching an intermediate level. After a flurry of activity, he felt particularly fulfilled. Maud had gained a deeper understanding of magical structures and discovered that his grasp of this knowledge was becoming increasingly fluid and swift. Before him sprawled the Forbidden Forest, and he perceived a multitude of magical structures beckoning to him. Was that a mouse spirit herb? He spotted one before him, and his need for herbs was substantial. Whether for enhancing his elven bloodline or advancing his wizarding rank, herbs were essential for crafting auxiliary potions. Thus, he embarked on a journey of herb harvesting. The Forbidden Forest was teeming with magical creatures and an abundance of herbs. Maud encountered a variety of herbs: red, yellow, and purple, esculus herbs, daffodils, wormwood. He noted his findings and dispatched a giant-eyed spider with ease. He placed the herbs into his spatial magic, which resided within the soul realm of the Elven King. Alongside previously stored items such as a spare wand, snacks, and a few garments, he organized and packed everything together. After the mutation of his spatial magic, the storage capacity had significantly increased compared to before, much to Maud's satisfaction. He then contemplated the undetectable extension charm. This spell had been employed by Hermione to create a large space within a small bag, capable of holding numerous items such as tents and clothing. If utilized for trade with Kunlun, Maud mused that this charm could yield valuable goods. Although the Ministry of Magic strictly controlled this spell, Hermione's ability to discover it indicated that pathways to learn it did exist. Perhaps it could be found in the restricted section of the library? Maud dismissed these thoughts and continued to remain hidden within the Forbidden Forest, searching for magical structures and potions. What was that? He looked up to see a silvery magical structure, shimmering with pure white light. Its presence brought him a sense of inner tranquility. At the source of this magical structure stood a unicorn. The unicorn raised its head, its long silver mane cascading down its neck, its deep, lively eyes reminiscent of a woodland sprite. It radiated a luminous glow, seeming utterly out of place in the eerie environment of the Forbidden Forest. With the combination of the identification charm and the eye of observation, the information regarding the magical structure was revealed. The pure and wondrous structure, your compatibility, 150. Effect: it shall grant you the most supreme magical framework. The magical array constructed with this framework will possess an extraordinarily potent purifying effect on magic. Other effects remain unknown. Maud's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the words top tier. This unicorn, I, the descendant of Nicholas, no, the heir of the elfin legacy, shall claim it. He resolved to seek an opportunity to befriend the unicorn. If all else failed, he would knock it unconscious. Maud concealed himself, intending to approach. The unicorn cast a fleeting glance at him before swiftly galloping away. Maud was momentarily taken aback. He hurriedly pursued it, instructing the Thunderbird above to follow the unicorn. The unicorn did not flee at great speed, occasionally glancing back at him. Is it waiting for me? He commanded the Thunderbird to soar higher, its azure eyes scanning the distance. Indeed, he discerned several figures: a cloaked wizard draped in black, a towering centaur, and behind the centaur, an injured golden unicorn. Chilo Voldemort, the Dark Wizard. Maud understood the unicorn's intent. Yet, he remained uncertain of the wizard's identity. However, the green glow emanating from the wand, coupled with the appearance of the small unicorn, strongly suggested that he was indeed the Dark Sorcerer. Maud halted several hundred meters from the scene. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to intervene. If he saved the small unicorn, friendship with the unicorn would surely follow. However, there were ways to effect a rescue, and an idea sparked in his mind, prompting a smile. Meanwhile ahead, do not attempt to thwart me, you foolish centaur, the Dark Wizard uttered in a suppressed tone, directing his wand at the imposing centaur. Yield, Dark Wizard. You cannot continue to harm this unicorn under the centaur's protection. The centaur lowered his head, gazing at the Dark Wizard, his face adorned with a thick beard, his voice deep and resolute. The Dark Wizard fell silent, his wand illuminating once more with a green radiance. Chapter 50. The timely arrival of the Frost Arrow. The camaraderie of the centaurs. Within the azure vision of the Thunderbird, an eerie green light flitted through the woods, accompanied by a palpable aura of death. Occasionally, fierce flames erupted, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour. The flames ignited several trees within the Forbidden Forest, engulfing the area in fiery chaos and billowing smoke. The Dark Wizard deftly evaded the centaur's attempts to close in and attack, even finding time to mock the centaur before him. How can you impede my progress, you inferior creature? It proved evident that this Dark Wizard possessed greater strength than the centaur across from him. Although the centaur was robust and towering, his expertise lay in archery, and without his bow, his disadvantage became clear. The green light relentlessly pursued him, transforming his massive form into a moving target. Maud observed attentively, refraining from hasty action, instead preparing to seize the opportune moment for a decisive strike that would determine the outcome. Although he was not entirely adept at seizing such opportunities, he understood the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in battle. The centaur bore numerous wounds, predominantly burns. They were skilled in healing magic. Yet this was not the moment for such endeavors. My kin would soon arrive. Dark wizard, if you do not depart, you shall find no escape. The centaur proclaimed in a deep, resonant voice, hoping to intimidate the dark sorcerer before him. However, his efforts proved largely ineffective. Soon, even Dumbledore from Hogwarts would take notice of the situation. "Huh," the dark wizard scoffed coldly. Perhaps the reputation of Dumbledore instilled fear in him, prompting the dark wizard to recklessly advance, eager to eliminate his adversary swiftly. Yet the centaur exhibited agility, proving to be a formidable opponent. As time passed, impatience began to cloud the dark wizard's demeanor. He cast a glance at the battered centaur and then at the small unicorn. "Do you wish to save this unicorn?" His voice carried an unsettling tone that made the centaur uneasy. Sensing the impending danger, the centaur acted, but the dark wizard had already waved his wand, casting the killing curse once more. This time, his target was not the centaur, but rather the defenseless unicorn behind him. A green light, imbued with a sense of peril, shot forth. The centaur hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to intervene against the deathly curse. Yet, it was evident that he could not outpace the spell. He could only watch helplessly as the killing curse approached the small unicorn. Suddenly, a silver adult unicorn charged in, positioning itself to shield the little unicorn. Bracing for the impending strike, it emitted a sorrowful whinny, akin to a farewell. It was a truly poignant scene. The dark wizard, intent on casting another spell, aimed his wand at the distracted centaur's back. A crack. It was not the sound of something shattering, but rather the noise of ice forming. The dark wizard looked on in astonishment as a ghostly blue light abruptly emerged. Frost arrows descended from the heavens, colliding with the green light of the killing curse. Though the arrowheads splintered, the dark magic dissipated, scattering like stardust in the wind. The fractured frost arrow suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light, resembling a blooming array of flowers, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling aura. In an instant, the icy surface extended to the feet of the dark wizard. He hurriedly retreated, but the surprises were far from over. A cacophony of whistling filled the air above him. Looking up, he beheld a barrage of frost arrows hurtling towards him, each tip aimed directly at his form. He could not discern from whence they had originated. Faced with overwhelming obstacles, he shouted the incantation, reacting swiftly. However, to his dismay, it was not a single frost arrow he faced, but many. The blue light surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple frost arrows struck against the transparent barrier, which was instantly shattered. The frost arrows, devoid of their subsequent force, cascaded down once more, blooming with ethereal blue light. Countless shards of ice surged forward, enveloping the dark sorcerer in a frigid embrace. They ascended his feet, climbing up his calves and thighs, rendering him utterly immobile. This transpired in the blink of an eye, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. Following closely behind, several more frost arrows pierced through the motionless sorcerer, transforming into a veil of blue light that obscured the vision of the centaur and the unicorns nearby. Ultimately, as the blue light dissipated, a magnificent ice sculpture remained, resembling a work of art. "What is this?" The centaur stared in astonishment, having never witnessed or heard of such magic before. What sorcery could emanate such an icy aura? He exhaled a breath of relief. Regardless of the bizarre spectacle, both he and the unicorns were saved. The centaur glanced at the two unicorns, one large and one small. The golden young unicorn affectionately nuzzled against the silver adult unicorn, which gazed intently into the distance. The centaur instinctively followed its gaze. A dashing gentleman approached, with black hair and dark eyes, clad in a pristine black suit. Who could this be? He regarded the young gentleman with a hint of caution. "Greetings," the gentleman, transformed into a vampire with a vampire disguise spell, smiled warmly. "I am Nicholas Zhao's, but you may call me Nicholas. Oh, I neglected to mention." He gestured towards the ice sculpture. "This piece is my creation." "How utterly distasteful," the centaur replied, feeling a mix of surprise and discomfort. With a wave of his hand, Nicholas dispelled the surrounding ice into sparkling motes of light. The lifeless dark sorcerer lay on the ground, and Nicholas observed the face revealed beneath the sorcerer's dark robe. Unfamiliar to him, he approached the centaur, extending his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Centaur. May I ask?" The centaur's face, though adorned with a thick beard, bore an unexpectedly youthful appearance. He seemed somewhat flustered, as if this was his first experience with a handshake. After a moment, he extended his massive hand, clasping it with Nicholas's. Nicholas felt the immense strength of the centaur, yet fortunately, he himself was no mere mortal. "Hello. I'm also pleased to meet you. I am Fairbairn." He brushed a hand through his hair. Mr. Nicholas Zhao's, your name is quite splendid. Nicholas nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Mr. Fairbairn, your name is also delightful. His gaze shifted to the unicorn that had guided him here. The silver unicorn approached, turning its body slightly as if to express gratitude. Nicholas curiously reached out to caress the unicorn, which did not shy away, accepting his touch. The sensation was akin to petting a cat, soothing and delightful. He then glanced at the golden young unicorn, whose bright blue eyes now met his. I intend to take it back to my kin for healing. It is quite perilous here. The centaur Failban expressed his uncertainty to Maud regarding the presence of dark wizards in the vicinity. Maud nodded in response. Shall we visit our tribe, Mr. Nicholas? Failban continued, inquiring about the convenience of such a visit. Maud contemplated the centaur's prowess in magical healing and archery, both of which he found quite alluring. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for this centaur clan. Of course, Failban replied emphatically. You saved my life. You are a friend of the centaurs. Maud then glanced at the two unicorns nearby, as well as the magnificent, pure magical structure behind them, nodding once more. Chapter 51. The Encounter with the Centaur Tribe. Archery Performance. Failban, what troubles you? Who is this? Before reaching the centaur tribe, Maud noticed a taller centaur approaching. He possessed deep blue eyes and cascading silver hair, with a silver horse body beneath him, exuding an air of handsomeness. Uncle Ferenz, this is my friend. He just rescued me from the clutches of a dark wizard. Failban explained, adding, oh, and he also saved this little unicorn. He gestured towards the golden unicorn behind him. Ferenz? What a familiar name, Maud mused, comparing the centaur named Ferenz to the Ferenz he remembered, who bore a face resembling that of a horse. He was immediately struck with astonishment. This was no mere centaur. He seemed akin to a Prince Charming. Oh, greetings. I am immensely grateful for your rescue of Failban. Ferenz observed the wounds on Failban and the appearance of the little unicorn, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gratitude sparkled in his eyes as he extended his hand towards Maud. Sir, Nicholas Tsaz, you may call me Nicholas, Maud introduced himself, shaking hands with Ferenz and once again feeling the powerful grip of the centaur. Mr. Nicholas, this way. Ferenz gestured invitingly, wishing to usher him into the tribe. However, before he could finish his words, another voice interrupted. Ferenz, we do not welcome human wizards here. Maud turned to see a dark-haired centaur with a thick beard, his face etched with wildness and pride. Bane, please do not be so rude. Ferenz replied calmly, looking at him. Is not the fact that Mr. Nicholas saved Failban enough reason for us to express our gratitude? Yet, regrettably, the centaur named Bane embodied all the pride of his kin and was unwilling to relent. Ferenz winked at Maud, signaling Failban to guide him inside. I shall tend to these two unicorns. I will heal the little one. Maud followed closely behind Failban as they entered the centaur tribe, which appeared as a modest dwelling constructed of stone and wood. In this land teeming with centaurs, Maud, now in the form of a vampire, found himself diminished in stature once again. Mr. Nicholas, do not pay heed to Bane's words. He harbors a profound misunderstanding of human wizards, Fairburn elucidated to Maud regarding the recent events. Maud smiled knowingly, aware that Fairburn was not entirely truthful. The aversion towards human wizards was not solely held by Bane. The centaur, it seemed inscribed in the very essence of their kind. Likewise, the Ministry of Magic on the wizarding side categorized centaurs among the beasts. Never mind. As soon as the words left his lips, Maud noticed an increasing number of centaurs turning their attention towards him, gradually encircling him as though he were a spectacle. Fairburn's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to explain to the surrounding centaurs, but few were inclined to listen. Observing the situation, Maud surmised that the prospect of visiting the centaur tribe was likely dashed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a turn of events occurred. He spotted a centaur with a commanding demeanor approaching. After conversing with the gathered centaurs, they dispersed. The centaur then turned to leave, casting a curious and incredulous glance at Maud. That is a highly respected elder of our tribe, Fairburn informed Maud. He often engages in discussions with our tribal elder. The tribal elder? Maud inquired, sensing that the recent incident was indeed related to this elder. Indeed, Fairburn replied, a proud expression gracing his features. The elder is the most skilled among us in divination and healing, and in his youth, he possessed remarkable talent in archery. He is a very amiable centaur. However, he refrained from mentioning that this elder also bore a certain disdain for humans. Divination and archery, Maud pondered, stroking his chin, then turned his gaze back to Fairburn. In your injury? It's nothing. Such a minor wound is inconsequential. Fairburn replied, patting his chest, only to inadvertently strike a tender spot, eliciting a wince of pain. Maud couldn't help but see him as somewhat foolish. Perhaps you should seek treatment first? Yet Fairburn insisted that it was unnecessary. Shall we go observe our archery practice area? He redirected the conversation. Had I not forgotten my vow today, that dark wizard would never have harmed me, he boasted, scratching his head afterward. Of course, there are many centaurs in our tribe who are far more skilled in archery than I. Maud nodded, initially contemplating allowing him to experience Ron's emotional journey, but reconsidered, deeming it incompatible with his aloof demeanor. The two then arrived at the archery practice area described by Fairburn. It was a vast open space, with distant targets and a group of centaurs honing their archery skills. One particularly youthful centaur drew back a massive bow. His veins bulged prominently as he drew the bow, its arc resembling a full moon. The centaur, squinting at the distant target, wore an expression of unwavering confidence. He released his grip. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, seemingly propelling the surrounding air, as fallen leaves were swept along its path, racing toward the distant mark. Thud! The arrow struck the center of the target with precision, nearly piercing through the heavy board. On the wooden target, only the quivering tail of the arrow remained visible. Hobry! Truly, Glinton is the gifted archer of our centaur lineage. The surrounding centaurs erupted in cheers for the young Glinton. Fairburn, too, displayed an envious glint in his eyes. Clearly, his archery skills paled in comparison to Glinton's. Glinton surveyed the crowd, reveling in their admiration. In that fleeting moment, Mord seemed to perceive a centaur version of the illustrious Draco Malfoy. Glinton's gaze fell upon Mord, who stood out amidst the crowd of centaurs. He openly expressed his disdain. A human wizard. The centaurs turned their attention towards Mord, and the scene of spectatorship unfolded once again. Who are you? What brings you here? Glinton inquired, looking down haughtily at Mord. To him, Mord was merely a diminutive and feeble-minded wizard. Nicholas is my savior, Fairburn interjected, shielding Mord from the crowd's scrutiny. He accepted my invitation to come here. It's quite all right, Mr. Fairburn, Mord replied with a smile, attempting to step away from Fairburn's imposing figure. Can't move? Mord awkwardly glanced at Fairburn's towering stature, having mistakenly regarded him as Ron's slight frame. He maneuvered around to emerge from behind Fairburn. I came here to observe the target in the distance, to practice archery. Indeed, he did harbor such intentions. It was quite reasonable for an elf to engage in archery. Was it not? Archery? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the centaurs. Archery? With your frail physique? Glinton remarked with a hint of derision. Nevertheless, Mord merely smiled, eyeing the bow and arrow in Glinton's hands. How about lending me your bow for a try? Glinton, holding the bow, measured it against Mord's height. You truly are amusing. You're nearly the same height as this bow. He exaggerated. However, since you wish to embarrass yourself, I suppose I can lend it to you. He carelessly tossed the massive bow and the quiver of arrows onto the ground, as if bestowing charity upon a beggar. Mord said nothing. He extended his hand, a surge of magic coursing through him. The colossal bow levitated effortlessly into his grasp. This moment caused Glinton's smile to falter. Mord effortlessly held the bow, feeling its weight and solid grip. The strength and physique of elves should not be underestimated. As for archery, being a novice, he had much to learn. New thoughts began to form in his mind. Not bad, he mused, drawing the bowstring without even picking up an arrow. You foolish wizard. You don't even have an arrow. He hesitated again. Before him, Madra was drawing the massive bow, a frost arrow of ethereal blue shimmering upon the string. Chapter 52. The Archery of Elven Blood. The Invitation of the Clan Elder. In Madra's grasp, the enormous bow cradled an equally colossal frost arrow. A smile graced his lips. Archery? Is there anyone who comprehends my frost arrow better than I do? The automatic targeting has been activated, and the lock-on is engaged. Madra dared not fully grasp the frost arrow, merely holding it delicately, fearing that a mere touch might encase him in ice. Suddenly, Madra felt the blood within him boiling, as if it were exhilarated. His very essence seemed eager to impart some secret. Yet, it appeared that the moment was not ripe. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside such thoughts. His gaze returned to the distant center of the target. He activated the characteristic of the Frost Witch's magic at full compatibility. Lock on. The arrowhead of the frost arrow oscillated as it locked onto a minuscule black dot afar. Then, Madra released the bowstring. Thwack! The frost arrow, propelled by his arcane energy, sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, transforming into a dazzling streak of blue luminescence. In an instant, the hundreds of meters were traversed. The ethereal frost arrow pierced through the wooden target, and a burst of azure radiance erupted forth. Ice crystallized. The icy surface spread. In the fleeting moment of the wooden target shattering, it had metamorphosed into an ice sculpture, refracting brilliant light. What do you think, Mr. Grinton? Madra turned to the centaur. Margrinton, is this bow adequate? Grinton and the surrounding centaurs had only just recovered from the shock of the arrow. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary arrow, nor one that flew with such swiftness. Wow! Exclaimed a rather simple-minded young centaur, his mouth agape and slow to close. Close your mouth. Grinton shot him a glare. The centaur quickly snapped back to reality, silencing himself. Grinton's expression shifted, yet he regained his composure. Maintaining a tone of mockery, he continued, who knows if you're employing magic? Archery is an art, one that you human wizards can never comprehend. He pressed on. If you can achieve such results with a mere arrow from the ground. Oh no, if you could surpass me, I shall apologize. Otherwise, you are to leave our tribe. Grinton, you cannot be so aggressive. Fairbairn's face flushed as he shouted in indignation. Though he admired and even revered Grinton's archery skills, such prowess did not warrant disrespect towards Nicholas, his benefactor. Madra did not respond to Grinton's challenge immediately. He gazed at the arrow on the ground, pondering deeply. Once more, he reached out, and a long arrow fell into his hand. Indeed, Madra felt the familiar boiling of his blood once again. This time, he directed his focus to the Kunlun in his mind. Within Kunlun Mountain, strands of golden light converged at the peak, ultimately forming a golden card. The golden card swiftly merged into Mod's being. A peculiar expression crossed his face as a cascade of information flooded his mind. Congratulations, young apprentice. You have drawn the bloodline magic arrow of the golden card elf. Welcome once again to Nicholas Gaff's quaint shop. The introduction to the bloodline magic arrow of the elf is as follows. The bloodline magic arrow of the elf was crafted by the third-generation elf king, Nicholas Gaff. It is a wondrous elven bloodline magic applied to archery. This enchantment bestows upon you the precision of archery, as well as elemental and diverse means of attack. It is said that this magic was conceived during a youthful contest of archery between Nicholas Gaff and the summoning wizard, Wubbian High. With this magic, Nicholas Gaff triumphed over the legendary archer summoned by Wubbian High. Mod sensed a shift within his body and glanced back at Glinton. This presents no issue, he declared. This time, I shall refrain from using magic. Implicitly, the understanding was mutual. Glinton appeared astonished. In his imagination, this Nicholas should have retreated in disgrace from their centaur tribe. How could he dare to compete in archery with a prodigious centaur archer? Mod disregarded him, focusing instead on the distant wooden target as he nocked an arrow. He felt the surge of blood within him, an innate familiarity with the bow, an arrow rising naturally to the surface. His stance was remarkably poised, as though he had devoted countless hours to practice. The essence of the bloodline magic arrow of the elf lingered in his mind. Your blood is infused with the essence of a genius marksman. Your bow and arrow shall receive the blessing of magic. With determination, Mod drew back the bowstring, closing one eye as if to aim at his target. A hidden force began to permeate the arrow, a fusion of the bloodline magic's wind speed arrow and sharp arrow. This subtle magical power was so elusive that it could easily evade the notice of Wubbian High and his legendary archer. Mod released the string, sending the arrow soaring forth. He swiftly grasped another arrow, knocking it again and shooting once more. This sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The two arrows, one following the other, seemed to carry immense force. At their tips, a sharp, conical airflow materialized, forming a miniature whirlwind that swept up the leaves around the arrows, spiraling forth with tremendous speed. Whoosh! The second arrow evidently gained greater momentum, quickly overtaking the first. It gently grazed the tail of the preceding arrow, causing it to veer off its original course, shooting askew toward another direction. In an instant, the second arrow pierced through the target Mod had aimed at, while the first arrow struck the distant primary target. Yet, it seemed that the finale was not yet upon them. Two long arrows whistled through the air, hurtling towards the distant forbidden forest. The spiraling leaves scattered like celestial blossoms. The sound of piercing air resonated frequently. Thud, thud, thud. Most of the fallen leaves, akin to sharp blades, effortlessly embedded themselves into the surrounding trees, while others grazed the trunks, leaving behind deep scars. This time, even Grinton found himself at a loss for words. How could this be possible? The centaurs gasped, witnessing a scene imbued with magic. Yet Grinton could assure himself that there was no trace of sorcery or magical energy to be found. Mod looked over with a grin. Grinton, it appears you owe an apology. The astonished Fairbairn, having regained his composure, also exclaimed loudly at Grinton. He turned to Mod, his eyes seemingly aglow. As a proud centaur, Grinton felt compelled to fulfill his promise. I apologize, I underestimated you, he said, pausing momentarily. However, his gaze revealed an indomitable spirit. He vowed to surpass the diminutive wizard before him, determined to be stronger than his arrows. Fairbairn. Suddenly, a voice called from a distance. Maud turned to see a middle-aged centaur approaching. The clan elder requests your presence with Mr. Nicholas. Maud was taken aback. He had intended to continue his study of archery magic. What business could the clan elder have with him? Chapter 53. The potent and unfathomable future. The nature of healing magic. Elder. Fairbairn addressed the elderly centaur before him. Maud scrutinized the aged figure, who appeared frail and weathered, his face etched with wrinkles, and his chestnut-hued form looking both old and thin. Silver hair cascaded down, partially obscuring a deep scar on his forehead. Maud's attention was drawn to the elder's pitch-black eyes, which seemed to hold unfathomable depths. Greetings, Mr. Nicholas. The elder's voice was still resonant and robust. He squinted as he regarded Maud, as if struggling to see clearly. Hello, Mulvis responded politely. I regret the circumstances you've encountered within our tribe. The elder paced back and forth before Maud. Oh, by the way, I am Theodis, the oldest among this tribe. Maud shook his head. No need to concern yourself. It does not weigh heavily on me. Anger aside, decorum must prevail. Did you summon me for a specific reason? He found it hard to believe that such a distinguished elder would seek him out merely to extend an apology. Theodis seemed to disregard his inquiry. He continued. We centaurs and human wizards do not often see eye to eye, but you are different. You are not. He regarded Maud with a half-smile, his profound gaze suggesting, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Maud was momentarily taken aback, immediately thinking of his current form as a vampire. Could it be that Theodorus has had considerable dealings with vampires? Is that evident, or merely a guess? This is not a favorable situation. He understands that centaurs harbor a profound disdain for vampires. Yet, Theodorus's next utterance negated this notion. I have never encountered such a race. With elongated ears akin to house elves and goblin kind, yet resembling humans more closely. Maud narrowed his eyes, realizing that Theodorus had discerned his true nature. Mr. Theodorus, how did you perceive this? Theodorus waved his gnarled hands dismissively. Do not be on guard, Mr. Nicholas. We harbor no intentions of enmity towards you. I merely glimpsed this encounter among the stars, and caught a fleeting glimpse of the future. Divination. Maud recalled the centaur's proficiency in divination. Theodorus nodded. I have come to you today for two matters. The first is to express my apologies regarding your experiences among the centaurs. The second is to forge an amicable relationship with you, Mr. Nicholas. Maud chuckled. What value do I possess that would warrant such goodwill from the centaurs? There is much. Theodorus replied. For instance, you shall succeed Dumbledore and become the most formidable white wizard. This claim seemed implausible. Dumbledore had been the most extraordinary genius of the past 2 centuries and the greatest white wizard of the present. Maud instinctively waved his hand. I am merely an inconspicuous little wizard. Please do not unjustly elevate me. Theodorus nodded, seemingly in agreement. Dumbledore is indeed the most distinguished among human wizards. Yet, he is unlike you. The latter part of his statement remained unvoiced, yet Maud inferred its meaning. Dumbledore is the most eminent wizard among humankind. But what relevance does that have to you, an elf? Fairbairn, listening nearby, felt bewildered. This conversation was rather unfriendly to him, a robust centaur. You may leave now, Fairbairn, Theodorus instructed. Fairbairn complied and exited the room, preferring the archery practice range to this discourse. Roger. Theodorus addressed the middle-aged centaur beside him. Roger? Maud paused. The middle-aged centaur produced an old, yellowed scroll and a massive bow from an unknown source. He presented them to Theodorus with both hands. This scroll contains the proud techniques of archery and healing magic that we centaurs cherish. Theodorus took the scroll and remarked to Maud, in this bow, I have heard of your impressive performance at the practice range, so I present it to you as well. He handed the bow and scroll to Maud. Maud regarded Theodorus with a discerning gaze, then looked at the items in his hands. Proceed, Mr. Nicholas. Theodorus observed his hesitation. Do not be concerned. I have but one request. After you ascend to the rank of a great wizard, should my kin, the centaurs, find themselves in peril, I hope you will extend your hand in assistance. Maud pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. After Maud departed, the elder inquired, Why do you hold him in such high regard? The middle-aged centaur gazed in the direction Maud had vanished, puzzled by the elder's earnestness towards this individual, which seemed to surpass even that shown to Dumbledore. The elder spoke slowly, because his future remains largely obscure to me. I have glimpsed only a fragment of time and space, a colossal figure imbued with destructive energy. a solitary wanderer, standing amidst the continuum, in pursuit of boundless knowledge. His lifespan appears to be remarkably extended. He blinked and turned his gaze towards the middle-aged centaur. You must understand, investing in him is far more crucial than merely cultivating a rapport with Dumbledore. The final words were delivered with significant weight. As time pressed on, Maud proceeded to meet the two unicorns residing in Firenze's care. Do not fret. During this period, I shall ensure their well-being, Firenze remarked with a smile, mistaking Maud's concern for the unicorns as genuine affection. If you find yourself with time to spare, do come to visit them, he added. Maud glanced at the two magnificent creatures, their dazzling forms evoking a sense of reluctance within him. Of course, I shall, he assured. On his journey back to Hogwarts Castle, he encountered no obstacles. Disguised, Maud made his way directly to the Gryffindor dormitory, dispelling his invisibility before entering. Oh, Moo! Ron exclaimed upon seeing him. Where have you been? We haven't seen you all day. Harry, equally perplexed, mirrored Ron's confusion. Indeed, we visited Hagrid's but did not catch a glimpse of you. Were you searching for me? Moo blinks. Harry and Ron nodded in affirmation. I haven't gone anywhere, he replied. You know, fishing? I was at the Black Lake, fishing. Lying on his bed, covered with a blanket, Maud retrieved a scroll from his spatial magic. Employing a discerning charm, he observed, the centaur's healing magic aligns with your compatibility at 120. Effect, it can heal nearly all external injuries, although severe wounds may require time and potentially multiple treatments. It can imbue the power of healing magic onto candies. Candies? Maud recalled Dumbledore's peculiar roach mound and remembered the moment a dark wizard lunged at him, prompting him to pull out a lollipop from his pocket. Chapter 54, Sir Merlin's third-class medal, a joyous day of learning. Dinkling, Maud opened his sleepy eyes, glancing at the shimmering surface of the water outside. Dawn had arrived. Turning his head, he observed Harry and Ron, deeply ensconced in slumber. Oh no, Harry and Ron, he muttered. After completing his morning rituals, he approached them, chuckling at their comfortable repose. As always, he mused. Time to rise. He playfully nudged the two. It is evident that the two had grown accustomed to such intensity, sleeping soundly despite it. Ron had even cocooned himself within the blankets. Maud tugged at his cup, feeling the edges of the blanket pressed down by Ron. A blanket seal? Maud gave the blanket another firm pull. Just as he managed to loosen it slightly, Ron pulled it back. Maud's expression darkened in frustration. He stroked his chin, contemplating. Having experienced a wintry cough, was it merely a hand? Autumn had already arrived, bringing with it a gradual chill. With a smile, Maud slipped his hand beneath the covers, encountering Ron's warm neck. Ah! Ron exclaimed loudly. Who? Who is it? Harry, startled as if waking from a nightmare, was suddenly roused. What happened? He groggily inquired, glancing at Ron and Maud. Maud waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Ron just had a bad dream. Ron? Everyone is awake. If we wait any longer, we will be late. The morning class was Professor Flitwick's charms lesson. Professor Flitwick's classes were considerably more relaxed and liberating compared to those of other professors. Thus, the young wizards concluded their lessons in a cheerful atmosphere. Maud, what did you do yesterday? Hermione asked, looking at Maud with a serious expression. She was quite aware of his whereabouts. Even if your magic is proficient, you must prioritize safety. Mon nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. Hermione rolled her eyes when she sensed his reluctance to divulge details. She continued, by the way, it seems someone at our school has received the third-class Order of Merlin. Although it remains unclear who it is, Maud narrowed his eyes, thinking of Professor Snape and that vial of improved potion. The third-class Order of Merlin? Harry inquired, puzzled. He was not yet well-versed in the affairs of the magical world. It is a prestigious honor. Hermione elaborated to Harry, relishing the experience of sharing knowledge. Harry, you need to take your studies more seriously. She shot a final glare at Ron. Ron immediately bristled. What does Harry's lack of seriousness have to do with me? Oh, you don't take your studies seriously, Ron mimicked Hermione's tone. Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth. MMM. Maud sighed, glancing at the fuming Miss Granger. Don't mind him. After all, he just had a nightmare this morning. A nightmare? Hermione paused, intrigued. He dreamt he was lying in an ice cave. After listening to Maud's amusing tale, Hermione finally felt her spirits lift a bit. Are you going to the library later? Me? Maud glanced at the stack of magical tomes in his hands, filled with numerous questions once again. After some contemplation, he replied, No, I will ask Professor Snape about my queries. After parting ways with the others, Maud headed directly to Professor Snape's office. He knocked on the door. A cold voice emerged, belonging to Professor Snape. It is I, Maud Maris. Come in. Maud pushed the door open. Professor Snape maintained his usual expression of indifference, clad in his long black robes, resembling a bat. What brings you here? Snape inquired. Maud nodded in response, Retrieving his spellbook. Professor Snape, I have several questions to ask you. Snape glanced at the spellbook, and, as anticipated, he noted that the last question on the open page was numbered 98. His impassive face twitched slightly. Is that not a bit excessive, Maris? Not all, Maud replied, flipping through the potion-related questions before turning to those concerning the defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell's questions are likely more numerous, totaling about 165. The quantity of questions only becomes significant through comparison. Look, Professor Snape, does this not please you? Maud nodded with satisfaction. Regarding this question, are there any particular details to note in the preparation of White Fresh? For instance, how can one enhance its success rate? Does White Fresh have limits to its efficacy? Could a wound be too deep for it to work effectively? Before long, Maud had amassed several pages of notes, feeling particularly fulfilled. This was indeed a day in the life of a young wizard scholar. Professor Snape, are you aware of the Sir Merlin Society's third-level medal? Maud asked. Snape regarded him with a glance. Of course. That medal is yours, Maris. Maud shook his head. Professor Snape, you are mistaken. The medal belongs to that potion, which you concocted. I merely offered a trivial suggestion. Snape stared at him, saying nothing. His cold gaze made Maud somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to break the silence. Ahem, when will the medal be available, Professor Snape? In a few days, after the Quidditch match. Quidditch. Maud suddenly remembered that the match was just days away. He contemplated how Harry and the others would be soaring through the skies on their broomsticks, sweating as they vied for glory, while he, Nicholas the wise elf Maud Maris, could not yet fly. Was it not natural for an elf to have wings? Unfortunately, Nicholas, in his wisdom, had not conceived a flying spell. After a moment's thought, Maud had an idea. Professor Snape, may I have the honor of learning apparition from you? He recalled the awkwardness of lacking a displacement spell. Apparition could remedy this shortcoming. Moreover, Maud eagerly anticipated what other magical skills apparition might unlock. This spell can only be mastered when you turn 17, Maris. It is quite perilous. Snape shook his head. Professor Snape, the academic prodigy, is distinctly different. Muy explained. Moreover, I must immerse myself in the study of magic to enhance my prowess further, in order to expedite the resurrection of Lady Lily Potter. Is that not so? Maud suddenly felt a pang of rudeness for once again invoking the name of Lady Lily Potter. My sincere apologies, Lady Potter, for the umpteenth time. Snape seemed to recall Lily's emerald eyes, and the scene of their last encounter with her soul flashed before him. Nostalgia reflected in his gaze. He appeared momentarily lost in thought, involuntarily glancing at the books on his cabinet. Maud remembered that Professor Snape also had a habit of taking notes. Perhaps he had documented his insights on apparition in his notes? No. As a professor, I must uphold the rules and remain accountable to my students. Professor Snape once again declined his request. Maud chose not to press further, casting a glance at the books with a faint smile. Chapter 55, New Spatial Magic. Where's this place? Professor Snape's notes. After the professor left his office, Maud discreetly returned. He pondered Snape's tacit signal. Was it not akin to a certain monkey that comprehended something after being struck on the head thrice? Although Professor Snape was reluctant, his body was quite earnest. He picked up a book. Standard Spells? The edges of this tome were slightly worn, indicating it had been perused frequently. Maud opened it to discover it filled with dense annotations. Truly, Professor Snape was once the top student of Slytherin. As Maud read on, he noted that nearly every spell was accompanied by Snape's unique insights and specific techniques, transforming what appeared to be rigid incantations into something far more accessible and easier to wield. Maud nodded in appreciation. He set the book down and surveyed the remaining tomes. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the magic book. Maud activated its feature, an instantaneous replication of the entire book's contents. Soon, the volume seemed to swell significantly. Upon opening it, the magic book displayed the contents of standard spells he had just perused. Maud merely thought of switching to another volume. The first page of the magic book transformed into the bold title of 18th Century Charms. Maud nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning to his dormitory, Maud began searching for any records related to apparition. His sage-like elven talent manifested, and he quickly found the text concerning apparition within the book. The specifics of casting the apparition spell and the review of its learning process. This is a perilous yet remarkably convenient form of magic. Maud nodded and continued reading. The essential elements of apparition are target, determination, and composure. In my understanding, Professor Snape elucidated this magic with remarkable clarity. Even the daily practice experiences and the insights gained were meticulously recorded within. Maud calmed his mind to truly comprehend. As for experimentation, the use of this magic was prohibited within Hogwarts. Mode sensed that he was no exception. Yet, this would not hinder the learning of the sage elf. With a certain understanding attained, Mode focused inward. He engaged in an exchange of knowledge with Kunlun Mountain. Countless symbols traversed into Mode's mind. Spatial portal? This was evidently a form of spatial magic. Suppressing a flicker of excitement within, he scrutinized it closely. The spatial portal was conceived by the spatial master, Eudemoning. It had the capability to open a gateway to another realm. Upon passing through this portal, one would arrive at the location of their heart's desire. Where the heart envisions, the body shall follow. The specific training methods were as follows. Mode immersed himself in study once more. Time slipped by unnoticed. When he finally opened his eyes, he transcribed this spatial magic into his spellbook. He cast a discerning spell. The spatial portal, compatibility with you, 130. Effect, grants you the ability to traverse space. Provided your magical power is sufficient, you may reach every corner of the world. Your spatial gateway can be utilized by multiple individuals and for numerous occasions. In fact, as long as you are proficient in this magic and possess adequate magical energy, the size of the portal will be determined by you. The casting of your first spatial portal will be safeguarded by temporal energy, impervious to any magical interruption. With time for the energy to replenish, 3 hours. You may freely change the color of the portal until it achieves your desired effect. There are 3 characteristics in total: size control, imperviousness to interruption, and color alteration. As Mode contemplated the final characteristic of color alteration, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, reminiscent of something else. Mode snapped his fingers before him. In the dimly lit dormitory, a radiant golden light emerged. Subsequently, the golden glow unfurled like a canvas, forming a dog hole. Mode lowered his head, examining the luminous circle, a mere 50 centimeters in diameter, lost in thought. This is also called a door. Mode resignedly lay on the ground, peering through. The scene before him shifted instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he beheld another locale. Towering trees, sprawling thick roots, and a small house in the distance. Lying on the ground, Mode inhaled the mingled scent of earth and vegetation. This scene was familiar. He was not far from Hagrid's hut, amidst the forbidden forest. This indicated that this magic completely disregarded the restrictions of Hogwarts. From this day forth, Mode became the second individual at Hogwarts capable of traversing freely through space. Much like Professor Dumbledore, Mode retracted the magic and began pacing within the dormitory. He pondered why the newly conjured spatial portal was so small. Was it due to a limitation in magical power? Incorrect. Mode sensed a different issue. He revisited the knowledge he had just uncovered. This arcane knowledge was far more vast than any magic he had previously studied, and considerably more obscure. Mode meticulously retraced his steps through the information, step by step. The golden tapestry unfurled in the air time and again. Ultimately, it coalesced into a luminous ring, standing as tall as a person. The edges of the ring flickered with brilliance akin to sparks, dazzling and resplendent. However, Mode shook his head. It was too ostentatious. He snapped his fingers. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. He experimented repeatedly, and the colors of the ring shifted incessantly. Finally, Mode settled on a transparent white. At that moment, the edges of the spatial door emanated a gentle white glow, reminiscent of a nightlight. Mode circled the spatial door, scrutinizing it. He realized that in this state, the spatial door was difficult to detect unless shrouded in darkness. Peering into the center of the door, he found it shrouded in a misty haze. Crossing through this veil of fog would transport him to another realm. Mode stepped forward and instantly felt his foot splash into a puddle. Water? As he continued to move, he approached the corridor ahead, surveying his surroundings. He was still within Hogwarts Castle. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Turning back, he noticed the smooth tiles, a glimpse of a partition, and a white sink. Mode paused, bewildered. Had he just been contemplating a troll? A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Mode, what are you doing here? Hermione approached, looking at him with suspicion. Weren't you supposed to find Professor Snape? Mode nodded earnestly and snapped his fingers behind him. The glowing spatial door vanished in an instant. Of course, Professor Snape did mention to visit the restroom. We were supposed to discuss things while walking. Hermione glanced at the restroom sign, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56, A Duel Across Space. A sudden spell change. Wow! The Quidditch pitch was abuzz with excitement. Whoosh! On the expansive field, players from Gryffindor and Slytherin soared through the azure sky on their flying broomsticks. Welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match at Hogwarts. Today, Gryffindor will face Slytherin. A dark-skinned commentator announced the commencement of the Quidditch match with fervor. Go Harry! Go Gryffindor! Ron shouted first. Soon, all the young wizards joined in the cheering. Go Slytherin! Go, Gryffindor! Even the proud young Malfoy was flushed with excitement. Hey, Mode, do you think Harry will win? Ron suddenly wore a worried expression. Mode couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't he the one who'd been cheering the loudest just moments ago? Mode shook his head, reflecting on Ron's fickle mood. Oh, you don't believe in Harry either? I just said it's Harry's first time playing Quidditch. Maud gazed at Ron and inquired, do you believe you can become the Gryffindor prefect? Absolutely. Ron answered without hesitation. Maud nodded. That was the answer. Ron appeared to be buoyed by Maud's affirmation. Maud continued, you are both inexperienced and playful, yet you can still become a prefect. What does Harry have to lose? Ron pondered, bewildered. Hermione stifled a laugh. The group conversed as they watched the Quidditch match unfold. Gryffindor scored effortlessly on their first attempt, executing their movements with fluidity and precision. Angelina Johnson scored. Gryffindor earned a point. The young wizards of Gryffindor erupted in cheers. The performance of the Slytherin team was rather lackluster. It seemed that Gryffindor was destined to triumph this time. Observing the performance of both teams, Ron felt a sense of clarity wash over him, lifting his spirits considerably. Hermione, with her peculiar telescope that sported eyes, also cheered with delight. Maud joined in with applause, finding his first experience of Quidditch quite fascinating. However, he wondered what Professors Quirrell and Snape were up to now. Were they preparing to cast spells? He curiously glanced toward the opposite stands. Professors Quirrell and Snape sat there, albeit at a distance, making it somewhat difficult to see clearly. Maud snapped his fingers, invoking the Longview charm. A subtle golden light glimmered in his eyes, enhancing his vision to see further and clearer. The golden light in his eyes functioned similarly to that of a telescope, yet with greater efficacy. Maud looked again toward the stands, and a pair of enormous, upward-rolling eyes came into view. He was taken aback. Goodness, is it that clear? He adjusted the intensity of the spell. The scene in the stands came into focus. Professor Quirrell sat in the second-to-last row on the right, his hands clasped as if in prayer, rubbing them together repeatedly, his gaze somewhat vacant as if awaiting something. Professor Snape occupied a seat 2 places in front of Quirrell, his face a mask of coldness as he scrutinized the entire field, occasionally glancing in Harry's direction. He seemed particularly invested in the boy with striking green eyes, reminiscent of Lily's. If only Harry were a girl. Maud shook off the peculiar thought and returned his attention to the match. Gryffindor's cheers rang out once more. They had won again. Maud was not overly concerned with the outcome. He listened to Hermione and Ron's discussions while observing the game, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. If only he could enjoy a bucket of popcorn and a fizzy drink at this moment. The match continued with fervor. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Gryffindor's captain, Wood, had been knocked to the ground by a bludger for what felt like the umpteenth time in his life. Maud mused that perhaps this was a sacrifice for the art of the game. Without Wood's leadership and goalkeeping, Gryffindor began to falter. High above, Harry wore an expression of concern. At that moment, a tiny golden snitch darted through the air, soaring upward. Harry caught a glimpse of the fleeting golden object and hurriedly mounted his broom to pursue it. The time must have come. Maud instinctively glanced over at the opposite stands. Professor Quirrell was staring intently at Harry, remaining motionless, with no other actions apparent. Meanwhile, Harry's broom above him began to sway uncontrollably, like a wild stallion unbridled. Harry found himself unable to tame it. Professor Snape was also murmuring an incantation, his gestures considerably more pronounced than Quirrell's. It was no wonder Snape was taking the blame. Maud sensed that this precarious situation would soon be resolved with Harry safely capturing the golden snitch. Thus, he remained silent, observing intently. However, an unsettling development soon emerged. Under his farsight spell, he noticed Harry's legs gradually drawing together, appearing to stiffen. Such a subtle movement. Were his legs becoming rigid? Maud turned to glance at Quirrell once more. He noticed Quirrell's fingers seemed to be twitching, yet no one around had noticed this detail. Snape continued his countercurse, making it difficult to detect any changes in Quirrell's spell. Was this yet another butterfly effect? What would happen if Harry's legs became uncontrollable while on a broom that had spiraled out of control? One of Maud's hands shielded his view, while the other conjured a small orb of lightning, no larger than a jelly bean. Shortly, the orb burrowed into the ground and, under the guidance of a magical spirit, transformed into a streak of purple light that zipped away. The target of the lightning orb was none other than Professor Quirrell. When it reached Quirrell, it morphed into a miniature butterfly, fluttering delicately before landing on Quirrell's leg in the last row, beginning to emit a flickering glow. Maud observed Quirrell suddenly shudder. The spell was interrupted, and Harry returned to normal. Alas, Quirrell's mouth moved slightly, as if conversing with someone. Then, the magical spirit conveyed a message. It was obstructed by a transparent wall. Maud squinted, beginning to piece together the puzzle. His magical energy was being siphoned by the distant magical spirit. The lightning butterfly, under the spirit's control, gradually expanded in size. Suddenly, it released a dazzling purple light, casting a faint illumination around. What was this? The surrounding crowd was quickly captivated, all eyes drawn to the space behind Quirrell, seemingly engaged in conversation with him. Quirrell paused, halting his incantation once more. Meanwhile, the lightning butterfly had quietly vanished after Maud snapped his fingers. None were aware of this occurrence, as the crowd redirected their attention back to the match. Professor Quirrell resumed his gaze upon Harry. Here it comes again. Maud stroked his chin, pulling out his spellbook. What was happening to Harry? Why did the broom seem to oscillate between moments of stability and chaos? It must be Professor Snape. Hermione set down her telescope and handed it to Ron, her tone laced with urgency. It's him casting the spell. I'll handle this. Maud interjected, holding her back. Allow me. Hermione hesitated for a moment as Maud strode purposefully forward. His spellbook had already turned to the page on the defense against dark magic, revealing a multitude of intricate questions, accompanied by a series of numbers extending all the way to 165. Chapter 57, Professor Quirrell's Joyful Moments, illuminated the knowledge of radiant enchantments. Professor Quirrell gazed intently at Harry high above, seemingly anxious for his well-being, his hands clenched tightly in apprehension. Quirrell instinctively turned his head at the sound of a voice. A golden-haired young wizard, holding a weathered book, was greeting him politely. Though this young wizard had undergone significant changes, Quirrell recognized him at once. Mr. Maris? He stammered, his eyes narrowing momentarily as if pondering something profound. Maud nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Professor Quirrell, I seek your assistance. Assistance? What is the matter? Well, I've recently delved into numerous texts regarding defense against dark magic, but my understanding is rather shallow, leaving me with several questions. Maud spoke while spreading open his spellbook. These are my queries. Quirrell glanced at Maud's spellbook, and indeed, there were dozens, if not hundreds, of questions inscribed within. Something felt amiss about this Maris. His mouth involuntarily twisted in a familiar manner. Oh, how unfortunate. The competition is still. By the way, Professor, would you care for a treat? Maud produced a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, the allure of which lay in their unpredictability. He offered the beans to Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, this question. The joyful moments commenced. Without Quirrell's fidgeting, the atmosphere returned to normal for Harry. The fierce competition to catch the golden snitch resumed. Hermione, observing through her telescope, was baffled by Maud's actions. Why had he approached Professor Quirrell? And why had Professor Snape ceased his incantations at this moment? A sense of unease washed over her, but her thoughts were swiftly interrupted by Ron. Hermione, look, Harry's back to normal. Let's hope he catches the snitch. Ron exclaimed with excitement. Just look at Harry's performance. The golden snitch flew low, necessitating a ground-hugging pursuit. The challenge was formidable. Thus, Slytherin gazed longingly at the golden snitch hovering above, while Harry grit his teeth and dove after it. He did not falter, but instead steadied himself on his broom, trailing closely behind the elusive snitch. It must be said, Harry possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. Much like his father, standing atop his broom, he seemed to command it as if it were a sword. No, rather, he soared through the air on his broomstick, swaying slightly as he reached out his hand, yearning to grasp the golden snitch that danced just before his eyes. Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid on the stage felt their hearts leap into their throats. This was indeed perilous. Maud had noticed it as well. He understood that a classic scene was about to unfold. Harry, unsteady on his broomstick, plummeted downwards. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he managed to swallow the golden snitch whole. Though he failed to grasp it with his hands, he had at least captured it in his mouth. Gryffindor triumphed in this match. Professor Hooch, the flying instructor, proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the Gryffindor side erupted in jubilation. Maud gazed at the spellbook in his hands, pondering the questions inscribed within. He shook his head. Joyful moments are often fleeting. Hey, Moo! Hermione called out to him as he exited the Quidditch pitch. What just happened? She stared at him with wide eyes. I mean, Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. Maud pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. What do you think? I suspect Professor Snape cast a curse, but you're looking at Professor Quirrell. Hermione hesitated. And as a result, Harry returned to normal. Ron interjected. It's obvious that Professor Quirrell was targeting Professor Snape. Naturally, Snape wouldn't dare continue. Harry, curious, glanced over. In his heart, he harbored suspicions about Professor Snape as well. Maud regarded Ron with a knowing look, then turned to Hermione. In this scenario, one is casting a curse while the other utters a counter-curse. If I were to say that the one casting the curse is Quirrell, Ron rebutted. That's impossible. Quirrell has no reason to target Harry. I think the same, Maud. Harry chimed in. Hermione, however, was deep in thought. Maud shook his head. Sometimes, what the eye perceives may not be the truth. He chose not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to his companions, Maud wandered into a secluded corner of Hogwarts. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, a white light manifested, unfurling like a canvas. A portal appeared before him. Maud snapped his fingers again, and his form began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a tall, handsome gentleman. Adjusting his black formal attire and tipping his black hat, he strode confidently through the portal. Mr. Nicholas? Firenze, the centaur with his silvery white mane, noticed Maud approaching from a distance. Maud waved his hand. He approached Firenze. It's been a few days, Mr. Firenze. I've come to see the two unicorns. I hope that is convenient. Firenze blinked his cerulean eyes. Of course, Firenze led Maud to the two unicorns before excusing himself. He had other matters to attend to. Nay, the two unicorns, one large and one small, spotted Maud and seemed delighted, their eyes sparkling with a certain light. They approached him, affectionately nuzzling his palm. He extended his tongue, yearning to lick Maud's face. Fortunately, Maud dodged swiftly. While caressing the bodies of the two unicorns, relishing the comforting sensation, he activated the eye of observation. Rather than indulging in the tactile pleasure of the unicorns, he preferred to embody an unyielding learning machine. A radiant light emerged, and two seemingly sacred and wondrous structures appeared behind the unicorns. Maud reached out to touch the magical structure of the small unicorn. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a world of pure whiteness. It felt incredibly soothing. Within this realm, Maud's first impression was one of profound comfort. The white light seemed to possess a unique effect. He gazed at the glowing white threads before him and reached out to grasp them. A multitude of characters immediately flickered in his vision. Maud focused intently on organizing this newfound knowledge. After a while, he discovered some extraordinary insights about magical structures. The radiant contract array was a formation capable of binding an item to oneself, granting it the ability to transform and illuminate. Chapter 58. The Colossal Beasts of the Endless Void. The Gift of the Unicorn King. Transformation and illumination. Maud thought of a certain energy. After a flicker, a magnificent steed galloped forth. This was what was colloquially referred to as the essence of combat. Maud continued to explore. The item inscribed with the radiant array would possess the ability to resonate with one's innermost thoughts, no matter the distance. It could be sensed and summoned back in light. The radiant array could bind only one item, and each sorcerer could use it but once. Reflecting on the possessions he carried, Maud recalled the odds and ends of spatial magic. The only significant item he had was the dragon heart wand, perfectly attuned to him. Perhaps it would suffice? He hadn't wielded the wand in quite some time, yet it remained a life-saving treasure in times of peril due to its properties, a 50 increase in magical strength and a 10 boost in casting speed. While this might seem modest for a novice sorcerer, even the slightest change could yield vastly different outcomes in the hands of a powerful wizard. But how could the radiant array be inscribed? The conditions for inscribing the radiant contract array were exceedingly stringent, necessitating the acquisition of a feather of light, which could only be gathered from unicorns of a certain caliber. Maud paused, pondering. A unicorn's feather of light? Did such a thing truly exist in a magical realm? Do not attempt to slay the unicorns capable of producing these feathers to obtain one, for as you acquire knowledge of the radiant contract array, your essence would already have reached the slumbering unicorn king in the endless void. This array was intimately connected to it. A tremendous rumble echoed. In the realm of wondrous structures, the ground trembled as if the very earth quaked. Even the void quivered. What Maud had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding events. A fleeting and ethereal voice abruptly invaded his mind. This essence. Nicholas, is it you? The voice resonated profoundly, akin to the tolling of a bronze bell, reverberating through Maud's consciousness. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Oh, it turned out to be a diminutive sprite infused with the essence of Nicholas. Countless dazzling platinum rays suddenly illuminated the wondrous realm, continuously converging inward. A radiant beam, obscuring the sun, gradually took shape. The immense light began to undulate, transforming into the form of a colossal beast with 4 legs, a grand horn emerging forth. Maud gazed upwards. Amidst the mist, a unicorn-like behemoth, adorned with a shimmering golden crown, appeared intermittently. Its stature was as awe-inspiring as a soaring mountain. The unicorn's body shimmered with auspicious light, filling the entire enchanted structure, seemingly penetrating the very fabric of this world. Maud lingered for a long while, rendered speechless. Nicholas. This voice cascaded from above, akin to a celestial proclamation. How nostalgic. Nicholas's descendant. Where did you encounter Nicholas? Maud finally regained his composure. Nicholas? He recalled the secret realm of souls within his spatial magic. The Elven King? Are you searching for the third-generation Elven King, Nicholas Gaff? Maud felt a current of air swirling above. A voice gradually emerged. Maud endeavored to steady himself. He pondered his words carefully. Elven King Nicholas, I have not encountered him. However, I possess his secret realm within me. Oh! A gaze descended from the heavens, the resplendent golden light illuminating Maud. Instantly, warmth enveloped his being. Then, the unicorn-like beast emitted sound, seemingly infused with joy. Found it. Something within Maud stirred. Blinding white light erupted from his being. Countless luminous specks appeared above him. A grand tapestry unfurled in the air. Within this tapestry, golden light flickered, as if ink were dancing, depicting something. Nicholas. The unicorn's voice carried the sentiment of reminiscing about a cherished companion. Ha ha! A magnificent and resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the void. Adabel, is that you? It has been ages, ha ha ha. The unicorn's tone seemed to waver. Nicholas, where have you been all these years? The booming voice rang out once more. Adabel, I have journeyed in pursuit of my path towards infinite knowledge. That is my aspiration. Why not accompany me? Ha ha! The dangers along that path are too great. I cannot jeopardize my dear Adabel, whom I have nurtured since childhood. I care not. Two resounding voices conversed in the heavens. Below, Maud listened, utterly astonished. He finally grasped the situation. Nicholas, within the depths of his being, or perhaps within the realm of his soul, has left behind something that enables him to traverse the void and engage in dialogue with the majestic unicorn king before him. This regal unicorn is one whom Nicholas has nurtured. He refrains from overthinking the situation, for it is implausible to believe that these ethereal beings cannot perceive the whispers of his heart. Time elapses, though its measure is uncertain. What relation does this child bear to you? Echoes the resounding voice of the unicorn. Ah, he is my protege, whether in this life or the next. Ha ha ha. Nicholas's voice resonates with an indescribable grandeur. Maud, merely a listener, feels a surge of fervor. Then I shall bestow upon him some small gifts. A radiant beam of white light suddenly manifests within Maud, gradually dimming in intensity. Nicholas has conveyed your location to me. Ha ha ha. Very well, I am at peace now. Yet soon, this voice is overshadowed by a tremendous roar. Boom! A brilliant, colossal beam of light, emerging from an unknown origin, pierces the void and descends upon the unicorn. With a thunderous roar, the magnificent beast raises its head, causing the very ground of this wondrous realm to tremble incessantly before Maud's astonished gaze. The unicorn, with its hooves treading upon the void, resembles a deity, radiating a terrifying yet resplendent platinum glow. Ascending with grace, a vast black void materializes within the ethereal expanse, exuding an unmatched gravitational pull. The unicorn steps lightly into this abyss. As it departs, a voice resonates. Young protege, may fate allow us to meet again. Ha ha ha. The vision abruptly dissipates. The black void vanishing, restoring tranquility, as if awakening for a dream. Yet Maud knows this is no mere dream. Within him, something new has taken form. The radiant essence of the guardian light feathers of Audiobook, the Unicorn King. Chapter 59. Illusions of Light. The integration of the radiant essence. The radiant essence, a unique attribute of Audiobook, the Unicorn King, was conjured through magic by the Elven King Nicholas Gaff. This essence grants the ability to summon illusions of light, allowing one to exchange positions with a phantom. In the face of mortal peril, the radiant essence will emit a life-giving light, preserving the last vestiges of vitality within the body, transforming it into light, and transporting it to a previously marked location. The guardian of Audiobook is described thus. It embodies the soul's power of Audiobook, safeguarding your spirit from annihilation twice. As long as this force does not exceed that of Audiobook, it remains unbreakable. In summary, the gift from Audiobook, the Unicorn King, equates to 2 magical protections for his life. Maud has already glimpsed the title that awaits him in the future. The indomitable sage elf Nicholas Zhao's Maud Meliris. The method to activate the radiant essence is as follows. Maud observed the contents with great care. The method of triggering was remarkably simple. He focused his mind, sensing a warm energy within him, as if it were nurturing something eager to break free. Maud envisioned piercing through it. Pop! A faint cracking sound seemed to resonate from within. A warm current radiated from the center of his stomach, akin to the comforting sensation of sipping a bowl of hot milk on a frigid winter's day. He felt the subtle transformations occurring within his body. As it was being endowed with a certain power, something was attempting to escape his mouth, increasingly pressing against his lips. A hint of white emerged. He attempted to widen his mouth, and finally, a peculiar object fell forth. An egg? Maud blinked in astonishment. Was this not the sort of thing that a certain green-skinned Namekian would do? He picked up the egg, which was entirely white and emanated a hazy glow. The surface bore several cracks, as though something was on the verge of hatching. This reminded Maud of the emergence of the black serpent and the transformation of his Pokemon. Soon, the eggshell shattered entirely. A constantly shifting white mist materialized before Maud's eyes. In an instant, the mist surged into his body. A faint white light enveloped Maud's exterior, seemingly shrouded in mist. He understood that the radiant physique had been unlocked. He also perceived the abilities bestowed upon him. Light Phantom, an authentic illusionary magic that enables you to summon a cloud of luminous mist capable of transforming into the likeness of any creature. If subjected to an attack, it will dissipate, returning to your body to be nurtured anew. The incubation time will accelerate with your growing proficiency in magical power. The beings formed from this luminous mist can undergo a spatial exchange with your corporeal form. Its usage presents certain challenges, necessitating adaptation and skill. This is the Light Phantom. And another, Life Radiance. This magic bears the blessings of the King of Unicorns and the Elven King. When you face a fatal attack, it can safeguard the last vestige of your vitality, though it proves ineffective against soul magic. In your dying moments, your body will transform into radiant light, transporting you to a place you have previously marked. This magic is uncontrollable, activating solely in the face of death. These two abilities serve distinct purposes, one practical, the other a means of preservation. Molnodit appreciativity. It must be said, the descendants of Nicholas truly enjoy remarkable benefits. With a flourish of his hand, a wisp of nebulous white mist materialized in mid-air, seemingly merging with the wondrous structure of the white world around him. Subsequently, in Maud's imagination, the mist gradually took shape, akin to a face-creating game. It transformed into a figure towering over 2 meters, possessing a body as formidable as steel, adorned in a triad of red, purple, and white hues, with a diamond-shaped gem embedded in its chest. A sharp horn crowned its head, gleaming with a metallic sheen, while its eyes shone like twin lanterns radiating a platinum glow. He appeared to be extraordinarily robust. Simply standing there, it was as if a dramatic soundtrack emerged from behind him. A new storm had arisen. How could one remain stagnant? Cough. Maud surveyed this figure with great satisfaction, entirely replicating the image he had envisioned in his mind. He could even feel the warmth of this body, much like being in proximity to a living being. This was the authentic effect of the light illusion. Habitually, Maud snapped his fingers, causing the towering 2-meter-tall light giant to dissipate, transforming once more into a wisp of mist. It began to coalesce again, presenting another form. This time, Maud envisioned his own likeness. Before his eager gaze, a golden-haired youth emerged, possessing slender, spirited golden eyes, a nose as upright as a peak, and skin as flawless as jade. All of it was splendid, save for one flaw. He collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes like a dead fish, his body convulsing sporadically. Maud paused, brushing his fingers through his shimmering golden hair. It dawned on him why the information regarding the light illusion stated. Its usage bears a certain difficulty and requires adaptation and proficiency. It seemed that this lack of finesse rendered it inconsistent. No matter, he would persevere. Thus, a wisp of mist continuously formed and dispersed before Maud. He was unsure how much time had passed. It was rather monotonous. However, progress was evident. His light illusion finally stood upright and could perform simple actions, such as raising a hand to touch its head, walking and squatting. Maud pondered the future of this ability. A strategic shift. As long as the light illusion's performance appeared sufficiently realistic and his imagination kept pace, it could engage the enemy, evading attacks while occasionally displaying expressions of fear. As time stretched, he could buy himself a moment, allowing his true self to retreat safely nearby. Maud commanded the light illusion, which bore his exact likeness, to move slightly farther away. He could sense the existence of the light illusion, even with his eyes closed. The limit of this sensation extended to 100 meters. Upon sensing it, Maud concentrated his spirit, envisioning a rope binding him to that light illusion. Next, he imagined their bodies swapping places in an instant. Without a sound, the scenery before Maud transformed, akin to a rapidly rewinding film. He turned his head to find a light illusion maintaining the same posture, now standing in the position he had just occupied. Chapter 60. The Birth of the Light Illusion. A foreseen scene. Indeed, Maud scrutinized this light illusion, contemplating how to make it move. The light illusion rotated its eyes, locking gazes with Maud's. A peculiar sensation of seeing oneself surged within Maud. The light illusion attempted to express emotions, smiling, weeping, a comical blend of both, ultimately mimicking Professor Snape's indifferent expression. It was eerily accurate. The expression of the illusion of light appeared rather rigid, yet when paired with such an indifferent countenance, it instantly evoked the essence of Professor Snape's characteristic smile that never quite reached his eyes, as though he had never truly smiled at all. Maud took out his spellbook and meticulously recorded the practice and shortcomings of the illusion of light within its pages. Just as he closed the book, a stream of information suddenly flowed forth from Kunlun, dispersing into Maud's mind. 3 years of radiance, 5 years of application, attributed to Nicholas. As Maud recited the name, a realization struck him. 3 years for college entrance examinations, 5. Cough, cough. His expression became subtly nuanced. 3 years of radiance, 5 years of application. Also known as the Extension and Application of Radiant Physique, was published exclusively by the Elven King Nicholas Gaff. As Maud perused the contents, he discovered that they were scant. Rather than a comprehensive tome, it resembled merely a single chapter. The Radiant Physique could be harmoniously paired with certain light-related spells, potentially yielding unexpected effects. The tested spells included Lightfall, Endless Lightstaff, and Holy Light. A multitude of spells was enumerated. Yet Maud was unfamiliar with most of them until he came across Light Eye Magic. This was a spell he had learned long ago, a simple illumination spell, albeit with a distinct manifestation of light. Maud snapped his fingers to cast the identification spell. Upon opening the spellbook, the contents of Light Eye Magic materialized before him. Indeed, it had transformed. The Light Eye Magic could synergize with the Radiant Physique to form a new spell, Illusionary Eye of Light. The compatibility with your essence was rated at 135. Its effect: the pupils of your illusion of light would acquire an illusionary effect. All who met your gaze, provided their soul strength did not surpass yours or pose no opposition, would lose their sense of direction, misjudging up, down, left, and right. Caution: this misjudgment may prove ineffective against highly rational foes or if the spell is cast repeatedly in a short time frame, as they will quickly recalibrate their sense of direction and discern the true orientation. It endows you with an intangible casting trace during the spell's execution. The eyes of the illusion of light will not exhibit any unusual luminescence. Furthermore, it amplifies your spellcasting effects, extending the duration of your illusions from 1 second to 3. It possesses 2 defining characteristics: imperceptibility and temporal extension. Maud reflected on the contents of Light Eye Magic, snapped his fingers once more, and felt his magical essence drawn slightly by the distant illusion of light. Subsequently, the illusion retained its form and gazed back at him. Maud refrained from resisting, momentarily disoriented by the sensation of up and down being inverted, struggling to distinguish his left from his right, accompanied by a slight feeling of weightlessness. 3 seconds later, he shook his head, regaining his composure. This spell would prove remarkably effective against the unsuspecting. In a fleeting moment of 3 seconds, a misjudgment in direction can render magic aimless. This is exceedingly lethal in the face of life and death. Maud practiced the illusion of Light's Eye and the corresponding gestures and expressions for a while before dissipating the illusion. There remained something he had yet to address: the light feather. Maud sensed the lingering warmth within his body. A pristine, immaculate feather floated gracefully down, landing in his hand. This light feather bore a striking resemblance to a quill, occasionally emanating a radiant platinum glow. It felt as soft as cotton upon touch. Its sole purpose was to create the Radiant Covenant Array, a magical construct formed from the essence of a unicorn. This ethereal feather could imbue ink and quill with extraordinary powers, transforming the array from mere design into a genuine magical formation. However, Maud's understanding of the Radiant Covenant Array was still incomplete. He had only grasped a fragment of the knowledge pertaining to this wondrous structure. Thus, he withdrew the light feather, allowing it to dissolve into luminescence and return to his being, once again immersing himself in the intricate threads of magical structure, enveloped in a sea of knowledge. Finally, he found resolution, exhaling a sigh of relief. The knowledge of unicornic structures was far more intricate than any he had encountered before, encompassing a greater volume of information. He struggled to adapt, feeling a slight pressure in his mind. Nevertheless, he had successfully gathered the complete knowledge of the Radiant Covenant Array. He meticulously organized his thoughts. The method for inscribing the Radiant Covenant Array entailed infusing magical energy into the surface of an object with a light feather to render the array's shape. The energy of the feather would merge with the magical essence, creating unique effects with the words and designs crafted by the quill. During the inscription process, one must remain undistracted and cultivate a tranquil mindset. Returning to reality, Ma drew forth his dragon heart wand. From this day forth, it would be known as the Radiant Dragon Heart Wand. The sanctuary where Florins housed the two unicorns was remarkably serene. He had assured Maud of its safety, noting that disruptions were nearly non-existent. After surveying his surroundings and confirming their safety, Maud found a wooden stump to sit upon, intending to craft the Radiant Covenant array in this tranquil setting. As light flickered, the light feather materialized in his hand. He concentrated, recalling each line and direction of the Radiant Covenant array in his mind. With deliberate strokes, the feather began to inscribe the design, and luminous lines appeared upon the wand. Yet, in an instant, the process was interrupted. A potent repulsive force surged at the tip of the feather. Maud paid it no heed, for the records of the Radiant Array acknowledged this phenomenon. The act of inscribing the array would evoke a repulsion of knowledge, testing one's proficiency and patience in drawing the array. Just as Maud was about to resume his work, an indescribable sensation welled within him. His left eye twitched incessantly, and a vivid image instantaneously flooded his mind. A male wizard, bearing a deep scar on his left cheek, soared through the high-rise buildings of the Muggle world atop his broomstick. His wizarding robes appeared distinct from those encountered by Maud, and his face bore a manic expression as his wand erupted with flames. Blazing fire cascaded from above, igniting numerous skyscrapers and engulfing many inhabitants of the Muggle realm. Suddenly, Maud's vision plummeted from the heights, crashing into a room within one of the towering edifices. His father, Tomail, clad in a suit, was absorbed in the documents before him. Lost in thought, a fiery surge shattered the glass window, flooding into the room. Inside, the clock ticked rhythmically, marking the time, 5:53 p.m. A torrent of emotions surged within Maud. Chapter 61, Thunder Beneath the Clear Sky. The long-awaited encounter. The final scene lingered at the threshold of a room ablaze with countless fires. The flames roared fiercely, and the acrid scent of charred material filled the air. Outside, cries and screams echoed. Maud awaited something. Yet within the room, no one emerged. Maud, it is time to rise. Breakfast is ready. The sound of his father's daily call for breakfast echoed in Maud's mind, accompanied by the image of Tomail's slightly wrinkled smile and his thoughtful newspaper reading. A surge of intense rage ignited in Maud's heart, akin to the flames that danced outside. He struggled to suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Calm down, he urged himself. He needed to contemplate the situation. This vision was a gift of foresight from the sage elf. In essence, this event had yet to transpire. Time. Maud stowed away his wand and light feather, snapping his fingers. A portal of light materialized instantly, and he stepped through. London, Surrey County, Little Whinging. Maud emerged from the spatial gateway into his room. His proficiency with the teleportation portal was not sufficient to transport him directly to his father's company. Nervously, he glanced at the clock on the wall. Time, 5:40 p.m. 13 minutes remained until 5:53 p.m. There was still time to intervene. Mol exhaled, feeling apprehensive, haunted by the memory of Hermione's previous experience where the gap between foresight and reality was merely a few minutes, or even less. Once more, Maud snapped his fingers, conjuring a white circle. He envisioned the rooftop of his father Tomail's company, a place seldom visited by others. At that moment, the scarred-faced wizard named Stergov was weaving through the Muggle world. Cloaked in a gray, face-covering wizard robe, he had come to settle a score. However, his vengeful pursuits were interrupted by the Muggle authorities. His adversary had escaped. As a pure-blood wizard from America, how could he swallow such indignity? Retribution. The Muggles must face dire consequences. Ha ha ha! The dark wizarding genes coursing through his veins began to stir. Stergov, in a fit of madness, rode a flying broomstick atop a skyscraper, exuberantly cheering aloud. His wand began to shimmer with fiery sparks, unleashing torrents of scorching flames into the sky. The inferno rained down with ferocity. Both the towering buildings and the streets were engulfed in flames. A panicked crowd scattered in all directions, screaming in terror. Yet, Stergov continued to ignite bonfires as if reveling in a personal carnival. His laughter grew more maniacal. Soon, aurors from the Ministry of Magic appeared in droves, attempting to manage this disgraceful scene. Stop this. A middle-aged auror commanded from a rooftop, glaring at Stergov and chastising his reckless behavior. Stergov emitted a harsh, rasping chuckle. Don't even think about stopping me. or you'll regret it. His exceptional flying skills left him unafraid of interception. If all else failed, his family could shield him. To him, nothing was beyond the reach of influence and power. The middle-aged Auror's expression soured. He seemed to recognize the wizard before him, yet was wary of his magic, for he was not adept at casting spells in midair. In that fleeting hesitation, Stergov soared away on his broom, heading towards the direction of Tomail Company. The broomstick moved with remarkable speed, and soon, Stergov had distanced himself from the seemingly foolish Aurors in pursuit. He raised his wand, intent on continuing his bonfire revelry. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder echoed from the clear blue sky. A bolt of purple lightning descended without warning, crackling in the air. Stergov frantically maneuvered his broom to evade the onslaught. Yet, the violet glow surged forth again. A lightning bolt struck down once more. "Who? Show yourself!" Stergov shouted, realizing that someone was orchestrating this chaos. Otherwise, how could there be thunder on a clear day? Boom! More lightning struck down. Ultimately, the scarred-faced wizard was forced to fly lower, evading this infernal phenomenon. He turned and fled into the distance, seeking refuge from the ominous force. Maud stood atop a high building, caressing the black serpent in his hands. His golden eyes shimmered with a faint light. Utilizing the spell Farsight, Maud guided the serpent, directing the lightning to be more precise in its strikes. However, the distance was considerable. The serpent let out a soft coo, its magical energy surging within. Lightning bolts fell relentlessly from afar, the sound of thunder reverberating through the serene sky. Maud observed the figure desperately dodging in the distance, his gaze sharp and predatory. A smile crept across his face. If he could draw closer, if he could approach nearer, Stergov would surely be unable to escape the serpent's lightning. This would be ideal. The Ministry of Magic's regulations would hold no sway over him, for the decree that wizards must not perform magic in the Muggle world had no bearing on the black serpent. It is merely a small snake, or rather, a little dragon. Yet, regrettably, it has turned away. In the distance, an Auror has noticed the situation in the sky. Another wizard, perhaps? The middle-aged Auror squints his eyes, uncertain, for he has never witnessed such magic. Several Aurors have cleared the scene, erasing the memories of the Muggles who witnessed Stergov. Subsequently, they began making their way towards Stergov's direction. Before long, within Maud's extended view, he spotted several Aurors arriving belatedly. Among them, one Auror seemed to sense his gaze and looked in his direction. Maud snapped his fingers and instantly became invisible. The lightning abruptly ceased. Maud continued to fixate on the distant figure of the wizard, observing as he flew lower, seemingly about to land. That place, Moule-les-Coultes, there was an abandoned factory. The scarred-faced wizard would find it impossible to escape there. Maud evaded the Auror's line of sight, and the portal to the void unfolded. He stepped through once more, his figure and the portal vanishing in an instant. The steel factory of eternal sunshine. It appeared to be a deserted factory, its interior stripped bare, leaving only dust and an expanse of emptiness. Stergov descended, gasping for breath, his heart racing. He almost thought he was going to die. Damn it! He cursed aloud. Let me know which wizard did this, and I shall make him. Oh, what shall he do? A youthful voice interrupted Stergov's thoughts. Before him, a shimmering halo of brilliant white light materialized. A figure emerged, clad in a black suit, with dark hair and eyes. Chapter 62. The Calm Amidst Fury. A new combination of old and new magic. Who are you? Stergov inquired, both vigilant and irate. He did not recognize the wizard before him. He raised his wand. Me? Maud adjusted his black top hat and chuckled softly. He appeared composed, yet his laughter concealed an unspoken rage. For the wizard before him was not only unseemly, but also sought to harm his family. Had he not foreseen this and arrived in time? I am merely a humble messenger wishing to. He paused. Meet your maker. Stergov observed Maud's demeanor, noting that he did not seem to carry a wand. What, then, was the source of that lightning? I am from the Reguff family of North America, closely associated with your Ministry of Magic. Is that so? Yet, I have no desire to delve into this. Maud gleaned some information from his words. The individual before him was not a British wizard, but belonged to North America, specifically a family known as Reguff. Although he was unfamiliar with this family, the clues were sufficient for him to investigate and prepare defenses. The firelight from Stergov's wand was already flickering. The fierce flames were about to erupt. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Stergov's eyes as he hurriedly turned to evade. A streak of violet light brushed past him, narrowly missing his form and scorching his hand. He glanced again in Maud's direction, but the figure had vanished. Where had he gone? He waved his wand. Armor of protection. A translucent barrier enveloped him. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Yet, No matter which way he looked, there was no sign of life. "Come out," Stairguff commanded fiercely, hoping to provoke a response that would reveal his adversary's position. "I am here," came the rigid voice from afar. Stairguff quickly turned around, and there stood Maud. In an instant, Stairguff unleashed a burst of flames. No, it was the fiery curse. He intended to inflict painful demise upon this bewildering foe before him. The golden-orange flames seemed to morph into a ravenous beast, lunging toward Maud. The roar of the inferno echoed throughout the desolate factory. The searing heat enveloped the vicinity. Stairguff envisioned Maud being consumed, chuckling with a peculiar sound, akin to a heartless, cold-blooded creature. However, Maud's figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a beam of light just before the flames could touch him. Stairguff was momentarily taken aback. "I am here," the rigid voice echoed once more. Stairguff glanced behind him, where the shadowy figure had materialized once again, seemingly smirking. Unforgivable, not a spell. Stairguff cast the fiery curse once more. Fire erupted from his wand, creating a curtain of flames aimed at Maud's silhouette yet again. Regrettably, Maud's figure disappeared once more. "Here I am. Here. Maud's form flickered in and out of sight, the rigid voice intermittently resounding. Stairguff finally discerned something was amiss. "This isn't you, is it, young wizard?" He narrowed his eyes, appearing to regain his composure. Yet inside, a surge of anxiety and fear began to swell. This type of magic was unfamiliar to him, and the unknown is the most terrifying of all. "Is it?" The voice came again from behind. "Don't you see what's behind you? Do you believe a mere protective armor can shield you?" Whoosh! A sudden sound of slicing air erupted from behind. Stairguff spun around in a panic. A flurry of frost arrows, glowing with a blue luminescence, soared toward him. He hastily mounted his broom and ascended into the air, attempting to evade the frost arrows. Alas! The arrows locked onto him. Even as he soared swiftly on his flying broom, he could not escape their relentless pursuit. This was what Maud had orchestrated while beguiling him with the illusion of light. Gather the frost arrows, preventing his escape on the broom. "Armor, protect me," he shouted. An invisible, translucent barrier intercepted the foremost frost arrows. A brilliant blue light instantaneously blossomed. The icy breath spread through the air, sending a shiver down Stairgu's spine. Water vapor twisted into crystalline shards, cascading downwards. At that moment, Stairgu caught sight of Mod's figure behind the factory. He was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly mounted his flying broom, racing toward him. Mod looked up, watching him approach, and smiled. A chill ran down Stairgu's back. He understood that further surprises awaited him. Yet, he was unwilling to forfeit the chance to capture this elusive wizard. Mod snapped his fingers. He had already exchanged places with the illusion of light. The illusion continued to lock eyes with Stairgu. A wave of weightlessness surged through Stairgu's heart. The illusion of light was taking effect. Stairgu lost his sense of direction. His broom faltered, descending close to the ground. His legs scraped against the earth. He let out a terrified scream. The frost arrows in the sky, in an instant, rained down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The blue light continued to flourish. The icy surface solidified and began to creep up Stairgu's feet. Soon, he could no longer ascend or move. His feet were completely frozen. He barely managed to utter the word spare, before he succumbed, pierced by several frost arrows. His body became an ice sculpture, reflecting brilliant light. Mod snapped his fingers again. A fire lion, engulfed in flames, materialized, its deep red and golden orange hues flickering. Occasionally, droplets of molten magma dripped, creating small holes in the ground. This was the lava heart talent bestowed upon him by the Black Serpent. The lava fire lion leaped onto the ice sculpture. The icy surface transformed into blue points of light and dissipated. Flames and semi-molten magma gradually consumed the body. With a sigh, Mod finally felt the weight in his heart lift. He looked up at the sky and then toward his father, Tomale. A gentle breeze brushed by. Calm, comfortable. A splendid day. He waved his hand. The blue-eyed sphere shot toward him, entering his body. The illusion of light dissipated like mist. The fire lion also vanished. A portal of space unfurled in the air like a canvas. Mod adjusted his black hat and stepped inside. After a moment, several figures appeared at the spot. Notably the previous Aurors. They fled. The leading middle-aged Auror surveyed the scorched marks and the numerous craters on the ground. He vaguely suspected that the mad wizard might have perished. The Stairgu family. He shook his head. Alas, it seems this must be handled by those above. Chapter 63. The Inverted Truth. The tool is online. Hey, look at this. Ron pointed at the newspaper in his hands, exclaiming in astonishment. This newspaper had just been delivered by an owl. Maud sat opposite him, catching a glimpse of a corner of the paper. Salt. A wizard from North America has been brutally murdered in the Muggle world. What a revelation. What a brutal murder. Maud squinted, recalling his own recent experiences. He surmised that this newspaper was discussing the very incident he had encountered. What is wrong? Harry asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Is it another major event like the Gringotts robbery? I'm telling you, you will be utterly astonished. Ron teased, drawing an eye roll from Hermione. Just spill it. Stop the suspense. Hermione, you're such a buzzkill, Ron said, noticing Hermione's irritated glare, and obediently continued relaying the contents of the newspaper. A direct descendant of the Regulus family from North America, Stergul, was allegedly attacked and killed by dark wizards in the Muggle world. The motive for the murder remains unknown. Stergul had come to the wizarding community in Britain to represent the Regulus family in a friendly visit to the Ministry of Magic. Minister Cornelius Fudge stated that they would do everything in their power to uncover the truth and provide answers to the Regulus family. The newspaper also featured a moving image depicting the scene of Maud engaging in combat with Stergul, along with footage of Cornelius Fudge being interviewed. Maud furrowed his brow as he listened. The paper made no mention of Stergul's actions. Instead, it meticulously detailed the condolences and regrets expressed by various parties regarding his fate. In this narrative, he had become a complete and utter brutal dark wizard, while Stergul was portrayed merely as an innocent visitor to the ministry. He suddenly chuckled, feeling a mix of emotions, yet ultimately accepting the situation. For indeed, the ministry had become thoroughly corrupted by power. Moreover, this incident had been orchestrated by Nicholas Flamel. What concern was it of Maud Maris? What's going on? My goodness, are you saying that dark wizards have entered the Muggle world, and that Stergul is already dead? Harry pondered, momentarily cast into gloom as thoughts of his parents' fate resurfaced. Dark wizards? Hermione rested her chin on her hand, her eyes darting as she contemplated something. She then caught sight of Maud's smile. Maud, do you know something? The others turned to him, bewildered by his laughter in response to such grim news. Surely, if he didn't know the truth, was he not a bit unhinged? Of course. Maud replied with a smile. Really? How do you know? Spill it. The eager eyes of the trio urged him on. Well, I don't know, he said dismissively, but the answer seems rather evident. What do you mean? Hermione fixed her gaze on him, waiting for him to articulate some profound insight. Far away yet so close. Mon, asserted confidently, leaving Hermione momentarily stunned. Did that refer to himself? But how could that be? Maud is merely a little wizard with a smattering of magical knowledge. She cast aside her thoughts, pointing towards a popular science column in the newspaper. There, a few individuals initially believed Maud was about to divulge some valuable information. However, upon closer inspection, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Did you really think she was going to reveal something significant? The culprit is simply located on the map of the United Kingdom. Let's not dwell on that, Harry interjected. We are still investigating the identity of Nicholas Flamel. Yet we have made no progress thus far. Hagrid mentioned that the three-headed dog guards something quite precious, a matter solely between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, urging them not to meddle. Yet, how could the curiosity of a young wizard be so easily dispelled by mere words? Ron sighed as he listened. Please, don't say any more. I'm on the verge of nausea after being buried in the library all day. Hermione shook her head, indicating that she had uncovered nothing of significance either. Oh, Maud, you might not be aware Ron intended to enlighten Maud about the ongoing situation. Maud smiled at them. Hermione, you truly don't know who Nicholas Flamel is? You are the walking encyclopedia. After all, Hermione looked taken aback, pointing to herself as she tried to recall any information regarding that name, but came up empty. Oh dear, your reading pace is both slow and careless, Ron remarked. That needs to change. Hermione wore a frown. First you said I read slowly, then you said I lack attention to detail. Now, they VE conveniently merged, haven't they? Indeed, Hermione, as the know-it-all, how can you be oblivious to such a basic fact? Ron chimed in, unwilling to revisit those books as dull as the taste of earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione took several deep breaths, seemingly on the brink of losing her temper. She truly could not tolerate Ron's incessant banter. Oh, look at you, harboring such a petty grudge. Just then, Harry swiftly covered Ron's mouth. Mon noted, appreciating Harry's increasingly adept and rapid reflexes. Ron, you were in the wrong. Maud began to impart some wisdom on Ron regarding social conduct. Though your appearance is rather ordinary, Maud paused. You must refrain from bluntly pointing out others' flaws, especially considering your own, observing the expressions of her companions. She nodded in satisfaction. Wasn't the atmosphere improving? Mr. Mary's a cold voice interrupted. Maud instinctively turned to look. Professor Snape, clad in his customary black robes, had approached silently from behind the group. "I have a matter to discuss with you." He gestured for Maud to follow him, taking the lead. "Oh, I truly sympathize with you, Maud," Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape. "He probably intends to use you as bait for the three-headed dog to retrieve something." Maud couldn't help but chuckle. "You clever little mind. Your thoughts are quite impressive. However, I must insist that you refrain from further contemplation." He followed Professor Snape, and together they arrived at the professor's office. "I require your assistance with 2 matters, Mr. Maris," Professor Snape stated. Maud nodded in acknowledgement. "The first task is for you to serve as my potion master's assistant." Professor Snape remained astounded by Maud's previous suggestion regarding potion crafting. He was eager to ascertain whether Maud Maris truly possessed a remarkable aptitude in this field. If so, such talent must not go to waste. "Huh?" Maud expressed confusion. "The second matter concerns the time at hand. The situation with Mrs. Lily Potter." Maud suddenly understood. The time had come for the tool to be activated. Chapter 64. The Singleton Snape. An Abyss of Potion Mastery. Let us commence. Professor Snape's face remained as impassive as ever. Observing the professor's demeanor, Maud contemplated a particular notion. "Which shall we address first, Professor Snape?" He inquired. "I believe the second matter holds greater significance for you, Professor Snape, particularly since it pertains to Mrs. Lily Potter." The corners of Professor Snape's mouth twitched slightly. Maris Maud scrutinized the professor's expression. Maintaining a stoic facade was not entirely effective. Was there a hint of emotion surfacing? Professor Snape's gaze grew colder. He called out Maud's name once more, "Maud Maris." "Oh, here I am. Professor Snape, let us first visit Mrs. Potter. For I too have missed her." Maud boldly took the lead. The prohibition of apparition at Hogwarts has its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage manifested here. As they ran from Hogwarts to the entrance of Hogsmeade, Professor Snape executed the spell for apparition, and in an instant they vanished, seemingly swept away by a vortex of space. Indeed, Maud felt a similar sensation regarding this magic, like being spun in a washing machine as vortex. They arrived at the familiar cottage. Under Professor Snape's somewhat cold yet expectant gaze, Maud performed the basic soul magic. He withdrew his dragon heart wand, which bore half-etched radiant runes. "Return, souls." A flickering green light emanated from the depths of the underworld within the room. A spirit from a decade past was summoned once more. Lily Potter appeared as she had before, as though awakened from a deep slumber. She opened her hazy emerald eyes and blinked. After a moment, she spoke. "Severus, it is good to see you again. And you, dear little Maud. Oh, how have you become even more charming." Maud returned a somewhat awkward expression. "I did not intend to. It is merely the force of my elven heritage." He smiled as he replied, "I am in a phase of growth. Young wizards tend to undergo such changes." "Is that so?" Lily Potter teased, gazing at him. "Indeed." Maud nodded in affirmation. Lily turned to Professor Snape, scrutinizing him. "Severus, your appearance has not changed one bit." Her tone wavered, hinting at a trace of irritation. "You ought to heed my previous advice and expose yourself more to the sunlight of this world. You cannot follow in Professor Dumbledore's footsteps and remain single for a lifetime." Coughing, Professor Snape interrupted Lily's words. He glanced at Maud. "Lily, I need to speak with Maris for a moment." The two approached the door. "Maris, wait outside for a while. In an hour, we shall return to Hogwarts and commence potion brewing." With a decisive bang, the door shut. Maud blinks, aware that an hour is merely a fleeting moment. He shook his head. "Professor Snape, such typical ingratitude. The path has narrowed. Yet the topic at hand is rather explosive. Dumbledore, you have set a poor example. Take heed." He then envisioned the sunny, jovial demeanor of Professor Snape, whose smile could light up the room. Maud nodded in satisfaction. If Professor Snape were to transform into such a figure, the greatest credit would undoubtedly belong to me, the wise elf Maris Maud. "Farewell, Lily." Once again, Snape bid farewell to Lily, though his cold tone and brief phrases could hardly conceal the turmoil within him. "Severus, should you disregard my advice this time, I shall speak again next time," Lily Potter concluded, arching her brows and waving goodbye to Professor Snape, her figure dissipating into shimmering dust. Professor Snape watched as the light particles vanished entirely. His thoughts had undergone considerable transformation, a realization he could feel within himself. The cause was the possibility of Lily's resurrection. Maud had already opened the door for a while, yet he refrained from disturbing Professor Snape. The sentiment of parting and the emotions of reunion were sacred, and he was unwilling to disrupt the atmosphere. It was not until the green light faded that Maud gently knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." Professor Snape regained his composure. "Let's proceed, Maris. I shall brew the polyjuice potion. Pay close attention. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." Snape added 12 lace wings, 1 ounce of crude antimony, leeches, and flux weed into the cauldron, having prepared them over the course of 21 days. He continued, do not overlook any detail, nor should you assume that the content of books is infallible. No true potions master would be foolish enough to merely replicate what is found in texts. Mon noted, recalling Snape's copy of the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Indeed, Snape frequently ventured beyond conventional frameworks, rendering the steps of potion brewing simpler and more efficient. Maud observed Professor Snape diligently stirring the potion's intermediate state, treating it as a masterpiece to be refined. You may record notes on this potion, as well as some operations you do not comprehend. Once I have completed the brewing, I will review your notes. Maud nodded in agreement. Notes are my forte, he exclaimed, retrieving the spellbook and wielding a quill, seemingly inscribing thoughts onto the page. In truth, he had already documented quite a bit. An abundance of information was being rapidly formatted within the spellbook. From the very beginning, Maud had been taking notes, observing Professor Snape's actions. He contemplated the ingredients of the potion. Suddenly, he recalled the recent knowledge acquired about potions. Adding an additional 14 ounces of fluxweed would enhance the potion's efficacy and expedite its effects. The temperature regulation of the cauldron was indeed crucial. As he organized these thoughts swirling in his mind, he continued to watch Professor Snape concoct the potion. Professor Snape, adding 14 ounces of fluxweed would yield even better results. Maud's habit of pointing out suggestions was hard to break. Sighing inwardly, he acknowledged that this flaw needed to be rectified. Professor Snape glanced at him, his eyes flickering as if pondering something profound. He considered Maud's suggestion and proceeded to add the 14 ounces of fluxweed. The liquid in the cauldron transformed once more. Finally, a strand of hair was introduced into the mixture, resulting in a shimmering, purplish-golden solution. Success! The aroma of malt wafted through the air. The most delightful potion Professor Snape had encountered in years. What wondrous effects might this potion possess? Even Snape began to feel a sense of anticipation. Maud observed the solution's appearance, yet his focus was elsewhere. Intriguing thoughts danced in his mind. A polyjuice potion, or perhaps a transfiguration potion. Chapter 65. Enhanced Polyjuice Potion. The transfiguration potion is now available. Maud blinked in surprise. Transfiguration? What a remarkable opportunity. He had a bold idea. Marys, you should give it a try. Professor Snape held the vial of polyjuice potion, gently swirling it. Instantly, the liquid within began to ripple, shimmering with a mysterious purplish gold hue. Me? Maud pointed to himself, incredulous. Was it truly the case that the suggestion he made meant he must serve as the guinea pig? That seemed rather excessive. Professor Snape, I advise against this. Indeed, Professor Snape replied coldly. Rest assured, based on the materials and the resulting liquid, it is harmless. The effects are time-sensitive. I have also tested for toxicity. Maud brushed his golden hair thoughtfully. How about this? Let's have Malfoy give it a try. I hear he has a keen interest in potion making. Professor Snape shook his head. That would be inappropriate if you wish to maintain confidentiality. This statement left Maud momentarily speechless. Very well. He accepted the purplish-golden polyjuice potion. Professor, whose hair is this? Harry's. Oh. Maud inhaled the aroma of the concoction within the vial, a rich scent reminiscent of barley. He took a small sip. The creamy texture of milk enveloped his palate, complemented by a hint of sweetness. The flavor was indeed delightful. Maud gulped it down eagerly, savoring the aftertaste. This was truly superior to the pure milk of 1982. Refill, please, he coughed lightly. Gradually, an unusual sensation coursed through him. His muscles transformed, bones reshaped, and even his skin and hair underwent a metamorphosis. Yet, this feeling was not unpleasant. Soon, he bore the appearance of Harry Potter, with striking emerald eyes. Snape observed Maud's transformation, his gaze growing increasingly indifferent. He began documenting the process with a quill, murmuring, "The flavor should be quite remarkable. No adverse reactions during the transformation duration. 30 seconds, excellent. How do you feel now? I mean, how does it compare to the polyjuice potion described in the book?" Maud did not respond directly. He closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something within. After a moment, he replied, "I believe I can revert to my original form at will." Contemplating for a brief instant, his body transformed once more, reverting to that of a golden-haired youth. Incredible! Professor Snape exclaimed, his cold eyes widening. At that moment, Maud shifted back into Harry's likeness. Maud concluded, "I can sense the potion's consumption within me," indicating the duration of the transformation. This potion should last for an hour and a half. Moreover, it appears to allow for 3 transformations, from me to Harry, back to myself, and then once more to Harry. After that, I must wait for the effects to wear off. Very good, Professor Snape nodded. This was vastly superior to the ordinary polyjuice potion. The standard version allowed one to become another person for merely an hour, while this improved variant extended the duration to an hour and a half. One should not underestimate that additional half hour. It represented a 50% increase in efficacy. Furthermore, it enabled the wizard to perceive the remaining time of the transformation, significantly reducing the risk of losing track of time amidst distractions, potentially averting dangerous situations. Its transformative effects had also become more versatile, offering 3 opportunities for metamorphosis. An hour and a half later, Maud indeed reverted to his original appearance. Professor Snape regarded him with an intense gaze, his expression more serious than ever. Mr. Maris, whether you have acquired knowledge from others or possess it as a gift, it has now become your advantage in potion making. I hope you will seize this opportunity and not squander it. Snape paused. It has the potential to revolutionize the entire field of potion making. As Professor Snape uttered these words, a glimmer seemed to illuminate his eyes. Maud sat merrily within the room of requirement, holding a potion borrowed, no, pilfered from Professor Snape. He was diligently preparing to concoct a potion known as the Transfiguration Potion. This elixir, crafted by the renowned potion master, Filthy, possesses the remarkable ability to alter an individual's appearance to that of the opposite gender within the span of an hour. The transformation does not create a new persona, but rather presents an alternative version of oneself. Additionally, it boasts a more alluring aspect. The process of brewing this potion is somewhat intricate, yet immensely beneficial for novice potion makers. Crafting this potion accelerates a potion master's proficiency in the preparation of standard potions and the utilization of tools, enhancing their perception of herbs and other materials, thus aiding in the discovery of optimal ratios, a truly magical effect. Furthermore, when combined with another potion known as the Siren's Elixir, it proves advantageous for the study of magic. This is indeed a boon for both oneself and others. On one hand, the brewing of this potion will expedite Maud's journey to becoming a master potion maker, greatly benefiting his future magical endeavors. Whether it be potions to assist his elven bloodline or those to elevate his wizarding rank, similar sentiments are echoed. As he advances, the knowledge and execution required for subsequent potions will become increasingly stringent, for even the slightest error could result in a catastrophic failure of the brew. On the other hand, this potion pairs exceptionally well with Harry. Alas, this is the sole indulgence remaining for me, Maud Maris. Maud chuckled once more, igniting the cauldron, preparing the fire, and gathering ingredients: powdered grass leaves, licorice powder, ancient wood flowers, and snakeskin. Just then, Harry and his companions entered. Ron's greeting caused Maud's hand to tremble instinctively, causing him to inadvertently hurl the cauldron. Bang! As expected, it exploded. Cough, cough. Harry and the others emerged from the cloud, their faces darkened and coughing incessantly. What on earth are you making? This odor is unbearable. Moo! Hermione exclaimed. I'm here, Maud said, rubbing his nose and stifling a laugh at the sight of their disheveled appearances. Under Hermione's fierce gaze, he quickly closed his mouth. You can't blame me, Ron. You spoke too loudly and disrupted my potion making. This is a fine concoction I'm preparing for you. A fine concoction? Harry inquired, perplexed. Well noted affirmatively. Indeed, it will aid you in mastering magic more swiftly, though there may be slight side effects. Chapter 66, Freshly Brewed Potions. The Birth of Harry Potter. Master magic more swiftly? Hermione blinked in astonishment. Is there such a potion? Well noted again. A minor potion. Hermione rolled her eyes. Maud has always explained the peculiarities about himself in such a manner. Little spells, little potions. She truly wished to delve into Maud's mind to discover what resided within. Oh, is it true? Can it genuinely enhance my somewhat subpar magical abilities? Ron felt a surge of excitement. He too believed this to be a remarkable remedy. With this potion, wouldn't he need to consume several bottles to ascend to the position of Gryffindor prefect sooner? Indeed, Maud nodded with a smile. Ron's understanding of himself grew increasingly profound. Hermione gazed intently at Maud's face. Why do I sense that your intentions are not entirely benevolent? Is that so? Surely, you must be mistaken. What side effects does this potion have? Currently unknown. We shall only discern them through experimentation. Is that so? Ignoring Hermione's skeptical gaze, Maud turned to Harry, as if appraising a piece of art, leaving Harry somewhat unnerved. Enough. Step aside and do not disturb me, Maud said, picking up the cauldron, resuming his position on the ground to continue brewing the polyjuice potion. Harry and Ron had little interest in potion making. This endeavor was synonymous with the ancient bat, Snape. Merely witnessing it was distressing. However, Hermione crouched down, observing Maud. May I watch? Miss Granger's curiosity is never diminished. Maud pondered briefly and consented. It was not something that required secrecy. At worst, he could attribute the credit to Professor Snape. Maud resumed by adding powdered leaves, licorice root, elderflower, and serpent skin into the heated cauldron, embarking on the first layer of potion brewing. The concoction's preparation was divided into 4 layers, necessitating the brewing of 4 basic solutions, which would then be combined for further refinement, ultimately yielding the polyjuice potion. Maud found himself perplexed as to why such a practical potion had such a convoluted preparation process. The solution in the cauldron began to bubble, and after a while, signs of coagulation appeared. Maud poured it into a beaker to initiate the brewing of the second layer. Hermione understood that potion-making demanded concentration and should not be interrupted. Thus, she sat quietly observing. Maud's foundational potion-making skills appeared to surpass hers. She had been diligently studying potions recently, yet she still fell short of Maud as prowess. Had Professor Snape provided him with special guidance? Or was genius simply innate? How infuriating! Hermione's identity as a top student faced its first wave of self-doubt. During the brewing process, Maud's cauldron exploded once again, ruining 45 batches of basic potion. Finally, they reached the last step. He carefully poured the 4 cups of basic solutions along the inner wall of the cauldron in succession. The dark red solution gradually transformed into a light red after stirring, becoming increasingly pale until it culminated in a transparent liquid, interspersed with delicate green strands. Maud surveyed this cup of solution with satisfaction. It was merely a passable polyjuice potion. The hue was not optimal. He had not refined the solution to its best state. However, it also possesses a certain transformative effect. As for another enchanting potion, it shall be brewed next time. It is quite exhausting. Maud reflected on his experiences during the potion-making process. He had engaged with most of the tools required for brewing potions, growing increasingly familiar with their use. Moreover, his understanding of herbs had deepened. It was a peculiar sensation, as if he could now communicate with the herbs and various materials, allowing him to better control the proportions of each ingredient. Quite remarkable. Hermione observed Maud as he shook the vial containing the solution, catching a whiff of the aroma of licorice wafting from it. Does it indeed smell like licorice? Is it ready? She inquired. Maud nodded in affirmation. Harry, he called, turning towards Harry and Ron. Harry was currently being struck by lightning from a black snake, while Ron, having just endured the same, was resting. The black snake ceased its electric onslaught, and Harry lifted his gaze towards Maud, noticing the potion in his hand. What is the matter, Maud? Nothing. I merely wish for you to try this potion's effects. Me? Perhaps I should give it a go, Ron eagerly suggested, unable to contain his excitement about trying the potion. You? Maud shot him a disdainful glance. This cup is reserved for Harry. No mistake there. As it happens, this solution can only be deemed a semi-finished product. Subsequently, there exists a complementary potion that must be consumed together to aid in the learning of magic. However, I would like to ascertain the success of this particular brew. Harry tilted his head in confusion, pondering the connection between this and the consumption of the potion. Nevertheless, he nodded. Very well, I shall give it a try. He accepted the vial and drank it in one gulp. The taste of licorice was subtler than that of the licorice wand, and it was rather pleasant. Ron, listening intently, felt an overwhelming urge to lick the cap of the vial. No, the cup. He had quite the fondness for licorice as a treat. Yet soon, his envious gaze shifted dramatically. Oh! Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison, witnessing Harry's body undergoing a transformation, shifting toward a more feminine form. Maud silently observed, internally comparing Harry's features to those of Lily Potter. This was utterly fascinating. Meanwhile, Harry was acutely aware of the changes occurring within him. His hair lengthened, his features softened, his limbs became more delicate, and his skin turned fairer. By Merlin's beard, Harry, you have changed, Ron exclaimed, as he pulled out a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket and began to munch on them. It was akin to an exhilarating Quidditch match. Absolutely riveting. So adorable, Hermione cried out, stepping forward to pinch Harry's small face. Oh no, I mean, Harry's little face. Almond-shaped emerald eyes, a petite nose, and soft black hair. His facial contours began to resemble those of Lily Potter. Maud felt as though he were gazing upon a youthful version of Lily Potter. The trio was filled with astonished delight, while Harry remained in a state of bewilderment. When Hermione presented the small mirror for him to see, he gasped in surprise. How have I transformed into this? Even his voice had taken on a slightly adorable, childlike tone. Maud blinked, already envisioning Severus Snape's impatient reaction. Chapter 67. The Gaze of Professor Snape. The Arrival of the Ministry of Magic. What on earth is happening? Harry gazed at Maud with his emerald green eyes. Ahem, I'm not entirely certain. However, this should be a side effect of this potion. Mort observed Harry's cherubic face and shook his head. It's definitely a side effect. Not the intended effect. What is the name of this potion? This is called Siren's Elixir No. 1. When used in conjunction with Siren's Elixir No. 2, it enhances one's ability to learn magic. Harry nodded, though he was still somewhat bewildered. And how long will this side effect last? Hermione finally lowered her small hands, which had been pinching her face, and focused her attention. It should last for less than an hour. This side effect is rather peculiar, Hermione remarked. Who knows? Mort shrugged. Ron approached again, scrutinizing Harry's appearance once more. Say, Mort, does drinking the potion really result in this transformation? Ron contemplated the implications of the potion. Not drinking it seemed regrettable, yet drinking it led to this appearance. Wouldn't that undermine his future prestige as a Gryffindor prefect? Mort nodded. With the good comes the bad. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If you cannot accept it, that is perfectly fine. Worst case scenario, you could simply embrace being an underachiever. Ron scratched his head, momentarily lost in thought. Mort turned his attention back to Harry. Now that the effect has manifested, shouldn't we let Professor Snape have a look? Perhaps he could provide some commentary on the potion's effects? One moment. Hermione, also looking at Harry, suddenly recalled something. Isn't there a potions class with Professor Snape this afternoon? Harry's face fell in dismay. What should I do? I can't just walk in like this. Mort's eyes sparkled with inspiration. What a coincidence. It is indeed a coincidence. I did not check the class schedule. No worries, Mort reassured, patting Harry's shoulder. Your height hasn't changed at all. Just wear a slightly oversized robe to conceal your face. The three of them walked ahead, shielding Harry's figure. They returned to the Gryffindor common room, where Harry changed into a slightly larger robe and donned a hat reminiscent of a wizard's cap. The brim was wide enough to obscure the light, allowing only a vague outline of his facial features to be seen. Mort nodded in approval. Hermione, noticing Harry's anxious demeanor, spoke soothingly. It's all right, Harry. From this position, I cannot even discern your likeness. Mort chimed in, even if someone does see you. Simply say you accidentally drank the polyjuice potion I brought. As for its origin, that would be Professor Snape's concern. At last, Harry felt a bit more at ease. The distance from the Gryffindor common room to the classroom was not particularly great. Harry's attire was somewhat peculiar, though it merely drew a few curious glances. With relative ease, the group arrived at the potions classroom. What if Professor Snape calls on me to answer a question? Harry whispered in a falsetto. His voice was decidedly unusual, and speaking could easily betray him. It's fine, Harry. Just constrict your voice and say you're feeling unwell, Hermione advised. Soon, Professor Snape entered the room, his black robes swirling as he strode in with a stern expression. He flipped to page 45 of Fundamentals of Potions. Today we shall study. Snape paused, noticing Harry's odd attire. Mr. Potter, what on earth are you doing? He said coldly. Have you engaged in some mischief that warrants such a disguise? Harry, momentarily taken aback, could not find his voice. Snape approached, grasping Harry's head and bending down to raise his face gradually. His pupils dilated in surprise, as if he had encountered something astonishing. He realized he had seen Harry's face. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin section, Malfoy watched the scene intently, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, envisioning Harry's impending embarrassment. Harry Potter, indeed, Malfoy mused. In the midst of Malfoy's eager anticipation, Snape gently adjusted Harry's hat and patted the back of his head. Malfoy was left bewildered. Is this what an irate professor does? Mr. Potter, if you are unwell, be sure to rest properly, Snape remarked before returning to the front of the class. Harry was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Snape's behavior. Did he not recognize Harry's unusual appearance? Had Snape lost his senses? Hermione and Ron were equally bewildered. Malfoy nearly erupted in laughter. It seemed Snape had lost his composure. After all, Lily Potter had been a formidable presence. Now, let us continue with the usage of potion-making tools, the proper method for using cauldrons, and the precautions to observe. Throughout this lesson, Snape's tone appeared to have shifted in Maud's ears, becoming less frosty. Maud speculated that Snape was lost in reminiscence, perhaps recalling the early days spent under the tree with Lily. Harry's appearance indeed possessed a profound effect on Professor Snape. I will pose a few questions. From last class, I mentioned, rarely did Snape direct a question at Harry. Instead, he turned to Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, would you care to answer this question? Malfoy, having a solid grasp of potion-making, answered effortlessly, casting a triumphant glance toward Maud. Very well, Snape acknowledged. Snape surveyed the room, yet his gaze seemed fixated on a particular direction. He spoke coldly. Have you all heard and yet not taken notes? Is it only Mr. Potter who writes? Gryffindor earns 10 points. Ron gaped in astonishment as he watched Harry scrawl something unrelated to the lesson on his parchment. Goodness, he muttered. Has Professor Snape gone mad? After class, Professor Snape called Maud. Maris, was this your doing? I mean Potter's appearance. Snape swiftly surmised that the matter pertained to Maud. Realizing he could not conceal the truth, Maud nodded. An unexpectedly conjured potion. Snape smirked slightly. What effects does the potion have? Well, it transforms. Maud began, but his words trailed off. I have heard that the Ministry of Magic has sent representatives to our school. Why? It seems it's regarding the incident with StairGov as reported last time. The young wizards murmured among themselves. Maud lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Who has arrived? The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge? Chapter 68. A new storm is rising. Dumbledore's discourse. Maud pondered whether he might be exposed. The deed was done, and he felt no remorse. After all, StairGov was hardly a person of integrity. He recalled how he had managed the situation, convinced he had not been discovered. At the time, he had still been in the guise of Nicholas Flamel. Even if he were to be unmasked, it would be attributed to Nicholas Flamel's affairs. Maud speculated further. The Ministry likely had not unearthed any clues, but was intentionally fanning the flames of this incident at Hogwarts. The motives, as always, could not escape the realms of power and profit. Snape's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, I will seek you out regarding the potion next time. He did not wait for Maud's explanation of the potion and hurried away, likely to consult Professor Dumbledore. Maud watched Snape's retreating figure and shook his head. A new storm had indeed begun to brew. At that moment, at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, Lucius Malfoy strode in. With his pale face framed by light golden hair and a pair of gray-blue eyes glinting with arrogance, he cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, who appeared to be there to receive him, as well as the curious young wizards gathered around. He offered a cold smile, seemingly mocking something. Lucius, what brings you here? Professor McGonagall inquired, aware that the Ministry's arrival bore no good intentions. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I am here, of course, on Ministry business, Lucius replied, surveying his surroundings. To investigate the clues regarding the StairGov incident. Hogwarts has no leads you seek. Is that so? Nonetheless, I must conduct my routine inspection of this school. He disregarded McGonagall's furious glare and strolled leisurely into the castle. Soon, a figure with silver hair, cascading to his chest, approached from the front. Lucius, Professor Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, revealing a pair of wise, azure eyes. What brings you here this time? He inquired. Ah, Dumbledore. Lucius feigned surprise, a smile gracing his lips. I am here, of course, to absolve Hogwarts of any suspicion. After all, I am an alumnus of this esteemed institution. Dumbledore reciprocated the smile. Is that so? Then let us converse in my office. At this juncture, Lucius added, if it turns out that the matter of StairGov is indeed linked to Hogwarts, your position as headmaster, Dumbledore, may become precarious. He laughed heartily, as if recalling something amusing. Perhaps you will find yourself in Azkaban, spending your remaining days there. His last remark was delivered with a heavy certainty, suggesting he was convinced the affair was orchestrated by someone from Hogwarts. Oh, Professor Dumbledore glanced at him, narrowing his eyes, choosing not to elaborate. He was already aware of Lucius's intentions. This visit was likely an attempt to cast aspersions. Once Lucius determined that Hogwarts was culpable, even if the truth differed, the outcome would remain unchanged. Such was the attitude of Lucius and the Ministry of Magic. The rationale behind it could stem from Dumbledore's resounding reputation or his formidable magical prowess. Who could tell? In the dining hall that evening, Hermione, Ron, and M.O. were engaged in conversation. Have you heard? The Ministry has sent someone to investigate the StairGov incident, Hermione remarked. What does that have to do with Hogwarts? Harry inquired, perplexed. Exactly. Has the Ministry lost its senses? Ron seemed to forget that a member of the Ministry resided in his own household. M.O. continued savoring his chicken leg, remaining silent. The chicken was delightfully crispy and aromatic. Hermione continued. The individual who has come is a man named Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy? Yes. He is the father of Draco Malfoy, also a graduate of Slytherin House. Then he must be of ill character. M.O. mused, relishing another chicken leg. He contemplated what changes Lucius's arrival might herald. After all, he was a Death Eater. Would Quirrell collaborate with Lucius to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Or perhaps more directly, eliminate Harry Potter, the prophesied nemesis of Voldemort? M.O. instinctively narrowed his eyes, sensing these possibilities were far from improbable. A shadowy figure darted past. M.O. lifted his gaze. It was Quirrell. Montauk? Montauk? Hermione waved in front of him. What is it? M.O. snapped back to attention, picking up a chicken wing. You mentioned. Hermione's voice trailed off. Will you brew the potion of Siren too? Are you interested? M.O. cast her a sidelong glance. Of course. Hermione nodded enthusiastically. It's merely a minor side effect, especially when compared to the art of magic. Indeed, the desire for knowledge surpasses fear. This is the essence of top scholar. Harry, somewhat stammering, expressed a flicker of interest, appearing slightly embarrassed. Though he harbored a disinclination towards studying, the allure of becoming a master of magic was undeniably captivating. Mord nodded in understanding, recognizing that ultimately, it was Harry who had succumbed to infatuation, though the object of his affections remained a mystery to all. I, for one, have no desire to become such a figure. Ron had already come to a resolute conclusion. Transforming into a girl was utterly absurd and could tarnish one's reputation. It was an unequivocal no. Oh, is that so? Mord chuckled lightly, turning his attention towards Hermione and Harry. The potion of Charm Demon number 2 should be ready within these few days. Soon, you shall experience its effects. When it is finally unveiled, it will coincide with the re-emergence of Harry Potter. As for the outcome, Mord was uncertain, though he hoped it would not be disappointing. Speaking of which, what was the matter with Professor Snape today? Harry finally inquired. He had clearly seen my appearance, but chose to remain silent, instead affectionately ruffling your hair. The thought of this image nearly made Mord laugh. It seemed as if Snape regarded you with the familiarity of someone well known. Hermione observed the peculiar glint in Snape's eyes at that moment, an intimacy reminiscent of how her father looked at her mother. As she spoke, even she found it hard to believe. Harry involuntarily shuddered, reflecting on Professor Snape. Snape, there's something amiss. In my opinion, Snape might have lingered too long in Slytherin, beginning to lose his sanity. Ron shook his head, seemingly serious. Mr. Maris, a familiar voice echoed. Mord instinctively turned to see Professor Dumbledore. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Dumbledore blinked his striking blue eyes, contemplating the reason for Dumbledore's summons. Mord silently cast a mental barrier as he stepped outside. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "Let us proceed to my office." As they strolled beneath the moonlight, engaged in light conversation, Dumbledore asked, Mr. Maris, do you know why I sought you? Mord's immediate thoughts gravitated towards the Philosopher's Stone and Lucius. Chapter 69, Dumbledore's Request. The Transforming Snape. Following Professor Dumbledore, Mord made his way directly to the latter's office. Dumbledore remained seated in his chair, resting his chin upon his hands as he regarded Mord in silence. His piercing blue gaze seemed to penetrate Mord's very soul. A mind-reading spell, perhaps? With the mental barrier now firmly in place, Mord had grasped the essence of this magic. He blinked, various chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Dumbledore's desk was truly exquisite. That phoenix appeared ever more delightful. I have heard that Ron has developed feelings for Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore remains as spirited as ever. He chuckled warmly. Your occlumency skills have improved remarkably. Oh, I apologize. It was unintentional. Maud nodded, harboring doubts about the elderly wizard before him, who seemed to delight in prying into private matters. Such mischief. Naturally, this thought was shielded by his occlumency. As the saying goes, one may smile on the surface. Professor Dumbledore composed his expression. Mr. Maris, yes, I am aware that your magic is both wondrous and formidable, certainly surpassing that of any of your peers. Professor, you must be mistaken, Maud protested, unable to concede. Is that so? Dumbledore lowered his gaze, allowing his spectacles to slip down his nose, revealing his twinkling blue eyes. It is of no consequence. I wish to entrust you with a task. Professor Dumbledore, I cannot guarantee my ability to fulfill it. Dumbledore nodded, continuing, I hope you can assist me in safeguarding Mr. Potter. The current situation has shifted. Mr. Potter may be in grave peril. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Maud. Can you aid me, Mr. Maris, without jeopardizing your own safety? Indeed, it was this matter that Maud had suspected upon his arrival. He shook his head. Professor, it's not that I refuse. Rather, I fear that my promise may be futile. He paused before adding, I am but a novice wizard. How can I possibly protect Harry? If I were to fail. Dumbledore did not retort, but continued to meet Maud's gaze. It matters not. If that is the case, it is my own oversight. Will you grant my request, Maris, for the sake of an old man over a century old? Additionally, I shall personally compensate you. Sighing as he exited the headmaster's office, Maud reflected that Dumbledore truly was a cunning strategist. He accepted the task, albeit with trepidation. Not far along, Maud encountered Professor Snape approaching him, silhouetted against the night like a bat. Mr. Maris, his distinctive, icy voice resonated. Professor Snape. Maud was aware that Snape had sought him out. Coincidentally, Maud had intended to find him as well. He soon found himself in Snape's office. Maris, I wish to request your assistance. I can sense that your magical proficiency is commendable. Goodness, even the opening line is identical. Maud surmised that his thoughts aligned with those of Professor Dumbledore. Maud spoke first. To protect Harry? Snape abruptly lifted his gaze to scrutinize Maud. You are aware? Dumbledore. Snape responded, beginning to comprehend. Maud continued speaking. Professor Snape, I must say, should Harry find himself in peril, I believe your timely arrival would significantly enhance his safety. Professor Snape shook his head, expressing doubt. However, I may not necessarily arrive in time. No, you and Professor Dumbledore will assuredly prioritize your arrival. Maud also shook his head. Professor Dumbledore has the ability to lift the restrictions on apparition within Hogwarts. His phoenix possesses a similar capability akin to apparition. Therefore, as long as someone can impede and delay the pursuers, they will undoubtedly catch up. The root of fear regarding the unknown stems from a lack of power. Thus, Professor Snape, you must firmly establish your position as the second in command at Hogwarts. The solution should lie within the realm of wands. Professor Snape, to be candid, I have conducted some research on wands. Could you possibly show me yours? Snape's cold gaze flickered momentarily as he contemplated. He retrieved his wand and handed it to Maud. Maud cast a wand identification spell, one he had frequently employed with considerable proficiency. As it was merely a supplementary spell, Maud was able to execute it almost silently. Yet it still drew a quizzical glance from Professor Snape, who seemed to sense the magic being cast. Maud glanced at the wand in his hand, and then at Professor Snape. A line of text materialized before his eyes. Wand compatibility, 90. Effect, enables smooth spell casting with no additional effects. This wand is quite suitable for him. Indeed, the compatibility of this wand is not exceptionally high. If Professor Snape were to wield a wand with 100 compatibility, it would grant him a 50 increase in magical power and a 10 increase in spellcasting speed, which, for an already formidable wizard such as himself, would mean considerable enhancement. Although he may not surpass Professor Dumbledore, his strength would certainly be enough to firmly suppress Lucius or Quirrell. Professor Snape, I propose to replace your wand. The one you currently possess can be kept as a memento. Snape's cold voice resonated once more. Why? Because this wand restricts your magic. Maud blinks. Trust me, Professor Snape. Selecting a wand is a family heirloom skill of mine. Is that so? Snape, recalling the peculiarities about Maud, nodded slightly, temporarily placing his trust in him. Now, do enlighten me about Harry's situation today. Oh, Professor Snape is a type of potion that. Maud carefully chose his words. It aids in the physical and mental well-being of young wizards. Moreover, it assists them in establishing a more solid foundation in magic. Is that so? If it is convenient, I would like a vial as well. I find it quite intriguing. Maud returned to the Gryffindor dormitory, reflecting on the recent events. He had accepted a task to protect Harry. Subsequently, Maud shared this task with Professor Snape. Once Professor Snape grows stronger, he can pursue his studies in magic with peace of mind. Maud felt a sense of anticipation. Later, when Professor Snape was ambushed by Voldemort's serpent, would he be able to vanquish its fangs with a single spell? Maud blinked his golden eyes. It was time to rest. Tomorrow he would assist Professor Snape in selecting a wand. Chapter 70. The Resplendent Dragon Heart Wand. A chance encounter with Malfoy. The following day, Maud sat on his dormitory bed, one hand gripping the Dragon Heart wand while the other held the light feather, meticulously carving the radiant contract array. His hands grew steadier, no longer easily repelled by the force of his carving. His speed increased as well. He was quite eager for the birth of the Resplendent Dragon Heart Wand. The patterns on the wand multiplied, and at last they connected seamlessly. Buzz! In that instant, the wand levitated effortlessly. The wooden shaft was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Then, the wand transformed into specks of light, dispersing into the air. Maud felt a resonance. He spread his hand, focusing on the wand. The white specks surged back to him, coalescing into the original dark red wand. Excellent. An idea struck him. He flung the wand away, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of its damage. Just as it was about to crash into the nearby wall, he exclaimed, "Sword, come!" Maud blinked, raising his hand. In an instant, the wand transformed into countless white specks, suspended in the void. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Then the specks surged, coalescing into a radiant beam that darted swiftly towards him. Maud barely glimpsed a flash of white light before he found himself gripping the dark red wand once more. A thought stirred within him. The wand morphed into a sphere of light, writhing continuously. As the light dissipated, it revealed a long black staff. Maud grasped the staff and struck it against the ground. Thud, thud. Ah, this ability is quite impressive, Maud mused. With a wave of his hand, the staff transformed into light, merging seamlessly into his being, vanishing from sight. From this moment forth, Maud's wand would be known as the Resplendent Dragon Heart Wand. Just like his illustrious name, Sage Elf Nicholas Zhao's Maud Maris, it began to gain significance. Harry? Not long after Mord exited the dormitory, he encountered a small wizard clad in a flowing black robe. The wide-brimmed black hat seemed to shroud the young wizard's face entirely. Wasn't this the very outfit he had donned for Harry just yesterday? Mord approached and gently tapped the small wizard on the shoulder. Ah, the small wizard's voice was sweet and innocent. I truly feel guilty for this description. Upon turning to see Mord's face, he let out a sigh of relief. Mord, why did you scare me? Mord regarded Harry's almond-shaped emerald eyes with curiosity. Something peculiar seemed to linger in Harry's demeanor. What is this? Mord inquired. Oh, this is truly not a splendid tale. Harry commenced narrating his experiences. Maud listened attentively, grasping the unfolding events. Indeed, it was Hermione who concocted the polyjuice potion. Last evening, during dinner in the Great Hall, Hermione inquired whether she could brew the potion and sought details regarding its preparation. Maud contemplated that the polyjuice potion was not of significant importance. Its dissemination among the trio was inconsequential, so he acquiesced. Consequently, Hermione brewed 2 vials, requesting Ron and me to assist in testing them. Ron's vial failed, yet mine seemingly succeeded. The reason I say seemingly succeeded is that the potion's effects were delayed by a full half-hour. Fortunately, Harry and Ron prudently donned loose robes and wide-brimmed hats beforehand. This time, Harry appeared much more at ease. As he strolled alone, the potion took effect, and upon donning the hat, he became unrecognizable. Harry was heading towards Gryffindor's dormitory when he unexpectedly encountered Maud emerging from the common room. Thus, the situation unfolded. Maud stroked his chin, observing Harry's face clouding with concern. He reassured him, the effects of this potion should wear off sooner. There is no need for anxiety. It will soon. Suddenly, a figure rounded the corner, colliding with Harry, who was conversing with Maud. They both tumbled to the ground, and Harry's hat fell off, revealing his long, dark hair. How vexing! Malfoy, with his light golden slick-back hair, turned to glare at the small wizard who nearly caused his fall. Yet, upon closer inspection, he encountered a charming visage, emerald eyes, a delicate nose, and porcelain skin. He was momentarily taken aback. Maud observed this scene, his eyes blinking in disbelief. A serendipitous encounter. Love at first sight. Harry, lifting his gaze, caught sight of Malfoy's loathsome face and felt an urge to retaliate. But he noticed Malfoy was fixated on his own features. Wait a moment. Harry touched the top of his head. The hat had fallen off. In a flurry, he glanced down, retrieved the hat, and placed it back on his head, finally concealing his face and flowing hair once more. Young master. Nearby, Goyle noticed Malfoy lost in thought and warily glared at Maud, nudging Malfoy. Ah! Oh! Malfoy snapped back to reality, his expression regaining its haughty demeanor. Young master, it was she who bumped into you, Goyle exclaimed, pointing at Harry on the ground. Although he did not know who she was, being in Maud's company made her the sworn enemy of his master. Just as Goyle anticipated Malfoy to unleash a torrent of insults upon the small wizard on the floor and reprimand Mellis beside him, Malfoy extended a hand to help the fallen wizard up, brushing the dust from his robe. I apologize. I truly beg your pardon. I was not paying attention when I turned the corner. It was my fault. Harry was momentarily stunned. Is this truly Malfoy? Does Malfoy behave in such a manner? Harry was aware that Malfoy likely did not recognize him. His current voice was not suitable for much conversation, so he could only respond in a somewhat endearing tone. Never mind. Malfoy's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Not daring to linger, Harry turned and departed. Mord glanced at Malfoy, still in a daze, and nearly chuckled. Young Malfoy, you seem to have lost your way. Shaking his head, Mord continued towards Professor Snape's office, leaving Malfoy to silently ponder Harry's retreating figure. Who was that little witch? How vexing. Knock knock. Come in. Professor Snape's indifferent voice resonated from within his office. Mord pushed the door open. Professor Snape, we can proceed to Diagon Alley. In Diagon Alley, the narrow streets were still teeming with bustling crowds, the lively sounds of commerce filling the air. Do you need to purchase anything, Maris? Professor Snape flicked his black cloak as he walked beside Mord. Indeed, I have some items to acquire, Mord replied, recalling the ingredients for potion making. Shall we? Mord glanced at Professor Snape's expression, seeking confirmation. They arrived at Slughorn's apothecary. Hello. I would like to buy some herbs, 4 ounces of wormwood, 5 ounces of asphodel, and 5 ounces of 4-leaf clover. Oh, and some wolfsbane and cubeb, along with daffodil moonwort. Mord's mouth felt parched as he spoke. Realizing this, he looked up at Professor Snape. Professor Snape, may I still purchase more? Professor Snape's lips seemed to twitch slightly. Maintaining his stern demeanor, he replied, yes. Obtain some more. Snape turned his head, unconsciously feeling for his pockets. Chapter 71. The Power of Snape's New Wand. Another unexpected encounter. Mord exited the apothecary with satisfaction. Professor Snape, too, appeared pleased as he checked his pockets again. Let us proceed to Ollivanders, Mord suggested to Professor Snape. In truth, he had not managed to acquire all the potion ingredients. Some of the materials appeared unbefitting of a white wizard, or were rare herbs that Slughorn's apothecary did not stock. He would have to seek another opportunity to explore Knockturn Alley and rummage through Professor Snape's office. Indeed, Professor Snape nodded, his voice cold as he remarked, Mr. Maris, is your knowledge of wands derived from the same source as your potion knowledge? Oh, what? Mord brushed his golden hair. Are you probing into my background again? Professor Snape, my knowledge of wands is merely a familial inheritance, just a trivial understanding. Is that so? Snape's eyes flickered, as if he had grasped something significant. As they approached Ollivander's wand shop, Mord raised his gaze. At the entrance stood the faded golden sign inscribed with Ollivander, proclaiming the exquisite craftsmanship of wands since 382 B.C. Professor Snape pushed the door open. Ollivander was busily dusting the shelves while meticulously arranging the wands. Hearing the sound of the door, he turned and observed. Is that not Professor Snape from Hogwarts? Indeed, it is Ollivander. I am here to purchase a wand, came Snape's indifferent voice. Oh, for Mr. Murdy's, I presume? I recall he made a purchase not long ago, Ollivander remarked, recognizing the young wizard. The last encounter had certainly been full of surprises. He blinked, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in his eyes. Murdy's nodded in acknowledgement, responding to his greeting. I'm not buying a new wand for myself. A new wand? Yes. My previous wand has suffered considerable wear and tear, so it is time for a replacement. Ollivander scrutinized Snape before turning to the shelves to select a wand. Meanwhile, Murdy seized the opportunity to cast a wand identification spell. Soon, Ollivander returned with several wands for Professor Snape to try. However, his gaze suddenly shifted, fixating on Murdy's, causing the latter to startle. He was aware of Ollivander's obsession with all things wand-related. Is he attempting to glean knowledge? Murdy's recognized that he could not discern anything of significance. Thus, he began matching wands for Professor Snape. Snake Nerve Core Wand Compatibility 86. Vela Hair Core Wand Compatibility 70. Dragon Heartstring Core Wand Compatibility 65. Unicorn Hair Core Wand Compatibility 95. After trying each one, the Unicorn Hair Wand appeared exceptionally vibrant in Snape's hand. He weighed the wand thoughtfully and glanced at Murdy's, who shook his head in response. Snape then turned his attention to the other packaged wands on the shelves. Ollivander, I apologize, but I feel this is not quite right. May I see some other wands? He inquired. Ollivander squinted slightly and nodded with a smile. He retrieved several more wands. Once again, Murdy's observed and shook his head. Ollivander, far from being displeased, seemed to relish the experience, knowing that this young wizard must possess some extraordinary understanding of wands. How about these, Mr. Snape? Ollivander presented a brand new wand, removing it from its packaging and placing it on the table. Murdy's once more employed the identification spell. Snake Nerve Core Wand Compatibility 77. Snake Nerve Core Wand Compatibility 97. Dragon Heartstring Core Wand Compatibility 89. Unicorn Hair Core Wand Compatibility 100. Eureka! Murdy's nodded towards Professor Snape. The Unicorn Feather Core Wand rested conveniently by Professor Snape's side. He picked it up, and an inexplicable sensation surged within him. It felt remarkably comfortable, as if the wand's length and material had been meticulously crafted for him. Professor Snape raised the wand, contemplating its potential. Mr. Ollivander observed the exchange of glances and gestures between the two, recognizing that this wand would hold particular significance for Snape. Nodding, Snape felt an unfamiliar anticipation stirring within him, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. He aimed the wand at a wall within the shop. A powerful surge of magic coursed through him, erupting from the wand's tip and transforming into a fierce wind that swept upward from the ground. Shelves along the wall began to levitate, as if lifted by a giant's hand. The wind intensified until the dim shop was suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. The wand in Professor Snape's hand radiated a blinding light. As the wind ceased and the light dimmed, everything returned to its original state. Professor Snape stared intently at the wand, absorbing its essence. After a long pause, he declared, "This is the one." Ollivander nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Mord. "Mr. Maris, your understanding of wands is truly remarkable. Should you be willing?" Mord, anticipating Ollivander's intentions, shook his head. A pity indeed. Upon exiting the wand shop, the two did not linger. Professor Snape used apparition to return to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Unicorn Feather Core Wand Compatibility 100. Effects: 48 increase in spell power, 12 increase in casting speed. This wand is a perfect match. Mort examined this information, noticing slight discrepancies with his own wand's enhancements. The increase in spell power was reduced by 2, but the increase in casting speed had risen by 2. Nevertheless, the overall difference was negligible. Professor Snape was indeed perfectly attuned to this wand. "How does it feel, Professor Snape?" Mort inquired. Snape stroked the wand, its grayish-white hue captivating him. "Your own wand exhibits similar qualities, does it not? I can sense it offers me a different kind of power." Maris Snape cast a meaningful glance, already beginning to grasp the wand's profound influence on him. Its operation was remarkably smooth, surpassing even that of his previous snakeskin wand. It seemed to amplify his magical abilities as well. Suddenly, Mort halted, his gaze fixed on the distance. Elven eyesight afforded him clarity beyond that of ordinary folk, and he perceived something peculiar. A faint golden light began to emanate from his eyes. The spell of distant vision has been cast. In the Forbidden Forest, a figure cloaked in black holds aloft a wand that emanates a ghostly green light. Opposite him stands a silver unicorn radiating a brilliant white glow. "Professor, might you not wish to try the wand? It seems we are witnessing yet another hunt for unicorns. Is it Quirrell this time?" Mort squinted. Had Snape acted alone against Quirrell? Or was it Snape who had succumbed to the possession of Voldemort? "What?" As Professor Snape observed Mort's serious demeanor, he lifted his gaze, yet perceived nothing amiss. "There is something within the Forbidden Forest, is there not?" Indeed, Professor Snape, a figure resembling a dark wizard, alongside a unicorn that teeters on the brink of death beneath the wand's threat. Snape's eyes flickered as he hastened forth. "Professor," Mort tossed him a vial of potion. It was pilfered from Snape's office alongside Herb's. "Polyjuice potion, the hair of a certain wizard." Snape instinctively caught it. The vial bore the name, Heligris. He recognized this wandering wizard, though he had long since passed. After a moment's contemplation, he uncorked the polyjuice potion and drank deeply. Snape endured the tumult in his stomach as he pressed onward into the Forbidden Forest. His visage swiftly morphed into that of a stranger. Professor Snape raised the wand fashioned from the black unicorn's feather. An immense and fierce flame surged forth from the wand. Fire spell. The inferno was at least half again as large as the one he had previously conjured. If the earlier flames resembled a slender doe, now they roared forth like a majestic lion. In an instant, the fire transformed into a ferocious beast, hurtling through the void. Chapter 72. The Power of Magical Advantage. All thanks to Hermione. The blinding light of fire enveloped the surroundings. A searing breath surged forth. The dark wizard glanced upward, the green glow of his wand extinguishing instantly. In its place rose a transparent barrier. The surging flames were thwarted by this ethereal wall, scattering in all directions. Crackling sounds echoed as the flames ignited the surrounding flora, nearly consuming the dark wizard behind the transparent barrier, forcing him to retreat a few paces. Professor Snape, adorned with an unfamiliar countenance, arrived on the scene. Both were engulfed in flames. Snape could see only the eyes of the man, yet the brow and gaze felt hauntingly familiar. He regarded the dark-cloaked wizard with indifference. "Who are you? Why do you slay unicorns here?" The dark wizard laughed maliciously, a chilling cackle that echoed through the air. "Do you wish to die as well?" He raised his wand, the ghostly green light flickering back to life. "Ah!" Snape scoffed coldly. Boom! A massive fireball erupted like cannon fire. The blaze instantaneously filled the dark wizard's vision. "This!" The dark wizard's eyes widened in shock. He had no time to cast the killing curse. This wizard's spellcasting speed exceeded his own by a hair's breadth. He could not afford a direct confrontation. With agility, he leaped aside. Whoosh! The flames embraced a towering tree behind him, much like a person extending their arms wide. The orange blaze erupted fiercely. Professor Snape squinted his cold eyes, feeling a flicker of surprise at the wand's efficacy. Although the speed of his spellcasting could not rival Dumbledore's, it was not far behind. The potency of his magic had also significantly increased. The cloaked dark wizard evaded the flames without a moment's hesitation. He turned and pointed at Professor Snape, a faint green light flickering. The killing curse. The green light surged forth like an arrow. Yet Snape was faster. A sizable stone on the ground seemed to inflate, its surface twisting erratically, and in an instant transformed into a ferocious hound. The hound bared its teeth and leapt, lunging at the green light with a voracious bite. Upon contact, there was a resounding explosion. The green light dissipated, and the hound was shattered into fragments and dust, scattering in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, the dark wizard's figure was obscured. Another flash of green light erupted. The dark wizard laughed, seemingly envisioning Professor Snape sprawled on the ground in defeat. However, he failed to notice that the scattered debris had not yet touched the ground. The tip of Snape's wand glimmered faintly. A barrage of projectiles. The fragments hovered in the air, akin to bullets, and swiftly rained down upon him. From all directions, they surged towards the dark wizard, who had just unleashed the killing curse. Bang! 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 The green light was instantly countered by several shards. In his panic, the dark wizard cast a protective charm, but could not withstand all the debris. Peculiar yet sharp stones fell relentlessly. Once again, a cloud of dust enveloped the scene, but the dark wizard's anguished cries echoed from within. As the dust settled, he appeared disheveled, his robes tattered and blood streaming from his body, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet, his eyes remained fixated on Professor Snape. Flames flickered on his wand. During the brief moment obscured by dust, he had already cast the fiendfire curse. Golden orange flames surged continuously from his wand, enveloping and shielding him. Professor Snape remained expressionless. He raised his wand, aiming it at the dark wizard, sensing that it could easily accomplish what he intended. Increasingly, the fiendfire morphed into a colossal, chilling serpent's head. The serpent's maw opened wide, exhaling scorching flames. It lunged downwards, droplets of fire cascading from its jaws, threatening to engulf Professor Snape. Alas, Snape's wand was raised high, emitting a tremendous pulling force, as if harboring a miniature black hole within. The flames seemed to be drawn into a syringe, continuously extracted. The serpent's head reared back as if in agony, retreating. A slender thread of flame, like an unbroken connection, tightly linked the serpent's head to Snape's wand. The fiery serpent writhed incessantly. The pulling force intensified as the silken thread at the tip of Professor Snape's wand gradually transformed into a diminutive fire dragon. He deftly flicked his wand, drawing the final tendril of flame entirely into it, reminiscent of slurping up a noodle. The dark wizard, observing this, retreated while once more casting the killing curse. As the green light flickered into being, a series of resounding thuds echoed. Professor Snape's wand struck the air in rapid succession, unleashing massive bursts of fiery red and orange flames. The dark wizard was interrupted mid-incantation as the first wave of flames approached. However, his expression shifted abruptly, and a peculiar laughter ensued. Suddenly, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, akin to an arrow shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Professor Snape did not pursue but gazed contemplatively at the scene. In the distance, Maud blinked his luminous golden eyes and stroked his chin. It must be Quirrell. As for the transformation that had taken place, those in the know understood. It appeared that Professor Snape had effortlessly subdued Quirrell in this confrontation. Maud nodded in satisfaction. He had chosen the right wand. Once Professor Snape became familiar with it, further enhancements could be anticipated. "Merlin, you've lost the potion," Professor Snape remarked, observing Maud's approach. "Ahem, Professor, such dark wizards are not easily vanquished and may seek vengeance. Changing one's face makes a difference." A chill was in the air. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts began donning thicker garments. Maud emerged from the Gryffindor common room, gazing up at the sky outside. "BRR, it's quite chilly," he remarked, exhaling a cloud of mist. Wrapping his cloak tighter, he made his way to the room of requirement at Hogwarts, intending to continue his studies on the potion of transformation too. This potion was even more intricate than the transformation potion. Unlike the latter, which novice potion makers could concoct with effort, its success rate was alarmingly low. Thus far, Maud had yet to achieve a successful brew. Fortunately, this potion served as a continuation of the transformation potion, equally effective for enhancing potion-making skills. Before long, Maud arrived on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opened the glowing door to the room of requirement, and stepped inside. Within, he found Hermione seated with a furrowed brow, still engrossed in potion-making. She seemed to have developed an obsession with potions of late. "Moo?" Hermione beckoned. He nodded and took a seat beside her, where another set of potion-making equipment awaited. "What's this potion about?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I feel increasingly familiar with the materials for potion-making," she added. Maud nodded in agreement. "That's an inherent effect of the transformation potion. Hermione, of course, would experience such a sensation. I feel the same. Do you wish to know why?" Maud asked. "I do." Hermione replied eagerly. "Since you're keen to know, I shall enlighten you." Maud paused. "It possesses special effects that we are yet to comprehend." Hermione, it seems to have provided an explanation, yet appears to lack completeness. Moore disregarded Hermione's scornful glance. He busied himself with his tools, preparing to further his endeavors with the Charm Demon Potion number 2, striving to fulfill Harry's dream. This would bring some joy to Snape, and allow Mrs. Potter to witness a more radiant and cheerful Severus. A commendable aspiration indeed. With renewed determination, Mord ignited the cauldron. I concede, Harry remarked, having just lost a game of wizard's chess against Ron. My words were perfectly normal, but why did they turn into a childish tone? Mord glanced over, and indeed, Harry had transformed back into the guise of a young girl. Realizing this, Harry covered his mouth. His almond-shaped azure eyes blinked, and a faint blush crept upon his cheeks. Mord shuddered at the sight. My potion is not quite perfected, Hermione suddenly interjected. Mord comprehended at once. It appeared Harry had been used as a test subject. You must bear full responsibility for Harry's transformation. Chapter 73. The Birth of Charmed Demon Potion Number 2. A subpar, yet marvelous effect. Mord shook his head. If Lily Potter were to witness this, she would surely serve Harry a few servings of bamboo shoots with meat. He pondered whether there might exist a potion that enhances masculine attributes. A bowl of Charmed Demon Potion, no. One combined with a bowl of a masculine potion to neutralize the effects on Harry, which would henceforth be referred to as Charmed Demon Potion Number 1. Setting aside these peculiar thoughts, he refocused on potion brewing. Charmed Demon Potion Number 2 also required the preparation of a foundational solution as its next requisite ingredient. Unlike Potion Number 1, it necessitated 5 distinct foundational solutions. Moreover, these solutions seemed to possess conflicting attributes. If the proportions were not meticulously balanced, they would immediately congeal into charred remnants or even explode upon contact. He added scallions, ginger, garlic, cough, along with serpentine powder, flowing grass, and shriveling figure. Mord soon became engrossed in his work. Harry, do you think Mord will succeed in this brewing? Ron inquired after concluding a game of wizard's chess. Yes, it seems likely, Harry replied, observing Mord's noticeably greater proficiency. He was so close to success last time. But didn't you say you weren't planning to use this potion again? Ron nodded. Of course, I have no desire to do so, though last time Hermione insisted, and thankfully the potion proved ineffective. My goodness, I certainly do not wish to experience that again. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from a cauldron. Such a development typically indicated failure. However, Mord detected a sweet, honey-like aroma wafting through the air. This was not the scent of potion residue. Had he succeeded or failed? As the thick smoke billowed, Mord patiently awaited its dissipation. At last, beneath the veil of black smoke, the solution within the cauldron became vaguely visible, a pale yellow liquid, shimmering delicately on the surface. Mord cast a revealing charm. Charmed Demon Potion Number 2, subpar version, compatibility level, 80. Note: this potion must be used in conjunction with Charmed Demon Potion Number 1. Bestowing clarity. Within 30 minutes, you shall attain a lucid and focused mind, making you more adept at learning. Imparting magical proficiency. In half an hour, your aptitude for the study of each spell will be elevated to the highest average level typically achieved. Additionally, your magical talent appears to have increased by 8 points, rendering the acquisition of spells significantly easier. Side effects. The duration of the transformation effect will extend from 1 hour to 3 hours. This is a wondrous potion, albeit a subpar version. Did it succeed? The aroma is quite delightful, Hermione inquired. Harry and Ron approached as well. Mord nodded. It succeeded. The effects are adequate. Just passable for a potion. However, there are side effects, as it will amplify the effects of the first potion's cough. Who wishes to give a try? Mord looked at the three of them. Ron shrugged, declining. I have no desire to touch that. I'll do it. Harry, still exhibiting a somewhat timid demeanor, agreed with a small nod. Blushing unexpectedly in the chilly weather, he remarked, well, I'm already like this. Besides, we have no classes left today. Mord stifled a laugh. Nodding seriously, this sight truly brings joy with each glance. Harry was nearly despondent. Very well. Mord poured the solution into a cup and handed it to Harry. It should taste acceptable. Harry took it, inhaling the scent. It bore a hint of caramelized honey. He gulped it down in one go. The texture was incredibly smooth, and the flavor was fresh with a touch of sweetness. How does it feel, Harry? Hermione asked with concern. She gently stroked Harry's long hair, which was equally silky. Oh no, Harry's hair is truly a marvel. Harry lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly aglow. I feel. Suddenly, the entire world appeared clearer, and my mind feels exceptionally sharp. Why not try a spell? Hermione suggested. Enhancing magical learning ability is the true allure of this potion. Let us practice that. Mord tossed his spellbook to Harry. The book opened to the spell Fiendfire. He was aware that Harry had struggled with this spell. Harry's emerald eyes blinked as he picked up the spellbook. He grasped his wand. Fiendfire, Fiendfire, Fiendfire. On the third attempt, it seemed that a spark ignited from the wand. Hermione's eyes brightened. How is it, Harry? Is it effective for learning magic? Harry's face flushed with excitement. It's helpful. I feel that I can master this fire spell in no time, perhaps in just 1 or 2 hours. Mord nodded with satisfaction. He knew that Harry's magical aptitude was not entirely comprehensive. He learned defensive spells related to dark magic, such as Disarming Charm, Obstruction Charm, and Patronus Charm, with remarkable speed. However, other forms of magic appeared to be rather mundane. Although he practiced the art of flames with fervor, the results were less than satisfactory. He could not surpass Hermione in the levitation charm. Nevertheless, the potion had elevated Harry's innate magical aptitude to an impressive average, making his magical abilities seem much more well-rounded. This potion could prove to be of immense significance for both Harry and Hermione. As for Ron, he could simply aspire to be Hermione's son. Maud returned, preparing to review the process of potion brewing he had just undertaken and jot down some notes. Hermione stopped him. Maud, could you brew another vial for me to try? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Maud shook his head. Luck may have played a part in my previous success, but I will certainly try. Hermione nodded in agreement. By the way, Christmas is approaching. Are you all heading home? I probably won't, Maud replied. I might go, but I'm not certain yet. Ron suddenly recalled something. Harry, haven't you forgotten something important today? What? Isn't we supposed to meet you for Quidditch practice? Time is running out. Oh my goodness, Harry exclaimed, momentarily stunned, his long eyelashes fluttering and his emerald eyes reflecting dismay. Is that happening too? Maud blinked in disbelief. Dressing up for Quidditch? What a coincidence. This truly is a coincidence. It has nothing to do with me, Maud Maris. Chapter 74, Vortex Magic, a proper interpretation of school rules. Ding, 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 the bells chimed. Maud sat on his bed, humming softly while perusing various notes within his spellbook. There were notes on potions, marvelous structures, and incantations. He reorganized the notes according to his own logic and terminology, gradually constructing a personal closed-loop system of magical knowledge. Of course, it was not yet complete, but this was his customary approach to learning. Taking a deep breath, Maud set the spellbook down and stretched languidly. Suddenly, he recalled the vial of siren potion that Professor Snape had requested. Had he made any progress on that front? Mol blinks l'houtsfully. What if Professor Snape intended to use it for? A peculiar thought crossed Maud's mind. Ah, Harry, come, it's time for your potion. He swiftly dismissed the image from his mind and refocused on the spellbook, which contained new magic obtained from Kunlun today. One was called Vortex Magic and the other, Roddy's Haunted House. The introduction to Vortex Magic stated, Vortex Magic, your compatibility, 120. Effect, you can summon a whirlpool on the ground that ensnares the lower half of your adversary for a duration of 13 seconds, dissipating upon magical disruption. Enhancement of the whirlpool's transformation ability. With practice, you can convert the water whirlpool into a vertical column of swirling water, imparting a high-pressure jet effect to your water column. As long as your magical energy is sufficient, your water column can indeed send your enemies flying. Not bad at all. This should be the first spell he acquired, capable of binding and obstructing foes. The other one is considerably simpler. Roti's Haunted House, compatibility with you, 110. Effect, summons an intangible haunted house that instills a degree of psychological intimidation, with a chance to render the enemy motionless for 1 seconds. You can manipulate the actions of one ghostly apparition within. Note, this haunted house is intangible and lacks offensive capabilities. Those with strong mental fortitude can discern reality from illusion and will disregard the haunted house. It is merely a prank spell of little consequence. Maud blinked his golden eyes, descended from the bed, and snapped his fingers. The sound of rushing water echoed. Transparent blue water swiftly gathered at his feet, swirling rapidly to form a funnel-shaped vortex, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. A powerful suction emanated from his feet. Maud felt as though they were anchored in place, making it difficult to lift them, as if burdened by immense stones. This was the novice-level vortex magic. Maud dissipated the flow, leaving only a damp floor behind. As for the Roti's Haunted House spell, Maud snapped his fingers. Oh, Harry, this is an invisibility cloak. Ron, munching on snacks, gazed in astonishment at the black cloak draped over Harry. Who sent it to you? I don't know. Harry shook his head. The note only said to use it wisely. This is an incredibly rare garment. My goodness, it's the first time I've seen one in person. It's truly suddenly. The room darkened considerably. The light filtering through the windows and the glow from the fireplace seemed shrouded by a green veil, transforming into a dim, eerie green luminescence, reminiscent of ghostly flames. What is happening? Harry? I don't know. Ron suddenly felt a surge of fear, gripping Harry's hand tightly. Surely, there aren't dark wizards lurking about? Or worse, have a few giant spiders scuttled in? Harry shook his head, appearing more composed, having spent countless nights in the narrow, dim stairwell. It's fine, by the way. Where's Maud? Ron suddenly recalled. Right? Maud's magic is formidable. He can surely assist us. My goodness. This is truly uncanny, Maud. Moo? Ron called out loudly. Harry, don't clutch my shoulder, I'm not holding you, huh? Ron instinctively turned around. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with black hair stood before him. Who are you? As he cautiously grasped his wand, preparing to inquire about the stranger's identity. In the next instant, the man's head abruptly detached from his body. The head floated in midair, drenched and dripping with water, a long, oozing tongue protruding, and blood tears streaming from its eyes. Slap, slap. The light suddenly returned. Maud stood on the staircase, somewhat awkwardly snapping his fingers. This spell is somewhat tricky to operate. It works, but the range is difficult to control, and it's a bit cumbersome. Oh, Maud. Harry covered his ears, perceiving nothing unusual. Maud gestured and descended. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, eliciting a yelp from him. After a moment, Ron finally raised his head, patted his chest, and took a deep breath. Merlin's beard. Maud, was it you who drove that creature away? He struggled to articulate his thoughts, unsure whether to classify it as a person or a specter. Ahem. Maud nodded earnestly and handed Ron a package of pastries as compensation. Indeed, it was merely a little ghost, easily dismissed with a snap of the fingers. I'm truly grateful to you, Maud. Ron quickly forgot the prior incident, indulging in the pastries. Delicious. What are you all up to? Molly inquired, eyeing Harry. Oh, I received an invisibility cloak. Harry presented the black, cloak-like garment to Maud. However, Maud merely touched the cloak, not reaching out to accept it. It felt no different from ordinary fabric. Harry continued, I intend to wear this cloak and venture into the restricted section to search for information on Nicholas Flamel. Mole nodded, recognizing the potential for an encounter with Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell in an intimate scenario. Yet Harry expressed concern. Wouldn't it be against the school rules? Maud regarded Harry with surprise. Has Harry truly become timid? Perhaps the feminine attire has affected him? Everyone bears the responsibility of propelling the plot forward. He replied, How could that be? Professor Dumbledore mentioned that one is not permitted in the restricted section. Harry explained. Maud shook his head. Harry, the school rules do not convey that. Harry looked at him in confusion. What Professor Dumbledore stated was that if a young wizard is caught by Filch in the restricted section, the consequences would be dire. Do you comprehend the meaning? As long as you are not apprehended by Filch, it is merely a game of hide and seek. Professor Dumbledore. Mole post. Of course, if you were to disguise yourself in feminine attire, the effect would be even more advantageous. What? Chapter 75. Harry's bold venture into the restricted section. Snape's senses. Harry rubbed his head. What does this feminine disguise entail? Why must one dress as a woman? Ahem. Maud coughed lightly, explaining, you see, with the invisibility cloak, you can certainly return safely. However, there is another risk. It is best to visit the restricted section when it is devoid of people. At night, the restricted section will be enveloped in darkness. Therefore, if you wish to read, you must carry a lantern and lift the cloak, thereby increasing the risk of exposure. Harry nodded, half comprehending. At that moment, if you were to consume the potion of enchantment number 1, you would become Harry, a different person altogether. If seen, what would it matter? Even if Filch searched the entirety of Hogwarts, he would never locate that individual. Within Snape's office, Professor Snape, clad in a flowing black robe, held the ebony wand crafted from unicorn hair. He caressed the intricate patterns along the wand, then waved it towards the wall. Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, a large glass jar positioned against the wall began to levitate gracefully. Snape narrowed his cold, indifferent eyes, lifting the wand effortlessly. Once again, he felt the dormant magical energy within him stir, as if awakened by some unseen force. It ebbed and flowed like the tides of the sea, a clear indication of his magic's newfound vitality. This heralded the possibility of breaking free from the shackles of years past, allowing him to ascend to greater heights of sorcery. This marked the 7th or perhaps 8th instance of such sensations in recent days. He continuously cast and then dispelled the levitation charm, the fluctuations in his magical essence becoming increasingly pronounced. Before long, Professor Snape ceased his magical endeavors. Yet this time, a flicker of realization crossed his gaze. The magical energy within him did not dissipate as it had previously when he halted his incantations. Although it was no longer as vibrant as before, a subtle ebb and flow persisted within him. This represented the initial awakening of his latent magical prowess. He sensed a breakthrough in his perception of magic, extending beyond his own essence. Snape realized he could now detect the magical signatures of those nearby, a skill he had only witnessed in Dumbledore. On Christmas Eve, within the confines of the dormitory, Harry donned a loose-fitting wizard's robe. He gulped down a vial of the potion of transformation, experiencing a swift metamorphosis. His almond-shaped azure eyes sparkled, framed by long lashes and a delicate nose. Harry Potter had successfully evolved. Habitually, he blinked his large eyes, his lashes fluttering. Moo, observing with satisfaction, nodded approvingly. Be cautious, Harry. The name felt oddly peculiar to Harry, as if the input method had faltered. Is my pronunciation off? He pondered, tilting his head in confusion. Draped in his invisibility cloak, he set off. Maud watched Harry's retreating figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Such a splendid opportunity to witness events unfold, not to mention the allure of the restricted section at night. The more forbidden, the more enticing the knowledge seemed. Maud Maris, the illustrious alchemist Nicholas Flamel, have arrived. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from sight as if cloaked in invisibility, stealthily trailing behind Harry. As for his method of following, he had tossed a blue-eye orb onto Harry's hat. The cloak did not obstruct his vision, and the orb allowed him to observe the scenes through Harry's perspective. Additionally, Maud could sense the orb's location. Hogwarts at night was eerily quiet, with most young wizards having returned home for the Christmas festivities. Harry made his way to the library on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle. The restricted section, a unique area of the library, was off-limits to young wizards. So this is the restricted section? He mused. Like any ordinary open space, this area was filled with shelves brimming with heavy tomes. Harry ventured curiously inside. 15th century specters, notably the fire dweller. He gazed at the book covers lining the shelves. Where are you? Nicholas Flamel. Just then, Moira entered, leaning against the wall by the doorway, ready to observe the unfolding scene. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the desolate, silent corridors of the castle's second floor. A peculiar book in Harry's hands suddenly sprang open, revealing a human visage that seemed imprisoned within its pages, desperately striving to break free, emitting a ghastly wail. Who? Echoed the voice of the caretaker, Filch. In a flurry, Harry snatched the invisibility cloak from the table, accidentally toppling the lamp he had brought with him. Crash! Glass shattered across the floor. The light extinguished. A person and a cat entered. I know you're there. You can't hide from me, Filch proclaimed, brandishing the lamp, its dim flame illuminating his somewhat menacing countenance. Moira blinked. Another thought crossed his mind. Don't hide in there and remain silent. I know you're coughing. Yet, it was evident that Filch's words were merely intended to frighten the young wizard. He could not perceive Harry beneath the cloak. Nervously, Harry edged along the wall, his large, emerald eyes flickering with trepidation. He was anxious. Moira followed closely behind, pondering that a scene of camaraderie was about to unfold regarding the nth night of Professors Snape and Quirrell. As Harry rounded the corner, he heard a commotion. Severus. Aye. Quirrell's voice was laced with tension and fear. You certainly do not wish to become my adversary, Quirrell. Snape's tone remained icy. Harry watched the scene with a mix of innocence and intrigue. Professor Snape had grasped Quirrell by the collar, forcefully pinning him against the wall. Indeed, Professor Snape is not a good man, he mused. Snape seemed to detect something. His acute sense of smell, a particular advantage as a potions master, picked up on an unusual scent lingering behind him. Memories of James Potter flashed through his mind. Instinctively, he reached out to seize it, but grasped only air. Startled, Harry recoiled, his face paling. Snape narrowed his eyes. He composed himself and employed his newly acquired, heightened magical sensitivity to perceive his surroundings. It was his first time harnessing such an extraordinary ability. Indeed, he could distinctly sense a magical presence nearby in the unseen space. However, the magic felt faint. Was it a young wizard? He furrowed his brow and turned to Quirrell. We shall discuss this further at a later time. Suddenly, Filch rushed over, having spotted the two professors. Oh, professors had discovered this in the restricted section. He raised the broken lamp triumphantly. This indicates that a certain young wizard had not obediently remained in bed, but had instead ventured out. Professor Quirrell seized the opportunity to leave this place, escaping from Professor Snape. Filch also turned to continue his search for the missing young wizard. Meanwhile, Professor Snape did not depart. He turned around, gazing into the void behind him. Voldemort stood not far away, observing their reactions. This time, the narrative seemed to have shifted. Professor Snape appeared to have noticed Harry behind him, though the reason eluded Voldemort. He had not anticipated that the new wand would elevate Snape's magical prowess. Nevertheless, Voldemort felt a peculiar amusement, for Snape and Harry were about to meet again. Chapter 76. The Mercurial Countenance of Professor Snape. Harry's confusion. Come forth. Professor Snape spoke to the air before him, his indifferent voice echoing through the darkness. Must I take matters into my own hands? A disobedient young wizard. Such words, in this atmosphere, seemed particularly menacing. Influenced by the surroundings, Harry covered his mouth, retreating in panic. He could easily imagine what a wizard, resembling a bat and intent on slaying a giant while seeking to steal something of great importance from Hogwarts, might do upon realizing that someone was witnessing him threaten another professor. Harry's emerald eyes darted around, hoping that someone familiar might witness this scene. Even the return of Professor Quirrell would suffice. Alas, there was no one, nor any means to aid his escape. Harry contemplated whether he could simply turn and run, but the sound of footsteps resonated clearly in the silent castle, which would only incite Snape's fury further. The consequences could only be twofold: either expulsion from Hogwarts, the better outcome, or falling victim to magic. Do not make me repeat myself. Snape's eyes, devoid of color, remained fixed on Harry's position as he advanced. Reaching out, in a moment of panic, Harry turned to flee, but the corner of his invisibility cloak was seized by Professor Snape. Startled, Harry collided with the wall, tumbling to the ground. Ouch! A soft exclamation echoed through the corridor. The sting in his nose brought forth tears to Harry's eyes. Let me see which foolish young wizard. Professor Snape suddenly froze, recognizing the face of the young wizard before him. The emerald eyes, long lashes, and delicate nose were all too familiar. Lily. A strange hue flickered within Snape's usually cold gaze. Harry instinctively covered his nose and eyes, fearing he could no longer escape. What awaited him next? Magic or a threat? Get up! A voice, cold yet gentle, resonated with a contradictory tone. Huh? Harry blinked his green eyes, wondering if he was so anxious that he was hearing things. At that moment, a pair of large hands grasped his shoulders and lifted him up. Had someone come to his rescue? The fear that had gripped his heart was suddenly overshadowed by a wave of confusion. Harry raised his head and lifted his small face. His emerald eyes brimmed with uncertainty. His nose was flushed, and his cheeks were marked with traces of tears. What he beheld was still that same indifferent visage, Professor Snape. Yet, the expression in Professor Snape's eyes was unlike anything Harry had ever seen before. He was momentarily taken aback. The glimmering gaze of Snape scrutinized the child before him. He resembled someone too closely. It reminded him of Lily beneath the tree all those years ago, bearing a striking resemblance. Lily's child. He could not help but reach out, placing a hand gently upon Harry's tousled hair, patting it softly. Harry was uncertain whether to move. This situation was utterly bizarre. Two conflicting thoughts arose within him. Perhaps Professor Snape was not a villain after all, or conversely, this Snape was merely a facade conjured by a potion, akin to his own transformation. However, the former notion clashed significantly with all the previous events. With so many coincidences, Harry's mind struggled to process it all. Who goes there? Filch's voice echoed nearby. He had heard Harry's earlier cry. Snape tilted his head, listening intently to the footsteps, and in an instant, unfurled his cloak, enveloping Harry completely. In his bewilderment, Harry vanished from sight. Let us go. We must return to the dormitory swiftly. It is unsafe outside. Harry gazed at the distant, dim lights, lacking the time to ponder. Instinctively, he set off running. Oh, Professor Snape. Filch panted as he inquired. Did you hear any sounds just now? Did you see the young wizard? When Professor Snape turned his head, the wistfulness he had just displayed morphed into cold indifference. The art of changing expressions. He shook his head, replying icily, I just arrived and saw no one. Moaning Myrtle, concealed in the shadows, grinned widely, barely suppressing her laughter. How thrilling, utterly enthralling. As the performance drew to a close, Myrtle decided to return to the restricted section. Lock the door? Isn't that fortuitous? She activated her intangible form, becoming untouchable, and continued her stride, effortlessly passing through the walls and entering the restricted section. Outside, Filch was clamoring, determined to uncover the identity of the audacious young wizard who had dared to trespass into the restricted area. Within the confines of the restricted section, Myrtle leisurely perused the shelves. This book has an atrocious cover. Oh, this one is much better. It appears to be gilded. The Encyclopedia of Dark Magic? No cultivation methods. And this one, Myrtle dropped it to the ground, pressing down firmly. You were the one making all that noise just now. The face on the book contorted under her pressure, yet remained silent. At ease, undisturbed. Tonight, Myrtle reigns as the queen of the restricted section. The following day, in the dining hall. During the Christmas season, the dining hall was eerily quiet, with only a handful of young wizards partaking in their meals. Harry remarked, I believe there might be 2 Professor Snapes within the school. He took a bite of his bread and continued, I encountered another one last night. After a moment's contemplation, he added, the other Snape was quite gentle. Ron shook his head, insisting, no way. You were fast asleep early yesterday morning, Harry. You must have been dreaming. Maud said nothing, aware that Harry could hardly rationalize the earlier coincidences, whether it was the scrutiny in class or Snape's injury during the troll incident. Besides, it is often difficult for one to overturn their own judgments, as they have already convinced themselves of their correctness, a common psychological phenomenon. Harry scratched his head. But how could a person have two faces? He pondered. The truth will eventually be revealed, Maud replied. Do not rush to conclusions. Instead of dwelling on this, why not devote more time to mastering magic? At this, Harry nodded, recalling the exhilaration he felt during his last lesson with the Banshee No. 2 on the fire spell. A smile spread across his youthful face, prompting Maud to think of Lily Potter. Oh dear, when Mrs. Potter returns and sees her son like this. It has nothing to do with me, Maud Maris. Well said, Maris, came the voice of Professor Snape, clad in his long black robes, his expression as cold as ever. Mr. Potter, you truly ought to devote more effort to your magical studies. His demeanor betrayed no hint of the previous night's events, a testament to his mastery of emotional control. Harry and Ron quickly lowered their heads to eat, falling silent. Maris, Professor Snape raised his right hand, holding his black wand. I have a matter to discuss with you, and to explore some potion-related questions. The mention of wands and potions piqued Maud's curiosity, recalling Snape's behavior from the previous night, as if he had begun to understand something. As for potions, what could they discuss? The Banshee? Clearing his throat, he prepared for Chapter 77, the mutated wand. Snape's power would rival that of Dumbledore. Has something gone awry with your wand, Professor Snape? Maud scrutinized the wand. Had Snape sensed Harry's presence through this very wand last night? Snape twirled the wand before placing it upon the table. Can you discern any changes? Maud shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Snape remarked, this wand has revitalized the magical energy within my body. In other words, my long-standing magical stagnation has been alleviated. Revitalization. Maud blinked his golden eyes in surprise. This wand possesses such a function? He grasped the black wand, feeling the surge of magic. Instantly, he cast a spell to identify its properties. You perform magic? Snape sensed Maud's magical energy. Huh? Maud gently stroked his golden hair. Professor Snape, you must be mistaken. When did you first sense the change in magical energy? He shifted the topic. Snape gazed deeply at him, sensing an undercurrent of adult wizardry within the young sorcerer before him. It was the day after I returned from Diagon Alley, when I performed magic. Is that so? Maud's eyes fixated on his wand. Wand with a core of mutated unicorn hair, compatibility, 100. Effects, grants an increase of 48 in spell power and 12 in casting speed. Special effect, upon being perfectly attuned to the owner's magical essence. The wand unexpectedly activated its vitality characteristic. When the wand's owner casts spells with this wand, it stimulates the latent magical energy within their body, invigorating it. When vitality becomes sufficiently robust, combined with certain innate talents, it can shatter most magical barriers, though accumulating this vitality requires time. Furthermore, this unique vitality enhances one's sensitivity to magical perception. With each breakthrough of magical barriers, the required vitality increases. This individual, this wand, is indeed a flawless match. Special effect? Momentarily. This enhanced magical perception must explain why Professor Snape could see beneath the invisibility cloak. Furthermore, Snape had confidently executed magic, likely due to this variability. This was merely an auxiliary power. The true strength lay in the fact that this characteristic would enable Snape to transcend his magical limitations. Maud understood that after Dumbledore's demise, Snape would ascend as the new headmaster of Hogwarts. This role demanded not only capability and knowledge, but also strength. Although Snape's prowess paled in comparison to Dumbledore's, within Hogwarts, he stood as the second most powerful wizard. Should he transcend his current realm, would he not be rivaling Dumbledore? Moore mused. One day, Professor Snape would inherit the title of the mightiest white wizard from old Dumbledore, and from then on, in both light and dark, I, Batman Snape, shall dictate the terms. Ahem, thinking too far ahead. What do you think, Maris? Snape observed Maud's dazed expression, suspecting he had discerned something significant. Maud paused to gather his thoughts. Professor Snape, this wand, after being cleansed by your magical essence, possesses a unique ability that belongs solely to you. It is called vitality. Maud elaborated on the effects of vitality to Professor Snape. Snape narrowed his cold, indifferent eyes in contemplation. After a long silence, he nodded. I see. He had initially believed the wand merely restored his magical energy to its previous vitality. After surpassing this barrier, he thought that vitality would fade once more, and that state of magical energy might signify the end of his magical journey. However, The truth was that this wand would allow his vitality to continually grow, enabling him to breach further magical barriers. A delightful surprise. What about your wand? Melis, does it have such an effect as well? Maud shook his head. The aroma of one's own wand is delightful, yet the fragrance of another's wand is even more enticing. Could it be that Professor Snape is the true child of destiny? Oh, illustrious Dragonheart wand, you ought to be more discerning. You have matured. It is time to learn to cultivate your own skills and transcend your limitations. The absence of such potential is indeed a rare occurrence. Professor Snape nodded. What you just mentioned is a power that belongs solely to me. Indeed, Professor Snape, the wand has recognized you. In your hands, it manifests an array of wondrous effects. In the hands of others, it is but an ordinary wand. What is your current success rate with the Siren Potion number 2? Me? Approximately 1 in 3. That's about the same as mine. The Room of Requirement. Maud practiced his magic diligently, focusing primarily on the following spells. Lightning magic, frost witch magic, spatial portals, the light phantom combined with the light eye, and the flame spell infused with the power of lava. Oh, and the newly acquired vortex magic, along with the previously studied elven bloodline magic arrow. Upon examining the elven bloodline magic arrow, Maud discovered its greatest value. It bestows a 10-fold speed increase to the frost arrow and seems to harmonize the conflict between the frost arrow and lightning magic, revealing the potential for magical synergy. These are currently the most frequently applied, practical, and potent spells within his repertoire. He also casually practiced other spells, feeling that his magical system was somewhat unwieldy. Yet he remained uncertain about how to streamline it, lacking sufficient magical knowledge. Presently, Maud categorized his magical system into primary and secondary components to facilitate the allocation of practice time. In managing his time, he adhered to the 80-20 principle. The important spells occupied 80% of his practice time, while the less significant ones took up the remaining 20%. The 80-20 principle, forever enduring. Noticing Harry, who was also practicing magic, appearing somewhat distracted. Had Harry already encountered the Mirror of Ariste? Mole blinks. He approached and gently patted Harry on the shoulder, brushing against his hair. Due to his magical training, Harry had consumed the Siren Potion set, and his hair flowed thick and silky like a cascading black waterfall. If this hair were to be sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Harry blinked his emerald eyes and looked over. What are you thinking about, Harry? I saw a peculiar mirror, and in it I beheld my parents, Harry said, scratching his small head. I miss them. The last words slipped from his lips in a whisper as he became enveloped in a wave of emotion. Harry, I have something to tell you, Maud said mysteriously. It pertains to the prophetic dream I had about your parents. Would you like to know? Chapter 78. A new interpretation of the truth. The Christmas crisis emerges. Huh? Harry's small head was almost bursting with questions. Subsequently, a golden light seemed to flicker in his crystal-clear azure eyes, and his tone was somewhat animated. Really? Mole nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Would you like to hear it, Harry? Harry eagerly nodded in response. Long ago, there was a mountain, and within it a temple. Harry, huh? Long ago? But I'm only 11 this year. And isn't this a prophetic dream? Oh, my apologies, I got a bit mixed up. Mole insa shaktel. Leaving Harry with a furrowed brow, a hint of annoyance overshadowing his curiosity. Maud resumed, recounting the prophetic dream. It was a place filled with green light, yet particularly dark and eerie. I dreamt of 2 individuals, a man and a woman, confined within it. This location was exceedingly concealed, seemingly known to no one. The captor was a formidable dark wizard, well-versed in various dark arts. Surely you know who that is. Maud felt his assertions were well-founded. The manifestation of the green light during the invocation of the soul magic, which brought Lily Potter back to the present, was indicative of this. All things considered, the green light originated from the netherworld. Thus, the netherworld must be a realm imbued with green luminescence. Harry nodded, though he remained enveloped in confusion. Imprisoned? But I heard Hagrid say they perished at the hands of that individual, the mysterious one. Maud shook his head. Have you forgotten what I told you? What the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Moreover, the only witnesses are you, your parents, and the mysterious one. In any case, their accounts are mere fabrications. Harry furrowed his small brow and scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Maud continued. They were held captive by the mysterious one. Thus, the greatest obstacle to their rescue, as you are aware, is that very individual. In my prophetic dream, I saw someone emerging from that green, shadowy place, liberating them. However, I could only glimpse the person's profile. It was quite hazy yet. Post-traumatically. A sight to behold. Harry sensed something peculiar in Maud's expression upon hearing the last statement. He scratched his head, pondering whether Maud was merely trying to comfort himself. He voiced his inner thoughts. Is this truly a prophetic dream? Maud fixed his gaze intently upon Harry's eyes and slowly nodded. Harry, you must understand. In the realm of magic, anything is possible. Based on my years of dream experiences, I can assure you that this dream is indeed prophetic. Harry observed Maud's earnest declarations and solemn demeanor, which did not seem to suggest deceit. Suddenly, the world appeared much clearer to him. He reminisced about the day he would reunite with his parents, yearning to experience their embrace once more. Exhaling deeply, it felt as though a massive weight had been lifted from his heart. Maud nodded in satisfaction. At such a tender age, burdened with so much sentimentality that it harms the body. I am much better now. Thank you, Maud. Maud shook his head. I merely recounted a prophetic dream. Harry, you must not emulate Ron, who seems to be in a daze every day. Ron is studying beside them. Sigh. Maud let out a deep breath. Ron, how does this concern me? Harry, your mission is to diligently study magic, striving to vanquish the faceless, enigmatic figure as soon as possible. Me? Can I truly do that? Of course. The night had grown late. Gryffindor dormitory. Harry suddenly awoke, seemingly from a nightmare. He gazed out at the snowflakes falling outside, momentarily lost in thought. Maud, disturbed by the commotion, sat up as well. Observing Harry's dazed expression, he inquired, What is it? Oh, Maud, I had a peculiar dream. Oh. Maud pondered thoughtfully. Pray, tell me about it. Harry carefully considered his words. I dreamt of two figures shrouded in black robes, searching for something within Hogwarts. They seemed poised to unleash several trolls at the castle entrance, as if they were about to enter. Then, they conspired to seek out a three-headed dog. Maud squinted. This must be a memory of Voldemort. One individual is likely Quirrell, and the other is probably Lucius. I sensed that something may transpire tonight. The important matter Hagrid mentioned. Harry rubbed his face with his hands, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. I must go out and investigate. Just as he was about to retrieve his invisibility cloak, Maud snatched it away. You little rascal, it's late at night. Hurry back to sleep. Harry protested. I should at least take a look. My magic is stronger than yours. However, Maud donned the invisibility cloak and vanished from sight. Do not follow me, or may endanger me. Knowing Harry's character, he knew the boy would undoubtedly pursue him, so he resorted to stern words. Harry hesitated for a moment, then withdrew his foot, standing still, his vibrant green eyes flickering with concern. Exiting the dormitory, Maud removed the invisibility cloak and stowed it in a spatial enchantment. He then lifted his gaze toward the distant entrance of Hogwarts Castle. A golden light shimmered in his eyes. Peering afar, the magic unfurled. Indeed, a glow flickered in the distance. Something must have occurred. The professors still on campus likely rushed to the scene. At this juncture, if one could lure the three-headed dog while another infiltrated, they could safely access the passage beneath the creature's feet. As for retrieving the object guarded by the three-headed dog, the Philosopher's Stone, and the challenge of the Mirror of Ariste, it was uncertain if Voldemort was aware of any method. Maud assigned himself a task, to create a disturbance. If Voldemort were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he would subsequently lose the tranquil environment necessary for studying magic. Maud cast aside the blue-eyed ball outside the Gryffindor common room, thwarting Voldemort's potential intrusion. This individual, devoid of shame, hardly adhered to rules. Was Professor Snape still fixated on Quirrell? Maud pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers, summoning a shimmering, pale gray doorway. His form transformed into Nicholas Flamel, adjusting the black top hat upon his head as he stepped through. To avoid a direct encounter with Quirrell and his associates, Maud opted for the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Upon arrival, he immediately discerned Professor Snape's voice echoing down the chilling corridor. What are you doing, Lucius? Snape's icy tone reverberated. Lucius? If Lucius was here obstructing Snape, then who was diverting the three-headed dog, and who would retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? Maud narrowed his eyes. Chapter 79. Quirrell walks the dog. The Vanished Mirror. Hogwarts Castle, 4th floor. Oh, Professor Snape, such occurrences tonight surely indicate someone is meddling within Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy, with his cold, gray-blue eyes glinting, spoke with a smile. As a member of the Ministry of Magic and a former student of Hogwarts, I bear the responsibility to assist you in uncovering the truth. He paused before continuing. Furthermore, you are Draco's most favored professor. Is that so, Lucius? Snape's indifferent gaze scrutinized him, casting a subtle glance towards the room housing the three-headed dog. Quirrell must have entered. Did Lucius truly remain unaware? Snape contemplated for a moment. If you wish to follow, then follow. He strode towards the 3rd floor, yet Lucius reached out to impede him. Professor Snape, have you observed any suspicious individuals? Could you share your insights? Allow me to contribute in some manner. Maud, concealed in a nearby corner, listened intently to their exchange, blinking his golden eyes. The performance had yet to commence. It appeared Lucius was merely attempting to buy time, suggesting that Quirrell was likely luring the three-headed dog. Indeed, moments later, a thunderous roar erupted. Subsequently, a cacophony of clanking chains echoed from a room on the third floor. Snape's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened towards the sound. Lucius made no attempt to obstruct him this time, merely watching coolly as Snape moved away. A smirk of arrogance graced his lips as he turned and departed in another direction, his sights set on the same room on the third floor. Mole, having just rendered himself invisible and standing not far from Lucius, observed this scene unfold. Lucius, Maud surmised, was likely responsible for retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. It was a simple yet effective strategy, with insufficient time for Quirrell and Lucius to distract the three-headed dog. Lucius would leverage his position as a ministry official to stall Snape. Subsequently, Snape pursued Quirrell, momentarily distracted, allowing Lucius to unobstructedly seize the Philosopher's Stone. However, this situation raises questions. Were they not apprehensive about encountering Professor Dumbledore? There exists another possibility. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore had departed for a matter concerning the Ministry of Magic. A faint sound, almost a hiss, emanated from Lucius's direction. Moore squinted his eyes. A serpent? Voldemort? After a brief contemplation, he decided to follow. Yet, having learned from Professor Snape's earlier experience with magical detection, he maintained a prudent distance. Soon, an explosion resounded, blasting a gaping hole in a room on the fourth floor. Roar! A colossal, pitch-black three-headed dog emerged from the breach, furiously thrashing against the walls, forcing its way out of the comparatively confined opening. Amidst the swirling dust, a disheveled figure sprinted away. Clad in a voluminous black robe, the individual was completely obscured beneath it, clutching a flying broomstick. Moore immediately discerned his intent. Quirrell was attempting to walk the dog, riding a broomstick to exorcise the three-headed beast. Not far off, a resounding bang echoed. A brilliant crimson light erupted as a massive flame surged forth like a lion pouncing on its prey, racing through the air toward the unidentified figure cloaked in black, Professor Quirrell. Unfortunately, the broomstick proved too agile, and the flames missed their target. Chaos ensued. Quirrell, soaring through the air on his broomstick, aimed to lure the beast away. The three-headed dog, enraged by the erratic movements of the seemingly fly-like Quirrell, leaped about, stirring up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Professor Snape coldly observed Quirrell's antics, occasionally casting spells to influence him, while also scanning the surroundings for someone. Lucius, moving stealthily within Snape's blind spot, wore a smirk of disdain, monitoring the unfolding events as he approached the shattered room on the third floor. Moore took in the entire scene, blinking slowly. At this moment, he felt as though he were suspended in the atmosphere. Professor Snape must have surmised something. He feared that someone, perhaps Lucius or another, might take advantage of the situation to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell's behavior was also rather theatrical. Although he darted about to evade the three-headed dog, his trajectory consistently pointed toward the Gryffindor common room. Snape noticed this too, his brow furrowing in concern. If Quirrell was not stopped, Harry would likely be in peril. Weighing his options, his gaze flickered uncertainly before he ultimately decided to pursue Quirrell. Observing this, Lucius ceased to conceal himself and strode purposefully toward the room on the fourth floor. Moore stroked his chin, contemplating whether to follow inside or to create a disturbance here. After a moment's thought, he remained where he was, watching Lucius disappear from view, before he turned into the corner. Reflecting on the locations of the restricted section on the second floor of Hogwarts and the three-headed dog's chamber, Harry entered a classroom from the restricted section and discovered the Mirror of Arist. The intersection of these two locations seemed significant. With a snap of his fingers, Maud conjured a flickering gray portal before him and stepped inside. It led to an abandoned classroom on the second floor, where an array of desks and chairs lay haphazardly stacked against the walls. Under the dim light of the night, they cast a dense, sprawling shadow upon the floor. On the opposite wall, a magnificent mirror stood, towering up to the ceiling. This was the Mirror of Arist, he realized, gazing upon it with curiosity. It was his first encounter with this enigmatic mirror. The mirror's golden frame gleamed brightly, supported by two claw-like feet. Inscribed upon the upper edge of the frame was a peculiar phrase that, when viewed upside down, transformed into, "What I show is not your face, but the desires of your heart." This was indeed a magical mirror, capable of reflecting one's innermost yearnings. Maud stood before the mirror and beheld a tall, indistinct figure, seemingly his future self, standing in the void. With another snap of his fingers, he summoned the portal once more, this time expanding it to its maximum size. While the mirror of Ariste could not fit upright, it could lie horizontally. Mode exerted effort to lay the mirror down, gradually maneuvering it into the portal until it disappeared entirely. As he surveyed the now vacant classroom, he felt a sense of monotony. After all, Lucius and Voldemort had traversed great distances only to find their destination was a deserted classroom. How rude. Mode retrieved a feather quill and parchment from his spatial magic and wrote a few slightly crooked words upon the wall. Congratulations on being the first to conquer this year's challenge. He nodded to himself. Even in the absence of a prize, a congratulatory sentiment was warranted. Are you ready? He mused, thinking of the challenge participant Lucius. And perhaps a serpent as well. Chapter 80. The blue light flashing in the night. Querelles drift technique. After completing these tasks, Mode stepped back into the portal, which vanished in an instant. The room of requirement contained the mirror of Ariste, now lying flat on the ground. Mode stood beside it, eyes closed, his vision connecting with the blue eye of the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. He perceived the corridor to be utterly deserted. The spatial portal opened once more, and Mode found himself directly outside the Gryffindor common room. Something significant must be occurring outside. Indeed, the entrance to the castle was ablaze, accompanied by the sounds of a monstrous roar. Yet, regardless of the commotion outside, under these extraordinary circumstances, no one was permitted to leave. The young witches and wizards remaining at school for Christmas were discussing the events of the evening, likely awakened by the ruckus outside. From the sound, it seemed that the twins, George and Fred, were among them. Oh, I could also hear the voice of Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor. Standing here, Maud could also hear the furious growls of the three-headed dog. It seemed that the creature and Quirrell were drawing near. Maud approached a corner of the Gryffindor Tower, where the view allowed him to glimpse the library not far away. He cast a spell of foresight. In the dark of night, snowflakes danced through the air. The massive three-headed dog was frantically pursuing a shadowy figure above. They were traversing a passageway connecting the library to Gryffindor Tower. Mode glanced elsewhere. Professor Snape, realizing he could not catch up to Quirrell, was heading straight for Gryffindor Tower instead. Additionally, it appeared that Quirrell was deliberately waiting for Professor Snape. The distance between them was not far. Maud brushed his hair, lifted by the wind, and adjusted his black hat. It was time to act. He understood that allowing the three-headed dog and Quirrell to approach was not a good sign. Damaging some plants was inconsequential. He feared inadvertently harming a few young wizards. Professor Dumbledore's mission was now in motion. Little did anyone know, Nicholas Flamel, the sage, was the true guardian of Hogwarts on this wintry night. Maud snapped his fingers. In the snowy air, a flurry of frost arrows, each varying in length, began to coalesce. The arrowheads swayed, all aimed at the figure of Professor Quirrell high above. The frost arrows shot forth in an instant. Under the night sky, these delicate frost arrows, mingled with snowflakes, glimmered with an ethereal blue light, weaving through the void, appearing as the sole source of illumination in the darkness, a truly dreamlike sight. Professor Snape looked up and beheld this scene. As his eyes shifted, he noticed a shadowy figure atop the distant tower, adorned with a black top hat. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Meanwhile, beneath his dark robe, Professor Quirrell felt an inexplicable threat. He could not afford to disregard it. He quickly ascended to a higher altitude, abandoning his struggle with the three-headed dog. He remained alert, fixated on the ethereal blue light racing through the distance. What could this be? Professor Quirrell darted through the night sky, feeling the biting cold wind, and cast a glance at Snape below. The three-headed dog, Snape, and some concealed wizard lurking in the shadows. His expression darkened beneath the robe. Had Lucius obtained the item? If not, retreating now would render today's efforts futile. But soon, Quirrell's countenance grew even darker. He realized that no matter how he changed direction, those blue lights relentlessly pursued him. It was as if they had a consciousness of their own. It was utterly absurd. What kind of magic possesses such a capability? As Quirrell turned sharply, he caught a glimpse of the true nature beneath the blue light. Arrows? Like exquisite works of art, the ice arrows shimmered with blue radiance. Such diminutive objects filled him with a foreboding sense. It seemed that encountering these would send him plummeting from his broom. Maud looked at Professor Quirrell, who was running aimlessly like the three-headed dog below, pursued by the frost arrow, and couldn't help but chuckle. Although Quirrell's speed was inferior to that of the frost arrow, his ability to maneuver swiftly made it appear for a moment that the frost arrow could not catch up. Nevertheless, Maud took out the longbow obtained from the centaur tribe, gripping the sturdy limbs tightly. It was the perfect opportunity to test the speed enhancement provided by the elven bloodline magic arrow on the frost arrow. Drawing the bow, The string formed a crescent shape. The slender frost arrow appeared on the bowstring. Its original 2-meter length was too conspicuous. He did not wish to attract the attention of all the professors at once. This length, width, and brightness were just right. Maud felt the exhilaration coursing through his veins. An energy flowed from his body to where his palm met the bow, enveloping the entire arrow. The bow, drawn like a full moon, was remarkably fitting. Bang! The bowstring twanged, and the slender frost arrow transformed into a streak of blue light. Flashing away, the blue light pierced through the night, resembling a long rainbow. In an instant, a piercing shriek echoed in Quirrell's ears. Whoosh! He turned to look. A solitary arrow, like a lone swan, streaked towards him, exuding a sharp brilliance. The speed. It had reached his limit, and there was no evading it. Quirrell's eyes narrowed sharply. At that moment, he wished he could transform into a golden snitch and fly away on his broom. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was upon him. The blue light surged like a tidal wave. Professor Quirrell executed the most skillful aerial drift of his life. However, his feet and the tail of the broom were still swept by the blue light. The ice swiftly congealed under the backdrop of the winter night's cold wind. Quirrell felt a bone-chilling cold. As the blue light dissipated, his feet, from calf to sole, and the handle of the broom were frozen into ice sculptures. Professor Quirrell hastily descended, darting towards the nearby forbidden forest. From Maud's perspective, this descent, given its momentum, would likely result in an embarrassing fall. Maud turned and caught the eye of Professor Snape, who nodded in acknowledgement. Maud squinted. Snape might have guessed his identity. Soon, Professor Snape pivoted and headed towards the rampaging, 3-headed dog. The crisis was averted. The thieving Quirrell had been reduced to a drenched dog by our ADC, the Ice Marksman. Victory! Has Lucius completed his challenge? Maud pondered, stroking his chin. There seemed to be no significant commotion in the direction of the library. Given Lucius's strength and Voldemort's keen eye, he should have finished quickly. What would Lucius's reaction be upon seeing the congratulatory message for successful completion? And what about that snake? Would it be overjoyed? Chapter 81. Lucius successfully completes his challenge. The abandoned classroom returns to its original state. Those old stubborns like Dumbledore have certainly set up these games. What a waste of time. Lucius brushed the dust off his black robe. A cloud of particles rising into the air. In his gaze, the remnants of past arrogance lingered. Lucius quickly retrieved the items. A hoarse voice echoed from within his robe, imbued with a chilling aura, accompanied by a faint hissing of serpents. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Lucius nodded and strode purposefully towards the final checkpoint. This was the very location where the Mirror of Ariste was housed. Did those foolish Hogwarts professors truly believe that a few games could thwart the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters? How delightfully naive. Lucius pushed the door open, the creak resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. At last, he was to behold the legendary Philosopher's Stone. He surveyed the surroundings. It was evidently an abandoned classroom, evidenced by the clutter of desks and chairs piled against the walls, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. And the Philosopher's Stone was supposed to be concealed here. A smile played upon Lucius's lips as he stood at the center of the room, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his smile froze upon his face. Where was the object of his quest? This was not in accordance with their expectations. The end of the trial should have revealed the stone. Yet here it was desolate, devoid of anything but discarded furniture and refuse. So many magical obstacles, merely to guard an empty classroom? Was Dumbledore mad? A small, dark brown patterned snake slithered from the sleeve of Lucius's robe, gliding through the vacant classroom. Soon, it arrived at the wall where the Mirror of Ariste once stood. The raspy voice resonated once more. I detect several scents. One is particularly strong, imbued with the essence of herbs. It must be from someone who departed not long ago. Voldemort, concealed within the serpent, spoke. The snake continued to roam, seemingly in search of something, until it arrived at the location where the portal to the Maud was activated. The scent abruptly vanished here, which was peculiar. The snake's head swayed as if deep in thought. They may have temporarily relocated, or perhaps this was a trap from the beginning. Regardless, our plans have been thwarted. There are no traces of the Philosopher's Stone here. Beneath the calm exterior, the chilling presence intensified. Dumbledore. Lucius furrowed his brow, seemingly enduring something. He glanced up and noticed something inscribed on the wall. Raising his wand, its tip illuminated as if it were a beacon. Congratulations for being the first to conquer this year's challenge. A game. Did Dumbledore anticipate their arrival here, treating them like jesters? The flames of emotion could no longer be concealed in Lucius's gray-blue eyes. Had they deliberately set up several trials only to leave behind a mocking inscription at the end? courtesy of some twisted Professor's suggestion to ridicule their futile efforts? He chuckled darkly. Lucius chuckled coldly. The decayed denizens of Hogwarts ought to have perished long ago. Oh no, it would be best if the entire Hogwarts were to be obliterated. Lucius vigorously swept his robes, accompanied by the serpent, retracing his steps. Maud remained on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, concealed from view, gazing down towards the 3rd floor. Indeed, it wasn't long before he beheld Lucius. Joyfully swaying as he exited the 3-headed dog's chamber, the serpent hissing melodiously alongside him. Quite splendid indeed. Maud blinks, recognizing that Professor Dumbledore still failed to grasp the allure of the game. In such an adventure, the essence lies in a sense of glory. Look, has not Lucius's gaming experience just soared? Lucius gradually moved out of Maud's line of sight. After waiting a while longer to ensure they would not return, Maud snapped his fingers, summoning a spatial portal, and once again found himself in the abandoned classroom. He surveyed the room. Lucius had not, in a fit of rage, destroyed it. Perhaps he considered that such an act would only worsen their predicament. Maud magically erased the inscriptions on the walls before, with some effort, transporting the erased mirror back through the portal. The grand mirror, with its gilded frame, once again nestled against the original wall. Everything appeared as it once was, without a hint of alteration. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. The situation at the castle entrance should also be resolved. Just some trolls. How could they possibly thwart the professors of Hogwarts? Moreover, there were guardians within Hogwarts beyond just the professors. Mot deposit. Shortly thereafter, several professors of Hogwarts hurried to the scene. They discovered traces of magical destruction at the earlier challenges, most notably the towering wizard chess pieces, which bore varying degrees of damage. What the erased mirror? Had the philosopher's stone been taken? As they opened the door to the abandoned classroom, the professors beheld the intact, erased mirror, momentarily taken aback. Soon after, the weary Professor Dumbledore returned, his azure eyes scrutinizing the mirror. He noted that the philosopher's stone remained safely within. Rest assured, that artifact is quite well, Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully, casting his gaze upon the dust on the floor. The professors exchanged glances. Gryffindor dormitory. Moo. Harry noticed him as he walked in. Hoshing or Harry examined more closely. Thank goodness, you're unharmed. Maud waved his hand dismissively. What could possibly have happened? Harry seemed alarmed, whereas Ron remained composed amidst such turmoil, snoring away, as usual. What's the situation outside? Not bad, quite harmonious. Harry gently touched his head. Harmoniously? Is this a new term to describe urgent events? Those 2 wizards in black robes. Did my dream truly come to fruition? Moore nodded. Do you wish to know? This is indeed a significant matter. Harry nodded. Then I shall speak. Mord lowered his voice, enhancing the atmosphere of the tale. What you dreamt of were, in fact, 2 malevolent wizards. They harbored some dangerous intentions. While we were all in slumber, they planned to infiltrate Hogwarts. Mord paused, to stealthily engage in a perilous game. I dreamt they unleashed more trolls. I'm feeling weary. Oh, very well. Chapter 82. The Unfortunate Quarrel. The door to Snape's office was blown apart. The Hogwarts dining hall. It's ruined. What happened? I heard some unfortunate events transpired last night. I too heard the commotion outside. Professor Quirrell has broken his leg. Huh? Why is it always Professor Quirrell? Mort had just taken a bite of his beef and potato and nearly spat it out upon hearing this. Upon reflection, it was evident that Professor Quirrell's luck was truly dismal. Alas, struck by lightning last time, and now this. He clearly didn't consult the almanac before venturing out. Such misfortune. Mord, what exactly transpired last night? Ron mumbled through his meat pie. Early this morning, I overheard George and Fred discussing it. He was utterly oblivious to the events outside last night. I heard Harry say you might know the truth. Me? Mord shook his head. I'm merely speculating. The professors will surely provide the specifics. Given the loud noises of last night, Hogwarts will undoubtedly offer an explanation. As for how they will explain it, Mord was uncertain. If it conflicts with the professor's narratives, it's best to remain silent. Mord resumed, eating a sausage, taking a bite that sizzled with flavor. It was delightful. The food at Hogwarts is truly magnificent. As he ate, Mord began to ponder the unfolding plot. Clearly, the events of last night would have repercussions on what was to come. Would Hogwarts relocate the Mirror of Erist? Or would Professor Dumbledore preemptively destroy the Philosopher's Stone? Mord was unsure. Professor Dumbledore harbored intricate calculations in his mind. His schemes were remarkably well-crafted. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone could very well be a part of his ploy. Of course, this is merely conjecture. If this indeed were Dumbledore's scheme, then perhaps the forthcoming events could revert to their original course. Mort also contemplated his own apparent missteps from the previous night. If Voldemort had transformed into a serpent, would he possess the keen sense of smell characteristic of snakes? The tongue of a snake gathers chemical substances from the air. There is no absolute perfection. If it existed, its scent might have betrayed it. Consequently, one might have to attempt to mask their own essence or fervently hope that Voldemort has not transformed into some creature. A strategy must be devised. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall entered with an air of solemnity, clad in her deep green robes and framed by square spectacles. "Students of Hogwarts, please settle down," she commanded. "I have an important announcement to make." The few young witches and wizards below ceased their chatter, turning their gazes toward Professor McGonagall. She continued, "What I wish to address pertains to the events of last night. I trust many of you heard the unusual sounds. They were indeed the result of a conflict that transpired within Hogwarts. But fret not, all the trolls that inadvertently wandered in last night have been removed. In the coming days, the professors will thoroughly inspect every corner of the school to eliminate any potential dangers." Moody listened intently, narrowing his eyes. The origin of last night's turmoil pointed unmistakably toward the Philosopher's Stone. The source had been identified, but had Professor McGonagall and her colleagues discerned who was behind it? Professor Quirrell remained under Professor Snape's watchful eye. As long as no outside influence intervened, Snape could undoubtedly fulfill this task. However, what of Lucius? Had Hogwarts included him among the suspects? And could he be adequately monitored? That remained uncertain. This time, Hogwarts would collaborate with the Ministry of Magic. Upon hearing this, Moody grasped the implication. Hogwarts had likely categorized Lucius as a suspect, using the guise of cooperation to ascertain his forthcoming actions. What strategies would Professor Dumbledore employ next? And how would Voldemort and his followers navigate this predicament? In Snape's office, Professor Snape was engrossed in brewing the potion of bewitchment number 2, his demeanor intensely focused, akin to an artist sculpting a masterpiece. Moody stood nearby, observing and absorbing the nuances of potion making. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had mastered this particular potion's crafting far beyond his own capabilities. Truly, he was the youngest master of potions. "Merlin," Snape murmured, stirring the cauldron's contents with a detached tone. "Is there something you require, Mr. Moody? You are aware of the significance of this potion's formula for a potion master, I presume?" Moody nodded, understanding that Snape referred to the potion's extraordinary ability to enhance one's familiarity with herbal materials. "This potion must not be disclosed, otherwise your subsequent days will become quite troublesome." "Of course, Professor," Moody replied, nodding in comprehension. He recognized that the more marvelous and precious the object, the more it attracted a pack of ravenous hounds. Just like the Philosopher's Stone, which had drawn the attention of that celestial being, not to mention the two adventurous players. Indeed, Snape pondered for a moment before instructing, "Open the cabinet of my desk. Remove all the potions from inside." "Potions?" Maud walked over and opened the cabinet, revealing it filled to the brim with vials of potions. "My goodness, aren't these the charming demon potion number 1 and number 2? Truly, you are remarkable, Snape. Unfortunately, I lack a suitable testing area. Perhaps you could assist me with a taste." "Ahem." Maud interrupted Professor Snape's words, blinking his eyes. "Fear not, Professor. This task shall rest upon my shoulders. A friend in peril is worth 1,000 in safety. Harry, my dear, you have toiled. Oh no, you have been fortunate." Professor Snape cast a glance at him, offering no further comment, seemingly aware of his intentions. Maud scrutinized Professor Snape's reaction, speculating that the professor might appear indifferent on the surface while harboring fervent excitement within. After all, Harry was so delightful, so reminiscent of Lily. Is a hug not in order? Fetch me the worrywart. Worrywart? Maud regarded Professor Snape with curiosity. This is not a necessary ingredient for the charming demon potion. Has Snape's innovative spirit taken flight? Nonetheless, Maud handed the worrywart to Snape. "Professor Snape, have you improved this potion?" "No." "Oh, then what is this?" "A first attempt." Maud instinctively recoiled, hands raised to shield himself. Is the master of potions truly so reckless as to experiment without any safety measures? Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than a brilliant flare erupted from the cauldron. Professor Snape quickly cast it aside. Bang! The door to Snape's office was obliterated. The force of this was incomparably more potent than that of ordinary potions. Chapter 83. A location prone to accidents. The potential of combined magic. The door shattered into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. Fragments whizzed past Professor Snape's ears. He observed the explosion of the cauldron with remarkable calmness, his expression as indifferent as ever. He resembled a certain individual enjoying a cigar amidst a hail of bullets and explosions. "Oh, I must say, Professor Snape, You are truly that. Maud raised a finger in realization, then corrected himself, giving a thumbs up instead. Professor Snape said nothing but raised his black wand. Restored to its former glory, the tip of the wand glimmered, and in an instant, it was as if time reversed. The splintered pieces of the wooden door scattered throughout the room were drawn back by an unseen force, reassembling midair. The fragments of the cauldron also converged in an instant. Moments later, a brand new wooden door was reinstalled at the entrance, and the cauldron was perfectly positioned on the floor. Everything returned to its original state. This spectacle delivered a striking magical visual effect. Truly splendid. Professor Snape resumed, tinkering with the potion-making tools, continuing his concoction. To Maud's astonished gaze, Professor Snape prepared to add another herb. More? Professor Snape. Of course, this is an inevitable aspect of refining potions. As he spoke, Snape had already placed the herb into the mixture. Another brilliant flash illuminated the room. Professor Snape skillfully tossed aside the cauldron, continuing with his discourse. I intend to discover an herb that can harmonize the conflicting base solution of the charm potion number 2. This may significantly enhance the success rate of potion brewing, though it may also prove futile. After all, the individual who concocted this potion formula must be a master of potion making, surpassing me tenfold or even 100-fold. Bang! The door shattered once more, this time accompanied by a billowing cloud of black smoke. Maud was genuinely impressed by this relentless spirit of trial and error. To improve potions, one must embrace an iterative approach, coupled with a robust foundation of knowledge. However, could the feelings of an audience member, such as myself, be taken into consideration? Maud gingerly touched his ears, pressing them slightly, feeling a persistent buzzing in his head. The cacophony of explosions was decidedly unkind to him, an elf with superior hearing. Professor Snape employed the mending spell again, sensing the vitality of his magical energy gradually replenishing. Not only did this enhance his magical activity, but it also improved his potion-making proficiency, truly a twofold benefit. He then ignited the cauldron to continue the preparation of charm potion number 2. This time, Professor Snape planned to introduce a mild herb before the base solution was fully integrated. Professor, why not directly brew a base solution to serve as a harmonizing agent? Mole inquired. Well, let me try, came a reply. Bang! Once again, thick smoke filled the room. The professor poured the remaining solution from the cauldron onto a cup and inhaled its aroma, subsequently experimenting with various reagents. He jotted down his observations. The inclusion of this ancient serpent herb indeed reduced the conflict between the base solutions, but significantly diluted the potion's efficacy. As he wrote, he narrated his findings to Maud, who began to document these experimental results in his spell book. This, too, was a form of knowledge. In the ensuing hours, the door of Professor Snape's office would sporadically explode open, bright flashes occasionally piercing the room and illuminating the outdoors. For the safety of the students, Professor Snape requested Maud to pen some warnings, advising students to steer clear of his office. Thus, Maud blinked and wrote, "Frequent incidents ahead, please take an alternate route." As he organized his thoughts on the knowledge of the elven bloodline magic arrow, Maud contemplated the potential of combinatory magic. His ambition was not merely to augment the speed of the frost arrow, but to fuse the power of lightning magic within its essence. Previously, Maud had attempted this fusion, and indeed, the elven bloodline magic arrow could harmonize the energy conflicts between lightning magic and the frost witch's magic. Although the results were not immediately evident, it was a viable path. Yet this path was fraught with explosions. Nevertheless, having endured Professor Snape's explosive trials, how could I, Nicholas Zhao's, the sage elf Maud Maris, falter? Maud contemplated this combinatory magic, bestowing upon it the name Lightning Release, Flashing Black Gale Frost Arrow, abbreviated as Frost Lightning Arrow. Upon its manifestation, the frosty arrow was entwined with countless spiraling lightning patterns, soaring forth with both electrical and freezing effects. The precise magical outcome remained a mystery to Maud, only to be unveiled upon its completion. Nevertheless, this marked the inaugural attempt at a combinatory spell, a venture of great significance, rendering the ultimate potency of the magic somewhat inconsequential in the grander scheme. With determination, Maud drew back the bowstring, taut and shaped like a full moon. He gazed at the mannequin target within the wishful house, where a slender, blue frosty arrow hovered delicately upon string. Subsequently, he infused the arrow with the energy of the elven bloodline magic arrow. At last, arcs of purple lightning crackled to life upon his hand gripping the bow, surging and dancing throughout the entire length of the bow, transforming it into a striking purple-patterned lightning bow. Fortunately, the energy from the elven bloodline magic arrow tempered the tempestuous nature of the lightning. Maud focused intently, channeling the lightning towards the frosty arrow. Gradually, the electricity enveloped the arrow, 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, 5 millimeters. The convergence of blue and purple light birthed an indescribable, resplendent halo. However, before he could revel in the moment, an ominous sensation surged within him. The frosty arrow erupted with a ferocious energy. Lightning surged forth, and blue light blazed. Boom! Maud instinctively released the frosty arrow, retreating as he did so. With a snap of his fingers, his armor enveloped him in a protective shield. Indeed, the purple-blue frosty arrow, now shrouded in lightning, detonated in an instant. Bang! 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 The dazzling white light transformed the surroundings into a blinding expanse of white. Countless arcs of electricity flickered and danced within the wishful house, crackling with energy. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos, yet the wishful house held firm. Phew! Maud sat upon the ground, brushing off his hands. Fortunately, he had cleverly siphoned back the magical energies of the frosty arrow and the lightning spell at the last moment. Otherwise, the devastation would have been considerable. Ouch! What just happened? Maud, you crushed me, came Ron's voice from beneath him. Oh, my apologies, Maud quickly replied. Rising to his feet, Harry, bewildered, stared at the purple arcs of electricity blocked by a translucent wall. Just moments ago, he had nearly thought he was blinded by the brilliance. What kind of magic is this, Maud? Harry inquired, his voice imbued with an endearing innocence. Maud could only shake his head in response. Dear Mrs. Potter, perhaps your child's gender was misrecorded at birth. Such a splendid voice should not go to waste. Chapter 84. Unchanging Narratives. Reflections on Alchemical Products. Oh, but isn't this merely a small spell? Maud remarked, surveying the scene around him. The surrounding purple arcs had yet to dissipate, and a chilling white mist was rising from the spot where the frost arrow had just detonated, with ice fragments continuously forming in the air and plummeting to the ground, resembling a localized hailstorm. Fortunately, the wish-granting house had only suffered a slight damage to its floor. This explosion was meticulously controlled. It was executed with precision. Oh, my face! Ron rubbed the side of his face that had turned crimson, resembling the rear of a monkey. Harry, with his emerald eyes, gazed at Ron's visage and couldn't restrain himself, erupting into laughter. At last, the magical effects had completely faded. Mord retrieved his spellbook, diligently documenting the recent casting process, noting the amount of magical energy expended, the nature of the resultant effects, and the extent to which the frost arrow had fused with lightning to create the explosion. Such records would aid him in better controlling his magic in the future, minimizing explosive repercussions, accumulating experience, and acquiring knowledge of more combinatory spells. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Harry. Harry, have you visited that mirror again in the past couple of days? Harry's face flushed slightly as he bashfully admitted, I still miss them. So, I want to see it once more. Mord narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised that Harry returned to gaze into the mirror of Ariste. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old boy, lacking the fortitude for self-control. What intrigued him was whether the mirror remained in its original position after Christmas Day. Had the narrative reverted to its prior course? Oh, I also encountered Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore had set everything back on track. That old fisherman. Oh, I want to see it too. Ron chimed in eagerly. I saw myself becoming the head of Gryffindor. His tone was filled with excitement. Though he had not yet attained that position, he had at least indulged in the vision. I am destined to become the head of Gryffindor. Alas, such a wondrous mirror. However, Professor Dumbledore claimed he only saw a pair of woolen socks. Ron lamented. How could that be? Mord shook his head. This mirror reflects the deepest desires of your heart. How could a magnificent wizard like Professor Dumbledore possibly place value on a pair of woolen socks? Harry and Ron looked at him curiously. Mord, do you know what Professor Dumbledore truly saw? Mord nodded. Of course. What was it then? Professor Dumbledore actually saw. Mord paused. 4 pairs of woolen socks. TCH. The duo had mastered Miss Granger's eye-rolling technique, particularly Harry, who executed it quite adeptly. Mord chuckled heartily. The woolen socks symbolized familial affection. In truth, Professor Dumbledore held dear 4 relatives in his heart. His parents, who had perished in his youth. His sister, Ariana, and Aberforth Dumbledore, who was reluctant to acknowledge his fraternal ties. Thus, the Christmas holiday came to a close. The Christmas tree in the Great Hall has been removed by the towering half-giant Hagrid, presumably to be replanted near his hut for the convenience of the next festive season. As night falls within the hall, Morda is leafing through a book. Indeed, leafing through, for his actions cannot be described as reading or perusing. Harry is in search of some information, while Hermione occupies herself with a hefty tome to alleviate her boredom. Meanwhile, Ron is desperately racing against time to complete his assignments. Alas, he has neglected his holiday homework entirely, leaving him with but one night, a solitary pen, a flickering lamp, and his own company. Of course, Ron is not one to believe in miracles. After 10 minutes of writing, he engages Hermione in conversation about the incident that occurred during Christmas. Hermione, you missed a significant event. He clears his throat, building suspense, which earns him an eye roll from Hermione. What significant event? Speak up. Your reaction is rather underwhelming. Ron begins recounting the sounds he heard while sleeping during the holiday, weaving together a narrative influenced by Professor McGonagall's later comments. That night, a tremendous noise erupted from outside, a monstrous roar, as a giant beast invaded Hogwarts Castle. The professors promptly assessed the situation and intervened, ultimately vanquishing all the invading giants. Hermione appears to be contemplating something. After a moment, she declares, I believe the origin of this incident is likely related to what the three-headed dog is guarding. Morda, who had been engrossed in his book, lifted his gaze to Hermione, impressed. Miss Granger's intellect is truly remarkable, even at her tender age. She strikes at the heart of the matter. Undoubtedly, she is the epitome of a know-it-all. Reflecting on the matter, Morda is reminded of the challenges surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. He touches his chin in thought, recalling the recent affair with Stalagus. Retribution is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time before the Regulus family or the Ministry of Magic uncovers a lead. Morda considers the necessity of acquiring something akin to a giant wizard chess set, or perhaps an alchemical product capable of storing magical energy. Its purpose would naturally be to safeguard his family. Thus, learning some alchemical knowledge could be quite beneficial. Morda does not believe that studying alchemy will complicate his magical framework. Rather, it represents a profound understanding and application of magic, a deep dive into practical learning. Mastering alchemy could expand the horizons of magical application and enhance its potency. Furthermore, the invention of a new alchemical product is an intriguing prospect. In summary, this knowledge is equally splendid. Oh, I finally found it, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Nicholas Flamel. I've discovered his introduction. He handed a card filled with scribbled notes to Ron. Curiously, Ron accepted it and began to read aloud. Dumbledore's greatest achievement was defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. He also discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood, along with details concerning his partnership. The contributions of Nicholas Flamel to alchemy are noteworthy. The last sentence he uttered resonated loudly. After sifting through countless tomes to uncover the significance of Nicholas Flamel, he had nearly developed an affection for the name. Ah, I knew I was familiar with this name, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization. I encountered it on the train. She rose to gather her books from the table, following closely behind me. Harry and Ron hastily trailed after her, neglecting their assignments. Maud blinked and joined them, intent on seeking out texts on alchemy to expand his knowledge and perhaps devise some magical alchemical concoction of his own. Naturally, this endeavor would demand considerable time. Chapter 85, The Alchemy Study Plan. I can outrun 997. Within the library, Harry and Ron sat in chairs, each engrossed in a book. They were passing the time, waiting for Hermione to locate the volume she had seen on the train containing information about Nicholas Flamel. Titles such as The Origins of Ancient Alchemy and Studies on the Development of Modern Alchemy were among the texts they sought. Maud was also on a quest for alchemical literature, his fingers gliding over the spines of the books, scrutinizing the titles, occasionally pulling out a few to peruse their tables of contents. In Maud's imagination, given the vast realm of magic that alchemy encompassed, he expected to find at least an entire bookshelf dedicated to the subject. However, upon inspection, he discovered only about half a shelf's worth. Many of the books merely chronicled the historical development of alchemy, while those pertaining to practical study methods comprised only a small fraction. He gathered several content-rich alchemical tomes and settled down opposite Harry and Ron. Thud! The two jumped to the sound, glancing up to see a towering stack of books casting a formidable shadow under the light. 1, 2, 7, 12 volumes? Maud, do you intend to finish these tonight? Ron exclaimed, his blue eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the hefty collection, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He couldn't fathom how one could possibly read through such an assortment in a lifetime. Maud shook his head, extracting 3 of the thinner volumes, each still a good half-inch thick. I'll read these 3 tonight, just to pass the time, rather than reading in the conventional sense. He was in a state of memorization, flipping through the pages and imprinting the contents in his mind. The primary purpose of memorizing information was to achieve perfect scores on exams. Yet, some knowledge requires more than mere retention. It must be contemplated and thoroughly understood to be truly effective. Ah, passing the time with a storybook, are we? Ron grasped the situation, realizing he too was merely biding time. He was engrossed in a tale about a wizard who transformed into a mouse and experienced a delightful and fascinating life while residing with ordinary people. This was what adults referred to as a children's book, entertaining indeed. After reading, one would have grasped the complete story. Passing the time was sufficient if the narrative was engaging. As for studying, that could wait until the day before the exam. Harry blinked, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Moo, may I take a look at one of these books? Maud nodded in acquiescence. Harry casually selected a tome from Maud's stack and scrutinized its cover. The title read on the principles and practices of alchemy, adorned with the image of a scholarly gentleman sporting gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an academic aura, who seemed to wink at him as if in greeting. Curiosity piqued, Harry opened to the first page. A torrent of dense academic terminology and an array of alchemical symbols flooded his vision, causing his mind to momentarily stall. With a snap, Harry quickly closed the book and returned it to the pile. Goodness, is this something a mere elementary student like me can comprehend? He lifted his gaze to find Maud flipping through the pages at an astonishing rate, his face alight with enthusiasm, reciting passages aloud as if he had encountered something particularly intriguing. Indeed, Maud appeared anything but ordinary. This book is quite fascinating, Maud remarked, clearly pleased with the content at hand. It discussed the intricate relationship between alchemy and magic, delineating accessible methods for integrating magic into alchemical products. It served as an introductory textbook, articulating concepts in a straightforward manner while incorporating engaging experimental anecdotes akin to stories. The examples within reminded Maud of the commonplace alchemical items encountered during his time at Hogwarts. Moving illustrations, books that could scream, and self-stirring frying pans. Maud blinks hopefully. Contemplating a pragmatic approach, he resolved to start with simpler projects, aiming to create a comprehensive set of magically powered furniture to hone his skills and accumulate experience. Subsequently, he intended to examine the peculiar Horcruxes at Hogwarts, such as a certain diary and an elderly gentleman's basin, for inspiration. With this foundation, he aspired to craft a sophisticated, personalized creation. I recall encountering the name Nicholas Flamel before. Hermione's voice interrupted Maud's contemplation as she approached, cradling a massive tome that she dramatically slammed onto the table, startling both Harry and Ron. The book was twice the size of her head, its pages yellowed and wrinkled, suggesting it was quite ancient. Hermione opened the book and pointed to a passage, softly reading, Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a powerful substance capable of transforming any metal into gold. It can also produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. As she read, Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She relished the sensation of sharing knowledge. Immortality? Ron squinted, a look of confusion crossing his face as he grappled with the concept. Yes, it means eternal life. Hermione explained, casting a knowing glance in his direction. I understand what it means. The feeling of being regarded as illiterate was quite unpleasant, Ron quickly retorted loudly. Shoo! Harry placed a finger to his lips, glancing around, and indeed, many turned their attention towards Ron's voice. Hermione shot Ron a glare and continued reading. Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. This renowned alchemist celebrated his 665th birthday last year. The figure of 665 widened Harry and Ron's eyes in astonishment. However, beside them, the nonchalant seemed unfazed. Do you know what that is, Imoga? Hermione asked, detecting no hint of surprise on his face. Imoga chuckled. Isn't it just 665? He stroked the invisible black snake on his arm, savoring its metallic smoothness. He believed that with the black snake, he could not only surpass 665, but also outpace 997. Hermione continued to scrutinize his face and shook her head. I can see from your eyes that you must have known about Nicholas Flamel long ago. Oh, and last time, you mentioned I should know this name. A peculiar expression surfaced on Hermione's slightly freckled face. Imoga, have you employed some special magic again? Stop talking nonsense. I haven't. Imoga interrupted. He had no interest in prying into others' privacy with magic. Chapter 86, Harry's Uncertainty. The magical version of Naruto ninjutsu. I'm merely making a conjecture, Imoga said seriously, gazing into Hermione's brown eyes. Logical reasoning is not solely your forte. There are many others skilled in it. For instance, a bespectacled elementary student often reflecting light, nicknamed Washing Machine, and of course myself as well. Nicholas Flamel, as Harry mentioned last time, is Professor Dumbledore's associate. Thus, it stands to reason that as the partner of the greatest white wizard, he could achieve what others cannot, which is why I am not surprised. Is that so? Hermione blinked, pondering for a moment, and found some merit in his words, thus ceasing her inquiries into him. She cleared her throat, gathered her thoughts, and began to articulate her speculations regarding Nicholas Flamel and the three-headed dog, Fluffy. The three-headed dog guards the door beneath it, which leads to the Philosopher's Stone. Emma nodded in agreement. Oh, Fluffy is indeed a splendid name, truly befitting such an adorable three-headed dog. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions subtly nuanced. The evenings at Hogwarts were indeed perfect for a stroll in the fresh air, especially in the Forbidden Forest, where the scenery was quite delightful. The trio stealthily approached Hagrid's hut, with him trailing behind like a little lamp, amused by their duck-like waddle. He looked up at Hagrid's hut, from which smoke gently wafted from the chimney. The diminutive wooden structure seemed oddly mismatched with the towering half-giant's physique. Harry knocked on the door. Hagrid. Hagrid opened the door, bow and arrow in hand, his eyes as vigilant as they had been last time. Upon seeing Harry and his companions, the tense expressions on their faces relaxed. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, there were no entertainment activities scheduled for the evening. Hagrid grasped the doorknob, intending to close the door once more. It was rather unsafe for young wizards to be wandering outside Hogwarts Castle at this hour. Yet the door did not shut. Harry held it open and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I know about the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid appeared somewhat astonished. He released the doorknob and welcomed the four young wizards inside. "We believe someone is planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It must be Professor Snape." Ron and Hermione unanimously concurred that Snape was the likely culprit. Harry had shared this suspicion before, but after his recent encounter in the restricted section, he had witnessed a rather peculiar side of Professor Snape. Was it truly Snape? His conviction wavered. Perhaps. We might be mistaken. Ron exaggeratedly gasped, "Harry, don't forget about the injury on Snape's leg, and how he seems to target you." From all the current clues, Professor Snape appeared to be the prime suspect, and Hermione nodded in agreement. She turned to Maud and inquired, "What do you think, Maud?" Maud stroked his chin thoughtfully, meeting Harry's gaze with his own verdant eyes. "Harry, I do not wish to impose my opinion upon you. Instead, I offer this. Learn to think independently, and do not be swayed by others." Maud believed that Harry might not comprehend or absorb this wisdom at present. Nonetheless, maintaining the narrative served his interests well. Indeed, under the tutelage of Hermione and Ron, Harry continued to regard Professor Snape as the foremost suspect. Mole blinks. Beneath Snape's voluminous bat-like robes, he bore the brunt of blame. Henceforth, perhaps it was time to reconsider the moniker of Batman. How about Bat Scapegoat? Hagrid had just set a kettle on the fire, listening to their conversation, and shook his head. "Are you still suspicious of Professor Snape?" "Yes, we suspect that he is the one intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone," Ron replied. "But he is one of the professors tasked with protecting the stone. How could he possibly want to steal it?" Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Hermione furrowed her brow, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Maud shook his head, leaning back in his chair as he retrieved a spellbook, perusing the tome he had just copied. Now, they awaited the imminent arrival of the watchful Draco Malfoy. Before long, a faint sound emerged from a metal bucket heating over the flames. Hagrid reached inside and produced a steaming, human head-sized golden egg, instantly capturing the attention of Harry and his friends. "What is this?" Harry inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the golden egg. "Oh, I think I know." Ron, peering closely at the golden egg, exclaimed, "This is a dragon's egg." "But Hagrid, how did you come by it?" He glanced at Hagrid. "Oh, I won it in a bet with a stranger at the pub." The dragon egg suddenly shattered, its fragments flying about, nearly striking the three little creatures. A piece of golden eggshell also fell from the spellbook in Mord's hands. He picked up the fragment, which felt like a sheet of tin, its surface smooth and emanating a faint fishy scent. Chirp, chirp. The newly hatched dragonlet emitted a sound. Mord, intrigued by the legendary Wester dragons, moved a chair to the table, observing the Norwegian ridgeback before him. This little dragon was draped in a dull gray hue, with a triangular head and bat-like wings. Its claws were long and black, larger even than its head. This creature, no bigger than the palm of Mord's hand and appearing quite adorable, would grow into a majestic and formidable Norwegian ridgeback. The dragonlet seemed to burp twice, then breathed a plume of fire towards Hagrid, igniting his dense black beard. Hagrid chuckled, unfazed, waving his hand to extinguish the flames on his beard. Suddenly, his smile froze as he gazed toward the narrow glass window of the cottage. There, a figure with light golden hair stood, scrutinizing Mord, Harry, and the little dragon. Mord smiled inwardly. Finally, the young master had arrived. The intriguing events were about to unfold. Mord retrieved the potion known as Siren No. 1 and approached Harry, earnestly fixing his gaze upon him. "Harry, whether we lose points next will depend on you." "Ah." Harry appeared bewildered, his emerald eyes filled with confusion. Are you saying? Mord winked at him, presenting a brilliant plan. After consuming this potion, engage Malfoy in conversation and inform him that if he were to snitch, Harry would also face consequences. Trust me, as long as the performance is convincing, we shall remain unscathed. He dubbed this scheme the magical version of the Naruto XX technique, the meaning of which eluded him as well. As for its success, Mord was indifferent. If it succeeded, Gryffindor would avoid losing points. If it failed, Harry and his friends could witness Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, drawing blood from unicorns, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the truth. The outcome depended on the chance encounter between Harry and young Master Malfoy. Chapter 87. Young Master Malfoy's Anxiety. Harry's impromptu background. The figure with light golden hair sprinted into the distance. Young Master Malfoy recalled Mord and Harry's unpleasant visages, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. He murmured, "This time, I shall not be thwarted by you, Maris, and the ever-resilient Harry Potter." He had long awaited this opportunity. Both Mord and Harry seemed eager to oppose him, particularly Maris. In every encounter with Maris, he had found himself at a disadvantage. The last time he had pursued Maris, he had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, only to be struck by the bewitched Goyle and Crabbe. How infuriating! And now, with Mord and Harry, he aimed to strike two targets with a single arrow. The score for Gryffindor has been determined. The cold night breeze brushed against his face, causing his nose to feel uncomfortably chilly, yet it did nothing to hinder his swift strides. Young Master Malfoy glanced back over his shoulder, curious as to whether anyone was in pursuit. What is this? He beheld a diminutive figure shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, long black hair fluttering against the night sky. Was it a mistake? Malfoy's pace faltered, involuntarily slowing as a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Should he halt? Should he turn to see if it was the person he had unexpectedly encountered before? "Hey, wait for me." The sweet, innocent voice echoed along the quiet dirt path, bringing Malfoy's steps to a complete standstill. He turned to face the small figure, who had also lifted their head, revealing a familiar visage beneath the wide-brimmed hat, along with those striking emerald eyes. "It's you." Malfoy stifled his inner elation, though his tone inevitably wavered. He felt a fondness for the little which he had met around the corner, a sentiment difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was simply a childish recognition and an impulse to befriend a peer. "Look, Potter, your green eyes are just like hers. Yet her lashes are so delicately beautiful." A smile involuntarily tugged at Malfoy's lips, only to be swiftly reined in. The figure with the emerald eyes and black hair had now caught up, standing before him. Just as Maud had predicted, he stopped. Harry was somewhat astonished by Maud's foresight. He felt a twinge of reluctance about the impending conversation. He was not adept at pretending, especially in front of someone he detested. A rigid expression adorned his face as he attempted to smile, yet the grin froze before it could fully materialize. Hello. I am Draco Malfoy," he stammered, struggling to reclaim his previous aloof demeanor. But alas, he found it impossible. "Did you seek me for some reason?" Harry, feeling the awkward tension, spoke in a barely audible tone. "Oh, I believe you noticed Maud and the others at Hagrid's hut. They're my friends, and I followed them out." Malfoy feigned a couple of coughs, striving to fortify his voice, but midway, it deflated like a punctured tire. "Indeed, they are quite insufferable. You might not be aware, but they particularly enjoy opposing me. Such rascals must receive a stern lesson. I plan to file a complaint against them, perhaps, but I would also face punishment, possibly even detention." Harry continued to force a semblance of composure, feeling that his words resembled a kind of whining. "How absurd. Ahem, that's not it. I meant to issue a challenge." Malfoy's palms felt slightly clammy as he rubbed them against his Slytherin robe. How could he possibly resort to such measures? Dealing with such loathsome adversaries was not his usual approach. Confrontation. Indeed, it is a confrontation. The second confrontation was marked by Malfoy gazing into Harry's eyes, speaking with a conviction that suggested he had persuaded even himself. Observing that delicate face, he felt an undeniable urge to befriend the young wizard before him. He glanced at Harry's voluminous black robe, yet noticed no insignia of any house upon the sleeves. Furrowing his brow, he stammered once more. "See, could you tell me which house you belong to? Is it the prestigious Slytherin? Or perhaps, could you share your name with me?" Harry's charming visage became momentarily perplexed. How was he to respond? This was not something Maud had instructed him on. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to Malfoy, only to discover the insufferable Slytherin-esque gray pupils fixated intently upon his face. "Malfoy, something feels off," he thought, suddenly sensing that this pure-blood wizard might possess an unsettling fascination. Malfoy, observing Harry's silence, scratched his light golden hair, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he lowered his gaze, pondering if he had perhaps misspoken. "Oh, pardon my interruption, but this is hardly the time for such discussions." A voice that Malfoy detested resonated, cutting through the air. Maud stepped forward, interposing himself between the two, a smile gracing his lips, his golden eyes sparkling under the moonlight. "I shall converse with Mr. Malfoy for a moment," he declared, turning to Harry. "You should rejoin Ron and the others." Harry exhaled, his expression relaxing as he turned away, grateful to escape the awkward conversation. He hurried towards Hagrid's hut, where Hermione and Ron awaited his return. Wait, Malfoy finally comprehended that his intentions had been thwarted yet again. Frustration welled within him as he cast a fierce glare at Maud. "What are you doing?" "Maris, do not be upset." Malfoy, Maud internally stifled a chuckle, having learned the art of face-changing from the masters of Sichuan opera. He maintained a serene smile. "I know you wish to learn his name." However, Maud's expression abruptly turned grave. "You may not realize this, but he is in peril." Malfoy visibly froze. To divulge his name would place him in jeopardy? Impossible, he thought, furrowing his brow tightly, concealing any trace of his inner turmoil. "Are you deceiving me?" Maud met his gaze earnestly, shaking his head. His eyes subtly shifted, as if a thought had struck him. He continued, "Like you, he was born into a pure-blood family. His father instilled in him an unwavering belief in blood superiority, and over time, the weight of familial lineage and honor became suffocating." Malfoy's expression hardened, realizing that this sentiment could very well describe his own experience. Could it be that this young would share a similar plight? A sense of secret delight blossomed within him. Maud looked at his reaction, nodding in satisfaction. Today, he must embark on a mission to reshape Malfoy's perspective. He continued to speak. He felt as if he were ensnared, his inner emotions imprisoned within a dim, confined space, too fearful to forge friendships, for those around him were predominantly half-bloods or muggle-born wizards. A profound sense of solitude engulfed him. No one could share the weight of his anguish. The atmosphere surrounding him stirred a desire to weep throughout the night. Yet he remained devoted to his home and cherished his family. Until one fateful day, his father, enamored with power and wealth, provoked a formidable dark wizard. In a desperate bid to protect her only child, his mother entrusted him, while he lay in slumber, to a place you are surely aware of, leaving behind a letter. The letter implored, "Do not reveal your name, nor bear the burden of pure blood. As an ordinary young wizard, you may escape peril. What truly matters is your healthy growth. Pure blood should not weigh upon you, not even as an emotional encumbrance. If it has become a burden, cast it aside entirely.